Ancient 1 Chapter 1537 to Chapter 1592. Xianhua's face darkened as if he didn't agree with Lu Fian's decision, but he just stared at Qi Xingfeng and didn't stop him. Qi Xingfeng glanced at Luo Tian and raised his hand. He formed a seal in the air and sent it over. Bang! When the seal entered Luo Tian's body, his body suddenly emitted a bright light. He grunted, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Luo Tian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Thank you, Lord Qi." Qi Xingfeng snorted, then ignored the crowd and left. He said leisurely, "Li Yunxiao, I'll wait for your news." Swoosh! A light flew over and landed in Li Yunxiao's hand. It was a communication jade token. Watching Qi Xingfeng and Bo Yuqing leave, Li Yunxiao sighed. This Qi Xingfeng is also a figure of his generation. Luo Tian also sighed, "It's just a pity." He shook his head. Ning Kuei said, "When I first found out his identity, I was really shocked. I thought I was old enough, but I didn't expect there to be someone even older. Hee, the heavenly law has changed, and evildoers are running amok." Li Yunxiao thought, "I still have two 100,000-year-old ones in my universe divine steel. In terms of age, no one can compare to them." Soon, Jijingde prepared a warship. Although Yongxiang City wasn't the main city in the East Territory, it was still one of the big cities. Without a warship, ordinary people might not be able to walk to the city lord's mansion in a few days. He also noticed that two people were suddenly missing, but he didn't say anything. The lords in front of him were all extraordinary, and he wasn't qualified to associate with them. Li Yunxiao said, "We don't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so we'll just pretend to be servants of the Star Moon Temple." "How can we?" Jijingde was shocked. Ning Qian said, "It's fine, we just want to see who is pretending to be Li Yunxiao, and mobilize all forces to find Tsutsumi's whereabouts." Jijingde was startled. "Why are you so sure that Li Yunxiao is a fake, sir?" Ning Qian waved his hand and said, "You will know when the time comes." Jijingde was confused, but he dared not ask too many questions. The warship soon arrived above the city lord's mansion. A barrier of light appeared in front of it, preventing it from advancing any further. A martial artist formed a seal in the air and put the battleship away. With Jijingde in the lead, they descended from the sky and walked toward the governor's residence. "So it's shopkeeper Ji. Quick, please come in." The city lord's mansion was in a festive mood. It was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and people came and went in an endless stream. The gifts received in front of the door were piled up like a mountain. It was also a deliberate show of the residents. There were powerful martial artists around to maintain order. An elder in a red robe hurriedly welcomed Jijingde with joy on his face. Although the Star Moon House was not strong enough in Yongxiang City, it was still very famous, and its prestige was spread far and wide. Thus, the various forces did not dare to underestimate it. Jijingde quickly returned the greeting too. "I see, Sir Song Han is personally welcoming the guests." Song Han laughed and said, "Haha, I'm too busy. I don't have enough manpower." Furthermore, they were all esteemed guests, so he didn't dare to slight them. "Sir Jingde, please come in." A servant immediately ran out from behind Song Han to lead the way. Song Han looked at the people behind Jijingde blankly and thought, "Isn't this a little too many attendants?" Moreover, each of them seems strange. There are even a few old men who are staggering. The crowd followed the servant inside. After passing through a few corridors, they could vaguely hear singing and dancing music. The banquet was set up in the spacious courtyard. Most of the guests were already seated, and they were exchanging pleasantries. The banquet was divided into a few venues, and this was the one with the highest standard. Those who could attend this venue were all Yongxiang City's celebrities. When Li Yunxiao scanned the venue with his divine sense, he was surprised to find many Emperor Wu's powerhouses in the venue. "Haha, Sir Jingde, long time no see. It turns out that you've been focusing on charity. I admire your character." Just as Jijingde walked to his table, someone shouted at him from afar. The table was on the lower left side, which was almost close to the garden's entrance. It was evident that he did not have a high position in the governor's mansion. The person who shouted was on the upper right side, which was evident that his position was higher than Jijingde. Jijingde said softly, "This person is the Silver Horse Merchant Association's president, Yan Xingho." Seeing that everyone was confused, he explained, "The Silver Horse Merchant Association isn't famous on the continent, but it's quite famous in Xianxia City and the nearby cities. Many of their businesses are above the 7 merchant associations." After explaining, he cupped his hands at Yan Xingho and said, "Sir Xingho, you must be joking. I'm not doing charity, the outside world must have misunderstood me." Yan Xingho widened his eyes. "You're not doing charity? I saw so many old men behind you, I thought you opened a nursing home and went to Jishur Hall." Ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally, causing laughter to ring out, and all sorts of mocking gazes were cast over. The Red Moon City's 3 elders looked too old. Moreover, they had yet to recover from their injuries, so they looked like they were in a critical condition. Jijingde was so furious that his face turned pale. The Star Moon House expanded rapidly and indeed offended many local forces. In a place like Yongxiang City, it was easier for people to be bullied if they did not have the ability to do so. Nonetheless, apart from Jijingde, who was infuriated, Li Yunxiao and the rest were unmoved. They stood behind him blankly, and the 3 elders even closed their eyes to adjust their breaths. Jijingde was shocked. He thought, these people have great self-restraint. If ordinary capable martial artists were being slandered like this, they would have killed them long ago. Nonetheless, they were in Yongxiang City's governor's residence, where more than half of the city's powerhouses were gathered. Even if they were furious, they dared not let it out easily. He remarked coldly, "The Star Moon House's business isn't huge, but it's enough for you to retire. After you go bankrupt, I'll be happy to do charity." Yan Xingho stopped laughing, and he uttered coldly, "Humph, go bankrupt? Jijingde, who do you think you are? How come you're qualified to sit on this seat? If the Star Moon House didn't have a huge business and some influence in the northern region, you're only qualified to sit on the last seat." Jijingde sneered. "Unfortunately, there's no ifs in this world. No matter how bad the Star Moon House's business is in Yongxiang City, it's still one of the 7 biggest chambers of commerce. No matter how great the Silver Horse Chamber of Commerce is, can it be ranked in the top 100 in the Commerce Union's headquarters in Nuyan City? Humph, I'll report Sir Xingho's words truthfully. I hope the headquarters won't trouble you." Yan Xingho's face changed, then he chuckled. "Sir Jingde, who are you trying to scare? Look at your shabby appearance. If reporting it was useful, the Star Moon House's headquarters would have sent reinforcements long ago. You're only using your name to scam food and drink now. Sir Castellan's beloved daughter is getting married today, you won't come empty-handed, will you?" Jijingde replied coldly, "I'm poor, but I can still prepare a generous gift for Sir Castellan. You don't have to worry about it." "Haha, your so-called generous gift isn't a few hundred middle-grade primordial stones, is it? Ha ha ha." Yan Xingho laughed without restraint. His eyes were filled with mockery and coldness. Many merchants and dignitaries around him also mocked him as if they were looking down on him. Jijingde's face was ghastly pale. He sat on the lower seat and drank to drown his sorrows. Ning Qiyun sighed. "Why are you so miserable? The Star Moon House hasn't been established for long, but it's already well known in the world. These small merchants that I've never heard of aren't giving us face at all." Jijingde responded bitterly, "I'm considered lucky. If I wasn't famous, I wouldn't have a seat in the first row today. Sir Castellan is already giving me face by arranging me here." Ning Qiyun nodded. "I'm sorry to trouble you. After contacting Gentleman Han, I'll help you talk to him and ask him to focus on supporting Yongxiang City." "Really?" Jijingde was overjoyed. He quickly said, "Thank you, sir." He was overwhelmed with emotions. Not to mention greeting the highest shopkeeper, even if he were to greet the East Territory's general person in charge, his days of poverty would be over. He quickly asked softly, "I still don't know sir's name. Can you tell me?" Ning Qian responded, "You don't need to know that." "Yes, yes." Jijingde dared not ask further when he saw how cold she looked. Nonetheless, he was anxious, and he was sometimes excited and sometimes agitated. As he sat there and drank happily, he felt like he was a different person. Yan Xingho, who was far away, noticed his expression. He frowned and cursed, "You're crazy." He did not conceal his voice at all. When the others heard him, Ji Jingde was so furious that he threw his glass away and trembled. Li Yunxiao patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, calm down. I'm fine. It's just that I've implicated the few of you, but you must hold it in here. We mustn't have a conflict with him, or we'll be the ones to suffer in the end. Ji Jingde said with a serious face, Yan Xingho's considered smooth and slick in Yongxiang City, and he's someone who can reach the heavens. Even Sir Castellan has to respect him. He's always making things difficult for me because the Star Moon House's shops have always been in his eyes. Moreover, the businesses that were gradually expanding have some impact on the Silver Horse Merchant Association's main business, so he's been trying to chase us away. Li Yunxiao gave him a thumbs up and praised him. You're already very successful to make your opponent fear you. I believe that you'll soon be able to turn the tables and hold your head high. Ji Jingde was startled, but he casually replied, I hope so. Following that, he began to drink to drown his sorrows. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly, but he suddenly looked around and was startled. He saw a familiar person at the top of the banquet table. It was the Violet Cloud Merchant Association's president, Jin Xian. Jin Xian had a dignified and elegant demeanor at the moment. She wore a light pink robe in Chongjun, and there was a hint of worry between her brows. There was no lack of powerful martial artists who came up to her to toast and curry favor with her, but she only smiled politely and took a small sip. Li Yunxiao asked softly, does the Violet Cloud Merchant Association have a high status in Yongxiang City? Ji Jingde answered, yes, the Violet Cloud Merchant Association is quite capable, and Yongxiang City is the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's stronghold. The Heavenly Essence Merchant Association was initially doing quite well in Yongxiang City, but for some reason, they retreated some time ago, and all of their businesses were handed over to the Violet Cloud Merchant Association. That's why the Violet Cloud Merchant Association is so rich and overbearing. The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce retreated? What exactly is going on? Li Yunxiao was shocked. Ji Jingde responded, I'm not too sure either. If you want to know the details, you'll have to ask President Jin Xian. I didn't expect her to show up at the wedding. Li Yunxiao responded, since she's in Yongxiang City, she'll have to show some respect. For the governor's daughter's marriage. Ji Jingde responded, that's true, but it's not easy to meet President Jin Xian. She's so young, beautiful, powerful, and wealthy. She's a goddess in thousands of men's hearts. If you'd like to consult her, this might be a good opportunity. It'll be difficult to see her after the wedding. I understand, Li Yunxiao responded. Even so, he remained unmoved as he stood behind Ji Jingde without saying a word. He was like the most ordinary person as well as a pebble on the roadside. Miss Jin Xian, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why do you look so worried? I feel sorry for you. A handsome man with a smile on his face had unknowingly appeared in front of Jin Xian. The man's features were distinct as if they were carved by a knife. He had a domineering look on his face, and he wore a green herb robe. He looked confident and poised. Those who know me say that I'm worried, those who don't know me say that I'm seeking something. The man recited a poem leisurely and waved a paper fan in his hand. He smiled elegantly and asked, I wonder if I'm qualified to smooth the wrinkles between your brows for you, Miss Jin Xian? Jin Xian did not look good. She forced a smile when she saw the man. Oh, it's the company commander. The man chuckled. What's making the beautiful Miss Jin Xian frown? I feel sorry for you. Jin Xian responded sternly, you must be joking, sir. The Chamber of Commerce has been too chaotic recently, so I can't handle it. Oh? Is it only about the Chamber of Commerce? The company commander kept his paper fan and smiled. I'm quite knowledgeable about the Chamber of Commerce's operations. Why don't we discuss it? His two subordinates immediately moved a jade stool over and placed it next to Jin Xian. He sat down without hesitation. Jin Xian's expression changed. She stood up and pointed to the front. Company commander, your seat is over there. The captain chuckled. I'm not used to sitting alone. I wonder if I can invite Miss Jin Xian to drink with me. We can also talk about the Chamber of Commerce. I believe that with my ability, it is enough to solve all of Miss Jin Xuan's headaches. Jin Xian said, my biggest headache right now is the company commander, please sit back down. A servant behind the company commander angrily said, Miss Xianxia, our young master is the eldest young master of the Lian family. With his status and background, can't he have a drink with you? Isn't Miss thinking too highly of herself? The other servant also said coldly, Miss, you should consider the consequences of offending our young master. The company commander's expression changed, and he rebuked angrily, what nonsense are you two slaves spouting? Although this young master's family background is great and I have great power, I have never used my status to oppress others. What's more, Xianxia was such a peerless beauty. How could he be rude? You two dogs of a slave, hurry up and apologize, then get out and face the wall. Yes, yes. The two of them hurriedly apologized to Xianxia. They even slapped themselves while blaming themselves for being talkative and begging for forgiveness. The company commander said, Miss Xianxia, the servants don't know how to speak. If we have offended you, it is up to you to beat or kill us. When the two of them heard that, they immediately knelt down in fright and desperately kowtowed to beg for mercy. A wave of powerlessness surged in Xianxia's heart. She waved her hand and said, Get up, all of you. Hurry up and return to your seats. The banquet is about to begin. Everyone is looking sideways. It is a bit unsightly. The company commander chuckled. Miss Xianxia is right. He sneered in his heart. His goal was to let everyone know that Xianxia belonged to him, the company commander. Whoever dared to have any thoughts about her would have to bear the wrath of the Lian family. As expected, the young masters who were fawning over Xianxia earlier all had ugly expressions on their faces. The company commander sneered and said, You two dogs of a slave, hurry up and help me move the jade stool back. Yes, yes. The two of them trembled and hurriedly carried the jade stool to the seat of honor. The company commander's seat was extremely close to the front, and he was only below the main seat. It was evident that his status was exceptionally honorable. Xianhua patted Li Yunxiao and laughed strangely. Your rival in love? Li Yunxiao's face darkened. You're the rival in love, your whole family is a rival in love. Jijingda's face changed. He covered his mouth with his hand and said secretly, Sirs, you must be careful. Don't provoke the company commander. His identity and background are frighteningly powerful, and you might be killed and your family exterminated if you're not careful. Li Yunxiao turned a deaf ear to him and did not take it to heart at all. Xianhua laughed strangely. Oh? May I know where this person came from? Tell me so that I can be careful so that he won't chase me all the way to his lair if I offend him unintentionally. Ning Kuei answered plainly, Since his surname is Lian, I suppose he's from the Lian family of the 3 eastern cities. That's right. Jijingda said with a grave expression, the Lian family is extremely influential in the Eastern Territory, and they directly occupy the resources of 3 main cities. Moreover, they have a wide network of friends, and their influence can be said to be spread all over the Eastern Territory. Apart from the superpower, the Red Moon City, the Lian family is definitely one of the few powerful aristocratic families. Ning Kuei added, Indeed, apart from the Red Moon City, the Lian family's strength is enough to rank in the top 10 in the entire Eastern Territory. Jijingda glanced at Ning Kuei and said, It seems like this sir has some understanding of the distribution of forces in the Eastern Territory. Although I know that all of you have extraordinary backgrounds, a mighty dragon can't suppress a local snake. Many forces in Yongxiang City are clinging to the Lian family. Ning Kuei said, As the Lian family's eldest young master, this company commander can be considered a top-notch figure. As long as nothing happens, he'll be able to occupy a position in the Eastern Territory in the future. I hope he'll be lucky. Haha, I think it's unrealistic. Xianhua chuckled. His complexion looks terrible. His glabella is dark, and his face is ashen. He's most likely going to be in trouble. Jijingda was taken aback, and he quickly waved his hands. Sir, please don't speak nonsense. There are crooks and honest folk mixed in here, and there are many eyes and ears here. If young Master Lian hears about this, it'll be a huge problem. Even the Star Moon House can't afford to offend a local snake like him. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. Ning Kuei chuckled. Sir Xianhua, don't scare him. Jijingda nodded as if he was afraid. He suddenly felt that the name Xianhua was rather familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard it before. Not only does young Master Lien have a shocking background, but he's also extremely talented. He cultivates both skill and martial arts, and his technique and martial arts master have a great background too. Xianxia seemed to be addicted to talking, so he simply revealed everything. His technique master is the renowned Master Hongyang in the Eastern Territory. Master Hongyang has been an 8-star peak technique master for a long time, and rumor has it that he recently broke through to rank 9. I don't know if it's true, but I think it's most likely true. Ning Kuei said, I've heard of Hongyang too, but how did you know that he really broke through to rank 9? After all, any rank 9 technique refinement master was an all-powerful being. Even peerless powerhouses like them had to be polite to them. Xianxia explained, because Master Hongyang's master is a renowned and respected All-Heaven Technique Refinement Master. Based on the All-Heaven Technique Refinement Master's ability, it shouldn't be difficult for him to help his disciple break through to rank 9. Everyone was stunned. They turned to look at Luo Tian, and even the Red Moon City's 3 elders opened their eyes. Luo Tian broke out in a cold sweat and said embarrassedly, Hongyang has indeed broken through to rank 9 not long before I went to Red Moon City. Your analysis isn't reliable, but the result is correct. But I really don't know if he has such a disciple. Xianxia was startled, then he exclaimed, I knew it. A rank 8 technique refinement master is also an influential figure, but compared to a rank 9 technique refinement master, they're on a completely different level. This company commander's background is even more powerful now, so please don't provoke him no matter what. The fact that he used the word no twice showed how fearful he was. Luo Tian sensed the people's strange gazes, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He took out a white silk handkerchief and kept wiping his sweat. Chu Mujia chuckled and asked, Who's that young fella's martial Dao master? He should be a powerhouse of the current era, right? Xianxia replied, Young Master Company Commander's martial Dao master is Sir Fu Yichuan, one of the Red Moon City's conference elders. Not only is he extremely prestigious, but he's also an Emperor Jiuxing powerhouse, and he's famous. The 3 elders' faces twitched uncontrollably, and they seemed to have cold sweat on their foreheads. Ning Kuei said, although Fu Yichuan's a little rotten, he's still a good person. Ah. Xianxia gasped out of fear. He was appalled. Please don't speak nonsense. Sirs, I don't want to be killed by you. He was so frightened that he almost cried, and he sensed all kinds of gazes from all directions. If the Star Moon House commander heard the disgraceful words, perhaps the Star Moon House's branch would not be able to operate anymore. Ning Qiyun found it funny when he saw Xianxia trembling in fear, but he comforted him, Don't worry, we won't talk about it anymore. That's great, that's great. Xianxia immediately shut his mouth and was determined not to say another word. He was afraid that they would speak irresponsibly again, which would cause a disaster. Xianhua giggled and said to Li Yunxiao, You're in trouble now. Your love rival has such a powerful background, you're dead for sure. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. If you speak nonsense again, you'll really die today. Ha ha ha. Xianhua could not help but laugh out loud. He seemed like he wanted to say something, but he quickly covered his mouth and snickered when he saw Li Yunxiao's cold eyes. At that moment, the music in the hall suddenly changed into a high-pitched celebration. At the same time, deafening firecrackers were heard as though the wedding banquet had begun. A group of people rushed in from outside the garden. They walked in joyfully amidst the sonorous music, and all of them had smiles on their faces. Fresh flowers sprinkled down from the sky, filling the garden with their fragrance. The leading old man was grinning from ear to ear, constantly thanking the people around him. It was City Lord Song Guang. Surrounded by the crowd, he walked up to the banquet and nodded to the crowd with a joyful expression. Thank you all for your support, Song Guang is very grateful. Today, all the distinguished guests, please drink to your heart's content. City Lord is too polite. The 2 daughters are getting married, and the husband is the #1 talent of the younger generation. We are also happy for such a joyous occasion. Not only can we attend the wedding of the City Lord's daughter, we can also see the face of the world's #1 talent. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep well for the past few days. What's the big deal about not sleeping well for a few days? I've been chanting and praying all day, praying for the City Lord and the 2 daughters. That's right, without the wise leadership of the city lord, how could we have such a happy life in Yongxiang City? Every festival, when we visit our relatives and friends, whether it's thunder or rain, we have to pray for the blessings of the city lord before and after we wake up. The captain, who was not far away from Song Guang, also had a smile on his face. However, his face twitched slightly as if he could not bear it. He hurriedly said, Sir Song Guang, shouldn't we invite young Master Yun Shao and your daughter out? I have always admired and respected young noble Yun Shao. We've known each other for a long time, and now we finally have the chance to get to know each other. Of course, of course. Song Guang didn't dare to slight the captain and said, Young Master Captain's arrival brings light to my humble abode. It's also a great opportunity for you two world-shaking youngsters to meet. The captain was a little excited and hurriedly said, Lord Song Guang is overpraising me. How can my reputation compare to that of young noble Yun Shao? Song Guang smiled with a proud expression and loudly said, Let us invite young noble Yun Shao. The music on both sides changed again. Song Han led the same handsome young man into the garden, talking and laughing. The young man had delicate features, fair skin, and could be considered a handsome man, just that he had a bit more makeup on. Two beautiful women followed closely behind the man. Both of them were dressed in bright red robes and had charming expressions. The two of them looked very similar, and it was obvious that they were sisters. She was indeed more beautiful than a flower. It was no wonder that she could attract the adoration of Li Yunxiao. Everyone's eyes lit up as they revealed expressions of envy. A hint of arrogance flashed across Li Yunxiao's face as he strode into the garden with his head held high. There was a cold smile on his face as he stared at the front and the sky from time to time. It was as if the people in the garden were beneath his notice. Sometimes he would look at Song Han, and sometimes he would turn his head to look at his two wives. His eyes were shining. Xianxia was startled and said, He really does look similar. Could he be your younger brother? He poked Li Yunxiao next to him. Li Yunxiao wiped his cold sweat. The person in front of him had obviously dressed up meticulously and looked very similar to him. This person had most likely seen him before. Young noble Yunxiao. Song Guang stood up and personally went to greet him. Everyone could no longer sit still and stood up. The captain also hurriedly came out with a bright light flashing in his eyes. Only Jin Xian was still sitting in front of the table with a stunned expression. She then seemed to understand something and chuckled, the worry between her brows disappearing. She seemed to be in a good mood and couldn't help but pour herself a cup of spirit berry wine. As she drank, her face seemed to relax and her entire person exuded a gorgeous aura. Greetings to the city lord. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and bowed. Song Guang laughed and hurriedly grabbed his hand to help him up. He said with a smile, Do you still call me city lord? Li Yunxiao laughed and said, Then this son-in-law will be so bold as to greet father-in-law. Haha, it was father-in-law to begin with. Come, come, quickly follow me to a seat of honor. Song Guang was overjoyed. He grabbed Li Yunxiao's hand and didn't let go as he walked forward. Li Yunxiao maintained a smile at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he glanced over and saw Jin Xian sitting not far away drinking by herself. A trace of amazement flashed in his eyes, followed by a layer of haze. Almost everyone was standing to welcome him. Only Jin Xian was sitting. Furthermore, she was drinking by herself as if she didn't care about him at all. An old woman behind Jin Xian, the shopkeeper of the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild in Yongxiang City, lightly poked her back as if to remind her. Jin Xian smiled indifferently and said, It's fine. The old woman revealed a puzzled expression and a worried expression appeared on her face. Jin Xian's attitude was not only seen by Li Yunxiao, but almost everyone else. The expression of the Song clan's people obviously didn't look good. Song Guang pulled Li Yunxiao to the right and sat down. That was supposed to be the seat of the Song clan's mistress, but it was specially left empty for Li Yunxiao. The Song clan's respect and treatment for this son-in-law could be seen. Song Han and his two wives stood on the left and right respectively. There was also a charming lady in a jasmine dress behind them. Young Master Yunxiao, I am the company commander of the Eastern Region's Lian clan. After everyone sat down, the company commander stood up and greeted them. Li Yunxiao's eyebrows slightly raised and said, So it's the eldest young master of the Lian clan. It's an honor to meet you. The company commander was overjoyed and hurriedly said, I dare not call myself young master in front of young master Xianxia. I've long admired young master Xianxia. It's my honor to meet you today. Li Yunxiao laughed, young master commander is too modest. I've long wanted to be friends with you. Looking at the entire eastern region, the 7 stars were the leaders in the past. Now, only young master commander is outstanding among the youths in the entire eastern region. You flatter me, you flatter me. The company commander was so excited that he didn't know what to say. If these words were said by others, he would at most laugh. But coming from the mouth of Li Yunxiao, the meaning was different. Song Guang smiled, young master commander, you don't need to be modest. With your family and background, Yunxia's outstanding talent is well deserved. You flatter me. City Lord and young master Yunxiao are flattering me. The company commander's heart was full of joy. He felt as if he was floating and his mind was a little blank. The rest of the people in their seats also wanted to go up and get to know him. However, they were afraid of Li Yunxiao's prestige and their low status, so they were all hesitant. Song Guang smiled, young master commander, you don't need to belittle yourself. Just like what Yunxiao said, who can compare to you in the entire eastern region? In the entire world, who can compare to my good son-in-law Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao replied modestly, there are still many heroes in this world. Last time, Lord Ao Chong Kong, Lord Lu Tsongzi, and I were drinking wine together to discuss heroes. We had a good chat, and there are only a few who can be called heroes of the present age. Pfft. Jin Xian was drinking wine by herself. She couldn't help but choke. She coughed nonstop and her face turned red. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. Anger flashed across his face as he said coldly, who is this beauty? You seem to have a problem with what I said? The company commander quickly said, this is the president of the Violet Cloud Commerce, Miss Zixuan. Young master Yunxiao, please don't blame her. She just choked and was impolite. Please don't blame her. Choked? Is what I said so easy to choke? Li Yunxiao's face darkened even more. He was talking nonsense, so he was very sensitive and guilty. The company commander quickly said, Jin Xian, quickly offer a toast to young master Yunxiao as an apology. Jin Xian coughed for a while before she recovered. Her face was slightly red at her impoliteness, but her expression was calm. She wasn't as nervous as everyone thought she would be. She only smiled indifferently. Jin Xian lost her composure just now. Please don't blame her, young master Yunxiao. She raised her wine cup from afar and emphasized the words young master Yunxiao. Then, she smiled and drank it in one gulp. Li Yunxiao's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He felt that something was wrong and thought, could it be that this person has seen Li Yunxiao before? After all, Li Yunxiao had fought several times in Crimson Moon City. There were thousands of people who had seen him. He himself only imitated him after watching from afar. He immediately said, it's just a little rude, it's fine. I've been cultivating a divine art recently, causing my demeanor and temperament to change. However, if I succeed, I won't be far from being invincible in the world. It's worth it. Invincible in the world? Everyone was shocked. Song Guang hurriedly asked, may I know what divine art it is? Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said with a proud look, I haven't thought of a name for this divine art yet. It was created by Sacred Realm Lord Gongyang Jingji, a few division heads, Lord Ao Chong Kong, and me. Since I contributed the most, Lord Gongyang Jingji asked me to name this divine art. Unfortunately, I haven't thought of a name yet, so let's not talk about it for now. Song Guang said in shock, with Yunxiao's age, he is able to study martial arts divine arts with these almighty experts. Moreover, he has contributed the most. He is truly a rare genius. In the future, he will rule the world and become a figure of his generation. Li Yunxiao smiled embarrassedly, I only suggested some key techniques. Even though I was the one who created it, my strength is still limited. The power I can display is still slightly inferior to Ao Chong Kong and the others. This divine art can be called Jiutian seizing the moon and 5 seas catching the turtle. I will also name it 9-5 Azure Lotus Divine Art after my 2 beloved concubines, Song Bai and Song Lian. Good, it is indeed a good name. Song Guang's eyes lit up, Song Bai, Song Lian, hurry up and thank Yunxiao. The captain said enviously, with young Master Yunxiao's age and talent, I will be satisfied if I can only look up to young Master's back. Everyone also cheered. They all looked excited, but no one knew what they were excited about. Song Bai and Song Lian blushed and quickly bowed, thank you, husband. We sisters will also be able to bask in your glory and become famous in the world. Li Yunxiao felt the burning gazes of the crowd and was very satisfied. He said in high spirits, haha, ladies are too polite. Following me, not only will you be famous in the world, but you will also be able to cleanse yourselves and step into the realm of Emperor Wu. Xianhua's face darkened. He slapped his forehead and said, will you die if I don't show off like this? I really can't take it anymore. It should be called not wanting the green lotus divine art. Lu Fian also said, I've been cultivating in seclusion all year round, and never thought that there were so many strange people and strange things happening in the outside world. Today, I've really broadened my horizons. Ji Jingde turned pale out of fear, and he pleaded with a long face, sirs, I'm begging you, please don't speak nonsense, or I'll die. Fortunately, everyone was in high spirits and cheering non-stop, so no one heard their mutterings. Suddenly, Yan Xingho stood up and said loudly, why is everyone talking so much? Young Master Yunxiao was getting married, and the city lord was marrying off his daughter. If everyone was truly happy, then they should show some sincerity. 1,000 words cannot compare to my countless ties. A ball of white light flickered in his hand, slowly turning into a ball of soft white silk, emitting specks of cold starlight. This is ice silk? Song Guang's eyes lit up. Yan Xingho smiled and said, it is indeed ice silk. It is a 3,000-year-old superior grade 9th tier material. I really can't take it out, but I hope City Lord won't reject it. Haha, Lord Spark must be joking. This ice silk is the main material that prevents swords and sabers from penetrating armor, and it's incomparably precious. Many thanks for Brother Yan Xingho's generous gift. Song Guang waved his hand, and immediately, a servant came forward to collect the 3,000 years old ice silkworm silk and began to register it. Yan Xingho had a smug look on his face as he smiled and said, as long as the city lord likes it, I can rest assured. Humph, although it's the 3,000-year-old ice silk, it's merely an inferior silk that has been used more than 10 times. A person said disdainfully. Yan Xingho was furious and was about to flare up when he noticed that the person who spoke was the company commander, and he instantly forcefully suppressed his rage and said, Company commander, young master, I, Yan Xingho, am naturally not as wealthy as the Lian clan. If young master has any generous gifts, then just take them out. There's no need to insult me like this. The captain lightly waved his paper fan and said with a smile, it's not that I'm trying to insult you, but this 3,000-year-old ice silkworm silk can be considered a good thing. I'm not talented enough to only get a few drops of myriad flower 100 treasure dew. I've made a fool of myself, I hope the city lord won't disdain me. What? Myriad flower 100 treasure dew? Song Guang stood up abruptly, his eyes glowing. Everyone was shocked. Yan Xingho froze for a moment, then his face darkened and he didn't say a word. Even Li Yunxiao was shocked, his eyes flashing. Seeing the effect, the captain felt proud and laughed, I heard that the city lord made a mistake in his cultivation last time and accidentally injured his body. Therefore, I went through untold hardships to find this medicine. I hope that Lord Song Guang and young Master Yunxiao will accept it. Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. I have a share too. Lian Cheng laughed and said, naturally, we found a total of 8 drops of myriad flower 100 treasure dew. Just nice, City Lord and young Master Yun Xiao got 4 drops each. He took out 2 jade bottles from his body and asked the little person beside him to bring them over. Song Guang and Li Yunxiao were overjoyed. They hurriedly took the jade bottle and thanked him profusely. Everyone else was extremely envious. The myriad flower 100 treasure dew, as the name suggested, was brewed from the nectar of myriad flowers. Each drop was stronger than a level 9 dan. The company commander had taken out 8 grade 9 medicinal pills, and his generosity caused everyone present to be speechless. Song Guang and Li Yunxiao took the jade bottles and hurriedly opened them. A fragrance wafted out, making everyone salivate. The captain was very proud of himself, The price of these 8 drops of myriad flower 100 treasure dew is much higher than 10 level 9 dan. However, this young master is very happy today. Even if, he said a few words and suddenly noticed something wrong with Song Guang's expression. His heart skipped a beat and he stopped to ask, "City Lord, what's wrong?" Song Guang was still full of smiles, but he was completely frozen as he stared at the bottle in silence. Li Yunxiao's expression also became more and more unsightly. He suddenly threw the jade bottle on the table and rolled a few times. "Captain, what enmity do you have with this young master that you want to play with me like this?" The captain was startled and somewhat confused. Why does young master Yunxiao say this? I can't wait to make friends with you, why would I play with you? Could it be that you don't like these 4 drops of myriad flower 100 treasure dew? Humph. Li Yunxiao slammed the table and angrily said, "Captain, you're going too far." The captain was startled and didn't understand what was going on. He said in a daze, this. Why does young master Yunxiao say this? Everyone stopped in shock. They didn't know why, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. Song Guang's expression also became cold. He put the jade bottle on the table and said, "Captain, I hope this is just a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The company commander's gaze fell on the jade bottle, and he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. He saw that the jade bottle of Li Yunxiao was already on the table, and it was completely empty. Where was the 10,000 flower 100 treasure dew? Ah? With the captain's eyesight, he naturally saw through it and screamed, this, what's going on? Where's my dew? His voice was shrill as if someone was choking him. After a moment of sluggishness, he almost went crazy, all the hair on his body standing on end. Who stole my myriad flower 100 treasure dew? The captain's eyes burst out with an ominous glint. He looked around and stared at the exposed subordinate. That underling shivered. Feeling that murderous gaze, he was so scared that he knelt down with a plop and said in a trembling voice, young master, it's not me, it can't be me." Song Guang also said, "With this guy's cultivation, it's impossible for him to play tricks in front of everyone, not to mention that young master Yunxiao is here. In this world, there's no one who can play tricks under young master Yunxiao's nose." "Humph, I'm afraid that person hasn't been born yet." Li Yunxiao snorted and said, "Captain, this dew was directly taken out from your body. No one tampered with it along the way." The captain's expression was as ugly as it could be. He calmed down at once. This subordinate in front of him definitely couldn't have stolen or changed the item. He even checked last night and the 8 drops of dew were safe and sound. Where did the dew go? He suddenly felt his hair stand on end. This absolutely impossible thing was happening right in front of his eyes. "City Lord, young master Yunxiao, you have to believe me. I'm not fooling you too." The captain shouted, but he felt that his words were too weak. It seemed that even jumping into the yellow river wouldn't clear his name. His body suddenly trembled, and he walked up to pick up the 2 jade bottles. He sniffed and suddenly said, "Just now when the city lord opened the jade bottles, the air was filled with fragrance, but now there's only a faint fragrance left. This means that there was dew in the bottles just now." Song Guang frowned. He also felt that it was strange. That fragrance just now couldn't be a residual fragrance. There should really be dew inside. But he suddenly shouted angrily, "Captain, you mean that this old man and young master Yunxiao stole your dew and then framed you?" The captain was startled. According to his analysis, this was really the only possibility, but it also didn't make sense. He was startled, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was as anxious as an ant in a hot nest. He didn't know what to do at all. Li Yunxiao also had an ugly expression on his face as he said in a strange voice like a vulture, "Humph, this young master is invincible in the world. Whether it's in the sanctuary, the deity transformation sea, or the 7 major sects, I'm always a distinguished guest. Today, in this Xianxia city, I've actually been framed for stealing the innumerable flower 100 treasure dew. Humph, even the eldest young master should have heard of this. The current lord of the Crimson Moon City, Luo Qingyun, is my good friend, and the deputy city lord, Li Yi, is my cousin." The captain was so frightened that his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He panicked and said, "Young master Yunxiao, please calm down. This time, someone is definitely framing me." I'll definitely find out the truth and give an explanation to the city lord and young Master Yunxiao. Although he said so, he didn't have the slightest idea in his heart. After checking the 2 bottles of myriad flower hunter treasure due last night, only his subordinate, Song Guang, and Li Yunxiao had come into contact. This dog-slave subordinate would never do something in front of so many experts, and it was impossible for Song Guang and Li Yunxiao to work together to deal with him. He had never offended them, so he was completely dumbfounded. The whole place was filled with all kinds of whispers. Everyone was looking at him with a mocking expression. Especially Yan Xingho, he felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. He felt that his heart was so big that he almost started humming a song. Xianxia muttered, "You're too ruthless. You didn't leave a single drop for others?" Li Yunxiao glared at him and said, "Why didn't you think I was ruthless before? Now you're saying I'm ruthless?" Xianxia scratched his head and laughed, "Haha, I'm just talking nonsense. This dew really does taste good." After saying that, he frowned and said, "Speaking of which, you took 8 drops from them and gave me 1 while eating 7. You're too ruthless. I thought there were only 2 drops at first." Li Yunxiao shouted, "How can you have a share of only 2 drops? Get lost." They spoke very softly, but Ji Jingde heard every word they said. Moreover, he seemed to have smelled a faint fragrance. Ji Jingde's mind went blank at once, and he froze on the spot. Sniff, sniff, the person above Ji Jingde twitched his nostrils and asked in confusion, "It smells so good. What's so fragrant? What are you whispering about?" A cold voice was heard all of a sudden, then the captain glanced at them with a murderous look. Yang Ming did not hear their conversation, but when he scanned the crowd, everyone avoided him out of fear and dared not look him in the eye. Only the few people behind Ji Jingde were calm and unperturbed as they completely ignored him. Moreover, as Li Yunxiao and Xianxia kept whispering, the captain's anger was ignited as if he had found an outlet to vent it. Ji Jingde's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he watched the captain walk toward him with a threatening aura. He could not help but shiver. All of a sudden, Jin Xian shuddered. She looked down in disbelief, then she stood up and exclaimed, "Young Master Yun." Jin Xian's body trembled slightly, as if she could not believe her eyes. Although the person who was smiling in the distance was different from the one in her memory, and he was dressed in simple clothes, who else could it be other than Li Yunxiao? Jin Xian's body trembled slightly, as if she could not believe her eyes. The person in the distance who was smiling with a smile was different from the one in her memory. If there was anything different about him compared to back then, it would be that he had more wisdom and calmness, and his angular face looked more mature. The night wind was cold, and the alcohol took effect. Jin Xuan's face flushed red, and her eyes became slightly moist. Li Yunxiao smiled. "I see Jin Xian again after we parted at Heaven Ocean Town." Jin Xian pursed her lips, and her eyes turned slightly red. She then smiled sweetly. "I thought we would never meet again after we parted that day. Today, we must drink and have a good chat." Li Yunxiao smiled. "Although the world is big, it's not that big. There will be plenty of chances to meet." Jin Xian said, "Then why do we only have the chance today after we parted at Heaven Ocean Town, and it's such a coincidence?" Li Yunxiao smiled. "This is everyone's fate. There are countless people in the world, and it's fate that we meet. We can't be fated to meet every day, right?" Jin Xuan's face became even redder, and she seemed to be somewhat resentful. "So I, young Master Yun, am just one of the countless people in the world." The captain looked at Jin Xuan's expression, and his face twisted as he roared, "You know this country bumpkin?" Jin Xuan's face sank, and she revealed a look of extreme disgust. She coldly said, "Captain, young master, please speak with some respect." "Respect? Humph, Jin Xian, even an idiot can tell what I feel for you, but I've never seen you speak to me in such a manner. On the other hand, you're smiling so happily at this country bumpkin." The captain's face turned green, and his killing intent soared to the sky. With these two matters combined, he was about to explode. In his eyes, Li Yunxiao had already been sentenced to death. He coldly laughed. "Fine, I'll twist off this country bumpkin's head and kick it like a ball. Let's see if you can still smile then." Jin Xian was furious, but when she thought of Li Yunxiao's strength, there was nothing for her to worry about. She looked at him coldly, as if he was courting death. The company commander was stimulated by her contemptuous and sarcastic eyes and became even more crazy. With a boom, he spread out his aura, shaking the air around him, and an extremely strong killing intent spread out. Song Guang and Li Yunxiao also frowned, especially Li Yunxiao. When he saw Li Yunxiao's appearance, his heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Li Yunxiao was very similar to the figure in Hangyue City. However, the dusty appearance of a country bumpkin dispelled many of his doubts. The first time he had seen Li Yunxiao was during Jiang Ruobing's martial arts competition for a spouse. After so many years, Li Yunxiao had changed a lot. His temperament and demeanor were completely different, especially when it came to cultivating physical skills. Coupled with his attire and the occasion, Li Yunxiao felt that it was impossible for it to be him. Sniff, sniff, it smells so good. Yan Xingho suddenly twitched his nose and looked at Ding Jingde in shock. Sir Jingde, why does it smell so good? The company commander shuddered and took a deep breath. His expression changed drastically. He was shocked and furious, but he was mostly overjoyed. He yelled, "Myriad flower hunter treasure do. Treasure thieves, so it's you." What? Everyone was shocked, and they looked over in disbelief. Song Guang was shocked. Young Master Company Commander, are you sure? You can't simply accuse him. After all, Jijingda's strength was limited, and he was far away, so it was impossible for him to steal the dew. The company commander said coldly, "My dew is made from precious flowers. A drop of dew is priceless, and its fragrance is unique. It's impossible to imitate it in the world." Everyone's nostrils twitched, and they were shocked when they smelled it. Yan Xinghe was shocked. It's the same fragrance as before. I didn't expect the Star Moon House to steal it. A cold light was seen in his eyes, but he was overjoyed. Now that the Star Moon House offended the Lian family, they would not be able to stay in Yongxiang City anymore. Haha, stupid thieves, let's see how you'll die. The company commander roared and soared into the sky like a rock. He opened his hand and grabbed Jijingde with a murderous look on his face. How dare you steal from me, the company commander? I'll kill your entire family. Ah! Jijingde shrieked in pain. His face turned pale as he trembled. The violent aura almost suffocated him. He cried, something happened after all. What should we do? Yan Xingho could not help but laugh when he saw him. Haha, Sir Jingde, I didn't expect you to be so daring. How dare you ignore the governor, young Master Yun Xiao, and the company commander's son? TSK, is the Star Moon House so overbearing and arrogant? Yan Xingho added insult to injury by putting all kinds of labels on Jijingde. He hoped that he could directly crush Jijingde to death so that he could obtain the Star Moon House's current foundation. Even if the Star Moon House sent people over in the future, he would not have to be afraid. Xianxia laughed out loud. The main character is here, what should we do? Li Yunxiao retorted, what do you mean what should we do? I didn't take his 10,000 flower hunter treasure due, did you? No, of course not. Xianxia quickly waved his hand. Humph, how dare you quibble? I'll skin you alive and search for you. The company commander clawed at Li Yunxiao. Although he felt that the main character was Jijingde, he wanted to tear Li Yunxiao into pieces first. All of a sudden, Luo Tian moved and blocked in front of Li Yunxiao. He said, let me do it. He clapped his hand without even looking. The company commander was the disciple of his beloved disciple, after all, so he wanted to protect him. He was afraid that Li Yunxiao would kill Li Yunxiao right away. The company commander turned pale with fright in the air. He realized that his origin power was completely restrained, and he could hardly circulate it. Not only that, but the space around him also twisted, and his body was thrown out violently. Bang! He smashed into the garden. What? Everyone was shocked. Many of them were experts, so they could naturally see the power of Luo Tian's palm. Swish, swish, swish. All kinds of figures flew around, and a large number of martial artists appeared in the sky. Their auras gathered in the sky and locked onto Jijingde and the others. Song Guang stood up from his seat with a grave expression and asked loudly, may I know who you are? Luo Tian thought for a while and answered, I'm unrelated, but there are some things that I can't stand by. City Lord, please open your eyes and don't be deceived by some swindlers. Swindlers? Song Guang's face darkened, and he scoffed. Who are you referring to? Li Yunxiao's pupils shrunk. He slammed the table and scoffed furiously. How arrogant of you, Your Excellency. Are you referring to the company commander's son as a swindler or me as a swindler? Luo Tian looked at him plainly and said, You know very well. How dare you? Li Yunxiao was infuriated. He shouted coldly, Since you have the guts to insinuate me, tell me your name. Luo Tian responded, My name isn't well known, but I don't want to tell you ridiculous people, or else it'll be shameful. Young Master Yunxiao, these people are from the Star Moon House, Yan Xinghe quickly said. Oh? Star Moon House? Li Yunxiao said coldly, Before I went to the Crimson Moon City to kidnap Ruobing, I had a small gathering with the manager of the Star Moon House. He even asked me to take care of your business. Humph, it seems like your manager is the only one who can solve today's matter. Song Guang also said coldly, You must be an expert sent by the Star Moon House, right? Although the Star Moon House's business in Yongxiang City is not doing well and its influence is very small, I have never looked down on your sect and have helped you in many ways. Is this how you repay me? Damn it. How dare you hit me? The company commander soared into the sky and flew over with his body covered in mud. A cold light flashed in his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. He directly stabbed at Luo Tian. Dang! Luo Tian directly stretched out 2 fingers and caught the sword. With a slight flick of his fingers, the sword was sent flying with a clang. The captain also felt the pressure coming from the sword and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying again. Young master! The servants of the Lian clan rushed over and supported the company commander. As the East Domain was within the Lian clan's sphere of influence, and the company commander's strength was not ordinary, there were no experts around him. They were all servants who arranged his daily life and ran errands. With a shocked expression, he shouted angrily, How dare you injure me? Tell me your name. Song Guang's pupils shrank and said, The company commander is an expert from the Emperor Wu. Since you could defeat him so easily, you must be at least a mid-level Emperor Wu. You can't be a nobody. A real man dares to do what he wants. Please tell me your name. Don't say that the Song clan bullied a nobody. Luo Tian said, You don't deserve to know my name. If it wasn't for Hong Yang, I would have killed this company commander just now. Everyone's expression changed. The company commander was also shocked and angry. He said fiercely, Haha, since you know how powerful my master is, you still dare to injure me. Humph, you are also an alchemist, right? Just now, I felt an extremely strong spiritual power wave from the spatial shift. What rank are you? Let me guess. Rank 7? Rank 8? As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked, especially those from the Song clan. They looked troubled. If the opponent was a rank 8 alchemist, then it would be troublesome. Song Guang couldn't help but look at another person in the field. It was an old man in a white robe sitting not far away. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His eyes were bright and full of expression. It was Yuan Liang, the president of the Alchemist Guild of Yongxiang City. He was also a rank 8 alchemist. Although he was only at the beginner level, he was still famous in Yongxiang City. As soon as he heard the company commander's words, he couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at Luo Tian a few more times and felt that he was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Yuan Liang felt the inquiring look in Song Guang's eyes. He pondered for a while and indeed couldn't remember this colleague from before. He must have seen him in a hurry during some conference. Haha, do you think you're so great just because you're an 8th grade alchemist? The captain laughed wildly. I think you're at most an 8th grade beginner. Do you know what realm my master is at now? Yuan Liang's body shook. Could it be that Master Hong Yang? The captain yelled, That's right. Not long ago, the transformed God Sea sent news that my master has successfully broken through to 9th grade alchemist. Everyone was shocked. This time, the captain's backer was even more powerful than before. A 9th grade alchemist was an existence that no one dared to provoke. Song Guang was also shocked. Luckily, he didn't force the captain too much. Luo Tian frowned. A hint of displeasure flashed across his face. What does your master stepping into the 9th grade have anything to do with you? You don't know that you're cultivating behind closed doors and only know how to use your master's name to stir up trouble outside. The captain yelled angrily, who do you think you are? How dare you control me? Luo Tian's face darkened. The captain instantly felt a chill in his face. He immediately retreated several feet in fright. He then turned around and said, Master Yuan Liang, since he's from the Alchemists' Guild, he naturally has to abide by the guild's rules. Yuan Liang pondered. He didn't know the identity of the person in front of him and didn't want to offend him. However, the captain was Hongyang's disciple, and Hongyang was now a Jiutian alchemist. He had no choice but to say, Master, I'm the guild master of Yongxiang City's Alchemists' Guild. Please state your name and show me your badge. Luo Tian said, I have the right to do whatever I want and not show you my badge. Yuan Liang frowned. You can, but if that's the case, I can only treat you like you're not a member of the guild. Luo Tian said, as you wish. Yuan Liang was angered by his indifferent attitude. He said coldly, then I won't hold back. He waved his hand and yelled, take him down. Several warriors appeared behind him. All of them had cold expressions. Their auras exploded. They were all Emperor Wu's elites. The company commander said, Sir City Lord, my myriad flower hunter treasure due was stolen by these people. As long as you capture them, you can prove my innocence. Song Guang pondered. Ji Jingda was already scared out of his wits as he lay on the ground and trembled. On the other hand, Luo Tian and the others were too calm. Song Guang was the governor of a city, after all, and he was an experienced and knowledgeable person, hence he knew something was wrong. He asked, are you sure you don't want to tell us your names? In that case, I can only label you as bandits and send people to capture you. Li Yunzhao said, thieves? Do you have any evidence? The company commander said angrily. This fragrance is the evidence. Li Yunzhao sneered, fragrance? Does it smell good? Let me tell you, this is just a fart I just let out. You. The captain was furious. Disgusting. Even Xianxia was disgusted and fiercely glared at Li Yunzhao. Song Guang's face darkened as he barked, take them down. The surrounding martial artists descended from the sky, and together with the people from the Alchemist Guild, they surrounded the group. Jin Xian sobered up a little, and her heart was in her throat. Although she knew that Li Yunzhao was powerful, she did not know if he could take on so many experts. Song Guang said to Li Yunzhao, young master Yunzhao, these bandits seem to be quite capable, please hold the line, young master. Li Yunzhao nodded, don't worry, with me here, even if he's a rank 9 alchemist, he'll have to admit defeat. When Song Guang heard this, he was relieved. Indeed, he had such a powerful son-in-law. He even dared to rob Redmoon City, flipping the world upside down and changing the city lord. What else was there to be afraid of in this world? The tens of martial artists surrounded Li Yunzhao and the others, and they pressed forward. The leader held his saber with both hands and asked coldly, are you going to fight on your own, or do you really need to stretch your muscles? Xianxia asked, who's going? Ning Kuei said, Kayun, you go. This is the East region, and as the host, we can't let so many esteemed guests fight. Yes. Ning Kayun answered and raised her hand. A red ribbon danced around her, and her aura was so strong that it forced everyone to retreat. Li Yunzhao said, just teach them a lesson, no need to hurt them. We're just here to watch the show, not to bully people. Ning Kayun said, as young Master Yun says. The red ribbon in her hand spread out, and instantly, the sky was filled with silhouettes, and a formation appeared in the garden. Everyone was shocked, and immediately felt an irresistible force. Before they could react, they felt their vision blur, and they lost consciousness, falling to the ground one by one. Ah? This? Everyone was completely stunned. They didn't see Ning Kiyun's movements clearly, but how did dozens of martial artists pass out, and 2 of them were mid-level Emperor Wu? Song Guang's heart thumped, and he knew he kicked an iron plate. He cried out in shock, young Master Yunzhao. Li Yunzhao was also shocked, and he shouted angrily, impudent. You dare to behave atrociously in front of this young master? Do you know the relationship between me and the current Scarlet Moon City Lord? If you're smart, then surrender. Ning Qian said, young Master Yun, how should we deal with this person? Li Yunxiao said, I'll do it. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Li Yunxiao, completely teleporting. Ah! Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he quickly retreated, and said angrily, you dare touch me? Li Yunxiao laughed, why don't you tell me what relationship you have with the current Scarlet Moon City Lord? Li Yunxiao snorted, the reason why the current Scarlet Moon City Lord is Luo Qingyun is completely my idea. Li Yunxiao, believe me, Li Yunxiao said, after I killed Tang Qing and his son a few days ago, I went to the Holy Realm to discuss this matter with Gong Yang Xingqi, believing that Scarlet Moon City cannot be without a leader for a day. Gong Yang Xingqi told me, slap. Before he could finish, Li Yunxiao didn't want to listen anymore and slapped him, sending him flying to the ground. Ah? Li Yunxiao wasn't the only one. Everyone else was stunned. You dare touch me? Li Yunxiao roared, I will make you. Slap. Slap. Slap, Li Yunxiao's figure flashed, and he landed beside him. Without a word, he slapped him again, his right hand rising and falling so fast that it left countless afterimages in the air. From afar, it looked like the great Sorrow Thousand-Leaf Hand was continuously slapping Li Yunxiao, and the slaps resounded through the entire garden. There's quite a sense of rhythm. Xianxia was surprised and hummed along with the rhythm. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, especially the Song family. Song Guang and his two daughters were completely stunned with their mouths wide open. Actually, Li Yunxiao was quite strong himself. In addition, he was full of lies and dared to say anything. That was why he was able to deceive people time and time again. Unfortunately, the gap between him and the real Li Yunxiao was too big. Slap 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 slap, the sound continued. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Li Yunxiao seemed to be tired. He stopped and moved his wrist joints. Li Yunxiao's head had completely turned into a pig's head. It was purplish red, and his facial features were completely gone. His mouth was full of blood and teeth, and he kept making whimpering sounds. The company commander was also stunned and said, where did young Master Yunxiao go? Who is this pig head? Li Yunxiao patted Li Yunxiao's shoulder and said, come, swallow your teeth first, then tell everyone who you are. Li Yunxiao made whimpering sounds and stared at Li Yunxiao with hatred. His vague voice came out intermittently and said, if you dare hit me, my friends will soon come to kill your whole family. Li Yunxiao frowned. This pig head had some backbone. He could still talk nonsense after being beaten like this. Your friends are? Li Yunxiao said intermittently, I have countless friends. The two holy lands, the 7 major sects, and Ao Chong Kong, Shuiqing Fan, Ling Bai, Yao Jin Liang, Xianhua, Gongzi Yu, slap. Li Yunxiao slapped him again, causing him to fall to the ground. Then, he jumped up and stomped on the man's face. Bang! 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 Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and covered their faces, not daring to look anymore. This was too cruel. Li Yunxiao's head was completely stomped into the ground. His entire upper body was embedded in it. Li Yunxiao stopped after a while and said, luckily, I'm wearing spiked shoes. It doesn't slip. Everyone shuddered. Their faces were pale and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Song Guang's expression was extremely ugly. He seemed to have realized the identity of Li Yunxiao. Bang! Li Yunxiao stomped on Li Yunxiao and shook him up. He opened his palm and grabbed him in the air. Now, tell everyone who you are. Li Yunxiao's face was gone. It was a mess of flesh and blood. There was a hole in his mouth. He mumbled a few times and said, I was wrong. I'm an imposter, ah? The entire garden was shocked. Although everyone had guessed it, it was still shocking to hear it from his own mouth. They stole glances at Song Guang. His face was purple like a pig's liver. Ah! The Song sisters screamed and fainted on the spot. Song Guang gritted his teeth, take the two ladies away. Immediately, the servants helped the sisters out of the garden. Li Yunxiao said, what's your name? Introduce yourself. Li Yunxiao sobbed, Wu Desheng. Li Yunxiao said, do you know what I hate the most about you? I wouldn't be angry if you pretended to be Li Yunxiao to commit murder and robbery. But you pretended to be him to cheat. I really want to hack you to death. Do you know that? Sob, I was wrong. Spare me, spare me. Wu Desheng sobbed. His face was covered in blood and bubbles kept popping out. It was a horrifying sight. Li Yunxiao said, forget it. Killing you will only dirty my hands. He clapped his hands, City Lord, do as you see fit. No need to thank me. My name is Lei Feng. Song Guang's face was dripping water. He said coldly, detain this Li Yunxiao impostor. I'll think about how to deal with him. He must not die so easily. A few martial artists from the Song clan immediately went forward and dragged Wu Desheng away. Everyone sighed when they saw the blood all over the ground and the unconscious martial artists. The scene was a huge contrast to the bustling wedding banquet earlier, making them lament about the impermanence of life. Song Guang cupped his fists and asked, who exactly are you? Can you tell me so that I can show my gratitude? If you didn't lend a helping hand in time, my daughter would have been shamed for life. Li Yunxiao waved his hand. It's fine, we're just here to watch the show. He said to Xianxia, I'd like to borrow some of your power. Xianxia nodded. I'm willing to serve young Master Yun at any time. It was clear that she was sincerely willing, and she seemed to be happy that she could do her best. When the captain saw this scene, his face became extremely gloomy. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to make a sound at all. He could only stare with a gloomy and furious look in his eyes. From time to time, resentment would flash in his eyes. Luo Tianliang said bitterly, I hope you'll learn from today's lesson. Don't be too arrogant when you're capable. Your clan's influence is powerful, and your master's great, but that's not your own ability. It'll only make more people look down on you. You're on your own now. Young Master Yun, you can leave first. I'll go to the guild with Master Yuan Liang. Li Yunxiao knew that the company commander wanted to use the guild's power to help him, thus he nodded and left with Xianxia. The company commander did not listen to him at all. He felt that Xianxia was mocking him to his heart's content, and it felt like his flesh was being cut by a knife. The pain was excruciating, and the humiliation was unbearable. His resentment was 100-fold stronger. Jingde felt like he was on a roller coaster today. He was truly dumbfounded earlier, and his mind was blank as he followed the crowd. The rest of the people in the garden were also stunned. They were unable to react to the dramatic turn of events that had taken place that day. Song Guang's face darkened, but he was even more furious. Yan Xingho's face took on a grave expression too, and fear could be seen in his eyes. These people from the Star Moon House don't seem simple at all. The rest of the people also had their own thoughts. Soon, the banquet naturally ended on a bad note. The Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce also managed the business of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce in Yongxiang City. Hence, it had a huge industry and was almost the leading chamber of commerce. What? You're looking for Tsutsumi's whereabouts? Inside the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce, in the guest hall, after Li Yunxiao explained the purpose of his visit, Xianxia was greatly alarmed and said, I've heard of that Tsutsumi. He seems to be causing quite a ruckus recently, even the sacred region suffered quite a bit. Young Master Yun, you must not go. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. You really do have news. Please help me find it out. Zixuan had a difficult expression on her face as she said slowly, if it was any other matter, then Xianxia would surely do her best, but this matter is too dangerous, and I don't wish for young Master Yun to take such a pointless risk. Li Yunxiao said, in life, there are many things that you can't avoid even if you want to. Right now, I'm also taking the initiative. It's better than waiting passively. Besides, you should know me well. I won't do anything that I'm not 100% sure of. Xianxia said, but that Tsutsumi, Li Yunxiao said, there are no buts. This time, you must help me. His eyes were filled with determination, and he had an unquestionable temperament. Although Xianxia was in a difficult position, she could only agree and said, even so, I hope that young Master Yun can consider your own safety. After all, little sister Ling is still waiting for you. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He said, I haven't heard from Ling in a long time. Do you have any recent news about her? Xianxia muttered to herself for a moment. Her gaze swept across the others as if she was avoiding suspicion. Li Yunxiao thought for a moment, but it wasn't good for him to continue asking, so he said, I almost forgot. Let me introduce you to these friends of mine. This is Xianxia. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and praised, Brat, wherever you go, there are girls who like you. You're really the public enemy of all men. Jinshuan's face turned slightly red. She nodded and said, Greetings, Mr. Xianxia. This name is very good, just like Silver Moon Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao smiled but didn't say anything. He continued to introduce, this is Lu Fian. Lu Fian nodded and smiled, which could be considered a greeting. Jinxian was taken aback. She said in a daze, Lu Fian? Xianxia. Lu Fian. She smiled bitterly and said, Big Sister Fian's name is the same as Mr. Xianhua's. They both have a very imposing aura. Lu Fian also smiled faintly, but didn't comment. Li Yunxiao said, This is Lord Ning Kuei, and this is his daughter, Ning Qiyun. Jin Xian, she looked at Ning Kuei and his daughter nodding and greeting her. Her heart couldn't help but tremble as cold sweat appeared on her body for some reason. Young Master Yun, why are these friends' names so similar to some big shots? Is there? Li Yunxiao blinked and said, This expressionless and ugly one is called Chu Mujia, and the one who went to the Alchemist Guild is called Luo Tian. He finally pointed to the 3 elders in the corner and said, These 3. I don't know their names, but they are known as the Red, Yellow, and Blue Elders. Jin Xian, she was completely stupefied. She stood there in a daze and said, These friends, are they really, those big shots, in person? Xianhua laughed loudly and said, What big shots? They're just following them around. Jin Xian said in shock, You really are Silver Moon Emperor Wu Xianhua in person? Any one of the names Li Yunxiao had just mentioned was enough to shake the world. How could she believe that they were all gathered at her house to drink tea? It's just an empty reputation. It's not worth mentioning. Xianhua suddenly became humble, but his face was clearly very proud. Ah. Jin Xian was dumbfounded. She found it difficult to breathe. Panting, she said, Then, you must be the Red Lotus Martial Emperor, Lord Lu Fian, the previous City Lord of Scarlet Moon City, Lord Ning Kuei, the Elder of Divine Firmament Palace, Lord Ning Qiyun, the Mad Alchemist Master Qiu Mujia, and the famous 3 Elders of Scarlet Moon City? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, That's them. There's no need to make such a fuss. Jin Xian felt a little dizzy and stumbled a few steps. She hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, Jin Xian didn't know it was you all. I hope you can forgive me if I have been negligent. Ning Kuei smiled and said, There's no need to be so polite, President Jin Xian. What Lord Xianhua said is right. We are just following young Master Yun. Just following young Master Yun, Jin Xian murmured a few times and looked helplessly at Li Yunxiao. Her eyes were full of hidden bitterness as if she was saying, Just how far have I gone? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Don't listen to their nonsense. With everyone's help, you don't think it's very dangerous for me to deal with Tsutsumi now, do you? Jin Xian nodded desperately and said, 1 or 2 of these people are enough to deal with Tsutsumi. Now that they are all by your side, I can rest assured. I will send people to inquire about Tsutsumi and inform you immediately if there is any news. Li Yunxiao said, Thank you. Jin Xian quickly ordered people to clean up the room and settle everyone in. She also ordered the highest standard of treatment to satisfy everyone's requests. Everyone was simple. They only asked for a secret cultivation room and went into seclusion. They did not leave the room at all. Li Yunxiao then asked about the extreme sky ice essence and the eternal wood. Jin Xian also had no clue and agreed to let people investigate as soon as possible. Inside the divine monument, Li Yunxiao stretched out his hand. A white light appeared in his palm and turned into the great void Dao fruit fragment. He stared at the fragment for a while and a warm look appeared in his eyes. Fei and I was still sleeping soundly. It seemed to have slept for a long time this time. Li Yunxiao could feel the vitality in the flame and the power that was slowly increasing, so he was not worried. Although this is not the best time to consume this fragment, I have already used many methods and could not prevent the fruit flavor from dissipating. If this continues, this fragment will be useless. Li Yunxiao sighed. If he had waited until he reached the pinnacle of 9 stars, Emperor Wu, or divine transcendence, it would have been the best effect. Unfortunately, he could not wait that long. He pondered for a while and swallowed the fragment without hesitation. He sat cross-legged in the void and began to comprehend. At that moment, the atmosphere in the entire Xianxia city became a bit unusual. The Song clan had become the laughingstock of the entire city. However, the city was filled with cultivators in armor who were patrolling. Anyone who heard any gossip would be caught without mercy. It seemed that the city had entered a high-pressure state. Various forces were also cautious and strictly prohibited the public and private discussion of the matter, in case they accidentally became a thorn in the Song clan's side. Xianxia also began to get busy. She used all kinds of connections to investigate Tsutsumi's whereabouts. Fortunately, more and more people seemed to be paying attention to Tsutsumi's matter. All kinds of news came to Yongxiang City like snowflakes. In this solemn atmosphere, Yan Xinghe was also restless. No matter how hard he asked, he couldn't find out the identity of those Star Moon House warriors. He only knew that the Alchemist Guild was very close to those people. He could often see Master Yuan Liang running to the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce, which was not a good sign for him. Time passed unknowingly. More than 10 days later, inside the Divine Monument, Li Yunxiao sat in the void and weaved a seal with one hand. Ancient Maha characters flashed around him continuously and then disappeared. An eye shadow slowly appeared behind him. It slowly opened its blood-colored eye, and there were countless runes and magatama flickering in it. With a blink, it emitted a 7-colored luster. Li Yunxiao slowly raised his hand, and a golden light flickered on his fingertip. With a boom, it trembled slightly and spread out like a barrier. He changed his seal, and there was a surge of luster in the barrier. Countless golden runes flew up and entered the eye. In an instant, the entire eye light changed. The 7-colored luster instantly turned into a golden light. The eye slowly contracted, and there were countless strange marks flashing in it. He turned his head and gazed ahead. His gaze passed through layers of space, and it seemed like the whole Tianwu realm was in his eyes. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. This feeling was like a clairvoyant. He could see through the universe God's steel and move forward quickly in the realm of heaven martial arts. Instantly, he felt like he didn't exist anymore. He was just a beam of light without any thoughts. He was simply flying in the sky and looking down at the magnificent mountains and rivers. The first thing he saw was the Yongxiang City Lord's mansion. The people inside were in a hurry. They all had their heads down. The atmosphere was quite depressing. In a small house next to it, curses and miserable screams came from it. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but feel strange. He could only see, but he couldn't hear anything. Why did he feel like there were screams? With a thought, the scene in the room became clear to him. Songbai was holding a long whip in her hand, constantly lashing at the servant girl. The servant girl's body was covered with shocking wounds, and the ground was covered in blood. She curled up in a corner and twitched, almost on the verge of death. He could hear the curses and screams outside the house. But when he entered the house, there was no sound. He could only see the scene in front of him. Songbai raised the whip. His face was ferocious. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed like he was determined to beat the maid to death. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze immediately shifted. The entire scene within the city lord's mansion was imprinted into his eyes. Song Guang was walking back and forth in the courtyard. Then he went into a dungeon. Wu Desheng was soaked in some kind of medicine. His body was twitching. He seemed to be in great pain. His gaze moved forward again. He went out of Yongxiang City. He was moving faster and faster. It seemed like he could travel thousands of miles in an instant. Many cities flashed past his eyes, and the places he saw became bigger and bigger. Li Yunxiao was surprised. He felt like his gaze was attracted by something. He was moving forward at an unimaginable speed. He didn't know how many miles he had traveled. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. He saw several huge ravines in a mountain range. Around the ravines, there was a scene of devastation. In contrast to this dilapidated state, powerful spiritual energy continuously overflowed from the mountain and rushed into the sky. This was the scene of the earth veins in the spiritual mountain breaking and the spiritual energy leaking out. It was like the final radiance of a person, releasing all the light of a lifetime. The scene was as if an earth-shattering battle had taken place. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, and the mountains collapsed. Within the spiritual chi that filled the sky, there seemed to be figures flashing. Li Yunxiao could not help but narrow his eyes. His gaze could penetrate everything along the way, and he could see everything in the world. However, at this moment, he did not know why he could not see through the mist. Suddenly, a trembling figure staggered in the spiritual chi that filled the sky. It wasn't that the person couldn't walk, but his injuries were too severe, and he looked like he was stumbling. Li Yunxiao's heart was starting to get a little anxious. At this moment, his vision slowly became clearer. There were corpses at the feet of the staggering figure. Furthermore, they were all dressed in the same uniform. They should be from the same sect. His heart shook violently because he was no stranger to this sect. It was the Morong family. That staggering figure also appeared. The vague outline of the figure caused Li Yunxiao's heart to tremble. Like a raging wave, it rushed straight to the sky. Ning Qiue! Li Yunxiao shouted in his heart, but no matter how much he shouted, Ning Qiue couldn't hear him at all. He only walked forward, trembling. Eh? Suddenly, a clear voice entered his ears, causing his body to shake violently once more, and he could not help but shiver. Xianxia! Xianxia! Li Yunxiao almost went crazy. He roared, "Where are you? Where is it? Come out! Hee, it really is you." In front of Ning Qiue, a majestic man's figure slowly appeared. Under Li Yunxiao's gaze, he could only see his thin lips. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips as if he had been injured. However, he smiled and chuckled, "Have you cultivated Tsutsumi to this level? It looks like even trash can be made use of. Where are you? Tell me quickly, where are you?" Li Yunxiao screamed hysterically. When he heard that voice and the face that was slowly becoming clearer to him, he could not help but erupt with rage. Scenes from the end of time flashed through his mind. "I know your name. You're Li Yunxiao, right? Hee, work hard. You still have a long way to go before you can unleash the full power of Tsutsumi. I hope that when I find you, you'll be able to live up to my expectations." Tianxi chuckled and Morongzhu's face slowly appeared before Li Yunxiao's eyes. His fair face was completely devoid of blood and his eyes flickered with a light that was as deep as the ocean. It was exceptionally demonic. Whoosh, suddenly, the heavens and earth changed and time and space changed. Ah! Li Yunxiao felt a sharp pain in his mind and then he came out from the state where he could travel 10,000 miles in an instant. His gaze returned to the Universe God Monument. His face was extremely gloomy and his body was still trembling violently. Boundless rage was burning his body and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. What's wrong? Why do other people sit quietly when they cultivate? They're so peaceful and quiet as if they're an expert. But every time you cultivate, you're on the verge of death. Your face is either pale or your veins are bulging. This time, your body is trembling violently. I've seen you trembling for half a day. Are you all right? A voice rang out leisurely, and Cheiyu's body suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Yunxiao raised his head and his eyes were filled with rage and sharpness. He stared at him for a moment and then slowly adjusted his emotions. He let out a breath and said, "I'm fine." Cheiyu frowned and said, "I thought you were going to go berserk and was considering if I should step on you. I didn't expect you to recover on your own." Li Yunxiao gradually regained his composure and said, "I saw Ning Qiue and Tianxi just now." Cheiyu's pupils shrank and he said, "You were asleep just now, weren't you?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and gritted his teeth, "I really saw them. It seems that because I cultivated the wondrous spiritual eyes, Tsutsumi's power was completely unleashed and it penetrated 10,000 miles of space." Cheiyu said in shock, "There's such a thing? No wonder you're so emotional. Does that mean you've found where Tianxi is?" Li Yunxiao said, "I only know that it's within a mountain range. I can't pinpoint the exact coordinates and the ground is littered with corpses. They're all from the Morong family." Cheiyu said, "The Morong family has taken action too? Humph, unless they go all out, they won't be a match for Tianxi and the ruins of End. They're just courting death." Li Yunxiao was silent for a while. Only then did he remember what Xianxia had said. She said that Tsutsumi's power was fully unleashed and there was still a long way to go. Could it be that Tsutsumi still hasn't unleashed his limits? He had always thought that he had mastered Tsutsumi's skill. The state he was in earlier should have been the highest state he could reach after cultivating the wondrous spiritual eyes. Moreover, it was when he was comprehending the great void Tao fruit and he suddenly entered that state. Now, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reappear. He couldn't even see through the secret room where the universe god steel was, let alone 10,000 miles in an instant. Chieyu saw that he was sweating profusely, as if he was trying hard to do something. Chieyu immediately comforted him, "You can't force anything. Just try your best. Moreover, you're destined to meet him sooner or later. What are you afraid of? What you need to do now is to continuously increase your power." Li Yunxiao sighed and nodded, saying, "You've refined the universal sword?" Chieyu's eyes shone with excitement as he said, "Yes." He raised his hand and with a clang, a sword shadow appeared in the sky. The sword shadow was green in color and spread out like a barrier. It instantly shrouded the space within a 10,000-mile radius. Even though Li Yunxiao was the owner of the universe god steel, he was shocked by the power. It was as if he could break through the barrier and escape anytime. Within the green barrier, a dragon's shadow appeared and spiraled continuously. It was the embodiment of the universal sword. Chieyu's eyes shone brightly as he said, "If I can find the 4 swords of the real dragon and combine them into one, I can use this sword to break through the bloodline barrier and achieve the 10 directions divine state." Li Yunxiao dampened his enthusiasm and said, You won't be able to get the calamity no beginning sword in the dragon head's hand, let alone the 4 swords. Unless you're confident of defeating the 10 real dragon Archaeosaurus." Chieyu's brows revealed a worried expression, but it soon smoothed out as he laughed, "Haha, I'm not afraid. With a malignant star like you by my side, even Long will die if he encounters me. TSK, I came to find you because I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. I wanted to see if I could have a chance to break through. I didn't expect to get the universal sword the moment I saw you. You're really destined. As long as I follow you, I'll be able to find the 4 swords sooner or later." Li Yunxiao was speechless for a while and said, "All right, it's cool to have you as my bodyguard." Chieyu said coldly, "Do you still want to treat me as a slave? Let me tell you, unless your life is hanging by a thread, I won't help you. Good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. Li Yunxiao was speechless for a while and then shouted angrily, "Then what's the use of you? Get lost." However, there was no one in the sky and no one answered him. Li Yunxiao gradually calmed down and began to think about the state he was in before. It should be an extremely powerful magic from the mystic spell Spirit Eyes. When he was comprehending the Fruit of Way, it suddenly triggered Tsutsumi's power and unintentionally performed it. Now, no matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. Fine, cultivation can't be forced. He pondered and said, Tianxi should have just fought a great battle with the Murong family. If I can take this opportunity to chase after him, I'll definitely be able to kill him. As he thought about this, he directly left the World God's Monument and went to look for Xianxia. Outside the Violet Cloud Trade Union, there were figures flashing and dozens of lights landing one after another. The people from the trade union were shocked and quickly went in to report. Xianxia was in a small courtyard. She held a jade scroll in her hand and frowned. Suddenly, a report came from outside. She was shocked and immediately flew out. Outside the merchant house, a strong aura came. It was a barrier set up by a few martial artists to seal off the entire merchant house. When she saw who it was, she was furious and yelled, "Captain, what are you doing?" Among the dozens of people, the person in front was the Lian family's eldest young master, the captain. Seeing Xianxia, his expression turned cold and he said, "Xianxia, where are the people from the Star Moon House? Ask them to come out." Xianxia's expression changed slightly. The few people beside the captain also had serious expressions. Looking at them, they were all experts with their origin force. She said angrily, "That day at the wedding banquet, you were lucky that they were merciful and didn't make things difficult for you. Don't return good for evil, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences." Haha, return good for evil? They beat me up in front of everyone in the city, and they said that I'm returning good for evil. The captain was furious and yelled at someone beside him, "Fourth uncle, you heard that too, right?" His fourth uncle, Lian Tong, nodded and said, "There are indeed people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'd like to know what consequences there are in this world that the Lian family can't bear. There must be something extraordinary about the Star Moon House being able to become one of the 7 largest merchant houses in just a few years. Let's ask them to come out and clarify the matter. We just need to be fair and just. Don't use force to oppress others." A man in a red robe said calmly. The man had a handsome face and a calm expression. His red robe was embroidered with cloud patterns and looked gorgeous. "Yes, master." The captain quickly bowed and accepted the instruction. His face was full of respect. Lian Tong smiled. "Master Hongyang loves his disciple so much that he came immediately after hearing that my son was at a disadvantage. However, he still has the demeanor of a master." Hongyang said, "Although the strong are revered in this world, we must not go against our conscience. We must not act against our conscience, and we must not use our power to oppress others." Master Hongyang's words are indeed righteous and compassionate. No wonder he's able to achieve so much in the art of skill and is respected by everyone. An old man in green said slowly, "Captain, you must remember Master Hongyang's teachings." The company commander hurriedly said, "Yes, I will always remember the teachings of the 2 masters." The green-robed elder was the company commander's Wu Daoan's master, Yi Chun. He had also heard that Hongyang had attained level 9 techniques and had rushed over to congratulate him. He did not expect to run into the company commander's matter. Jin Xian was shocked. She hurriedly bowed and said, "So it's Great Master Hongyang and Lord Yichuan." Jin Xian greets the 2 lords. She muttered incessantly in her heart. She didn't expect that the red-robed man was actually the 9th grade great alchemist grandmaster whose name had spread throughout the eastern domain. Hongyang said, "There's no need to be so polite. I've heard of President Jinchuan's name for a long time. Now that I've met you today, I can see that you're indeed a capable person." Jin Xian hurriedly said, "Great Master is overpraising me. I hope that Great Master can allow the Lian clan to retreat so that this small matter doesn't blow up to a point where it's hard to resolve." Difficult to clean up? Humph. This matter is already difficult to clean up. Lian Tong shouted, "In the entire eastern region, there is no one who dares to not give my Lian family some face. Your merchant union is truly lawless. Not only did you steal my nephew's 10,000 flower hunter treasure due, you even injured him. Do you think this matter can be easily resolved?" Jin Xian frowned. "It's hard to say what's right and wrong in this matter, but since it's already happened, I hope that you can resolve this matter as a small matter." "Oh? I'd like to know how Miss Jin Xian is going to resolve this matter," the company commander said coldly. Jin Xian said, "How about this? Young Master Lian, name your conditions. The Purple Cloud Commerce Alliance will compensate you, and this matter will be resolved as if it never happened." The company commander said coldly, "I'm just afraid that you won't agree to my conditions." Jin Xian frowned. "As long as it's not too much, I'll try my best to satisfy you." She really did not want to fall out with the Lian clan. Although Li Yunxiao and the others could suppress them for a while, she was a member of the Commerce Alliance. She had thousands of subordinates working for her in the eastern domain. Offending such a powerful local tyrant was not a wise move. Merchants valued harmony. The company commander chuckled. "Actually, it's not too much, not at all. To Miss Jin Xian, it's actually a great benefit. As long as Miss Jin Xian marries me, I'll treat it as if nothing happened." He saw the anger on Jin Xian's face and hurriedly said, "Although I already have a wife, as long as you marry me, I'll immediately divorce her and take you as my wife." With the power of the Lian clan and the relationship between the Heavenly Yuan Commerce Alliance and you, making the Purple Cloud Commerce Alliance the #1 commerce alliance in the eastern domain will not be a dream. As he spoke, even he was a little excited, and his eyes shone. Jin Xian was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, "Shameless. All of you, scram." Lian Tong's face darkened. He said coldly, "Insulting the Lian clan is already a serious crime. Furthermore, you even insulted Sir Hongyang and Sir Fu Yichuan. This crime is unforgivable." Hong Yang and Fu Yichuan's faces darkened as well. Fu Yichuan said, Miss Jin Xian, is my disciple not worthy of you? Jin Xian said seriously, this isn't a question of whether he's worthy or not. It's just that I don't have a good impression of Sir Lian at all. How can marriage be forced? Fu Yichuan said, how can people of my generation decide their marriage based on their own whims? President Jin Xian is considered a woman among women. You should understand many things. An alliance based on benefits is the ultimate goal of marriage. Jin Xian frowned and said coldly, is that so? Just like Sir Tang Xian and Miss Ruobing? Fu Yichuan's expression changed drastically. The upheaval in Crimson Moon City had already spread throughout the world. Because of a marriage, even the city lord had been beheaded and became the laughingstock of the world. Now that Jin Xian had brought it up in front of him, it was obvious that she was purposely slapping him in the face. He immediately said coldly, since Jin Xian refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame my disciple for being rude. Lian Tong's eyes were cold as he shouted, go, take Jin Xian down. Instantly, several rays of light shot up and attacked Jin Xian. Stop. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Several figures descended from the sky. The person in the lead waved his hands and directly shielded Jin Xian behind him. His face was full of anger as he shouted, Yang Yang, get them to stop. Yang Yang focused his gaze and saw that the newcomers were the president of Yongxiang City's alchemist guild, Yuan Liang, and a few warriors who followed him. When he heard the other party call him by name, he felt extremely displeased. He said coldly, so it's Great Master Yuan Liang. Could it be that Great Master is also with the people from the Merchant Alliance and are bullying my disciple together? Yuan Liang glared and said angrily, Yang Yang, what do you mean by this? I'm telling you to stop for your own good. For our own good? Yang Yang's expression darkened. He said coldly, I know that there's an 8th-level alchemist among these people. He seems to be from the deity transformation sea, but I don't know which great master he is. Could it be that he has an extremely powerful background? A strange expression appeared on Yuan Liang's face. He said, anyway, don't ask any more. We've known each other for so many years. Why would I harm you? Yang Yang frowned. Before he became a 9th-level alchemist, Yuan Liang was already very respectful to him. Firstly, his formula was at the peak of 8th level and could break through to 9th level at any time. Secondly, it was because his master was Great Master Luo Tian, whose name was known throughout the world. Logically speaking, after he entered 9th level, Luo Tian should stand on the same side as him. Why did it feel strange? Yang Yang's heart sank. Could it be that the 8th-level alchemist's background was even more powerful? After all, his master was not the one in the deity transformation sea. Fu Yichuan said coldly, for our own good? Great Master Yuan Liang really worries for us. As long as the Great Master stays at the side, it's naturally for our own good. Yuan Liang said angrily, Fu Yichuan, I also advise you to behave yourself. Don't let yourself fall into eternal damnation. Eternal damnation? Ha ha ha. Fu Yichuan laughed maniacally and said coldly, Crimson Moon City has been through many ups and downs in the past few decades. Back then, during Gu Feiyang's chaos, the chaos that lasted until the end of time, and not long ago, Li Yunxia's chaos, I, Fu Yichuan, have walked through all of them. I'd like to see how you can make me fall into eternal damnation. Yuan Liang suddenly laughed coldly. He waved his hand and had his subordinates stand aside. He also stepped back and made a gesture of invitation. He said, since all of you have said so, then please. If you want to touch Miss Jin Xian, I won't interfere. Both Yang Yang and Fu Yichuan frowned. Lian Tong scoffed. Acting all mysterious. There's nothing in the east that the Lian family can't handle. Capture them. As he shouted, the Lian family's martial artists leaped forward again. Suddenly, a lazy voice was heard. I don't know if this secret room is trash or if my ears are too good. I just want to quietly cultivate in seclusion and increase my strength, but I can't even have peace. There's so much noise outside. Is it really environmentally friendly? Bang! 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 As the voice fell, Xianhua's figure appeared outside the Chamber of Commerce. He turned his gaze toward the Lian family. What? How is that possible? Lian Tong and the company commander were shaken. Among the group of martial artists who attacked just now, there were 2 8-star Emperor Wu powerhouses. They were all sent flying in a single exchange. No, it should be said that they did not even see a single exchange. This was because they completely did not see how the person in front of them had attacked. It was as if those people had flown away on their own, but could those people have flown away on their own? Of course not. Under Xianhua's gaze, the Lian uncle and nephew felt a sudden chill in their hearts. It was as if they had been thrown into 10,000-year profound ice. Ah? You are. Yang Yang and Fu Yichuan both exclaimed at the same time. Their faces were filled with shock. Yuan Liang looked at them with a cold smile, but his heart was also filled with doubt. Among these people, he only recognized Luo Tian. He suddenly remembered something. Recently, the person who had directly contacted him was Luo Tian himself. He had never seen these people. It felt as if Luo Tian was running errands for these people. Cold sweat the size of beans dripped from his forehead. The premonition seemed to have become clearer, but his rationality prevented him from believing it. Xianhua said coldly, "Hong Yang, you still recognize me? This must be Master Yichuan. We met again so soon after we parted ways in Crimson Moon City." It's a miracle that Master Yichuan didn't die in the calamity of Crimson Moon City. Li Yunxiao also appeared in a flash, looking at Fu Yichuan with a smile in his eyes. Fu Yichuan felt the world spin, and his whole body trembled violently. This was because, in addition to Xianhua and Li Yunxiao, he also saw Ning Kuei, Ning Qiyun, the 3 elders, Lu Fian, Chu Mujia, Luo Tian, and the others walking out one by one. Hongyang's heart was also shattered. When he saw Luo Tian walk out last, the defenses in his heart instantly collapsed, and he knelt on the spot with a thud. "Ah? Masters, what happened to you?" The company commander was shocked and hurried forward to help Hongyang up. Bam! Fu Yichuan directly slapped him and roared hysterically, "Damn you, little b*****. What kind of people did you offend? You've caused my death." The company commander's body flipped a dozen times in the air, and his teeth fell to the ground. This slap was merciless, and blood splattered in the air. Fu Yichuan did not dare to be merciful. After the slap, he hurried forward, bowed, and said with a trembling voice, "Greetings, masters." The company commander were instantly dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, how could they not understand? They knew they had offended an important person, however, no matter who it was not enough to scare the 2 masters half to death. Fu Yichuan bowed down like a dog, and Hongyang directly knelt. Who were these people? His mind went blank. The news of the Lian family besieging the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce spread like wildfire. Soon, many martial artists surrounded and watched from afar. After seeing this scene, they were all even more shocked, and many people directly fell from the sky. CKme, am I seeing things? All of them rubbed their eyes and stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Could it be that the person who had come was the master of the Holy Land, one of the 7 grandmasters, the titled Emperor Wu, who was able to make a 9th-level alchemist kneel in fear? After the Song clan received the news, they immediately rushed over. They didn't want the Lian clan and the Merchant Union to have a conflict in their own territory. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to please either side and would be in a disadvantageous position. When Song Guang arrived with a large group of experts, he was just in time to see Hongyang kneeling down and the captain being sent flying by Fu Yichuan. They were all dumbfounded and stood nearby, forgetting why they were there. Humph. Elder Hong snorted coldly. He raised his eyes and said, "We are not, sir." "You are, Sir Yichuan." Fu Yichuan broke out in a cold sweat. He almost knelt down like Hongyang. Luo Tian sighed. "Hongyang, you disappoint me." When Hongyang heard this, he trembled in fear. He prostrated on the ground and kowtowed violently, as if he was pounding garlic. After a few kowtows, his head was covered in blood. His voice trembled as he said, "Ma master, I was wrong. I've let you and all of you down. If I knew that you and all of you were here, I wouldn't have dared to come even if you beat me to death." Ah? This time everyone was dumbfounded, but they all understood. Who was Hongyang's master? Everyone present knew that it was the renowned 9th-level alchemist, Luo Tian. Song Guang was also dumbfounded. This inconspicuous old man was actually Luo Tian. He hurriedly led the crowd forward and bowed. Yongxiang City Governor, Song Guang, greets Master Luo Tian. Luo Tian waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. The Lian Tong and the captain were completely dumbfounded. Their minds were blank, and only a few words kept flashing in their minds. It's over, Elder Hong said. I think I heard someone say that there's nothing in the East region that the Lian family can't handle. Ichuan, deal with the three of us first. If you kill us three old farts, we won't have to worry about what we don't see. Fu Ichuan's face was sullen, and he trembled as he said, Sir, it's Ichuan who deserves to die. Slap. 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 He actually slapped himself in the street, each slap harder than the last. After a few slaps, his face was already red and swollen. The entire street was filled with the sound of his slapping. Everyone was dumbfounded, feeling as if they were slapping themselves. Ji Jingde, who had been staying at the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild, was also completely dumbfounded. He felt that the world was changing too quickly for him to understand. Now, everyone knew that the Lian family was in big trouble. They all looked from afar, and no one dared to approach. The Lian Tong and the captain were on the verge of breaking down. Of their two biggest supporters, one was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing in repentance. His forehead was covered in blood, and the other was slapping himself with his head lowered. His cheeks were swollen like a pig's head. Song Guang originally wanted to go forward, but he was scared silly by the scene and did not dare to go forward. Luo Tian glanced at his beloved disciple, sighed, and said, All right, get up. Only then did Hangyang crawl up from the ground, trembling. He stood there without moving, and the blood on his head flowed freely. He did not dare to clean it. Luo Tian shouted, What are you still standing there for? Quickly apologize to young Master Yun. Hangyang looked confused. He did not know who young Master Yun was. Luo Tian signaled him with his eyes, and he suddenly understood. He quickly bowed to Li Yunxiao and said, Hangyang was blind to have offended young Master Yun. I deserve to die. Please forgive me, young Master Yun. Although he was extremely respectful and sincere, he couldn't help but wonder who this young Master Yun was. Elder Hong looked at Fu Ichuan and said, Stop hitting him. Go and apologize to young Master Yun. Yes. Fu Ichuan was very straightforward. After all, he knew what kind of person Li Yunxiao was, so he did not have any resentment and obediently went to apologize. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, I don't deserve it. I should be the one apologizing. I took your disciple's myriad flower 100 treasure nectar and even hit him. I should be the one apologizing. Young Master Yun must be joking. The captain is weak and arrogant. Fortunately, he ran into young Master Yun. If it were anyone else, they would have been beaten to death. Fu Ichuan yelled with a righteous expression, Little bastard, hurry up and kowtow to young Master Yun and apologize. The captain ran over in a hurry, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. He knelt down with a thud and begged for mercy. Li Yunxiao felt bored and said, You didn't do me wrong, so you don't need to apologize to me. The reason I didn't like you and took your 10,000 flower 100 treasure nectar was because you had ill intentions towards my friend. This made me very unhappy. Jin Xuan's heart trembled slightly, and a warm current rippled in her heart. Although she knew that Li Yunxiao only treated her as an ordinary friend, she still felt a sense of sweetness and happiness. Yes, I deserve to die, I deserve to die. The captain said with a sullen face, I shouldn't have had bad intentions towards Miss Jin Qian. I shouldn't have lusted after the flesh of a swan. I deserve to die, please forgive me, young Master Yun. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, Did you not hear what I said? You didn't do me wrong. Fu Ichuan kicked him mercilessly, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He shouted, Apologize to Miss Jin Qian, pig head. Although he looked fierce, he was actually protecting his disciple. It was better for him to beat him up miserably than for Li Yunxiao to kill him out of displeasure. The captain didn't have time to wipe the blood off and hurriedly crawled over, kowtowing repeatedly, Jin Qian, Miss Jin Qian, please spare my lowly life. At this time, Song Guang finally gathered his courage and walked over, President Jin Qian, although the captain offended you, it was out of fondness. Please let him go this time. Xianxia said, since the city lord has said so, I won't argue with you. I hope you won't do it again. Yes, I definitely won't. The captain was on the verge of crying. After today's incident, he was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to have any bad intentions. Although Li Yunxiao and Xianxia didn't argue with him, the repercussions of this matter were far from over. After a few days, when the Lian family found out who he had offended, they immediately stripped him of his title as the eldest young master and forever stripped him of his inheritance rights, banishing him to become a peripheral disciple. Fu Yichuan said, Miss Xianxia is merciful. You little bastard, hurry up and thank her. If there's a next time, I'll be the first to cripple you. Fu Yichuan said fiercely, but he was still relieved in his heart. Yes. Thank you, Miss Xianxia, thank you, young Master Yun. The company commander cried and crawled, finally saving his life. He was so excited that he really started crying. At this moment, he was still terrified. Just who did he offend? Song Guang also wanted to know the answer to this question. He looked at Xianxia with a pleading expression. After all, he only dared to talk to Xianxia out of everyone here. Xianxia smiled, City Lord, young Master Yun is a good son-in-law for you. Good son-in-law? Ah? Song Guang suddenly reacted. He was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood something. Li Yunxiao was very annoyed and had no interest in the matter at hand. He only asked, Xianxia, Yuan Liang, is there any news? Yuan Liang's face turned solemn. I just received some news, but I don't know if it's valuable. Xianxia also said, me too. It's most likely true. Why don't we verify it together? All right. Yuan Liang nodded in a low voice. Li Yunxiao said, let's talk inside. I don't want to be surrounded by so many bored people. Everyone went in. Hong Yang, Fu Yichuan, Song Guang, and the Lian family stood outside, not knowing whether to leave or stay. Soon, Luo Tian walked out and said, the three of you, come in. The rest of you, scram. He pointed at Hong Yang, Fu Yichuan, and Song Guang. The three of them trembled and carefully followed behind him, entering the Violet Cloud Chamber of Commerce. As for the people of the Lian clan, they ran away as if they were flying. Those martial artists who were watching felt that it wasn't over yet, but they couldn't see anything special about it. They also slowly dispersed. However, for a long period of time, the tea houses of Yongxiang City had many more wonderful scenes. After entering the Violet Cloud Merchant Guild, everyone took their seats. Yang and the others did not dare to sit. The maidservant brought over chairs and carefully sat at the bottom. Li Yunxiao said, Great Master Yuan Liang, Xianxia, tell us about your news. The two of them looked at each other. Yuan Liang said, I'll go first. Actually, it's no longer a secret. The commotion this time was too great, and I'm afraid it will soon spread throughout the world. One of the sanctuary's rulers, Lord He Yuhu, along with the Nangong family's patriarch, Nangong Buhai, and many other experts, attacked Tsutsumi together. Li Yunxiao said, and then suffered a great defeat. Countless people died. Everyone was shocked. Yuan Liang said in shock, so young Master Yun already knows. He looked at Xianxia reproachfully, thinking that she was the one who said it. Xianxia said innocently, how did young Master Yun know? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. I seem to have sensed something with Tianzi, but I don't know the specifics. I was feeling uneasy during my seclusion just now, so I came out. However, I don't know the specifics. Those who knew his identity revealed expressions of realization. After all, everyone knew that Gu Feiyang possessed Tsutsumi's techniques. Xianxia was stunned, then said, I see. The sanctuary's encirclement on Tsutsumi this time resulted in great casualties. The world was shocked, and even Lord He Yuhu was heavily injured. She said worriedly, that Tsutsumi is so powerful. Young Master Yun, you shouldn't participate. The sanctuary will deal with them. Lu Fian said with a serious expression, Nangong Buhai is known as the world's #1 illusionist. Together with He Yuhu and the Murong family, their strength is no less than ours. We must not be careless. Xianhua said, with He Yuhu and the others leading the way, that Tsutsumi must also be heavily injured. We just need to find them as soon as possible and kill them in one fell swoop. Song Guang and Yuan Liang were shocked. These people boasted that they could compete with He Yuhu and Nangong Buhai. Just who were they? However, to be able to be with Li Yunxiao, he must not be a simple person. Jin Xian frowned and said, that's where the problem lies. Right now, all the major powers are paying attention to Tsutsumi's movements. However, after this battle, Tsutsumi seems to have vanished from under their noses. There's no trace of him at all. Disappear? Li Yunxiao was taken aback. He asked suspiciously, how could such an earth-shattering battle disappear from under everyone's eyes? Chu Mujia said coldly, with their abilities, it's extremely easy for them to avoid detection. Li Yunxiao frowned. Chu Mujia was right. With Tianxi's ability, it would be difficult to find her if she wanted to hide. This also proved that Tianxi was indeed severely injured, just as he had seen with his eye sorcery. Lu Fian said, since he has the intention to hide, I'm afraid he won't appear for a while. Yunxiao, why don't you follow us back to the deity transformation sea first? Once there's news of Tianxi, we can move out. Moreover, with the power of the deity transformation sea, with the example of the sanctuary, we have a great chance of success. Xianhua said, yes, I'm very interested in what happened to you over the years. Tell me about it later. Li Yunxiao's face showed a difficult expression. He pondered for a while before saying, I still have other things to do. I won't go back with you for now. I'll definitely come to the appointment between Qi Xingfeng and the deity transformation sea in half a year. What? Half a year? Xianhua said in surprise, where are you going? Why are you taking so long? Lu Fian also frowned and looked at him. Li Yunxiao said, the fewer people who know about this, the better. You should go back to the deity transformation sea first. Xianhua frowned and seemed a little unhappy, but he quickly dispersed and said, if there's anything, we can all bear it together. After all, your current strength is very weak. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, it's just a small matter. If there's something big to die, I'll definitely call you. Xianhua laughed and scolded, get lost. Lu Fian said, no matter what it is, we can help you. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I can't call you guys over for every small matter, right? I've been through a lot since I started as a first origin realm martial artist, and I'm only a step away from the peak. There aren't many people in this world who can hurt me. Lu Fian knew his temperament and knew that it was useless to say anything more. She could only say, then you take care. The deity transformation sea will wait for you in half a year. During this period, I will pay attention to the news of Tianxi. If there are any clues, I will inform you immediately. Similarly, if you find Tianxi, don't go alone. Remember to inform us. Li Yunxiao said, take care. Lu Fian nodded. Although they were reluctant to part, they also knew that parting had come. They were all free and easy people. Xianhua said, if we meet again in the future, let's have a drink and talk happily. Farewell. The two left together, with Luo Tian and Yang Yang following closely behind. Without waiting for Jin Xian to send them off, they had already disappeared in front of everyone. Jin Xian said, Master Xianhua and Master Lu Fian are really godlike existences. How did young Master Yun get to know them? Song Guang and Yuan Liang were shocked. They understood who it was just now. Both of their hands were sweating and a chill ran down their spines. Only now did they realize how terrifying the people their captain had offended were. Ning Kuei said, I don't know what young Master Yun is going for, but I won't ask. In the future, don't forget to inform me about the matter of dealing with Tianxi and saving my daughter. Li Yunxiao said, where do Master and the three elders plan to go? Ning Kuei said, Red Moon City is no longer a place for me. I will go to Divine Firmament Palace with my daughter. Divine Firmament Palace? Li Yunxiao frowned. Ning Qiyun said, I will temporarily settle father and the three elders in the Star Moon House and wait for the world's situation to change. After all, the Palace Lord has not come out of seclusion, so it is not convenient to bring them into the palace. Song Guang and Yuan Liang were even more shocked. The lady in front of them was actually from Divine Firmament Palace. Also, from her words, it seemed that the Star Moon House and Divine Firmament Palace were very close. Song Guang suddenly realized why the Star Moon House could establish itself in the Merchant Union in such a short time. He suddenly felt lucky that he had always treated Ji Jingde well. In the future, he must pay more attention to the development of the Star Moon House in Yongxiang City. Li Yunxiao said, "That's good too. With the protection of Divine Firmament Palace, it will not be easy for Wei Qing to find trouble with you." "Master Yichuan, how is the situation in Red Moon City now?" Fu Yichuan quickly said, "After the last battle, the Tang family and the four extreme sects forces completely collapsed. Now, other than the city lord Luo Qingyun and vice city lord Li Yi who are outsiders, the Jiang, Ning, and Wan families' control is basically restored. However, the three families also suffered heavy casualties. Red Moon City's power is not what it used to be." He showed a troubled expression and said, "If the old city lord and the three elders do not return, there is no power to fight against Luo Qingyun and Li Yi." Ning Kuei said, "Wei Qing is behind these two. After Chu Ran's death, Red Moon City has lost the power to fight against Wei Qing. After the Tang family's collapse, they lost the power to fight against Wei Qing again. Even if we return, it will only cause the stable situation to descend into chaos again, which is extremely disadvantageous to Red Moon City." Fu Yichuan said, "Old City Lord, are you willing to give up Red Moon City just like that?" Ning Kuei said, "We won't go so far as to give up. Now is not the time for us to go against the world's power. Forcefully opposing the world's power is the same as throwing oneself into a dead end. It will be a disaster for Red Moon City as well." Song Guang was covered in cold sweat as he listened. He had a guess as to the identity of the person in front of him, but he didn't dare believe it. Li Yunxiao said, "Lord Kuei is right. Letting Red Moon City be under Wei Qing's control for now is indeed the best outcome. Moreover, Luo Qingyun once promised me that he won't make things difficult for everyone, because his ambitions do not lie here." Ning Kuei said, "That's right, that kid is not bad. His future accomplishments are limitless." "Yichuan, are you on our side or Wei Qing's right now?" Fu Yichuan trembled and said hurriedly, "Naturally on the old city lord's side. Yichuan is indebted to the old city lord's nurturing and promotion for my entire life. I will never dare to forget it." Ning Kuei said, "I naturally know of your loyalty. Then, I'll leave everything in Scarlet Moon City to you." Fu Yichuan's face was full of vigor. He said, "Yichuan will not let you down. I will do my best until my death." Li Yunxiao said, "How are Wan Hongyu, Jiang Ruame, and the others doing?" Fu Yichuan said, "Everything is fine. Luo Qingyun doesn't seem to care about the city's affairs. Everything is being managed by me now. However, that Li Yi seems to be very ambitious. He is interfering with me everywhere." Li Yunxiao said, "Li Yi was an expert at playing tricks in the Aqua Sky Nation. Moreover, this person is not willing to submit to others. He will probably think of ways to develop his own forces. This may not be a bad thing." "It may not be a bad thing?" Fu Yichuan was confused. The others didn't understand either. Li Yunxiao smiled. "Red Moon City has been through a lot, and the people's hearts are bound to be shaken. Let's use him as a touchstone." Ning Kuei's eyes lit up. He said, "Young Master Yun is indeed smart. This way, those who don't have strong wills for Red Moon City will definitely be roped in by Li Yi. The rest will be the most resolute ones. They will also be the strongest force for building and robbing Red Moon City in the future." Li Yunxiao said, "Exactly. That Li Yi is indeed strange. It seems that his fate is very strong. He can turn misfortune into fortune in a series of events. There were a few times when I wanted to kill him personally, but I let him escape. I also want to see how much he can grow in the future." Fu Yichuan said, "Then according to young Master Yun's words, I will do my best not to clash with him and avoid him." Li Yunxiao nodded. Then, his brow flashed. A pink light shot out and turned into a figure in the hall. Fu Yichuan said in surprise, "Miss Ruobing." Li Yunxiao said, "Ruobing, I have told you everything everyone said just now. Do you want to leave with me and continue to cultivate in the World God Monument, or do you want to return to Red Moon City?" Jiang Ruobing's face was full of worry. After seeing Ning Kuei and the three elders, she raised her head and looked at Li Yunxiao. A strange look flashed in her eyes. Her red lips opened slightly, and she said slowly, Yunxiao, do you want me to stay, or do you want me to leave? Everyone's hearts moved slightly, and they all looked at Li Yunxiao. An imperceptible look of worry flashed across Li Yunxiao's face as he said indifferently, it's naturally up to you to stay or leave. Jiang Ruobing shuddered and smiled sadly, if that's the case, I'd better return to Red Moon City. Li Yunxiao said, it's dangerous in Red Moon City. It might be a good choice for you to stay and cultivate in the Universe God Monument. Jiang Ruobing's eyes glowed and said, are you asking me to stay? Li Yunxiao was silent and said, it's just a suggestion. Jiang Ruobing smiled and said, although the person staying in the Universe God Monument is at ease, the heart is not. The person going to Red Moon City is uneasy, but the heart is at ease. Red Moon City is my home, and I'll have to return there eventually. I'm the princess of Red Moon City, and I should go back now. Moreover, brother Luo Qingyun and I are close, and he'll take good care of me. Li Yunxiao sighed, since you've made up your mind, take care. Jiang Ruobing smiled, we met by chance in the city that day, and drank together to forget our worries. I hope we can meet again in the future. Li Yunxiao said, take care. Jiang Ruobing smiled faintly and turned to leave. Ning Qiyun sighed slightly, and left after bidding farewell to everyone. Only Li Yunxiao, Chu Mujia, Jin Xian, and Song Guang were left in the hall. Song Guang was still very nervous. He sat up straight and did not dare to say a word. Li Yunxiao said, Brother Mujia, what about you? Are you going back to Qianbo Mountain, or following me, or looking for Wei Qing to settle the score? Chu Mujia humphed, what's in it for me to follow you? Li Yunxiao said, no. Why should I follow you if there's no benefit? Qiao Mujia sneered and snorted disdainfully, don't tell me you think I'm your free fighter? Li Yunxiao said, although there's no benefit, there's no harm either. Chu Mujia said coldly, what do you mean? Li Yunxiao smiled, it's impossible for you to look for Wei Qing. I dare to say that if you act alone, you'll never have the chance to kill Wei Qing. Secondly, Qianbo Mountain is not yours anymore. You should know this. Even if you go, you can only visit. You can't take it back. Although there's no benefit for you to follow me, there's no harm either. Qiao Mujia's expression changed several times. He was an extremely intelligent person, so he naturally understood what Li Yunxiao had said. It was impossible for him to deal with Wei Qing by himself. However, his face showed that he was unconvinced, so he could only snort heavily. Chu Mujia, to say to Yunxiao to me. Li Yunxiao Chen. He. If Chen to he to Li Yunxiao, he to he to. Jiang, to say to. Li Chen. He to he to. Not at all, not at all. Song Guang hastily stood up and spoke with fear and trepidation, if it weren't for young Master Yun's help, not only would my two children's reputation be ruined, even the Song clan would be humiliated and mocked by the entire city. Young Master Yun is our Song clan's great benefactor. Li Yunxiao said, I wouldn't dare. That bastard impersonated me to do such a despicable thing. Of course I have to take care of it. Jin Xian is a good friend of mine. I hope you can take care of her in Yongxiang City. Of course, of course. Song Guang patted his chest, from now on, Violet Cloud Commerce's business is my business. Li Yunxiao said, then I'm relieved. Jin Xuan's voice trembled, young Master Yun, are you leaving already? Li Yunxiao smiled, all good things must come to an end. Didn't we meet again soon? It won't be long before we meet again. With that, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the hall. Xiao Mujia snorted coldly. His figure flashed as he followed behind. The entire hall suddenly became empty. With the person in front of her no longer around, Jin Xian could no longer hold back her tears. After leaving Violet Cloud Commerce, Li Yunxiao went straight to Yongxiang City's teleportation area and entered Long Valley City. What? You're going to Lawless Sky? Xiao Mujia was stunned for a moment. He looked at Li Yunxiao strangely and said, that place is almost completely cut off from the rest of the world. There are very few people there. Could it be that they are looking for some natural treasure? Li Yunxiao said, you could say that. But there's something more important. You'll know when you get there. Chu Mujia said coldly, what does your business have to do with me? I don't need to know. Don't expect me to help you. Li Yunxiao smiled, many times, many things are beyond one's control. Qiu Mujia's face was full of mockery. He didn't believe him at all. He looked around and said, Lawless Heaven is at the border of the western region. This is the main city of the eastern region, so there should be a teleportation formation to the western region. Why are you still drinking tea here instead of leaving? At this moment, the two of them were in a tea house. Li Yunxiao had ordered a few types of good tea and placed them in front of him, tasting them one by one. Qiu Mujia did not touch them at all, as if he was extremely disdainful of these ordinary products. Li Yunxiao said, waiting for someone. Qiu Mujia frowned and said, who? Li Yunxiao said, you've seen him before. You'll know in a bit. At this time, two men in the corner of the tea house caught Li Yunxiao's attention. Both were in their 40s. They were dressed plainly but looked well off. They were drinking to drown their sorrows. One of them sighed, Lady Ziling is such a good girl, but she's going to marry Shui Minglang as the second wife. It's really frustrating. The other man said, isn't that so? It was agreed that she would marry his first wife, but now it's become the second wife. I don't know what his wife is thinking. With the Ink Feather Merchant Guild's current strength, Ziling, as his wife's adopted daughter, can easily find a rich man to be the legal wife. The first man shook his head and said, you don't understand. Although I'm frustrated, I know there's nothing I can do about it. Shui Minglang is the Shui family's heir. He's strong and is one of the best in the younger generation of Long Valley City. Marrying him as the second wife is better than marrying someone else. It's just that it was agreed that she would be the legal wife, but she suddenly changed her mind. The entire Ink Feather Merchant Guild is furious. He was a little agitated as he spoke. He drank the liquor in one gulp and slammed it on the table. The man on the other side said, yes, Lady Ziling is usually kind to everyone. Many people in the Merchant Guild have received her kindness. But don't forget, she was originally a maid. It was my wife who regarded her as her adopted daughter that promoted her status. To be able to marry Shui Minglang is already a great blessing. Moreover, the legal wife who is going to marry into the Shui family is the daughter of the Du family, the overlord of Dilong City. What right does Ziling have to compete with others? Even if she is my wife's daughter, she has to be a concubine. The man from before was unhappy. He ordered for more wine and drank more. In the end, he threw down some coins and left with the glass in his hand. Chu Mujia said, the Shui family of Long Valley City is becoming more and more powerful. Previously, it was a situation where several families fought for hegemony. Now, it's a complete monopoly. Now, it's a marriage alliance with the Du family of Dilong City. It seems that it will develop into a force that cannot be underestimated. But no matter how it develops, if there are no strong masters at the top, it will never be able to enter the big picture. Li Yunxiao remained silent and only focused on tasting the fragrant tea in his hand. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the two and cupped his fists. Young Master Yun has waited for a long time. Chu Mujia's pupil shrank and he said suspiciously, so it's Chen Qingyu. I thought it was some kind of god who was waiting for you. Chen Qingyu frowned and said, so Master Mujia is also here, but... There was a trace of doubt between his eyebrows. Li Yunxiao said, don't worry, Crazy Jia is on the same side as me. He will only help and not ruin things. Chen Qingyu still seemed worried and said, it's not that I don't trust young Master Yun, but this matter is of great importance. There can be no mistakes. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, since you trust me, then don't talk nonsense. If you don't trust me, then go alone. Chen Qingyu was startled. Although there was a faint anger in her heart, she did not dare to show it. She could only say, all right. Before coming, Master Mujia had instructed me to follow young Master Yun's lead. Li Yunxiao said, since that's the case, then let's go. The three of them disappeared from the tea house in a flash. No one noticed them at all. It was only after a while that they felt a little strange, as if they were missing someone. In front of a majestic building, the figures of the three people appeared. Chen Qingyu was puzzled and asked, aren't we going to the western regions? Why are we at the city lord's mansion? Li Yunxiao said, I have something urgent to attend to. The two of you, wait for me for a moment. Chen Qingyu frowned and wanted to say something, but she found that Li Yunxiao had already disappeared. Chu Mujia stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest, one hand supporting his chin as he fell into deep thought. Inside the city lord's mansion, there was a secluded garden with only the chirping of birds and insects. The current lord of Long Valley City, who was also the head of the Shui family, Shui Junwei, was lying down leisurely. There were several people standing beside him, seemingly discussing something. A handsome and elegant man said, Father, everything has been arranged. In 7 days, we will send someone to Earth Dragon City to marry Du Xianghan. In another 3 days, we will marry Ink Feather Merchant Guild Ziling. I have carefully reviewed every step several times. There will be no mistakes. Shui Junwei was lying down lazily, holding a jade scroll in his hand. His eyes were half closed, as if he was asleep. But the slightly swaying chair proved that he was not asleep. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, Minglang, what do you think about the Crimson Moon City? Crimson Moon City? Shui Minglang felt a little strange. They were obviously discussing his marriage, so why did they have to talk about the recent events in Crimson Moon City? But he did not dare to disobey Shui Junwei. He thought that his father must be testing him. After thinking for a while, he said, there are great changes in Crimson Moon City. Many giants have intervened. Now that 2 city lords have appeared out of nowhere, the situation is temporarily under control. With the support of the sanctuary, there is most likely no chaos. He thought for a while and said, but Crimson Moon City is not what it used to be. Its strength is not as good as before. The new city lord cannot convince the masses. Not only the experts in Crimson Moon City are not convinced, even the other forces in the eastern regions are not convinced. Shui Junwei said, Crimson Moon City is the center of the Eastern Territory. Any change will inevitably affect the interests of any force, such as our Long Valley City and the nearby Dilong City. Shui Minglang was shocked and suddenly understood, is this the reason why the Du family of Dilong City wants to unite with us by marriage? Shui Junwei nodded and said, exactly. Although the Red Moon City has become more stable under the control of the Sanctum, not to mention within the Red Moon City, even the surrounding cities are beginning to be dissatisfied. At this time it may not be a bad choice for the major forces to unite, so I hesitated again and again before letting you suppress the matter of marrying Ziling and marry Du Xianghan first. Shui Minglang chuckled, it should be so. Ziling is very sensible and has already agreed. Sigh, this is what I am worried about now. Shui Junwei suddenly sighed, his dignified and wise face showing a deep solemnity. The butler next to him said, what is master sighing about? She was born as a maidservant. If she had not been adopted by madam, how would she be qualified to marry young master? She should be happy to have the status of a concubine. Shui Minglang nodded, butler is right, but Ziling is indeed a rare woman. Shui Junwei shook his head and said, these days I have been thinking that maybe I was really careless. Letting Du Xianghan be the legal wife and Ziling as a concubine should be the best arrangement, but I am afraid this will cause a disaster. What? Shui Minglang and the head housekeeper were both shocked and shocked. Shui Minglang was shocked, Father, aren't you exaggerating? What is a disaster? Shui Junwei said, do you know why the Shui family has been supporting the Ink Feather Merchant Guild all these years and expanded their scale more than 10 times? Shui Minglang said, I have also guessed this. First, the Ink Feather Merchant Guild has been obedient to us and has given us many benefits over the years. Second, the Shui family did a lot to unify Long Valley City. The butler's face suddenly changed, Master is worried about that person? Shui Junwei's face was solemn, yes. The head butler's expression turned ugly as well. It's been so long. Moreover, Ziling was just a maid that he met once. I'm guessing that person has long forgotten about her. Shui Junwei sighed, it would be best if she forgot. If she didn't, she would know that we made her good friend a concubine, hee. The smile on his face turned bitter, and his face turned pale. Beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. Shui Minglang exclaimed in shock, Chief Butler, who is that person you are talking about? The head butler said, back then, the Shui clan unified Long Valley City, but it wasn't because of the Ink Feather Merchant Guild. Instead, it was because of this person that the Du clan of Earth Dragon City was able to dominate. It's just that very few people know about this matter, and the people of the two families also treat it as a taboo and rarely talk about it. Shui Mingling said in shock, "There's actually such a thing? Could that person be a friend of Ziling?" The head butler said, "That person was seriously injured and was stranded in Long Valley City. Miss Ziling happened to save him. So he was very grateful and asked Master to take good care of Miss Ziling before he left. This is also the reason why my wife accepted Miss Ziling as her goddaughter and the reason why the Shui clan has supported the Ink Feather Merchant Guild for so many years. The world only knows that Ziling's status rose after being adopted by my wife. They don't know that the entire Ink Feather Merchant Guild is thanks to Miss Ziling." Shui Mingling's face was full of disbelief as he said, "Father, is this true? Why didn't I know about such a big event?" Shui Junwei nodded and said, "It's true. It's just that that person has been wanted by Red Moon City all these years. We can't openly say that we know him, and that we know each other well." Shui Mingling asked, "Who is that person?" The head butler said, "Li Yunxiao." Ah. Shui Mingling was shocked, and his body could not help but tremble. He said in shock, "Li Yunxiao? The culprit who turned Red Moon City upside down this time?" Shui Junwei said, "Yes. Now that Red Moon City has changed, the wanted order is naturally invalid. Moreover, Li Yunxiao's name has shaken the world after the battle. These days, it has made me feel more and more uneasy." Shui Mingling slowly calmed down from the shock in his heart and said with a forced smile, "Father, you worry too much. That Li Yunxiao is now in the limelight. How would he remember a little girl who saved him that year? Moreover, although this person is the instigator of the incident in Red Moon City, it was countless strong people who turned Red Moon City upside down. No matter how tyrannical his strength is, there is a limit. After all, his age is there." Shui Junwei's expression changed slightly and he scolded, "Don't you ever have such thoughts. The terror of Li Yunxiao is not something you can understand. Although you will marry Du Shanhan and Ziling in the future, you must not neglect Ziling, otherwise, I will not forgive you." "I won't, father," Shui Mingling promised. "My relationship with Ziling is very good. If it wasn't for the sudden reunion, I would have made Ziling the legal wife." Shui Junwei said, That's good. You can all leave now. I will think about this carefully. I hope there are no mistakes." Suddenly, a faint voice said, "I don't have time to wait for you to think about it. Give me an answer now." The voice was as calm as water, but there was a coldness that went straight into the bones. Shui Junwei could not help but shiver. He quickly turned around and exclaimed, "Li Yunxiao." "What?" Shui Mingling and the head butler's expression changed drastically. They quickly became alert. The head butler took out a sleeve arrow and shot it into the sky. Pa! It exploded. Suddenly, countless rays of light soared into the sky from all directions and gathered. Chen Qingyu, who was outside the governor's mansion, suddenly narrowed her eyes and said worriedly, "He won't cause trouble, will he? Should we go and help?" "Tch." Chu Mujia sneered, "He caused trouble himself. Even if he had to cry, he would have to deal with it himself. What's more, there are no experts in this small valley city. Who can deal with him?" Chen Qingyu thought about it and agreed. With the strength of his divine sense, he also discovered that there were no experts in the mansion, so he became indifferent. Shui Junwei looked at the figure in the corner not far away. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He felt his heart sink and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Li Yunxiao coldly glanced at the sky and said, "Long time no see. Is this how Lord Junwei welcomes me?" Gulp. Shui Junwei only felt that his throat was stuck. He gulped a few times but could not make a sound. His entire face was flushed red. "You are Li Yunxiao?" Shui Mingling's face sank. He shouted, "What matter do I need to give you an answer? What does my Shui clan's matter have to do with you?" Although he was fierce on the outside, he was extremely cautious. After all, the person in front of him was too famous. His divine sense was like mud sinking into the sea. It could be seen that the other party's cultivation was far above his. However, a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. Shui Mingling was not afraid of anything. After all, the sky was full of experts from the Shui clan. They had already surrounded Li Yunxiao. There was no reason he could not win. Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold. He stared at him and said, "Your Shui clan's matter has nothing to do with me. Even if your clan is destroyed, I can't be bothered. But Ziling is my friend, so it has something to do with me." Shui Mingling sneered, "After Ziling marries me, she is a member of the Shui clan. It has nothing to do with you." Li Yunxiao said, "Then is she married to you now?" Shui Mingling snorted, "She will be married in less than half a month." Li Yunxiao said, "Half a month later. Then why are you shouting now?" "You." Shui Mingling was speechless. The housekeeper said, "Young Master Yunxiao, we know that Ziling is a good friend of young master. But Ziling's status is low. How can she compare to the Du clan's eldest daughter? If she becomes the legal wife, how can we explain to the Du clan?" Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold as he sneered, "Humph, does that mean that you've chosen to give me an explanation?" Killing intent abruptly spread out from his body. The butler immediately felt his entire body turn cold as he hurriedly retreated. "Don't be presumptuous." Shui Mingling shouted angrily, "Take him down." The faces of the warriors in the sky suddenly darkened. They all looked at Li Yunxiao as if they were looking at a dead man. They did not know where this fool came from. He dared to behave atrociously in the Shui clan. "Stop." Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar sounded out, causing the entire mansion to shake. An extremely powerful sound wave spread out in the sky, causing everyone to retreat in shock. Shui Junwei finally caught his breath. After a loud shout, he said angrily, "All of you, get out of here." Shui Mingling was shocked, "Father, I don't need to be afraid of this Li Yunxiao. Why should I let him be presumptuous?" Slap. Shui Junwei raised his hand and slapped him away. He then shouted angrily at the sky, "Get out of here. Do I have to say it a second time?" The warriors in the sky all sucked in a cold breath. They did not dare to bear the wrath of their master. They hurriedly turned around and flew away. In a few blinks of an eye, they disappeared into thin air. Shui Junwei said, "Housekeeper, quickly take out the best spirit fruit and juice in the residence." "There's no need." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "I'm very busy. I don't have time to eat your spirit fruit and juice." Shui Junwei, "I don't want to talk to an idiot. Tell me directly." Shui Junwei felt a chill run down his spine. He swallowed a few times and said embarrassedly, "Young Master Yun, it's like this. Actually, I don't want Ziling to be a concubine. It's, he did not know what to say. He felt dizzy. He did not understand how Li Yunxiao knew. No matter how he tried to explain, it seemed useless. Li Yunxiao said, "You can't say it? Then forget it. There's no need to say it. Just tell me what you're going to do next." Next, Shui Junwei broke out in a cold sweat. Let me and the Du family think it over." Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said coldly, "It seems that you don't respect me at all. There's no need to think anymore. Today, the Shui family will be erased from the continent." Shui Junwei was shocked. He felt a murderous aura rushing towards him, and in an instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The coldness that penetrated into his soul woke him up instantly. In the face of absolute power, there was no room for him to make a choice. "Master Yunxiao, let's talk this out. I will definitely handle this matter properly. Let Miss Du be my concubine." Shui Junwei shouted hurriedly. The murderous aura stagnated, as if water had submerged his nostrils. If it rose a little more, he would have died. Shui Junwei was drenched in sweat, and his heart was filled with shock. Back then, Li Yunxiao's cultivation was far below his, but his combat ability was above his. These few years, Shui Junwei had cultivated diligently, and his strength was no longer what it used to be. But now, he suddenly realized that the gap between the two of them had widened. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Master Junwei, I didn't hear what you said just now. It seems that you want my good friend to share a husband with another woman?" Shui Junwei's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, I'm wrong, my mouth doesn't listen to me." Slap. He mercilessly slapped himself, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly said, I will send someone to annul the marriage. I swear that my son and Miss Xiling are truly in love, and there will not be a third person who comes between them. Father. Shui Minglang was extremely dissatisfied, and said angrily, I don't object to annulling the marriage, but this kid is too arrogant, and thinks too much of himself. Shut up. Shui Junwei was infuriated. With a paw sound, he slapped Shui Minglang again, making him dizzy. Don't talk nonsense. Shui Minglang covered his face, and was about to explode from anger. He felt that the anger he had suffered in his entire life was not as much as this moment. But looking at Shui Junwei's murderous gaze, his momentum suddenly weakened, and he did not dare to speak. He could only stare at Li Yunxiao with resentment. Shui Junwei smiled apologetically, Master Yunxiao, please don't blame me, my son is really insensible. Li Yunxiao said, if you're not sensible at home, you'll at most get a few slaps. If you're not sensible outside, you'll lose your life. Yes, young Master Yunxiao is right. Shui Junwei hurriedly agreed, glaring fiercely at Shui Minglang. Li Yunxiao said, that day, I entrusted Ziling to Lord Junwei to take care of. That was my trust in you. What I have seen today has really disappointed me. I hope this is the last time, and it will only be the last time. His voice was very soft, but in Shui Junwei's ears, it was like a raging storm. He hurriedly said, I promise, there won't be a next time. That's good, Li Yunxiao said. If there's a next time, I won't say another word to you. Shui Junwei hurriedly lowered his head and said he didn't dare. He suddenly felt the pressure on his body lessen, and when he raised his head again, he found that the courtyard was empty, and Li Yunxiao was nowhere to be seen. The whole courtyard was quiet, and only Shui Minglang was left standing there, holding his face in resentment. The corner of his mouth was still hurting, otherwise, everything that had just happened was as unreal as a dream. As he left, Shui Junwei muttered to himself, his face alternating between green and white, and he couldn't recover for a long time. Shui Minglang covered his face, and said angrily, Father is usually awe-inspiring, and no one in the city dares to disobey him. He is an ambitious and ruthless character, and this is Long Valley City, our territory. Why should we be afraid of that Li Yunxiao? Shui Junwei turned around and stared at him coldly. Li Yunxiao is right. If you don't know any better at home, you'll at most get a few slaps. If you don't know any better outside, you might lose your life. The reason why the Shui family was able to unify Long Valley City was because the young master of the Xian family was immature and offended him. Shui Minglang was shocked, and said, even so, the Shui family today is far from the Xian family of the past. Why should we be afraid of him? Shui Junwei's face darkened, and he said angrily, you blockhead, get out of here. Don't come out before you think it through. Shui Minglang was stunned. Then, about the marriage, Shui Junwei said, just wait to marry Ziling. I will send someone to dismiss the Du family's young lady. Shui Minglang was shocked, won't that offend the Du family? Offend? Hee. Shui Junwei sneered, if the Du clan knew that Li Yunxiao had appeared, they wouldn't dare to marry their daughter over no matter how bold they were. Shui Minglang's face was full of disbelief, and he said, Father, don't think too highly of Li Yunxiao. You may be afraid of him, but others might not. Get out. Get out of here and go into seclusion. Shui Junwei was furious, and he kicked Shui Minglang, sending him flying. He said angrily, go and reflect on yourself. Also, if you dare to bully Ziling in the future, I will take your life first. You can die by yourself, but don't drag the whole Shui family down with you. A few days later, the news of the Shui family's annulment of the marriage shocked the two cities, and even the entire East region was greatly shocked. For a moment, all the forces focused their attention on Long Valley City and Earth Dragon City. This kind of public annulment of the marriage was a great insult, and no family could accept it, let alone the overlord of Earth Dragon City, the Du family. Just when everyone thought that the two forces would inevitably be impulsive, or even cause a large-scale war, the two cities had been in harmony, and even became closer to each other, which surprised everyone. Not long after, the Shui family had two women directly married into the Du family, as if it was some kind of compensation. At this moment, Li Yunxiao and the other two had passed through the interregion teleportation formation and directly arrived at one of the main cities of the West region, Jiangyan City. Jiangyan City was one of the main cities at the border of the West region. The whole city was filled with fog, and people's clothes were wet. Li Yunxiao looked up at the sky, and through the layers of fog, the sun shone directly, and it was a little dazzling. He said, "Is it time to condense the essence of the northern water primordial tree again?" Chumujia said, "I can't believe that the legend is actually true." He took a look at his own clothes, and there were small beads of sweat on them. Under the illumination of the sun, it showed a faint green color, and it was full of vitality. Legend? What legend? Chen Qingyu frowned, and she also felt the abnormality of the fog that filled the sky, and the dry and oppressive air from before was completely refreshed. Li Yunxiao said, "Jiangyan City is at the border of the West region, and the environment is extremely harsh. It is filled with the aura of death all year round, and it is difficult for ordinary people to survive. Even ordinary martial artists will lose their vitality if they stay for a long time, and it is extremely dangerous. Therefore, many years ago, a genius senior set up a great 5 elements transformation formation under this giant city. Every day, there will be 2 hours to convert the aura of death into the essence of the northern water primordial tree, and it maintains the vitality of the people in the city. This is why Jiangyan City can continue to exist for a long time." Chen Qingyu said in shock, "Great 5 elements transformation formation? Can it be done?" Chumujia said mockingly, "The 5 elements reinforce and restrain each other, and it is not strange for them to switch with each other. As long as there are enough source stones to operate the formation." Chen Qingyu suddenly understood, and she said, "No wonder they took so many source stones from us when we entered the city. If it wasn't for young Master Yun stopping me, I would have fallen out with them on the spot." Li Yunxiao said, "The extremely high tax is the main source of maintaining the formation, and every time the 5 elements change, the energy consumed is extremely shocking, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people." Chen Qingyu said, "Since the environment is so harsh, and it is located at the border, why are there so many people living here? Moreover, I see many martial artists coming here in groups, and they all look very fierce." Chumujia frowned, and he revealed an impatient expression, and said, "Are the people of the sacred region also ignorant? It's really embarrassing to be with you, get lost." "You." Chen Qingyu said angrily, "Chumujia, don't forget who you are a wanted criminal of the deity transformation sea realm. Could it be that you are with young Master Yun? I will take you down right now. Hee, come at me." A strange light flashed in Chumujia's eyes, and he stuck out his scarlet tongue, licking his lips. That cold gaze was like that of a dangerous beast staring at Chen Qingyu. Chen Qingyu's heart trembled, and he was very afraid of his strange appearance. He raised his head with a gloomy face, and his spirit energy slowly turned into a nebula in his palm, and his aura gradually dispersed. "Pa!" Li Yunxiao grabbed his arm, and pressed it down, and said, "Don't mess around, don't forget the reason you are here." Chen Qingyu frowned, and he finally dispersed the spirit energy in his hand. He coldly snorted, and said, "Chumujia, when this matter is over, I will definitely teach you a lesson." "Haha, the ignorant are fearless." Chumujia sneered disdainfully, and he did not hide the contempt on his face. Chen Qingyu's face was ashen, but he could not do anything to him. Li Yunxiao said, "Don't bicker with him, you are already a 9-star pinnacle Emperor Wu, why are you still so childish?" Chen Qingyu was startled, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. He was actually taught a lesson by a youth, and what was even stranger was that he did not feel uncomfortable after being taught a lesson. Li Yunxiao continued, "You are not an arcane refiner, so you do not know much about River Mystic City. This is the only way to Lawless Heaven, and Lawless Heaven is rich in an extremely important arcane refinement material, Earth Imperial Pearl." Chen Qingyu was shocked. "Earth Imperial Pearl is produced in Lawless Heaven?" He had been following Yuan Gaohan for many years, and he had heard about all kinds of arcane refinement materials. Earth Imperial Pearl is an Earth-type pearl that gathers the power of the Earth. It has a wide range of uses, and the difference in grade is also huge. The cheap ones are worthless, and the expensive ones are worth thousands of gold. Most importantly, the usage and consumption of this item are very high, especially when it is used to refine large-scale profound artifacts, such as warships, etc. Li Yunxiao answered, "That's right. The harsh environment of Lawless Heaven makes it impossible for normal martial artists to stay for long, So there must be a buffer zone, which is this river mystic city. I see. Chen Qingyu came to a realization, then these groups of martial artists are here to search for the Earth Imperial Pearl? But isn't the difference in strength a little too big? Li Yunxiao smiled, the more capable you are, the more work you can do. The weaker ones will stay at the periphery, while the stronger ones can directly enter the inner part of Lawless Heaven. Furthermore, Lawless Heaven's environment is very suitable for Earth-type martial artists to cultivate, so there are many rogue martial artists living in seclusion. In conclusion, although this place is dangerous, it is still a treasure land. Chen Qingyu said, it's not a bad decision to do that here. Chu Mujia said in a low voice, what are you guys discussing? Chen Qingyu sneered, this is not something an outsider like you should know. Just follow us obediently. Chu Mujia's expression changed slightly, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. He sneered, idiot, do you think I'll be interested in knowing? Ha ha ha. Chen Qingyu was enraged, and she shouted, shut up. Li Yunxiao sighed. Although Chen Qingyu's strength was extraordinary, she had too little experience. How could she compare to Chu Mujia? She was a complete rookie. Chu Mujia sneered, it's just Yuan Gaohan and Li Yunxiao doing some shameful things behind the sanctuary's back. Chen Qingyu was enraged, and she said, young Master Yun, can you really rely on someone like him? This is a huge matter, and there can't be any mistakes. What if? Li Yunxiao interrupted her, all right, you're angry again. You must learn to control your emotions. Why isn't Yuan Gaohan here yet? Chen Qingyu was taken aback for a moment. She coldly snorted and said, perhaps Lord Yuan Gaohan was delayed by something. Li Yunxiao scolded himself for being so stupid. He could have just asked Yuan Gaohan's soul body in the World God Monument. Why did he have to ask him so many times, inside the Divine Monument, Fangsuan Mountain? Yuan Gaohan's expression was solemn, and he said, I might have been targeted by someone, and I'm trying to shake them off. Li Yunxiao said, do you know who it is? Yuan Gaohan said, I don't have any clues, but it's most likely Wei Qing's men. Wei Qing came to find me because of Chen Qingyu, and I rebutted him. He's furious now. Moreover, it doesn't matter who it is. What's important is that you can ensure your safety. Li Yunxiao said, don't worry, no one knows that your second soul is with me. Even if Wei Qing personally makes a move, I can make sure he won't be able to return. Yuan Gaohan was shocked for a moment, then said, I already know about what happened in the Red Moon City. Although the sanctuary has not officially issued a warrant for your arrest, you have already been listed as the most wanted person, followed by Yi Fan and Che Yu. However, if the warrant is issued, the impact will be too great, so we can only tacitly not announce it. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, all they want is the Saint Artifact. What about the Samsara Wheel Sacred Region? Samsara Wheel? Yuan Gaohan was taken aback, a look of confusion on his face. Li Yunxiao said, I didn't expect them to hide this from you. However, there were so many people at the scene. Can such a thing be hidden? He then briefly told him about the Samsara Wheel. Yuan Gaohan's expression changed slightly. Although he looked calm, there was a flash of anger in his eyes. He said coldly, let them study it first. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, if they can't figure it out, they will have to look for you to study it together, especially after your two souls fuse as one and reach the peak. Yuan Gaohan said, let's not talk about this first. It's all in the future. I'll get rid of those people who are following me and bring them to the north for a walk. I'll inform you immediately if there's any news. Li Yunxiao nodded and disappeared into the Universe God Monument. In Jiangyan City, Li Yunxiao said, I'm afraid Yuan Gaohan won't be able to come for a while. Let's stay here first. Moreover, I'm very interested in the environment here. Environment? Are you referring to this major 5 elements conversion array? Xiao Mujia pondered. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I came here once before to explore the grand 5 elements conversion formation. I'm not interested in it anymore. Chu Mujia said, are you interested in the deathly aura this time? Li Yunxiao said, that's right. If I'm not wrong, this thing is a very strong variant of the earth element. I noticed it back then, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Eyes shining brightly, he realized that things were different now. If he could find a type of earth-type elemental essence, then assimilate it into the Tusita heaven, he would be able to unleash incredible power. Chumujia didn't know that, so he said, if I could refine such a strong earth element for my own use, it would be very powerful. It's just that it's been in the lawless heaven for a long time, and no one has taken it. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to do so. You're right, Li Yunxiao said, but how do you know if you don't try? Whether it's the Tao of formula or the Tao of martial arts, it's very difficult to take a step forward at our level. Chumujia's eyes flashed with surprise. So you're recultivating? Chen Qingyu's heart trembled, and she looked at Li Yunxiao in astonishment. You don't need to worry about that, Li Yunxiao said. Keek keek. Chumujia cackled. So you're even more extreme than me. More extreme. Ha 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 ha. Li Yunxiao said coldly, you're excited about something like that. Chumujia shut his mouth, and his expression turned cold and angry. Chen Qingyu seemed to be in a daze. Young Master Yun, you. Li Yunxiao said, focus on what you're doing. Don't get distracted. Don't worry about things that you shouldn't. Chen Qingyu was shocked again. Li Yunxiao's words were always enlightening, and she immediately believed Chumujia's words. At this moment, the mist in the sky began to dissipate, and the air became dry. There were fewer people on the street, and they were all frowning. Chen Qingyu raised her hand and looked at her arm. What a powerful aura of death. My skin was moisturizing just a moment ago, but it's drying up in an instant. It's too dehydrating. Li Yunxiao also raised his arm. His physique was far stronger than Chen Qingyu's, and his skin seemed to be covered in a thin layer of ash. He blew on it, but it didn't move at all. Chumujia made a grabbing motion in the air. The air around him flowed with it, and it slowly gathered into a bean-sized lump of dirt in his palm. He grabbed it with his hand, and he suddenly frowned. He flipped his palm over, and the skin that came into contact with the dirt started to wrinkle and even fall off. How is this possible? Chumujia was shocked. Although he hadn't transformed yet, his physique wasn't something an ordinary martial artist could compare to. Even my body can't withstand this aura of death. How can those ordinary martial artists survive in this kind of environment? Li Yunxiao said, it'll be fine after a while. Moreover, our bodies are directly exposed to this dust, and the others are using essence qi to protect their bodies. Moreover, who can gather the dust in the air with their bare hands like you did? This small piece of dust of yours probably absorbed all the earth attribute energy in a radius of 300 meters. Chumujia smiled. That's true. Chen Qingyu said, using essence qi to protect one's body all year round to resist this environment is indeed a good cultivation method. Moreover, the closer we get to lawless sky, the greater the damage. Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and countless water droplets surged out from his arm. The water droplets converged into a trickle, and the gray dust was slowly washed away. The dust dissolved the moment it came into contact with the water, and it was washed away in the blink of an eye. Chumujia frowned. Mutation water? Li Yunxiao said, this water is called Heaven and Earth Water Essence. Seems like it can be used here. Suddenly, the three of them frowned, and they subconsciously moved at the same time. A palm wind tore through the air, and fiercely slammed into Li Yunxiao's back. Li Yunxiao suddenly turned around, and with a light grab, his fingers locked onto that person's arm, and directly cut off his essence qi. Pung! 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 The surging essence qi flowed through the meridians, and after being cut off, it couldn't be reversed. It immediately rushed into the major acupuncture points of the arm, and all of them exploded. Ah! That person screamed in pain, and his eyes revealed shock. At the same time, he was unwilling to accept this. His left hand flashed, and a sharp sword stabbed towards Li Yunxiao's throat. The sword light flashed with cold light, and the sharp sword intent spat out like a snake's tongue. Li Yunxiao raised his hand again, and directly flicked his finger. Pung! The sword light was instantly annihilated, and the entire sword also flew out of his hand. This time, the sneak attacker no longer looked unwilling, and his face was full of shock. Using the force of Li Yunxiao's finger to send him flying, he suddenly stomped on the ground, turned around, and flashed repeatedly in the air, and disappeared from the street. Chen Qingyu frowned. What birdman? Li Yinxiao smiled lightly, and said, I don't know, let's follow, and take a look. He took a step forward, and disappeared on the spot. The other two also followed closely behind, and disappeared in an instant. The sneak attacker was short and refined, and seemed to be very familiar with the map of Jiangyan City. In a few breaths, he passed through a few streets, and purposely walked through some strange and remote places. After a while, he finally dashed into a small house. A moment later, the man came out from inside, and completely changed his clothes. His demeanor and temperament were completely different from before. The man casually walked a few rounds on the street, and after confirming that he wasn't being followed, he casually walked into a seemingly luxurious house. Yanxing, why are you dressed like this? Did you get into trouble? In that luxurious house, more than 10 people gathered together, and they seemed to be discussing something. Sigh, don't mention it, it scared me to death. The man took off the big felt hat on his head, and wiped his face with his hand. Immediately, all the makeup was removed, and his true appearance was revealed, and his face was still full of fear. What exactly happened? It's rare to see someone that can scare you to this extent. The leader of the people in the hall had a burst of light in his eyes. He was wearing a loose cloth robe, and he casually sat on the seat of honor with one foot directly on the chair. His upper lip was slightly parted, and his hair was mostly white. It was obvious that he had experienced many vicissitudes of life. Leader, if I didn't run fast, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back to see my brothers this time. Yanxing directly walked forward, picked up the wine jar on the table, and drank a few mouthfuls. Only then did he pant heavily, and his face gradually became a little ruddy. What exactly happened? Which expert in the city doesn't know that you are from our green cult mercenary group? How dare you provoke us? All of a sudden, everyone was agitated, and they all furrowed their brows, wanting to take revenge for Yanxing. Only the leader, Suoqing, had a solemn expression, and said slowly, is it someone from outside or inside? Yanxing replied, from the outside. From the outside? The hall quietened down and everyone looked at Yanxing. Suoqing's face darkened and he said angrily, don't you know the rules of the mercenary group? Don't offend people from the outside. Do you know what kind of place Jiangyan City is? Why would ordinary people come here? That's right, Yanxing. You are usually a smart person. Why did you make such a mistake all of a sudden? According to the rules of the mercenary group, all outsiders are not allowed to make a move before we know their background. You're really asking for it. It's good that you're fine. Don't make the same mistake again and make the leader angry. Seeing that Suoqing was angry, everyone reprimanded him. Suoqing said in a deep voice, are you sure you weren't followed? Yanxing hurriedly said, that's impossible. I circled around the city for half a day before coming back. Yanxing's stealth skills are very good. Don't worry, leader. One of them said. Suoqing nodded and said, tell me the details of the situation. The environment of Jiangyan City is so harsh that no one would come here to sightsee unless they are powerful and have a purpose. You are also a smart person, so why did you make such a low-level mistake? Yanxing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as if he still had some lingering fear. His arm was aching, causing him to frown. He said, the reason why I made a move in a hurry was that I realized that the person had an extremely strong variant water element. Variant water element? This time everyone was shocked. All of them revealed a solemn expression. More than 10 pairs of eyes even shone brightly. Even Suoqing's expression changed drastically. He asked, are you sure? Yanxing nodded and said, I'm sure. That's why I couldn't help but make a move. Moreover, that person was very young. When I made a move, I thought that even if there were some twists and turns, I would still succeed in the end. At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem for me to escape. After all, if I didn't make a move, he would soon be discovered by other mercenary groups. At that time, the variant water element might be gone. Suoqing said, no wonder. What happened next? Next? Yanxing trembled and said in horror, next, I escaped. Escaped? I'm talking about the process of attacking, Suoqing said discontentedly. Yanxing's complexion turned pale. He pursed his lips, and it was unknown whether it was because of the environment or something else, but his lips were cracked and blood seeped out. He murmured, terrifying, that young man's strength is too terrifying. I've never seen such strength in my life. I only used 2 moves, but he easily blocked them. Could it be that he didn't want to kill me? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. You've never seen it before? Are you sure? Xianxia's expression was grave as he stared at him and asked, how old is that person? Xianxia, I'm sure. Although I don't dare to believe it, that person's strength is definitely above the guild leader. As for age, I think he's around 20 years old. There was a moment of silence in the hall, and the solemn and greedy expressions on everyone's faces were replaced by astonishment. Ha ha ha. Following that, the entire hall burst into laughter. Everyone was laughing so hard that they were staggering from side to side. Their gazes were filled with contempt and ridicule. Xianxia's face flushed with embarrassment. He shouted angrily, what are you laughing at? I'm telling the truth. Xianxia didn't laugh. He only frowned and said, around 20 years old, and his strength is above mine? Xianxia said firmly, yes, I can't be wrong about this. Xianxia said, I have the strength of an 8-star peak Emperor Wu. I've been in the lawless heavens for many years. My real strength is completely on par with Emperor Jiuxing. What does it mean that his strength is above mine? A 20-year-old 9-star intermediate Emperor Wu? At this point, he couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia was stunned, and his face turned even redder. He really couldn't refute this. A 20-year-old 9-star intermediate Emperor Wu definitely didn't exist in the mainland. However, he knew that his intuition couldn't be wrong. That person was really only 20 years old, and his strength was really stronger than Xianxia's. It was just that he couldn't explain it, because even he found it hard to accept it with his own eyes, let alone others. He said calmly, that person is still in the city. You'll find out sooner or later. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. He said, where is that person now? How many people? Xianxia said, I met them in the middle of the main street. A group of 3. The other 2 don't look easy to deal with. I'm afraid that other mercenary groups have their eyes on them. Leader, let's do it. It's just 3 people. For the variant water element, it's worth it. One person's eyes shone brightly as he suggested. Another person said, the variant water element is very useful in the lawless heavens. It's a must-have item for traveling, killing, and robbing. Xianxia's expression kept changing, as if he couldn't make up his mind. Leader, if we can have the help of a strong variant water element, the success rate of our plan will definitely increase greatly. Yes. In this damn place, being able to resist the power of the dead ashes will give us a great advantage. Bai Si from the White Fanned Mercenary Group can suppress us in all aspects because he has the precious water of Luo Wang. The crowd cheered, all in favor of snatching it. Xianxia said, what do you think, Xianxia? Xianxia sighed and said, Leader, if everyone insists on going, I'll naturally go with them. We'll live and die together. But I really don't want everyone to go, because it's really courting death. I really don't believe it. A young man in his 20s can scare you to this extent. A person snorted in dissatisfaction. Xianxia's face flashed with an extreme struggle. He gritted his teeth and said, let them wander in the city for a period of time. We'll just keep an eye on them and let the other mercenary groups test their strength. Leader, won't we miss the opportunity like this? A person said with dissatisfaction. Xianxing's eyes lit up as he heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia said, although I don't really believe Xianxing's words, I'm the leader. I have to be responsible for leader's safety. It's better to be careful. Even if that person isn't as terrifying as Xianxia said, he's at least a tough one. Clap. 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 A crisp sound of applause was heard. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, not bad. You're qualified to be the leader. That decision just now has already allowed you to take a trip to the gates of hell. Who is it? Everyone was suddenly startled and became restless. They flew up and surrounded Li Yunxiao's group in an instant. Xianxing's face turned pale and he said in fear, it's him, it's him. You, how did you find this place? Although he thought of the answer, he didn't dare to believe it, or rather, he couldn't accept it. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, everyone, you don't need to be vigilant. It's useless to be vigilant with trash like you. I'm sorry, I've always been this straightforward. Moreover, I don't have any evil intentions towards you. What did he say? Boasting shamelessly, saying we're trash. Everyone was furious. However, the sudden appearance of Li Yunxiao's group had indeed shocked them. They were extremely vigilant and didn't dare to act rashly. Suqiang also felt a great deal of pressure. There was actually no trace of origin energy fluctuation on the three of them. He was extremely shocked. These three people obviously couldn't be ordinary people. It could only mean that his cultivation level couldn't see through them. You three, if Yanxing has offended you in any way, he has already received a heavy punishment. I hope you three can be magnanimous. Suqiang suppressed the raging waves in his heart and immediately gave in. Everyone in the Green Cult mercenary troop had been living on the edge of life and death all year round. Once they heard their leader's words and tone, they immediately understood that the three people in front of them were definitely no match for them. They couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Hee. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, very smart leader. Suqiang said bitterly, you can't be here just to make fun of me, right? Li Yunxiao said, what do you think? Suqiang pondered for a moment and said, you must have other matters to attend to in Xianxia City. I'm the leader of the Green Cult mercenary troop, Suqiang. Our troop is considered quite famous in Xianxia City. If there's any need, I'm willing to serve you. Qingyu couldn't help but ask, how are you so sure that we're here for something? Suqiang smiled and said, just now, that lord also said that the strength of trash like us is not worth mentioning in your eyes. You don't have any evil intentions towards us. If you just want to punish Yanxing with your strength, you won't let him escape. Li Yunxiao said, that's right. I like dealing with smart people. I'm indeed here for something. He went straight to the point and said, how much do you know about lawless heaven? How much? Suqiang smiled and said, I don't dare to say much. After all, this world is too strange. But in the realm of heaven martial arts, there aren't many people who know this world better than us. I've been here for almost 50 years. Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up and he said, that's right. It seems like I've found the right person. Tell me everything you know about lawless heaven. Suqiang was startled and said, tell me everything? How can I tell you? There are too many things. Everything I've done in the past 50 years is related to lawless heaven. Xiaomujia frowned and said, why go through the trouble? Can't you just search his soul? Ah. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated in fright. Suqiang's complexion also changed greatly. He suddenly retreated 100 feet, directly smashing through the hall. A white light lit up in his hand. It was actually a shining saber in his hand. He stared at the three people vigilantly. Chen Qingyu furrowed her brows and said coldly, crazy Jia, don't be so evil. Don't let people think that I'm on the same path as you. Li Yunxiao said, look at how scared you are. He smiled and said, let me ask you. Do you know how lawless heaven came into being? How lawless heaven came into being? Everyone was startled. Then they started to ponder. Suqiang also pondered and said slowly, nobody knows how long lawless heaven has existed. I've heard some legends. It's said that under this land is the Death Nether Kingdom. Because of the aura of the Deathland, the world changed and became the current environment. Oh? Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything. He just asked, do you believe this legend? Suqiang smiled bitterly. To be honest, I don't really believe it. Li Yunxiao said, then you must have your own ideas? Suqiang said, I think the root cause of this climate should be the lawless earth veins. The whole earth veins below have undergone a change similar to an elemental mutation. After countless years of accumulation, it has become what it is now. Li Yunxiao said, a mutation of the earth veins? Even if it is a mutation of the earth veins, there must be a reason. Xiaomujia said coldly, just ask him if it is possible that it is caused by a mutation of the earth element. A mutation of the earth element? Suqiang was shocked and said hurriedly, I have also thought of this situation, but to cause such a large-scale mutation of the environment, how strong is the earth element? I'm afraid it has reached the level of the living earth. Xiaomujia frowned. It is said that the living earth evolved from the living earth, and it is the existence closest to the origin of the earth element. Could it be that the living earth is here? Li Yunxiao knew it was impossible. The living earth was the strongest earth element, and the possibility of mutation was very small. He said, "Have you been to the center of the lawless sky?" Everyone in the green cult mercenary band changed their expressions. Sui Cheng's forehead was also covered with cold sweat. He said embarrassedly, "Your Excellency must be joking. Our strength is low. Wouldn't it be suicide to go there?" Li Yunxiao was surprised. "Is it so terrifying? You are the peak of the 8-star Emperor Wu. Even the living earth can't hurt you." Sui Cheng said, "An ordinary mutation of the earth element is indeed not a big deal. No matter how strong the power of the element itself is, it can be resisted by the Jiutian Emperor Qi. But the death energy contained in the lawless earth element is the nemesis of all living things. It can directly consume people's vitality. It is really terrifying." Li Yunxiao said, "This kind of environment with elemental damage is really a headache. No wonder you want to snatch my water element." Sui Cheng smiled bitterly and said, "Fortunately, the one I met was my lord, who is magnanimous. If it was someone else, Yan Xing would have lost his life long ago." Li Yunxiao snorted and said, "Don't think that this young master is a good person. Since I came to find you, there's naturally something. I need you to lead the way to the central region." "What?" Everyone's expression changed dramatically. Sui Cheng exclaimed, "Your Excellency, you can't go. That place is a place of no return." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "If it's really a one-way trip, all of you will be buried with me." Yan Xing's expression changed several times. He said, "Captain, I was the one who caused this trouble. Let me lead them there." Sui Cheng's expression was extremely gloomy. He suddenly said slowly, "Sir, near the center of lawless sky, there is a mountain range called Battle Soul Mountain, leader." One of them suddenly exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock. The expressions of the others also changed greatly, but they quickly returned to normal. Sui Cheng said, "Originally, we didn't have much confidence. Now that the three of you are here, we might have a better chance." Li Yunxiao was surprised. "Oh? Is there any good news?" Sui Cheng said, "Battle Soul Mountain is the boundary between life and death in lawless sky. Once you cross it, death is almost certain. In the half a century I have been in Jiangming City, I have only seen one person cross the Battle Soul Mountain and return in one piece. The others all died in there without exception." Chen Qingyu was shocked, "Who is so awesome?" Sui Cheng's face flashed as he solemnly said, "Soul Devourer Sect Master, Lord Huangfu Bai." Chen Qingyu was startled and nodded, "So it's him. With his strength, even the most dangerous heaven-shaking mountain range might not die." Chu Mujia said, "Since that old man can cross, it should be no problem for us too." The hall instantly quieted down, so quiet that it was as if there wasn't even a ghost. Sui Cheng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said embarrassedly, "This sir seems to be extremely confident and dissatisfied with Lord Huangfu Bai. Although Lawless Sky is at the border of the western region, it is still within the Soul Devourer sect's territory. You should be careful with your words." A murderous aura flashed in Chu Mujia's eyes, scaring Sui Cheng so much that his heart violently twitched and his face instantly paled. That murderous aura only flashed for a moment, but it was like a knife that directly stabbed into his heart. This was the strength of the other party's martial intent. It was almost tangible and could take a person's life with just a glance. If it weren't for the fact that Sui Cheng's strength wasn't weak, he would have been scared to death by that cold light just now. His heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Who were these three people? It was impossible for them to be nameless characters on the continent. They boasted that their strength was comparable to the Soul Devourer sect's sect master. Could it be that the titled Emperor Wu had come? Sui Cheng's pale face turned ashen and he couldn't recover for a while. His demeanor became unprecedentedly respectful as he said with fear, "May I ask the names of the three sirs?" Li Yunxiao said, "There is no need to ask for our names. Continue talking about the Battle Soul Mountain." "Yes." Sui Cheng didn't dare to disobey. He suppressed the shock and curiosity in his heart and sorted out his thoughts before saying, "Everyone knows that the lawless heaven is rich in earth royal pearls. Furthermore, the pearls that are closer to the center are of better quality. The best quality Earth Royal Pearls are all produced in the Battle Soul Mountain without exception. There are very few of them in the world, and even Xianxia City has a hard time collecting them. Therefore, the price of the best quality Earth Royal Pearls is unimaginably high. There is an endless stream of people who enter the mountain to die. He paused for a few moments as if he had touched on something. An undetectable pain flashed across his face as he continued, therefore, although the Battle Soul Mountain is dangerous, many things have been discovered one after another. Recently, there has been a piece of news that has only been spread within a small circle. No one knows if it is true or false, but it has made all the mercenary groups unable to hold back. There are countless mercenary groups in Xianxia City. Every year, dozens of mercenary groups are annihilated. After so many years, there are about 8 mercenary groups that have made a name for themselves. Qingju Mercenary Group is one of them, but they are ranked at the bottom of the 8 mercenary groups. As the saying goes, the older one is in the pugilistic world, the more timid they become. Usually, those who enter the Battle Soul Mountain area are those rookie mercenary groups. We, the 8 mercenary groups, have never stepped into the Forbidden Zone. But for some reason, the extremely powerful Twilight Mercenary Group, whose strength can be ranked in the top 10 of the 8 mercenary groups, suddenly entered the Forbidden Zone and went deep into the Battle Soul Mountain. A trace of shock and complexity flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he said, in the end, the group was annihilated. The entire hall quieted down and emitted layers of oppressive atmosphere. Everyone's breathing was extremely heavy. Xianxia frowned and said, to be able to make them do such a crazy thing, there must be an extremely great profit driving them. Is it because the news of the benefits has stimulated you guys again? Xianxia's face revealed a strange expression as he hurriedly said, my lord is indeed far-sighted. No one knows where the Twilight Mercenary Group got the news, but almost all the 8 mercenary groups know about it now. There is a huge deer-shaped monster in the Battle Soul Mountain. It has extremely powerful earth attribute energy and can swallow the heavens and the earth. And the Twilight Mercenary Group discovered that after the monster's dung turns into soil, it can actually form the Earth Emperor Pearl, which is even higher than the supreme grade. Chen Qingyu didn't have much of an expression and only said in astonishment, there's actually such a thing? Li Yunxiao and Chu Mujia's expressions changed greatly. Chu Mujia said in a serious voice, the supreme grade Earth Emperor Pearl is already at the 9th grade. It's not that there aren't any monsters that can produce such an effect, but they are all extremely rare existences. His eyes shot out light and he even licked his lips. Li Yunxiao said, what are you guys planning to do now? Don't tell me you're stupid enough to hunt that monster? Xianxia said, that monster seems to have fallen into a deep sleep recently, leaving behind a few cubs in the mountain. Li Yunxiao frowned, finally understanding their thoughts, if it's only cubs, then how did the Twilight Mercenary Group get wiped out? Xianxia said bitterly, this is exactly what I'm worried about. Right now, all the mercenary groups are surging in the dark, and it seems like they're about to march towards the Battle Soul Mountain. There's strength in numbers, and if we move together, we'll be able to keep each other warm. Li Yunxiao said, I understand. To enter the heart of lawless heaven, we must cross the Battle Soul Mountain, right? Xianxia said, exactly, the Battle Soul Mountain is the dividing line between life and death in lawless heaven, it's a place we must pass through. Li Yunxiao said, alright, let's enter the Battle Soul Mountain together to take a look. If it's too dangerous, you guys can stay in the mountain and don't need to follow us. In any case, you've never gone in before, so you'll only be a burden. Xianxia was overjoyed, if it's only to the Battle Soul Mountain, the Green Cult Mercenary Group will be more than happy to help. With Li Yunxiao's group of 3, they could also escort them, greatly reducing the risk of going to the Battle Soul Mountain. Li Yunxiao said, let's go. Xianxia was taken aback, now? I'll get everyone to prepare. Li Yunxiao said, no need, there's no time to lose. Besides, you guys don't have anything to prepare, just lead the way. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and his pupils contracted slightly. The entire hall space spun, and the world changed in an instant. Ah? This is... Everyone was horrified, their shock at the extreme. They were still in the hall just a moment ago, but in an instant they found themselves in a wasteland. Looking around, they were actually outside of River Yen City. This time, cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads. In this deathly silent environment, they only felt their bodies turn cold. This kind of great divine power teleportation technique could transport everyone away without anyone noticing. Not to mention seeing it, it was simply unheard of. This time, everyone looked at Li Yunxiao as if they had seen a ghost, and Yan Xing's face was drained of all color. Only now did he realize what a stupid thing he had done. Switching shouted, "Everyone, raise your spirits and set off for the Battle Soul Mountain." Instantly, a few rays of light shot into the sky, followed by ferocious roars. 3 huge gray beasts suddenly appeared on the ground, emitting an extremely strong gray color. The beasts were equipped with racks, each pulling a chariot behind them. Chen Qingyu frowned and said, "Beast pulling a carriage? Why is it so primitive?" Switching smiled bitterly and said, "My lord might not know this, but the power of the earth veins in lawless sky is too strong. There is no way to use a compass to determine one's position. We can only rely on the copper earth bulls to sense the direction." Chen Qingyu suddenly understood and said, "So that's how it is. This thing's body and aura are the same as the surroundings, so it should be able to adapt well." Li Yunxiao said, "Anyone who wants to go to War Soul Mountain must use this copper earth bull to pull the carriage?" Switching said, "Not necessarily. Some powerful existences can directly leave their coordinates on War Soul Mountain and use their space divine ability to break through space to go there. If it was any other place, I could do it, but the suppression of the earth element in War Soul Mountain is too strong, so it is impossible." Li Yunxiao nodded and did not say anything. This way, he could leave his coordinates in War Soul Mountain, and when the time comes, Yuan Gaohan could directly tear through space to come there. Moreover, he could get rid of many dangerous factors, which was an unexpected benefit. Roar, roar. The 3 copper earth bulls roared continuously. Immediately, someone came to feed them. After eating, they raised their heads and roared, full of spirit. Switching frowned and said, "Tell them to be low-key, don't attract too much attention." Everyone got on the chariot, and immediately, the copper earth bulls ran wildly in the wasteland, raising dust that was blocked by the chariot's formation. The dust in lawless sky was very harmful to the body, so no one was willing to get it on their body. In the chariot, there were a few huge copper lamps with different colored liquids inside. Through the formation on the copper lamps, the whole chariot was filled with a mist that nourished the body. Li Yunxiao's group of 3 rode alone, galloping across the land. Chen Qingyu frowned and said, "This lawless sky is indeed dangerous. Divine sense is suppressed here, so who knows what will happen when we reach War Soul Mountain or the center." Li Yunxiao looked at Chu Mujia, who seemed to be lost in thought. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Brother Chu Mujia, are you thinking about that deer-shaped beast?" Chu Mujia said, "You also know that I like to study these things. According to my speculation, that thing is very likely to be some kind of mutated demon beast. Who knows, I might be able to extract something powerful from it." His eyes shone with excitement. Li Yunxiao was speechless. "This place isn't simple. Don't throw your life away." Tisk. Chu Mujia sneered and said, "Except for a few people in the world, who dares to say that they can send me in?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true. I just know that there are a few powerful existences in this world that are strong enough to drag you into it." "Oh? I would like to hear the details." Chu Mujia's eyes lit up and he asked with interest. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "You want to remember them one by one and capture them to study." Chu Mujia laughed and said, "The path of formula path is endless." Li Yunxiao's heart moved. This Chu Mujia was also one of the top formula path experts in the world. He couldn't help but feel respect for him and started to talk. Both of them were peerless geniuses. As soon as they talked, their eyes lit up and they were in high spirits. Before they knew it, a few days had passed. Chen Qingyu, on the other hand, was bored. She sat in the chariot with her eyes closed. Suddenly, the bronze bull beast let out a low roar and stopped. It had stopped several times before because it was exhausted and needed to eat once a day. However, it had just finished eating not long ago, so it was clearly not the reason. "I was wondering who dared to cross the lawless sky and come to this place. So it's the Green Horse mercenary group. Heh, you want to spy on the giant deer with your meager strength?" A sinister laugh came from the front. The voice was loud and powerful, sweeping up a cloud of dust and sand toward the chariot. The bronze bull beast was swept up by the dust and couldn't help but growl and retreat. It's Kuan. Frightened voices came from the two chariots. It became noisy and chaotic. Swiching's voice came at this time and shouted, Kuan, what are you doing here? Are you the only one who can come and we can't? Amidst the dust and sand that filled the sky in front of them, a pale yellow light shone. Within the light, two earth copper bulls could be vaguely seen. They were different from the green stallion merchant guilds, as they were the kind that rode alone. Two people sat on top of them, and their bodies were hidden in large gray robes. The one on the left sneered, of course you can come. You can come whenever you want, but now is not the time for children to play. If you know what's good for you, go back the way you came. Swiching snorted, which mercenary group wants to monopolize War Spirit Mountain's business? They must have paid a high price to hire you. Do they have the confidence to do something that even the Twilight mercenary group can't do? He focused his gaze on the person on the right. Kuan had always been a loner and had a great reputation in Xianxia City. Apart from searching for raw materials to sell, he was often hired by others. The Green Horse mercenary group wanted to hire him for this trip to War Spirit Mountain, but they couldn't contact him. It turned out that he had been hired by someone else. Therefore, the person on the right must be the employer. It was a pity that the power of the dust was too strong, blocking his divine sense and preventing him from seeing the person's face. Ha ha ha, I don't need to think about what you asked. I just need to stop some dregs. Kuan laughed. Swiching sneered, dregs? Kuan, I advise you to leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. If Li Yunxiao and the other two had not followed him, he would definitely have flown into a rage and charged forward with his saber. However, he was extremely calm at the moment, and even had a hint of mockery in his heart. I won't be able to bear the consequences? Kuan's expression became strange, then he laughed out loud, ha ha ha, the Green Horse mercenary group is getting weaker and weaker, but their arrogance is getting stronger and stronger. He sneered, I'll be honest with you. With me here today, none of you will be able to pass. Master Qingyu, I'll have to trouble you. Your chattering is very annoying. Li Yunxiao's indifferent voice sounded. Chu Mujia also said coldly, disturbing our discussion is a capital offense. Chen Qingyu had followed Yuan Gaohan for a long time, so he naturally knew about the dedication and research spirit of arcane masters towards the path of alchemy. Moreover, he had always admired them. Although he didn't get along with Qiu Mujia, it didn't affect his respect for Qiu Mujia's achievements in the path of alchemy. You two continue your discussion. Give me 5 breaths. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Qingyu's figure disappeared from the chariot. At the same time, a voice sounded in the air, Swiching, continue forward. Swiching was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, continue forward. The 3 copper oxen roared a few times, then with heavy steps, they slowly pulled the chariot, increasing its speed. The 2 riders within the yellow light trembled slightly, and anger appeared on their faces. Kuan was even angrier, Swiching, you dare to look down on me, die. With a single word, the aura on his body suddenly surged, and a blade light instantly slashed out, shattering the yellow light around him and stirring up dust in the air. Their clothes fluttered in the wind, and their bodies emitted a cold murderous aura. Rumble. The blade light directly swept across the sky, leaving a huge ravine in the ground, and continued to crack forward. Bang! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, and the huge blade light instantly collapsed, turning into countless fluorescent dots. Just as everyone's mouths were wide open in shock, Chen Qingyu had already appeared in front of the 2 riders, and a biting cold aura erupted from his body, followed by a flash of sword light. Kuan and the other person were greatly shocked, and before they had time to recover, they discovered that the copper oxen they were riding on had already been cleaved in 2. In their shock, the 2 wanted to leap up, but their hearts suddenly sank. They only felt a wave of pressure descend from the sky, completely suppressing them, and unexpectedly unable to resist. Rumble. Just as the 2 copper oxen were cleaved to death, the 2 people were directly blasted away, like bullets, and the impact caused a cloud of dust to fill the air. Chen Qingyu stood in the air, coldly looking ahead. His body was covered with a faint layer of white light, which was the Emperor's chi protecting him, isolating him from the power of the deathly ashes, so as to avoid harming his life force. Tui. Tui. The two people in the distance stood up from the ground, continuously spitting out the dust in their mouths. Their entire bodies were covered in dust and dirt. Their exposed skin had all shriveled up, and a thick layer of dust had formed over them. Their eyes were filled with terror, because the wave of pressure just now had directly suppressed the emperor's qi in their bodies, causing them to be unable to use their yuan qi to resist. Large amounts of deathly ashes had directly invaded their bodies, and a large amount of their life force had been drained away. The two of them desperately tore off the layer of dust on the surface of their skin, and a circle of light revolved around their bodies, expelling the deathly ashes from their bodies. Ta, 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 ta. The three copper oxen rushed directly in front of the two people and stopped. Suocheng directly walked out from the war chariot, looked coldly at the two people, and said mockingly, "Lord Kuan, quickly make your move. If you don't make your move, we dregs will have to go over." Ha ha ha. Explosive laughter came from the war chariot, and it was all filled with mockery. Kuan's face turned red, and his eyes flashed with shock and fear. He looked at the war chariot furthest to the side, and the person who had just made his move had entered it. Who is the lord who made his move?" he asked in shock, and the person next to him also had an expression of shock. Suocheng thought to himself, "You still dare to ask me? I also want to know." He harumphed heavily, turned his gaze to the other person, and said coldly, "This friend, you look very unfamiliar. You are Kuan's employer, right?" The person's expression changed slightly, and an unruly look flashed across his face. However, when he saw the war chariot, he instantly became vigilant, and said, "No matter who that lord is, the matter of the battling soul mountain is far from as simple as you think. I hope that everyone can listen to my advice and leave." Suocheng sneered, "Who do you think you are? If you leave just because you say so, how will our Qingju mercenary group have the face to continue living in Jiangming City?" That person frowned, and there was a faint trace of anger in his eyes. However, after he glanced at the motionless war chariot, he suppressed his anger and said in an amiable tone, "Face is important, but life seems to be even more important. Commander Suocheng is also an intelligent man. Don't tell me you don't know how to weigh the pros and cons?" Suocheng coldly said, "You mean to say that if I don't listen to you, I will die?" The man sternly said, "Exactly." Bang! The place where the man was standing suddenly exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the sky. Then, he fell to the ground far away with a face full of fear. Chu Mujia's cold voice could be heard, "Kill these two and continue." Ah! The man and Kuan were both shocked and quickly retreated. The man was shocked, You can't kill me." Suocheng's face was cold as he mockingly said, "I don't know who you are. Perhaps you are an existence that my Qingju mercenary band cannot afford to offend, but you cannot afford to offend the lords in the chariot." That person looked at the war chariot in horror. That inexplicable attack just now had instantly injured him. Coupled with the fact that Chen Qingyu was behind him, he couldn't help but tremble in fear. He said, "Everyone, please stop. Let's take a look at this thing first." A ray of light shot out from his hand. Suocheng caught it in his hand and looked at it. Immediately, his eyes narrowed and his face turned pale. His body couldn't help but tremble. The hand that held the token was shaking so violently that he almost couldn't hold it steady. "Captain, what's wrong?" The other members of the Qingju mercenary band immediately noticed Suocheng's condition and surrounded him in shock. When they saw the token, they felt as if they had fallen into an abyss, and all of them took a deep breath. The surroundings became deathly silent and everyone's face was as pale as the weather. The token was the size of half a palm and was engraved with stars that rotated under a nebula. Looking at it, one would feel dizzy. It was grand and magnificent and majestic. Heh, heh heh, the man let out a heavy sigh of relief and showed a proud expression. He said, "Captain Suocheng, why aren't you saying anything?" He glanced at the chariot and said, "I will remember what happened today. Now that I have important matters to attend to, I won't argue with you. I will settle this debt another day." Xiao. Suddenly, there was a piercing sound as the token in Suocheng's hand flew out. It was directly sucked away by a force and flew into the war chariot. TSK. I was wondering what the hell it was. So it's the Myriad Stars Valley's Deep Star token. Trash. Li Yunxiao's voice rang out, and then a beam of light shot out. Everyone's expression changed drastically as cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. There was actually someone in this world who dared to say that the Myriad Star Valley's Myriad Star token was trash. Bang! The ray of light shot directly onto the ground, shaking up a faint light. Bang! When everyone looked down, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were so scared that the hairs on their bodies stood on end. There were even people who were stunned on the spot, their minds blank. The star medallion had been crushed into an iron ball. There was a deep handprint on it, and some patterns could still be vaguely seen. That person from the Myriad Stars Valley seemed to have been choked by someone. He was completely speechless and his entire face was flushed red. Kuan was also completely at a loss and was somewhat dumbfounded. The space on the war chariot shook slightly, and Li Yunxiao appeared. His eyes were like water as he said indifferently, "I'm very curious. Why would someone from the Myriad Stars Valley appear here? What's going on with Fighting Soul Mountain that people are actually not allowed to enter?" After a brief moment of shock, that person finally came back to his senses. Furthermore, when he saw that Li Yunxiao was only a youth, his fear was greatly reduced. He shouted, "Brat, who exactly are you? How dare you be disrespectful to the Myriad Stars Valley?" Li Yunxiao's eyes shot out bits of cold light as he said, "What a joke. Why should I be respectful to the Myriad Stars Valley? Don't tell me that I have to burn 3 jaw sticks and worship them a few times? Hurry up and answer my question. This young master has no time to waste with you." That person was abnormally shocked. He could tell at a glance that this youth's demeanor was that he really didn't take the Myriad Stars Valley seriously and wasn't faking it. However, he still couldn't believe it. He swallowed his saliva before saying, "You're really bold. The Myriad Stars Valley is, bang." Li Yunxiao waved his hand and a bolt of lightning shot down, instantly sending that person flying. His skin and flesh were lacerated and he was charred black. "This is your last chance. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it again." "I'll say it. I'll say it. Don't attack." That person was truly afraid. His voice was trembling with extreme fear. His body was filled with electricity. All the major acupuncture points in his body were filled with lightning energy. Even the area above his dantian was filled with a sea of lightning. If that youth had been a little more heavy-handed, he would have been turned into ashes. The Myriad Stars Valley has an important matter to attend to on Mount Fighting Soul. Therefore, they sealed the road here to prevent it from being destroyed. That person said honestly, "As for what it is, I'm not too sure." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "That's it? Then there's no point in keeping you?" That person's body trembled and he said while trembling, "There's a point, there's a point. The Myriad Stars Valley has set up many checkpoints along the way. If I lead the way, we'll definitely be able to pass through smoothly." Switching wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Sir, bring him along." His heart was beating like a drum. He felt that the complexity of the situation had already exceeded his expectations. He was afraid that Li Yunxiao would really kill the people from the Myriad Stars Valley. If that happened, the Green Cult mercenary band would be consigned to eternal damnation. Li Yunxiao said, "Up to you. Anyway, we just have to enter Mount Fighting Soul as soon as possible. I want to see what the Myriad Stars Valley is up to." Everyone was sweating profusely. Normally, when they heard that the Myriad Stars Valley was in front, they wouldn't even be able to escape in time. Yet, he actually wanted to rush over to watch the show. Sui Cheng's palms were sweating. He knew that he had already encountered an unprecedented crisis. Whether it was Li Yunxiao's group or the Myriad Stars Valley, they were all powers that surpassed him. If he wasn't careful, he could be drawn into it and be crushed into pieces. However, all of this was no longer up to him. He shouted, "You two, come up. Speed up." The 3 earth copper ox beasts immediately sprinted wildly on the wasteland, sending up a cloud of dust. The person from the Myriad Stars Valley and Kuan both had gloomy expressions. Switching said, "May I ask for your name?" That person frowned and said, "You can call me Hua Yu." He shifted his gaze and looked at the other war chariot with fear. "Who exactly is inside?" Switching took a deep look at him and said, "Don't ask so many questions. Those lords aren't people you can inquire about. Hua Yu's body trembled and he immediately shut his mouth. Half a day later, on the vast and boundless wasteland, they could finally faintly see the tall mountains. They rose and fell continuously, lying at the end of the land. Li Yunxiao walked out of the war chariot and looked over. His eyes were filled with a strange expression. Countless deathly gray aura surged from the distant mountains. It was much denser than the entire endless horizon. Several hours later, intense elemental energy waves came from the wilderness at the foot of the mountain. Many silhouettes flickered, and they were actually fighting. Switching exclaimed, "It's the Firebird mercenary band." The battle cries from afar shook the heavens. There were 20 to 30 people involved in a chaotic battle. The most intense battle was between two men. The elemental energy waves were so strong that they pushed the rest of the people hundreds of meters away. More than half of the battlefield was their battlefield. One of them, an elder in a green robe, had a grave expression. His eyes were bright and full of expression, flickering like copper lamps. He brandished his saber in an airtight manner. Circle after circle of saber light spread out and pushed away in all directions like ocean waves. Opposite him was a burly man with a face full of scars. Both of his fists were striking out, and the helmet on his hands was constantly emitting a fiery glow. From time to time, strange phenomena would arise and shatter the sea of saber chi waves. Both of their abilities weren't inferior to Zhucheng's. They were locked in an intense battle, and the sky was filled with all kinds of spiritual pressure. Kuan frowned and said, "Flying Bee Elder." Zhucheng was startled and said, "What? That elder is actually the Flying Bee Elder? Why are the two of them fighting each other?" Hua Yu said, "There's nothing strange about it. The Firebird mercenary band was allowed to enter because they passed our test. The Flying Bee Elder is most likely hired by our Myriad Star Valley. His rank was too low, and he was only in charge of the first checkpoint, so he didn't know anything." Zhucheng's expression turned solemn. The Flying Bee Elder was a secluded cultivator in lawless heaven. He was already famous for his prowess dozens of years ago, but he didn't have much fame in recent years. Everyone thought that he had left this place long ago. Who would have thought that he was still living in seclusion? Zhucheng was even more puzzled. The Myriad Star Valley itself was tyrannical, so why would they hire these experts to do things for them? As long as the Myriad Star Valley gave the order to not let anyone near the Fighting Soul Mountain, no one would dare to violate this taboo. Not good, someone else is coming. In the distance, a cultivator suddenly shouted, his face filled with anxiety, "Wasp old man, use your ultimate move." The expression of the green-robed elder, who was in the midst of an intense battle, darkened immediately. He glanced over and saw the 3 earth bronze oxen roaring. His expression turned ugly and he snorted angrily, "Hua Yu and Kuan are really useless. They can't stop anyone." The treasured saber in his hand suddenly blossomed with saber radiance, shaking off the enemies in front of him. Then, he grabbed the air with his left hand and suddenly raised it, throwing it out like scattering beans. Suddenly, many densely packed dots appeared in the sky, emitting a buzzing sound that filled the entire sky. Not good, it's the jade flying wolf bees. Everyone instantly retreated in all directions. The fierce-looking man was also shocked. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He clenched his fist and shouted, "Little bastard, kill them all. Great tiger fist. Roar." Under the might of the fist, a tiger's roar shook the forest. A red tiger with blood patterns with wings appeared behind him and fiercely rushed down. Boom! The flying wolf jade bees that filled the sky were instantly blasted to death, but even more of them had already surrounded him with buzzing sounds, all of them stinging him. "Ah!" The big man suddenly screamed. His protective emperor chi shot out in all directions, wanting to kill those flying bees. However, it was completely ineffective. In an instant, the densely packed bees crawled all over his body. His whole body was in severe pain, and he almost fainted. "Captain!" The surrounding cultivators were startled and roared as they charged forward, brandishing all kinds of weapons to slash at the flying bees. More than 10 rays of light charged into the swarm of bees, each slaying several of them. However, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water when faced with thousands of them. "Humph, a bunch of ants." The life of a single flying bee is more precious than all of you. All of you, die. The flying bee old man's expression turned cold as he formed a hand seal and shouted, "Return of the bees." Buzz 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 buzz. The swarm of flying bees suddenly dispersed, forming a pattern-like pattern as they flew in an orderly manner, continuously stinging the crowd. All the cultivators were shocked as they discovered that the movement of these bees was difficult to track. Moreover, as they moved in a swarm, the power of their stingers instantly broke through the Emperor Qi defense and stabbed their bodies. The stung area first felt intense pain, then numbness and numbness. Everyone's resistance immediately slowed down as all kinds of screams resounded. Haha, trying to fight with the flying bee old man? Overestimating yourself. The flying bee old man is an expert whose name shook the entire western region several decades ago. The jade flying wolf bees are the kings of the western region's golden sand wasteland. Any expert that encounters them can only run for their lives. The surrounding cultivators were overjoyed as they discussed among themselves, seemingly mocking the firebird mercenaries for overestimating themselves. On the war chariot, Xianxia's group of 3 watched quietly, while Chumujia's eyes flickered. Xianxia smiled and said, "Are you thinking of capturing these jade flying wolf bees and merging them into your body, becoming a part of your combat power?" Chumujia frowned slightly, glanced at him and said, "Your behavior of casually guessing other people's thoughts is very repulsive." He paused for a moment, then added, "But you are indeed very smart. Then, do you think my choice is to capture them or not?" Xianxia smiled and said, "No." Chumujia's pupil shrank. "Why?" Xianxia said, "If you put these things into the warship fish, it will indeed increase your combat power, and it won't affect your current state. But at our level, how useful can these things be? If you really need it, you should make a trip to the Golden Sandland." Chumujia said, "What you said is exactly what I was thinking. Although these jade flying wolf wasps are powerful, their numbers are not enough to scratch an itch." Chen Qingyu said, "Should we save that person?" "This is someone else's private matter," Li Yunxiao said, "we don't need to worry about it, let's go straight over." This time his voice was very loud, Zhucheng and the others in the distance could hear it clearly. Although Zhucheng's expression was somewhat ugly, he still shouted, "Continue forward." Huayu was startled and said, "There are tens of thousands of flying wolves and jade-shaped bees in front of us. It's too dangerous for us to go over." Zhucheng said, "With those 3 Darren around, what is there to be afraid of?" The others also gathered their courage and charged forward on their copper earth ox beasts. Fear appeared on the faces of the 3 earth copper oxen, but under the control of the beast tamer, they still braced themselves and galloped forward. "It's the Green Cult Mercenary Band, Captain Zhucheng, quickly save us." When the martial artists who were surrounded by the wasp saw people coming, hope immediately surged in their hearts and they shouted with all their might. But the Green Cult Mercenary Band seemed indifferent, the copper earth ox beasts were speeding up. The martial artists of the Firebird Mercenary Band all felt their hearts sink. One person said, "Sigh, don't shout. We are not familiar with them, and last time we fought over a piece of resources, how could they help us?" Another person said anxiously, "If we don't work together, we won't be able to defeat the flying bee old man. Captain won't be able to hold on for much longer." The man with a face full of scars was almost unrecognizable, his body covered in wasps. Occasionally, a light would shoot out, but it would gradually disappear. The flying bee old man's pupils shrank, his figure flashed and appeared in front of the Green Cult Mercenary Band, coldly staring at them. The colding chi on his body spread out, immediately causing the 3 copper earth ox beasts to stop. Li Yunxiao's expression was cold as he said, "Get out of the way in 3 breaths, or die." The flying bee old man was stunned, then he laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha, where did this wild-haired brat come from?" What he said made people laugh their heads off. Li Yunxiao raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Suddenly, the sky was filled with clouds, countless lightning gathered, and the entire sky was covered in darkness. Countless green lightning flashed on the ground. The flying bee old man's smile froze, his face revealing fear. The jade flying wolf wasps not far away also suddenly became sluggish, and for some reason, electricity suddenly appeared in the swarm of wasps, crackling and flashing. Crackle crackle. In an instant, every single bee seemed to be electrified. They affected each other, and an electric light flashed in the air. The buzzing sound suddenly weakened, and a large number of wasps fell from the sky, electrocuted to death. What? All the martial artists were shocked, looking at the falling jade flying wolf wasps and the flashing lightning in the sky. It was as if they had entered a sea of lightning. Stop, stop. The flying bee old man was alarmed and shouted in panic. Ignoring the jade flying wolf wasps, he turned into a streak of light and tried to escape. Li Yinxiao pointed with his finger, and a lightning bolt as thick as an arm fell from the sky, chasing after the flying bee old man. Boom. Ah! The flying bee old man let out a miserable scream, his body smoking as he fell from the sky, his life or death unknown. The lightning in the world instantly dissipated, and the sky became deathly silent. Everyone's mouths were wide open in shock. Li Yinxiao said, seeing that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, I'll spare your life this time. If there's a next time, you'll really die. The flying bee old man lay on the ground, his body trembling, and his eyes were filled with terror and fear, not daring to make a sound. The 3 copper earth oxen ran over, and in a short while, they disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, someone finally recovered and couldn't help but tremble. What happened? Who was that person just now? Gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard, and no one could answer this question. Who were those 3? Huayu asked this question again, and Zhuqing rolled his eyes at her. How could Zhuqing not know? The number of people that could defeat the flying bee old man in a single move could be counted in the entire western regions, and they had no impression of these 3 people. Could they be from the outer regions? Everyone thought of this possibility, and their hearts felt heavy, as if lead was poured into them. The 3 copper earth oxen quickly arrived at the foot of the Fighting Soul Mountain, and the deathly aura was getting stronger. The copper earth oxen ate more frequently, and their food was mixed with some green liquid, as if they were more spirited after eating. Chu Mujia frowned and said, why is there such a powerful pressure? If it's just a giant beast or the earth origin energy, it wouldn't be able to maintain such an overwhelming effect. Li Yinxiao said, that's right, it's like there's a formation constantly operating. Looks like the mountain is very interesting. The copper earth oxen all stopped, and the members of the Green Colt mercenary band also walked out of the war chariots. They all had grave expressions, and their bodies were suffused with a faint glow, resisting the deathly aura. Zhuqing said respectfully, Sir, this is the Fighting Soul Mountain. Li Yinxiao glanced at Huayu and said, are the people from the Myriad Star Valley all inside? Huayu didn't dare to have any other thoughts at this moment, and carefully replied, yes, sir. Zhuqing revealed a grave expression, and said, the deathly aura here seems to be thicker than usual. Is sir really going up the mountain? Li Yinxiao said, nonsense, why would I come if I don't go up the mountain? Let's go. Zhuqing and the others all had bitter expressions, but they had no choice but to follow behind blindly. The mountain path was rugged, and there were many twists and turns. If they weren't familiar with the path, it would be very difficult to go around. Li Yinxiao walked a few steps in front, and said in surprise, there seems to be a change in the gravity? Zhuqing hurriedly said, the Fighting Soul Mountain is divided into the periphery and the inner area. In the periphery, the gravity can reach up to 100 times, but in the inner area, it changes constantly. Sometimes it's normal gravity, and sometimes it can suddenly increase to hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. If you're not careful, you'll be crushed into pieces. What? It suddenly increased to 10,000 times? Even Chen Qingyu's expression changed greatly. Zhuqing said, exactly, so no one has ever dared to casually step into the inner area. Those experts who cultivate in the lawless heaven only stay at the periphery of the Fighting Soul Mountain at the furthest. Li Yinxiao said, you haven't been to the inner area before? Zhuqing smiled bitterly, and said, many years ago, I went there once, but I retreated after less than a mile. It's really too scary. Li Yinxiao said, all right, you can leave after you bring us to the inner area. We'll go around the rest by ourselves. Zhuqing was overjoyed, and hurriedly said, yes, yes. My lord, please follow me. He could finally get rid of them, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Moreover, after sending off these gods of plagues, they could still stroll around the periphery. Maybe they could find the cub of the giant deer. After walking for a short distance, everyone's footsteps suddenly stopped. Not far in front of them, there were bloodstains everywhere, and 3 horrifying corpses were lying on the road. Zhuqing was shocked, and hurriedly walked forward to carefully examine the corpses for a while. The corpses had almost become dried corpses. Apart from the horror and pain on their faces, their bodies were festering everywhere. The culprit was extremely ruthless. They died not long ago, Zhuqing said solemnly, and his expression became incomparably grave. He said in a cold voice, and they were killed by someone. Li Yunxiao only took a glance, and didn't pay too much attention to it. He said, "You know them?" Zhuqing shook his head, and said, "I don't know them. I know most of the people who live in Jiangyan City and dare to come to the Fighting Soul Mountain. I'm afraid these people are martial artists who live in seclusion and cultivate nearby, the kind that rarely show themselves." A trace of fear flashed across Kuan's face, and he said, "I've seen these 3 people before. They are indeed rogue cultivators who live in seclusion, and their strength is astonishing. Especially the 3 of them have a set of joint attack technique, and when they work together, they are extremely powerful." "How could they die just like that?" Li Yunxiao said, "Myriad Star Valley's people did it?" Huayu felt everyone's unfriendly gazes and felt a chill down his spine. He hurriedly said, "I don't know. Maybe it's not." As he spoke, his voice became softer and softer. Even he was certain that it was most likely done by Myriad Star Valley. Otherwise, how could Fighting Soul Mountain have such a powerful force? Li Yunxiao said, "It's most likely the Myriad Star Valley. What exactly is their goal? I'm really curious. Could it be that it's also that giant deer monster?" Chu Mujia's eyes lit up and said, "Most likely. Such a huge beast is most suitable to be the guardian beast of the mountain. Let's go quickly. Don't let Myriad Star Valley get ahead of us." Everyone felt dizzy. These people wanted to snatch something from Myriad Star Valley, however, when they thought of their strength, they were most likely some incredible existence. Everyone trembled with fear as they led the way. Somewhere inside Fighting Soul Mountain, there was a hazy gray fog. It was difficult to see one's fingers in front of him. Suddenly, a wisp of green light lit up and slowly spread out in the gray fog. It gradually condensed into a green space and separated the gray fog. Only then did a few figures appear. They were all wearing gray robes and their faces could not be seen. "Su Ping, what did you call us here for?" One of them snorted. His tone seemed to be extremely impatient. In the middle of the group, a petite man's robe rustled slightly. The green light shone on his delicate and handsome face. He was actually very young. His face revealed a rare calmness and steadiness for someone his age. He said, "Someone entered the mountain." The person from before frowned and revealed a horrifying scar on his face. It cut down from the left side of his forehead, passing through his eyes, nose, and lips. It was deeply embedded in his face. One look was enough to send chills down one's spine. That was obviously a saber strike on his face. Cultivators at this level could change their appearance at will. Healing a scar of this degree was as easy as lifting a finger. However, this person had obviously left it there on purpose. The meaning was self-evident. "Humph," a few flies flew in. "Is there a need to be so nervous?" The scarred man said coldly, "Is this your ability to plan the big picture?" "Su Ping, you really disappoint me." Su Ping's delicate and handsome face remained calm under the flickering green light. He said quietly, "The people who have entered this time are not simple." He took out a square-shaped profound weapon. With a ping sound, it shot out a ray of green light and dispersed. In an instant, the array spread out, and countless runes flashed within it. Everyone was under the light, and they stared at the flashing runes without blinking. "This is..." The knife-scarred man was shocked and cried out involuntarily, 15%? How was this possible? The measuring machine must be broken. Su Ping said, "No matter how powerful the energy sensing plate is, it can accurately sense that the strength of the person who entered the mountain has reached a terrifying value, causing the energy in the entire War Soul Mountain to increase by 15%. Even Lord Yuzhang might not be able to achieve this level of power." Yu Zhang's face twitched and the scar on his face twisted like a centipede, making him look even more terrifying. He asked coldly, "How many people entered the mountain?" Su Ping answered, 19. "Ha ha ha. 19 people increasing the energy by 15%, that's nothing, humph. Yuzong waved his sleeve and mocked, I will go and kill them so Su Ping can rest assured. In the future, don't gather everyone for every small matter. Your ability to coordinate is too weak. I really don't understand why Lord Sect Master would feel at ease letting you take charge of this matter, humph. With a flash, he turned around and disappeared on the spot. Several other figures also disappeared with him. Su Ping said, be careful, Lord Yuzong. But the figure had already disappeared, so how could he hear it? Even if he did, there would be no reply. Sigh, Yuzong is too narrow-minded. Su Ping, don't lower yourself to his level. A gray-robed man sighed. His voice was old but powerful. Su Ping said, Elder Kuei Xiao, I didn't lower myself to his level. It's just that the person who entered the mountain this time is extremely powerful. It makes me feel uneasy. Oh? Is that so? Kuei Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, be at ease and take care of the matters inside. Leave the outside to me. If Yuzong is no match for them, I will go and help him. Su Ping said, then be careful, Elder Kuei Xiao. The person who entered the mountain is likely to be from the Soul Eater sect. These few days are crucial and cannot be disturbed. But if they are really powerful, Elder, don't fight them head-on. Just retreat into the mountain. I have a way to stop them. Kuei Xiao was slightly shocked. If even I can't stop them, what can you do? But he still nodded and said, all right, I will remember. Figures flashed in the green light, and a few more people disappeared. Only Su Ping and a burly man behind him were left. The burly man's entire figure was covered in a gray robe, so his face could not be seen. He said indifferently, it is indeed difficult for you to be in charge of this War Soul Mountain. Su Ping said calmly, it's fine. Let's go. He turned around and the two quickly disappeared in the green light. Then, the green light slowly weakened and was finally engulfed by the gray aura of death. The entire area returned to its original state. At the foot of the mountain, the Qingju mercenary group and the others slowly moved around the mountain range. Everyone's face was as gray as the environment. Along the way, they found a few more corpses. They were all hermits who cultivated in the mountain. The entire War Soul Mountain seemed to have been cleansed. Chen Qingyu's face was cold. He said coldly, if it was really done by the Myriad Star Valley, then they are too heartless. The people of the Qingju mercenary group all turned around and looked at him strangely. Chu Mujia sneered, the weak are prey to the strong. Those below the strong are ants. Aren't your words too childish? Chen Qingyu said angrily, even if the weak are prey to the strong, don't tell me that the strong don't have any mercy? Mercy? GGG. Chu Mujia suddenly laughed loudly. Everyone who heard him felt their blood run cold. You are merciful to others, but will others be merciful to you? Chen Qingyu's face was ashen. Li Yunxiao sighed, you are right. The strong should have a merciful heart. Don't be fooled by crazy Jie's words. He has already gone to the extreme of the evil path. However, there are many things in this world that can't be changed by humans. For example, the person behind the cleansing of the War Soul Mountain. I also want to know who is so vicious as to bury so many innocent people for their own benefit. Tisk. Chu Mujia said disdainfully, do you think you have killed fewer people than them? Li Yunxiao said, quite a few. However, I will not sacrifice innocent people for my own goals. Chu Mujia sneered, you think they are innocent, but the people of the Myriad Star Valley think they should die. So what? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, I'm not going to argue with you about this nonsense. Chu Mujia smiled, it is indeed a nonsense argument. Because all the laws in this world are made by the strong. If they say you should die, then you really should die. The people of the Qingju mercenary band all looked sad. Although they all understood this and knew how cruel the world was, they could only understand how sad it was when they became fish on the chopping board and could no longer control their own fate. Clap. 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 Well said. A round of applause and praises could be heard. A few figures appeared on the mountain path. They were all wrapped in gray robes and stood in front of the group. Who is it? The people of the Qingju mercenary band were all startled. They hurriedly ran down and hid behind Li Yunxiao and the other two. The power of the ashes in the Warsoul Mountain was too strong. Everyone's divine sense was greatly suppressed. They only realized it when a few people appeared beside them. One of the men in grey robes sneered, "I am the strong one who judged you to die." "Ah. It's Lord Yuzong." Huayu was shocked. Then, she ran over in joy and said, "Lord, save me." Yu Zhang's face darkened. He said coldly, "I told you to set up a checkpoint outside the Warsoul Mountain. Why did you bring people up the mountain?" Huayu felt the murderous intent and said, "Lord, there are a few strong experts. I really couldn't beat them. After a bitter battle, I was captured by them and brought here." Yu Zhang's face relaxed a little. He said, "In that case, you have worked hard." Huayu panicked and immediately said, "It is my duty to do my best for the sect. How can I complain about it?" Yuzong nodded and said, "You are not bad. Go to the back." Huayu was overjoyed and ran to the back. Yuzong looked at the group coldly and said, "I am showing mercy now. As long as you leave now, I will not pursue this matter." Li Yunxiao asked curiously, "Are you kidding me? Based on your way of doing things, shouldn't you have killed them all?" Chu Mujia sneered, "This guy has good eyesight. He knows that he will die if he makes a move. That's why he said those words to scare us away." Yuzong was furious. He shouted, "Since you are courting death, don't blame us." With a wave of his hand, a sharp light flew out from his sleeve and slashed downwards. Chiao Mujia sneered and directly stretched out his hand to grab it. The sharp light was caught in his hand, and with a clench, it was instantly annihilated. Yu Zhang's pupils shrank. He shouted, "Go." He didn't dare to underestimate them anymore. Emperor's Qi burst out and a black fog appeared in front of him. It turned into runes and flashed in the air. Faint roars of demonic beasts could be heard from it. Yu Zhang's figure flashed and disappeared into the black fog. At this moment, the grey-robed men behind him also attacked. A large number of ear-piercing explosions came from the sky. In an instant, the sky was filled with crescent wind blades. There were black cracks all around the wind blades, and the entire space on the mountain path was shattered. The members of the Green Chariot mercenary group were already bleeding from their ears due to the sonic booms. Their faces were pale with fear as they gritted their teeth and stared at the sky. Li Yunxia's expression was calm. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and suddenly, an infinite amount of lightning gathered. With a crackling sound, it turned into a huge hammer and smashed into the sky. Boom! The spatial node under the hammer instantly exploded, and countless green lightning dragons surged in all directions, devouring all the wind blades in the sky in an instant. The power of thunder did not diminish as it charged towards the people from the myriad stars valley. The few grey-robed men suddenly swayed and disappeared from the mountain path, leaving only Huayu there. He screamed in horror and tried to escape, but he was struck by a thunder dragon. Bang! The thunder dragon passed through his body and blasted him into pieces. A cloud of black gas suddenly appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. A large hand slapped out from within, squeezing the thunder energy away and pressing towards Li Yunxiao's chest. Humph! Li Yunxiao sneered and his hands turned golden as he grabbed out. Pa! His 10 fingers pressed on the acupoints on the front and back of the arm and pressed down with essence force. Bang! That arm suddenly exploded and instantly turned into a black dragon that flew up. It shook off Li Yunxiao's arms and rushed into the sky. Countless runes surged out from the black dragon's body. After looking down a few times, it roared and swooped down. At the same time, a few grey-robed men suddenly appeared beside Li Yunxiao and surrounded him. All of them struck out with their palms. The mountainous pressure was like an impenetrable iron bucket that pressed down from all directions. The black dragon spiraled in the sky and swooped down with a sinister expression. Li Yunxiao's expression was calm and unmoved. He transformed into his transcendent's golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms and clenched his fists. His fists were covered in a ball of golden light. Immediately, a golden halo appeared on his body. With a loud shout, he pushed away in all directions. His 6 fists suddenly turned into palm techniques and slapped out in all directions. Rumble! The golden palm winds collided with the power that filled the sky. Like a wave crashing into a rock, it stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. Countless palm shadows exploded in the sky. When the black dragon rushed down, it was actually repelled by the spiritual pressure from the collision of the two powers. After circling a few times, it swooped down again. Rumble. When the black dragon landed, its body continuously turned into runes and collapsed. The palm forces that filled the sky lost their balance, and the spiritual pressure instantly collapsed. Countless black runes landed on Xianxia's body and exploded like a pearl chain. Bang, 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 bang. Xianxia's expression was solemn. His 6 palms remained motionless, allowing the black dragon's power to strike his body. A layer of faint golden light appeared on the surface of his skin. Countless exploding black runes spread out in front of him, and suddenly, a faint figure appeared, slapping out with both palms. The moment the palm energy appeared, it was as if a mountain had been uprooted, causing the sky to tremble. Moon-leaning palm. Yuzong roared, his body made of light suddenly became solid, and he slammed his palms down, as if the entire Battle Soul Mountain was being uprooted. Xianxia's lips curled into a cold smile. I've been waiting for you. He made a grabbing motion with his 6 arms, and 6 balls of golden light surged up again. He threw them forward, and they transformed into a nebula. His hands in front of him were like moving clouds and flowing water, stirring in the golden light. Suddenly, he formed a seal and forcefully slapped forward. Floating life seal. Bang, the 2 abnormally fierce forces collided with each other, causing the entire space to tremble. Many of the Green Chariot mercenary band martial artists spat out a mouthful of blood, and were immediately invaded by the deathly aura, causing them to hurriedly circulate their energy to defend. Kaboom! The power in front of the 2 exploded again, as if a mountain was collapsing. Yuzong could feel his moon-leaning palm crumbling layer by layer. The opponent's power was like an endless wave, stacking on top of one another, with no end in sight. Pooh! Finally, he could not take it anymore, and spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. His body flashed in the air, and immediately disappeared into the deathly aura around him. Not good, they escaped. Xianxia blamed herself. It's all my fault for being careless. I didn't think they would be able to escape so easily. Escape? What a joke. Xianxia sneered, and his eyes turned blood red. Then, they turned pitch black, and shot out 7 colors again. Finally, they returned to tranquility. Come out and accept your death. Clang. The sound of a sword clanging rang out, followed by a sword ray that shot through the air. Screams of agony could be heard, and within the gray mist, a few streaks of dark red blood could be seen. Following that, several figures fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground. They were all dead. The largest sword ray shot out to the left. Xianxia stepped forward, and the icy sword pierced into one of the men's chest, causing fresh blood to flow out. The gray mist dissipated, revealing Yuzhang's pale and terrified face, his face filled with disbelief. What, you're not convinced? Xianxia said indifferently, unfortunately, I don't have time to convince you. Are you going to tell me what I want to know, or do you want me to? Search your soul? Search your soul? Yuzhang's body trembled, and then a look of realization appeared on his face, and he laughed mockingly, ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? Bang. Xianxia could not be bothered to waste his breath, and his fingers formed into claws as he smashed Yuzhang's head, shattering his skull. Ah! Yuzhang screamed. Under the intense pain, the defense of his mind was reduced to its lowest, and in an instant, tens of thousands of needles pierced into his mind, and he lost consciousness in an instant. The members of the Green Cult mercenary band all paled, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. They had never seen such a soul-searching technique in their lives, not to mention that it was used on such a powerful being. The identity of Xianxia and the others became even more mysterious and terrifying. Before, they had been guessing in their hearts, but now, they did not even have the courage to guess. Xianxia's skin glowed with a faint golden light, and his eyes became strange, with strange runes flashing in them. Chen Qingyu's expression was solemn, and he gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand, and said coldly, Crazy Jia, you better behave. Chu Mujia put his hands behind his back, and looked back at him with disdain, and sneered, I just want to see his soul-searching technique, don't be nervous. Chen Qingyu said coldly, I hope so. If you do anything out of line, I will immediately take your head. Tisk. Chu Mujia sneered sarcastically, and no longer said anything. After the time to drink a cup of tea, the golden light on Li Yunxiao's body slowly disappeared, and his arm loosened. Yu Zhang's body directly fell down, and he had completely become an idiot. Bang! He swung his fist, and Yu Zhang's head exploded. As a peak expert, he had fallen into such a state. If he still had his spiritual sense, he would most likely choose to die. Chen Qingyu hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Li Yunxiao's eyes returned to normal, but they were filled with solemnity. He pondered for a moment, and said, "I'm afraid there is some trouble. I originally wanted to settle that matter in this mountain, but I didn't expect that there are so many experts in this mountain, and there are already layers of traps set up by the Myriad Stars Valley." Chen Qingyu said, "Then what should we do?" Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, and said, "Let's leave." "What? Leave?" Chen Qingyu was stunned for a moment, and had a doubtful look. Chu Mujia also frowned, and said, "I thought I heard wrong. Is this your style?" Li Yunxiao said, "Chen Qingyu, you should understand that this matter is too important, and there is no room for mistakes. After we are done, we will come back to this Fighting Soul Mountain to investigate. After all, we have obtained some interesting information, and I also want to enter the mountain to take a look." Chu Mujia said, "What interesting information? Tell us, and let's share it." Li Yunxiao chuckled, and said, "There is no important information, it is just SOSO. Let's go." These words made Chu Mujia feel like he had swallowed a fly, and he didn't know what to say. He could only look at him with disdain. "Go? Where are we going? Back?" Switching asked carefully, and his attitude was unprecedentedly respectful. Li Yunxiao said, "Find a deserted and absolutely safe place in Lawless Sky. It's best if it's far away from Battle Soul Mountain." After knowing some things, although Li Yunxiao was very curious, he also knew that he couldn't wade into these muddy waters now. The most important thing now was to help Yuan Gaohan's two souls merge. There is no safe place for anyone. Swicheng thought about it carefully, and the others were also thinking hard. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao and Chu Mujia frowned, and revealed different expressions. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with impatience, while Chu Mujia was happy, and laughed, and said, "Haha, we can't leave." He was in a good mood, and the main purpose of this trip was to catch that giant deer monster. "Ah! Yu Zhang." Suddenly, a figure in a gray robe landed beside Yu Zhang, and looked at the exploded head with disbelief. He stared blankly for a while, and then accepted the reality in front of him. Ah! How dare you kill people from my Myriad Stars Valley, you deserve to die." The person in the gray robe seemed to have gone mad, and the aura on his body suddenly exploded. In an instant, the sky and the earth surged, and the space also swayed, and everyone couldn't stand steadily. At the same time, 6 figures appeared in the sky, and all of them stood in the air. Some had their hands behind their back, some made hand signs with one hand, and some clenched their fists. But without exception, all of them were filled with killing intent, and cold air pressed down, and the temperature of the entire mountain path dropped. Li Yunxiao sighed, and said, "Myriad Stars Valley's Xianxia." These 6 words in the ears of the Green Horse mercenary troop was like a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone's face turned pale, and they were stunned on the spot. Even those Wuqing and Kuan were powerful, their faces were extremely ugly, and their hearts sank to the bottom. The person who roared shouted, "How dare you kill people from my Myriad Stars Valley, and now that you have recognized our names, you should surrender now, and I can give you a quick death." Chu Mujia sneered, "Who does Xianxia think he is? What right does he have to give us a quick death?" The people from the Green Horse mercenary troop came back to their senses. Hearing these words, it seemed like the 3 of them weren't even afraid of Xianxia, who were the 7 elders with the highest cultivation in the Myriad Stars Valley. Li Yunxiao said calmly, "You guys killed everyone in the mountain, why can't you let others kill you? As a martial artist, you have to be prepared to be killed at any time. I killed him, so why are you so agitated? Also, according to Yu Zhang's memories, your relationship is just SOSO. What? You even searched Yu Zhang's soul?" The person in the gray robe was shocked, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Only then did he dispel the anger in him, and gradually calmed down. He looked at Li Yunxiao, Chu Mujia, and Chen Qingyu, and understood that the problem was with these three. The people from the Green Horse mercenary troop behind him didn't even look at them. Lord Xianxia, this person killed our myriad Star Valley's men and searched Zhang's soul. He already knows many of Battling Soul Mountain's secrets. We cannot allow him to leave. A gray-robed man said coldly. Xianxia thought of Su Ping's words and his heart sank. He said solemnly, "Can you tell me your names? Since you dared to attack our myriad Star Valley, you shouldn't be afraid to tell us your names, right?" Li Yunxiao said, "It's not that we don't dare to, it's not necessary. You are a smart man. Letting us leave should be the best choice. Why do you have to sacrifice your interests for a little face?" Xianxia said, "You are right. If you didn't search Zhang's soul, I might really let you leave. But since you already know many of our secrets, there is no reason for you to leave." "Haha, what are you dawdling for? You should have done it long ago. Myriad Star Valley is a coward if you didn't." Xiao Mujia laughed heartily and pointed at Li Yunxiao. "The one who killed Zhang is him, the one who searched Zhang's soul is also him, kill him." Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise. Could these people not be in cahoots? He probed, "If the two of you are not in cahoots with this person, please leave immediately. Myriad Star Valley will not implicate the innocent." Chu Mujia was speechless. "You guys cleared the entire mountain and you say you won't implicate the innocent. Although I am not in cahoots with him, I also want to see what you guys are up to." Chen Qingyu said, "Sorry, I am in cahoots with him." At this moment, Suoqing said hurriedly, "Lord Myriad Star Valley, our Green Cult mercenary band is not in cahoots with these three. We will take our leave now." He turned around and wanted to leave, but he felt a murderous aura descending upon him, causing him to be unable to move. Xiao's expression was incomparably gloomy. He said coldly, "Since they are not leaving, you guys will not leave either. Myriad Star Valley does not mind killing a few more ants." After he finished speaking, his aura exploded. He formed a hand seal with one hand and the deathly gray aura in the surroundings instantly turned into a storm, creating a huge tornado that rolled and pressed forward. After that, he did not stop. His figure flashed and a cold gleam shot out from his hand, slashing at Li Yunxiao. Chi. Under the sword light, Li Yunxiao's afterimage was directly cut in half, but his real body had already disappeared. Gue Shou was shocked. He immediately stood up with his sword in hand and became alert. To be able to suddenly disappear under the lock of his divine sense and pressure, it was definitely not an easy feat. Hua hua hua. As the whirlwind dispersed, countless dust and sand filled the air. Fei Yang, Chen Qingyu, and Chu Mujia were still standing motionlessly. Their bodies were protected by a faint layer of light, and the whirlwind couldn't hurt them at all. Gu Shou stood in the eye of the storm, his eyes as calm as still water, unmoving like a mountain. "Here!" He suddenly shouted, and his sword danced in a long rainbow, piercing through the space behind him. Bang, the long sword was blocked. Li Yunxiao's figure slowly appeared in the storm. A faint golden light enveloped his entire body. With one hand behind his back, he stretched out his other hand and gently pinched the blade of the sword between his fingers. Bang! Gu Shou's heart skipped a beat, and he was extremely shocked. His pupils suddenly shrank, and all the essence force in his body flowed continuously into the sword. Rings of light rippled on the sword, and the treasured sword vibrated. The power in the long sword increased, but it seemed like it couldn't advance an inch. Li Yunxiao still looked calm and indifferent, as if his golden body was unmoving. Even Xiao Mujia and Chen Qingyu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Actually, although Li Yunxiao looked calm, the plucking flower finger contained his extremely high understanding of martial arts and divine abilities. Coupled with the indestructible golden body, he was able to defeat the enemy so easily. The other 6 warriors in the sky also made their moves. A person who could kill Zhang was not simple, and they didn't dare to underestimate him. Sword light flashed on the bodies of the 6 warriors, and they landed from different directions. In an instant, they surrounded Li Yunxiao, forming a barrier of sword light, and attacked. The 6 beams of sword chi were like rainbows piercing through the sun, and the sky was cut open. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. He flicked his finger, and with a bang, he knocked Meng Shou's long sword away. Then, he formed a seal with one hand and grabbed the air with the other. The heavenly light sword case landed in his hand, and light flowed around it. Meng Xiao felt his arm go numb, and the momentum of his sword was reversed. The sword chi that filled the sky slashed out indiscriminately, and he almost couldn't control it. He was shocked. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword again and slashed forward. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and the sword case flashed with silver light. 36 swords flew out and formed a formation in the sky. Suddenly, a vast sword will spread out, forming a world of its own. Clang 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 clang. The 7 beams of sword chi from Xianxia slashed down, and were blocked by the million sword formation. That destructive momentum that could split the sky instantly froze. What? Impossible. The expressions of the 7 warriors changed drastically, and their hearts were in turmoil. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn. He formed a seal with one hand, and sword talismans flew up from his body and floated into the million sword formation. The 36 northern cold star swords immediately changed. Dao became 1, 1 became 2, 2 became 3, 3 became all things. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword shadows. The 36 swords turned into 72 sword formations, 360 sword formations, 1080 sword formations, endless, the ultimate manifestation of the way of the sword. Not good. Retreat. Meng Xiao suddenly shouted. Although he didn't dare to believe it, there was no time for him to think too much about it. The sword will that filled the sky was so strong that it was far beyond his comprehension. The other 6 felt even more strongly. They felt that they couldn't resist this world of swords at all. The confidence and courage of the 7 warriors instantly crumbled, and they quickly withdrew their swords and fled. But Li Yunxiao didn't seem to feel it at all. He continued to form a seal with one hand, and the sword formation was formed. At that moment, his clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked calm, as if he had already merged into the world of swords. Chu Mujia and Chen Qingyu were also shocked. Especially Chu Mujia. With his ultimate body, he was almost the number 1 person below divine transcendence. But at this moment, his heart was beating like a drum. When faced with such a sword formation, would he be able to deal with it safely? He couldn't get a definite answer. And with Li Yunxiao's talent, it was almost impossible for him to reach divine transcendence. But if his ultimate body couldn't make a breakthrough, he would probably be stuck at the door for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel gloomy, and his face was extremely ugly. Escape? Li Yunxiao opened his eyes slightly, as if he had come back to his senses. The corner of his mouth curled up with a hint of mockery. A sword talisman appeared on the tip of his finger, and he pointed in the direction of the mountain where the 7 people had escaped to. He said softly, 1,000 sword stream. Swish, 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 swish. The sky was filled with sword shadows, like carps crossing the river, densely packed and innumerable. Boom. 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 Countless sword rays crashed into the mountain, and the whole mountain broke. Thousands of turtle patterns split in all directions. The people of the green cult mercenary troop only felt that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The sky was filled with a deathly gray aura, rolling in the sky, as if there were countless demons and ghosts inside, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Many people were struggling under this huge shock, and their faces were full of bitterness. The powerful sword chi directly slashed into the mountain, and the rock layer of hundreds of feet cracked. The Fighting Soul Mountain trembled violently. Moving mountains and seas, shaking the heavens and the earth. Who is this young man? The people of the green cult mercenary troop screamed and howled, and many people fainted on the spot. Switching quickly took out a small golden ball and smashed it in his hand. Bang! A golden barrier rippled out, and the light was dazzling. It covered everyone in it, and then it stabilized. At this moment, the whole mountain was completely deformed, and a large part of the mountain top was directly flattened. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and it was a tragic sight. Sui Cheng's face turned pale, and he swallowed his saliva. His throat made a few goo-goo sounds, but he couldn't say a word. Li Yunxiao said, 4 died, and 3 escaped. They ran really fast. He retracted all the sword rays on his body, and with his hands behind his back, he slowly descended from the sky. Chu Mujia snorted, you only have a shocking aura, but your strength is only so. Although his face was full of disdain, everyone could see that he didn't mean what he said. Xianxia said, "Didn't they say that there was a giant deer demon beast in the mountain? Such a big movement, and there was no movement at all. Could it be that the giant deer was captured by the Valley of Myriad Stars?" Chumujia's pupil shrank. After seeing Li Yunxiao's thousand-sword flow, his desire to obtain the giant deer was even stronger. Li Yunxiao said that giant deer has already been trapped in the inner mountain by the people of the Valley of Myriad Stars. Unfortunately, Yuzong doesn't have much information in his mind. The whole thing is being handled by a disciple of the Valley of Myriad Stars called Su Ping. Su Ping? Chen Qingyu and Chu Mujia both frowned. Obviously, they hadn't heard of this person. Li Yunxiao said, "It's normal that you haven't heard of him. This disciple has only been in the Valley of Myriad Stars for 10 years, and he is only 20 years old now." 20 years old? Both of them were shocked. Chen Qingyu said, "What's his cultivation level like? How can he be in charge of such a big situation?" Li Yunxiao said, "This person is the direct disciple of the Valley of Myriad Stars sect master, Xianxia. His talent is astonishing, and even Yuzong doesn't know how strong he is. In Yuzhang's memory, he is full of jealousy and resentment towards this disciple." Chu Mujia sneered and said, "The rise of any genius is under countless jealous gazes. It seems that Xianxia values this direct disciple very much." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "It seems that he is completely nurturing him as a successor. I am also very interested in meeting this person." 20 years old? Interesting. The corner of his mouth rose into a smile. Chen Qingyu frowned and said, "Let's leave first. That matter is more important." Li Yunxiao said, "We are already at this juncture. Why don't we just clear out the people from the Valley of Myriad Stars and the Fighting Soul Mountain?" Cold sweat seeped out of Chen Qingyu's forehead as she said, "Clear out." Li Yunxiao took a few steps back and directly arrived in front of Zhuo Qing. He said, "What's with the barrier power that you displayed just now?" Zhuo Qing hurriedly said, "My lord, that was a small golden spiritual pearl." Small golden spiritual pearl? Li Yunxiao's pupil shrank and he said, "What is that? Do you have more?" "I do." Although this item was precious, Zhuo Qing didn't dare to hide it. He stretched out his hand and a nimble golden light swayed in his palm, condensing into a dazzling golden pearl. Li Yunxiao made a grabbing motion and the bead fell into his palm. He felt a prickling sensation as if there were countless needles in his hand. A strange look flashed across Chiu Mujia's eyes as he said, "Metal spiritual energy? No, it's far from it. The space inside the fish belly of his warship was built with pure metal spiritual qi." Li Yunxiao felt it for a while and suddenly made a grabbing motion. Bang! The bead exploded and turned into countless rays that shot in all directions. It was like a flower blooming in the palm of his hand. In an instant, all the light was released and finally, the light fell from his fingertips. Zhuo Qing's heart ached. Li Yunxiao said, "Where did this bead come from?" Zhuo Qing said, "This kind of metal spiritual bead is a special product of Lawless Sky. It's very rare. It's formed after a type of insect dies. It's buried underground for a long time and condensed into a bead." Li Yunxiao made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a few metal spiritual insects appeared. "Is it this kind of insect?" Yes, it's this insect." Zhuo Qing said, "This insect's value is also very high. It's almost equal to the Earth's sovereign bead." Li Yunxiao said, "Brother Mujia, you have a good understanding of all kinds of fierce beasts. Do you recognize this insect?" He lightly flicked and shot one of the insects over. Chiu Mujia grabbed it in his hand and scrutinized it for a while. His eyebrows furrowed, and then his pupils suddenly shrank, shooting out cold stars. He said in shock, "This insect looks like this, but why is it so small?" Li Yunxiao suddenly asked, "What does it look like?" He had asked Aunt Gio to appraise it before. Aunt Gio said it was a descendant of some kind of true spirit. Now, Chu Mujia seemed to have a similar judgment. His main purpose in coming to Lawless Sky, besides helping Yuan Gaohan fuse the two souls, was to find this kind of insect. Chu Mujia stared at the insect for a while, then said slowly, "Have you heard of the 5 elemental spiritual beasts?" Li Yunxiao was startled. He seemed to recall something and involuntarily blurted out, you're talking about the divine will purple gold insect of the 5 element spirit beasts. Chumujia said, that's right. Whether it's the shape or the way it breathes in and out the metal spiritual chi, it's very similar. It's just that its size and number. The 5 elemental spirit beasts are all giant creatures, and there's only one of them. Li Yunxiao said, could it be a descendant of that thing? Chumujia frowned and said, although the 5 elemental spiritual beasts are also true spirits, they are born from the accumulation of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. They are not true spirits in the general sense. I have never heard of them being able to reproduce. Li Yunxiao said, the world is big, nothing is too strange. The true dragon was also an existence born from the essence of heaven and earth. Couldn't it also reproduce? If it's not a descendant of the divine will purple gold worm, what do you think it is? Chumujia said, I'm more inclined to believe that these insects were born on their own. After all, heaven and earth can give birth to the divine will purple gold worm, so the birth of this kind of insect is naturally not out of the question. Moreover, the current era is far from the ancient era. All kinds of energy and essence no longer exist, so it's not strange for these innately deficient pocket-sized divine will purple gold worms to be born. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and said, what you said is very reasonable. Since I've come to the lawless heavens, other than this deathly aura, finding out the origin of this metal spirit worm is also one of my goals. Chumujia stared at Switching and said, do you still have this kind of insect or the golden ball just now? Switching spread his hands and said, no. Huh? Chumujia's eyes turned cold and his expression immediately became ugly. Switching was so scared that his face turned white. He said bitterly, my lord, I really don't have any more. I only have 2 of those metal spirit beads in total. Moreover, they've been my collection for so many years. I'm not willing to use them unless I have no other choice. Chumujia said, where did you buy them? Switching smiled bitterly and said, the price of that thing is almost equivalent to the Earth Emperor bead. How could I afford it? I picked them up a few times when I was wandering around the lawless heavens. As for those insects, although there are people who buy them, their value is not as high as the metal spirit bead. Still, they are rare. Li Yunxiao said, Brother Mujia, don't worry. Since we've come here, we naturally have to find out more about this thing. Chumujia's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, if it really has something to do with the divine will purple gold worm, then this trip to the lawless heavens is worth it. Switching's heart trembled. He didn't know what a divine will purple gold worm was, but he knew it must be something extraordinary. Right now, he only wanted to leave this place safely. Li Yunxiao said, you guys wait for us at the foot of the mountain. What? Switching was startled, his ears trembling. Li Yunxiao had already seen the bitterness in his heart. He smiled and said, your mercenary group wait for me at the foot of the mountain. They won't be of any use for now. Yes, yes. My lord. Switching was overjoyed. He was so excited that he almost cried. He glanced at the mountain range that had been completely destroyed, then hurriedly turned around and led the group down the mountain. Inside the mountain range, 3 figures suddenly appeared in an open space. They fell to the ground and staggered. One of them even vomited blood. Lord Guxiu, what do we do now? The intruders are too strong. I'm afraid the matter here will be exposed. A gray-robed man said. He held his chest, which was full of blood. His heart meridian had been directly injured by Li Yunxiao's sword chi. Guxiu's face was also pale. He said gloomily, let's ask Su Ping first. His hands continuously formed seals and directly shot into the void in front of him. A circular array formed in front of him, then slowly opened a passage. A seal appeared on his fingertip and shot into the passage. A moment later, the space fluctuated slightly. A faint figure appeared, swaying in front of the array. It was Su Ping, but it was only a projection and not his real body. Guxiu said in surprise, has it already begun? Su Ping's expression was still calm. He said, soon. Can't you guys stop those people? Guxiu's face turned red. He said with guilt, we can't stop them, Anne. He looked at the 2 people behind him. His eyes were slightly red, and he couldn't help but tear up. Su Ping comforted him, don't blame yourself. It's good that you can come back alive. But who are those people? Are they experts from the Soul Devourer sect? Gu Shou shook his head. He said, those few people are very unfamiliar. They shouldn't be. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He said, one of them looks to be about the same age as you, Su Ping. He is very terrifying. Yu Zong and the other elders were killed by him. Moreover, he only used one move. That move was earth-shattering. I'm afraid he has already reached the level of Lord Sect Master. The two elders behind him also trembled. They also had the same fear on their faces. About the same age as me, Lord Sect Master's level? Su Ping's pupil shrank. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, could it be that person? Who? Gu Shou was shocked. He couldn't think of who it was no matter how hard he racked his brains. He didn't expect Su Ping to have some guesses. Su Ping said calmly, I'm just guessing. It might not be accurate. You've all heard about the recent events in Crimson Moon City, right? Gu Shou said, of course. Such an earth-shattering, Su Ping, are you talking about the #1 rising star of the younger generation, Li Yunxiao? Su Ping said, he's the only one in the world who can have such strength at my age. But why did he come to Lawless Heaven? It doesn't make sense. Gu Shou said in shock, even if that Li Yunxiao is rumored to be godly, I don't think he's as terrifying as this person. Su Ping said, forget it. We'll deal with it when it comes. We are Myriad Star Valley. Who in the world can bully us? 3 elders, follow me in. They will need some time to find the entrance. Gu Shou and the other 2 hurriedly followed Su Ping's projection into the passage. Suddenly, Su Ping's footsteps stopped. What's wrong? Gu Shou was startled. Su Ping smiled bitterly and said, they're here. What? Gu Shou and the other 2 were shocked. They hurriedly turned around. There was only deathly aura floating in the air. There was no one in sight. Gu Shou said, Su Ping is being paranoid, right? We took a long detour to arrive here. There's no one behind us. The other 2 elders also nodded slightly. They didn't believe that they were being followed. Su Ping said with a calm expression, since the 3 of you are here, just show yourselves. You're facing the entire Myriad Star Valley. What's the use of this little trick? It can only lower your status. Hee hee, this kid is interesting. Chu Mujia's chuckle came from the air. Then, the space twisted slightly. A green light flickered and suddenly enlarged into a circle of light. 3 figures appeared from it. Gu Shou and the other 2's faces turned ashen. They all froze. Su Ping looked at the 3 and said, you're indeed not from Soul Devourer sect. Do you dare report your names? Chu Mujia frowned and said, this kid's energy waves are so strange. Huh? What's going on? Su Ping's expression changed slightly. Then, he returned to normal and said, this person can sense my aura. He should be a rank 9 great spell refiner. Chu Mujia sneered, only rank 9 spell refiners can sense you? Looks like you're very confident. Su Ping said, I have some confidence. Since the 3 of you aren't willing to report your names, you should at least state your purpose. Chu Mujia said, I heard that there's a giant deer monster in this mountain. Have you seen it? Su Ping frowned and said, forgive me, I can't answer that. Haha, then you've seen it. Chu Mujia stuck out his tongue and licked his lips a few times. Hand over that monster and it'll be fine. Su Ping said, sorry, I can't. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Brother Mujia, you take the lead. That giant deer is inside this mountain. Su Ping's pupil shrank. He said with a surprised expression, Brother Mujia? It's you, the crazy Chu Mujia? Ha ha ha. Chu Mujia laughed and said, I didn't expect a little kid to know my name. Su Ping's gaze shifted as he stared at Li Yunxiao and said, so this is the Li Yunxiao who is currently in the limelight and has turned the Scarlet Moon City upside down? Not waiting for Li Yunxiao to answer, he seemed to be very sure. Or maybe he didn't need Li Yunxiao to answer. His eyes continued to turn and fell on Shen Qingyu. He said, then who is this lord? Li Yunxiao was surprised, I didn't think I would be so famous, any birdman can guess my identity. Su Ping said, I'm not just any birdman. Although you're famous in Hanyu City, this is lawless heaven. You can't do as you please here. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, that's strange. The lawless sky should be the territory of the soul-devouring sect. Since we can't do as we please, of course, we can't allow the people of the Myriad Star Valley to do as they please. Su Ping frowned. He couldn't refute this and could only say, Myriad Star Valley is a big sect in Western region. Compared to you, we can be considered the hosts. Li Yunxiao laughed. We're all people of the martial heaven continent. Whether it's lawless heaven or battle soul mountain, they're all part of the human race's territory. Su Ping's frown deepened. He knew these people were difficult to deal with. He said, I'll get straight to the point. What do I have to do for you to leave? Xiao Mujia said, hand over the giant deer demon beast. Su Ping immediately rejected, I can't do that. Li Yunxiao said, what's with the deathly energy in Warsoul Mountain? What's with the divine wool purple gold insects? He opened his hand. The insects were emitting a dazzling golden light. Su Ping's eyes narrowed. He hesitated for a while before saying, if I tell you these two things, will you leave? Su Ping. Yuan Xiao shouted. Su Ping said, although I'm not afraid of these three, I don't want to complicate matters. Li Yunxiao's heart moved. He said, that depends on the value of your information. Su Ping said, that depends on your understanding of the value. If I don't tell you, you'll never know the origin of the deathly energy and the insects in your hand. Li Yunxiao thought for a while. He said, all right, tell me the origin of these two things. I won't care about your Myriad Star Valley's matters. But you can't stop me from finding them. Su Ping frowned and said, you're looking for the source of this deathly aura and that insect? Yes. Li Yunxiao said seriously. Su Ping's expression turned ugly. If you're willing to come back in 3 days, I can tell you everything. 3 days later? The three of them grew suspicious. Li Yunxiao said, will these two items still be around after 3 days? Su said flatly, who knows? Li Yunxiao sneered, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said lazily, then there's nothing I can do. We can't negotiate. A cold light shot out from Su Ping's eyes. His gray robe fluttered slightly as if his emotions were fluctuating. He said, the three of you are all famous figures in the world. I really don't want to be enemies with the three of you, but if we must fight, Su Ping is not afraid. Tisk. Chu Mujia sneered disdainfully. Chen Qingyu's eyebrows twitched. He didn't seem to want to fight either, but he still followed Li Yunxiao's lead and looked over. Li Yunxiao's eyes slowly focused and flickered with battle intent. He laughed and said, in Yu Zhang's memory, he was very unconvinced of you. How could a mere youth be in charge of the Myriad Stars Valley? Su Ping said, Yu Zhang is too narrow-minded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped here on the path of martial arts. Perhaps he wouldn't have died so easily today. Li Yunxiao said, hee, I'm also very interested. Su Ping's eyes were piercingly cold. His gray robe became as hard as iron under the stimulation of his elemental energy. His entire body seemed to solidify, but it only took a moment for him to return to his original state. Diao Xiao and the other two immediately became nervous. Cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. If they could do it all over again, they definitely wouldn't provoke these three fiends. Li Yunxiao's eyes focused and turned slightly. Suddenly, a vortex appeared beside Su Ping and gradually turned into a burly man. He was also wrapped in a gray robe and his face was completely indistinguishable. His eyes turned slightly and became strange. Specks of colorful light appeared in his eyes, as if he wanted to see through the layers of obstacles and see the face in the gray robe clearly. The burly man seemed to have sensed something and let out a soft cry of surprise. He raised his hand and spread open his fingers. The handprint on his fingertips was very strange. It emitted waves of light that rippled in front of him. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. His vision was completely cut open by the waves of light. The figure of the man in gray became even more dazed. He knew that he could no longer see the man's face. His eyes returned to normal, but his face was full of surprise. Su Ping said, General, can you stop these three for 3 days? Diao Xiao and the other two trembled and looked at the man in gray in shock. They seemed to have guessed something and their eyes were full of surprise. A cold light flashed in the gray robe and the burly man said in a deep voice, "I will do my best." Su Ping nodded and turned to walk into the passage, as if the matters of the outside world had nothing to do with him. After a brief moment of shock, Diao Xiao and the other two hurriedly chased after Su Ping, countless questions surging in their hearts. Li Yunxiao and the others did not chase after them. The passage quickly closed and the inside suddenly became brightly lit. It was like the light of countless luminous pearls, illuminating one's heart warmly. It was filled with a pure and holy aura, the complete opposite of the outside world. Su Ping. Diao Xiao finally could not hold back and chased after him. He said, "Was that person just now really the general?" Su Ping nodded, his face still filled with a serene expression that did not match his age. Diao Xiao's eyes widened and he sighed. "I didn't think that even the general would come. It seems that the sect master's trust in you is extraordinary. With the general here, there is nothing to worry about." "Nothing to worry about," Su Ping muttered to himself, "I hope so." The passage was filled with a pure and holy light, illuminating his figure, making him seem very lonely. He took a few steps before stopping. He formed a seal with one hand and struck out a seal in front of him. Suddenly, a circle of green light appeared. What's wrong?" The green light constantly rotated in front of Su Ping and a voice came from inside. "Looking at you, it seems that you've encountered some trouble." Su Ping looked at the circle of green light and said indifferently, "Is there anything different about my appearance from before?" "Haha." The voice laughed loudly. "It's exactly the same, there's no difference. It's just that you wouldn't have come looking for me if there wasn't anything important. I'm very curious, what kind of soul is inside this body of yours?" "Kiki, I really want to have a taste." Su Ping said, "There are a few more interesting souls outside now. Are you interested in having a taste?" The voice was silent for a moment before it snorted heavily and sneered. "I knew that you wouldn't come looking for me for anything good. Do you want me to help you resist the enemy?" Su Ping said, "No need, I've already sent the general. It's just that I'm still a little uneasy." "Just help the general." The voice was silent for a moment before it said, "With the general here, you're still worried? I've helped you keep a close eye on the Soul Devourer sect. No one will come. Could it be an expert from another region?" Su Ping said, "One is Li Yunxiao, one is Chu Mujia, and the last one is unknown, but he's also a peak 9 stars expert." "What? It's those two?" The voice was extremely shocked. "Li Yunxiao just caused an uproar in Crimson Moon City. Why has he come to the western regions?" Su Ping said, "He's here for the item here and the divine will purple gold bug." "So that's the case. Kiki, what an unexpected guest." The voice smacked its lips a few times before clicking its tongue. "The soul inside Li Yunxiao's body is said to be that person." Su Ping frowned and said, "I've also heard about it. If you have the strength, you can go and give it a try. But if you're not completely competent, don't make a move. Help the general hold them off for 3 days." Before he finished speaking, the green light in front of him turned and disappeared without a trace. Su Ping's frown deepened. He helplessly continued walking into the passage. Outside the mountain, the passage disappeared behind the burly man in gray. Li Yunxiao and the other two didn't move. They still stood quietly in their original spots. They seemed to have sensed that the burly man wasn't simple. The burly man also didn't move. His mission was only to stop the three. He didn't want to make the first move. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "You're the general?" The burly man said, "You know me?" Li Yunxiao said, "I searched Yu Zhang's memories, so of course I know you. The general is the most mysterious person in Myriad Stars Valley. He's always been with Myriad Stars Valley sect master, Xianxia. Even the people of Myriad Stars Valley don't know about the general's identity. Unfortunately, I do." "Who is Su Ping? Could he be Xianxia's illegitimate son?" The general didn't answer. Chu Mujia frowned and asked, "What's the general's identity?" He also sensed that the other party wasn't ordinary. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Elephant sword." Suddenly, the general's body moved slightly. A wind that came out of nowhere caused his robe to flutter. "Elephant sword?" Xianxia and Xianxia were stunned. Elephant sword was the most common and simple game. Almost everyone knew how to play it. Li Yunxiao said, "The general that follows Tian Xingzi is the general of elephant sword." Back then, Tian Xingzi brought his elephant sword to bet against Tingguang, but he still lost. The general said, "You also know about such a secret." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Tingguang is full of praise for you." The general said, "Your Majesty's formation skills are unparalleled in the world. Back then, I was trapped in the formation and almost died. I admitted defeat." Li Yunxiao said, "Although I know you're a general, I'm still curious about what kind of existence you guys are." The general said, "You'll find out soon." He opened his hands and pulled off his robe. As the robe fluttered, a ray of sunlight shone in, reflecting the dazzling golden light. Xianxia's pupils constricted and he said in shock, "Puppet?" The general was actually wearing a suit of golden armor that was carved with formations. His face was calm and dignified, and his eyes were full of intelligence. The general raised his hands. Between his fingers were 6 golden beads. Each bead was carved with a small seal: knight, elephant, horse, chariot, cannon, pawn. The large golden hand moved, and 6 chess pieces flew out, turned into 6 streams of light, and fell down. In a flash of golden light, the 6 majestic figures became solid in a trance. Li Yunxiao and the other 2 frowned slightly, because the aura in the 6 golden lights was very strong, making them very uncomfortable. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out, and 6 strangely shaped golden puppets appeared in the surroundings. The 6 puppets all had strange expressions on their faces, but they were very quick-witted. They looked at the trio in unison with their abstruse eyes, causing them to feel very uncomfortable. "General, are we going to deal with these 3 dregs?" A puppet with broad shoulders and a short body, carrying a 5-foot-long cylinder on his shoulder, had a cold expression, and his eyes were sharp. The puppet's body turned slightly, making a click sound of metal, and light flashed on its surface. "Hee, pow, don't underestimate these 3. A skinny man with a head that looked like a crescent moon had long eyelashes. His eyes were smiling, but they were emitting a red glow. Looking closely, there was a sea of red in the depths of his eyes. The word warrior was printed on the puppet's heart. Pow snorted, "Can these 3 overturn the heavens?" Warrior giggled, "If it's not big trouble, why would General let us out? Also, with my bloodthirsty demon eyes, I can see that these 3 are not ordinary." The general said, "Sure, Wu Shuang is right, these 3 are very difficult to deal with. Our mission is only to trap them for 3 days. Trap them for 3 days? Are they that difficult?" A puppet that was as round as a ball, with a millstone-like character elephant imprinted on its belly, had a solemn look on his face as he reached out his short and small hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. A beam of golden light flew over. The light in his hand grew longer, turning into a golden scythe twice as long as his body, and with a clang sound, he carried it on his shoulder. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a domineering and violent aura spread out, shaking off the deathly gray air around him, forming small tornadoes that roared and rushed up. The 7 chess players all had cold and stern expressions. Golden light flowed in the air, creating a magnificent scene. Li Yunxiao's gaze swept across the 7 of them one by one. He nodded and praised, "Is this the true face of Tian Xingzi Xianxia? Looks like it's going to be really tricky." Tisk. Xianxia sneered and said, "I was wondering what it was. It's just a bunch of puppets with decent battle prowess. It's funny that Tian Xingzi still treats these things as treasures." "These things?" Pao's face darkened, he immediately spat out a mouthful of anger and said coldly, "General, can we just kill them?" The general's expression didn't change as he calmly said, "Of course I can, but it will be very difficult." "It's fine as long as they are trapped." "Very difficult? Then let me test the strength of these 3 dregs." Boom. Pao's feet suddenly exploded, creating a huge pit. His whole body had already turned into a golden light and shot out. So fast. Li Yunxiao and the other 2 were startled. That cannon looked short, but its speed was unbelievably fast. That was not teleportation, but pure speed. The entire space around him was completely deformed by the pressure. Boom. A golden light exploded in the sky above Xianxia. In the midst of the swaying golden light, Pao's fist collided with Chu Mujia's. Ah! Chu Mujia screamed in agony as his tall and sturdy body trembled violently. The entire ground beneath him collapsed, sinking 3 feet into the ground. Pao's attack was too fast, causing him to not even have time to react before he was forced to receive the attack. The bones in his fist were crushed, and the flesh on his wrist was mangled. Humph! Blabbering trash, remember the name of the one who killed you. I am Wind-Chasing Pao. Wind-Chasing Pao retracted his fist. His speed was so fast that it didn't seem real. His entire body was a blur, and he seemed to be in a trance. The 5-foot-long cannon barrel was flipped over from his shoulder and smashed down like a stick. Pung! Chu Mujia's left hand turned into a golden ape's arm, and his 5 fingers spread out in front of Pao's eyes. His entire arm trembled, and his body was forced to slide several feet away. 2 feet deep marks were left on the ground. Wind-Chasing Pao laughed coldly, "Goodbye, trash." Suddenly, countless runes emerged on the surface of the golden cannon, and a powerful tool force spread out. Behind the dwarf-like body, an array with a radius of several feet emerged, with countless runes fluttering in the air. Chu Mujia's pupils shrank, and his eyes were filled with shock. He felt a terrifying force shooting out from the hole of the cannon under his fingers. Boom! A huge beam of light shot out, directly smashing into the ground. The surging force scattered across the mountain. The mountain was blasted into pieces, and it was a tragic sight. The entire terrain had been changed. But under this shocking transformation, the entire mountain was filled with the golden light of the cannon. It was like the spring rain had sprinkled on the earth, and everything was thriving. Ka! After the cannon was blasted, it was once again placed on his shoulder. Wind-Chasing Pao's eyes were cold, and he looked at the golden light all over the mountain, and said coldly, "Has it been blasted into pieces?" Shi Wuxuang's red eyes suddenly narrowed, and he shouted, "Careful!" Wind-Chasing Pao's body swayed, and his originally short body shrunk like a tree stump. A slash flew past his head. Chu Mujia was covered in injuries, and his face was gloomy. He grabbed the padao in his hand, and stood 10 feet away. "Humph, I knew you weren't dead. I was waiting for you." Pung! The place where Wind-Chasing Pao stood suddenly exploded, and his body shot out. He punched out, and the air was blasted apart. Chu Mujia spread his wings, and the 1,000 eyes of the dark swamp feather opened. What? Wind-Chasing Pao was shocked, and he seemed to be shocked by the black feathers and 1,000 eyes. Boom! That punch completely shattered the space, but it only destroyed the afterimage left behind by Chu Mujia, and his real body appeared behind Wind-Chasing Pao. Shi Wuxuang said in shock, "Pao, be careful. He has mastered the space divine art." "Don't worry." Wind-Chasing Pao yelled, and the cannon on his shoulder bounced up again, spinning in the air, and smashed behind him. "You short melon, you have completely pissed me off." "Humph, unscrupulous scum, so what if you are angry? You still have to die." Boom! The cannon smashed another space, and Chu Mujia's afterimage was directly smashed into pieces. Suddenly, countless flesh tentacles appeared in the air, and in an instant, Wind-Chasing Pao was tied up, and he couldn't move at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Dozens of flesh tentacles tightened, and on the other end was Chu Mujia. His 10 fingers turned into sharp claws, flashing with green light, and his eyes were even more fierce. Ominous nether claw, space tear. Bang, bang, bang. The space around the flesh tentacles was instantly smashed, and everything turned pitch black. Wind-Chasing Pao's body was constantly slashing with the power of space, and with a ping ping pang pang sound, countless scars were left behind, like 1,000 wind blades. Chu Mujia's pupils shrank, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. His ominous nether claw tore through the space, but his opponent was still as steady as Mount Tai. "It's useless, our bodies are almost indestructible, and this level of attack will only tickle us." Wind-Chasing Pao's voice came from the tearing sound, and then a golden light shot up into the sky, slicing apart the flesh tentacles, and the terrifying cannon shot out. Bang! A huge light beam shot across the sky, and the place where Chu Mujia was standing was smashed into pieces. Wind-Chasing Pao frowned. Although his speed was extremely fast, his opponent had mastered the space divine art, and it was not a good idea to always be unable to hit him. N? The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and apart from the flesh tentacles exploding in the sky, there was no other sound. Wind-chasing Pow's right hand hugged the cannon under his armpit, and he was on guard. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot over, and scales appeared in the sky, falling down like snowflakes. The light refracted from those scales penetrated the golden light, and all of a sudden, all of the scales turned, and under the guidance of a force, they connected into one and swept up. Wind-chasing Pow was shocked, and those scales seemed to have turned into vines. A total of 2 vines came from the left and right, and with a ping-pong-pong sound, they bound him, and cut his body, but they could only leave shallow marks. Didn't I say it's useless? Aren't you annoying? Wind-chasing Pow was furious, and the Pow character on his shoulder suddenly became bright, bursting out with golden light, and his entire aura suddenly rose. Break! The cannon flew out from under his armpit, and with a spin, all the scales were blown away. Circles of golden light were emitted from his body, and they were like rings of stars revolving around his body. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky, and it became bigger and bigger. What, that is? Everyone raised their heads, and a huge footprint fell from the sky, and a vast demonic power spread out. All the space was sealed at this moment, and the word truth appeared in the footprint. Wind-chasing Pow's body trembled, and at this moment, the golden rings of stars revolved, and his power was raised to the extreme. However, under the seal of that foot, it was like an endless mountain was constantly pressing down, and he could not use his speed. Dwarf! Die! Chumuji's angry voice soared into the sky, and his roar was earth-shattering. This foot contained his monstrous anger, and the sky was filled with strange demonic characters, as well as the vast demonic power of the dying beast. Xianxia's face finally relaxed, and he praised, "Can this foot stomp this short winter melon into a discus? If it is stomped into a discus, will it die? If it doesn't die, can it recover on its own?" He asked a series of 3 questions. The puppets also felt the power of that foot, and their expressions changed greatly. Shi Wuxuang's blood-red eyes suddenly shrank, and he shouted, "Danger! Ma Feifei!" One of the puppets had a head like a horse, and a tall body. The word horse occupied a small part of its face, and its left eye was covered. He raised his eyes lazily, and said, "Understood." Then, he stretched out his right hand, raised it in the air, and casually snapped his fingers. He said softly, "Jump." In the distance, Wind-chasing Pow's figure suddenly swayed, and in an instant, he disappeared from where he was, and reappeared dozens of feet away. What? Li Yunxiao's eyes shrank, and a sharp light shot out. Even Xiaomujia didn't notice this direct teleportation. Truth Listener's foot suddenly landed and stepped into the ground. A vast power instantly exploded. Boom! Ting stomped on the ground, shattering the earth veins. The terrifying power spread out in all directions, tearing the mountain apart. Everyone retreated. The vast demonic energy flattened the entire mountain, forming a huge canyon. It was like the bottom of a pot was placed in the mountain range, bottomless. TSK, damn it. In the sky full of light and dust, Chumuji's figure flickered. A circle of green light turned into a spiral and rushed toward Wind-chasing Cannon. You think you can survive just because you dodged it once? Wind-chasing Cannon was shocked. His expression became serious, no longer looking down on Chu Feng. He took out the cannon barrel and aimed it forward. Countless formations appeared on the cannon barrel. The green light suddenly stopped and turned into Chumuji's figure in front of Wind-chasing Cannon. With a cold expression, he spread his wings and opened his 1,000 eyes. Boom! A beam of light shot out from the cannon barrel, shattering the layers of space. Suddenly, the 1,000 ancient eyes shot out a strange light. Chumujia made a hand seal with one hand, and the void in front of him became strange. The originally straight beam of light suddenly twisted, forming a spiral. What? Wind-chasing Cannon was shocked, his eyes suddenly opened wide. My wrath is not something a dwarf like you can withstand. Accept it with your life. Chumujia's eyes turned cold. He drew a circle in front of him with his right hand. The beam of light followed his gesture and shot back. The other chess puppets were all shocked. Wind-chasing Cannon put away the cannon barrel. He moved like the wind and rushed dozens of feet away. As soon as he stopped, he saw Chumujia's sneering face. He no longer looked like a human. He had a copper nose and an iron mouth. There were horns on his forehead. Humph. Huh. The power of the two sound waves exploded and overlapped with each other. It was as if a tidal wave was pushing forward, and the entire space was shaken to pieces. Ho ho. Wind-chasing cannon grabbed the cannon barrel in front of him. He was immediately sucked in by the sound waves and slid in the air. Suddenly, a huge shadow silently appeared behind wind-chasing cannon. It opened its mouth wide, revealing a pitch-black hole. Not good. Shi Wuxuang exclaimed, Ma Feifei. Ma frowned and said unhappily, got it. Also, please call me by my correct name, my name is Ma Feiying. Okay, Ma Feifei. Are you asking for a beating? Got it, Ma Feifei. Ma Feiying raised her hand, and with a click of her fingers, she said, jump. Li Yunxiao's lips curled into a smile. If you use the same move twice, the effect will be greatly reduced. Ma Feiying's whole body trembled, and he revealed a look of shock. The wind-chasing cannon that was in the mouth of the battleship fish did not jump away. What? Not only him, but the other chess pieces also turned pale with fright. The general said solemnly, Ma Feiying's spatial leap is a teleportation created by concentrating her strength on one point and instantly breaking through the restraints of the rules of space. It's fundamentally different from teleportation that relies on mental strength. Even if space is locked down, it won't lose its effectiveness. Li Yunxiao chuckled. That's because he is no longer in the space you see. The general frowned and said, what do you mean? Shi Wuxuang's eyes glowed red, and she suddenly exclaimed, that layer of bubbles. Everyone looked over and saw that a layer of water had appeared around the windchaser cannon. It was as if a huge bubble had enveloped him. Not only that, but the battleship fish's mouth also had countless bubbles of various sizes flying out, and the entire space became blurry. After Ma Feiying's spatial leap failed, the battleship fish directly bit down and swallowed the wind-chasing cannon. After a brief moment of shock, the 6 chess pieces regained their composure, and there was not a trace of nervousness. Ma Feiying chuckled. It's good to let the cannon block suffer. Who asked him to not change his fiery temper? Shi Wuxuang twisted her body, blinked, and said, hee, I'm just afraid that being in the fish's stomach will make his temper even worse, and he'll explode out. Li Yunxiao glanced at them indifferently, and said, you must think that your bodies are almost indestructible, and that it won't matter even if the cannon block is swallowed, right? Shi Wuxuang giggled. Isn't that the case? I'll tell you the truth, even if Ma Feifei didn't make a move, the cannon block might still be fine. Li Yunxiao said, how about we make a bet? Shi Wuxuang asked, what bet? The corners of Li Yunxiao's lips curled up slightly, and a mocking glint appeared in his eyes as he said, I bet that the cannon block won't be able to come out again. What? Shi Wuxuang was shocked. The general also looked up with a solemn expression. The chaotic auras in the sky gradually dissipated, and a lifeless gray haze was restored. The battleship fish's huge body floated in the sky, silently floating. Chumujia stood on the fish's head with a cold expression, and looked down at the ground below, and said in a cold voice, there are still 6 pieces of scrap metal left, come up and become nourishment for my fish. He stood on the fish's head with both feet, and the 2 spell formations expanded beneath his feet. An astonishing amount of spiritual energy continuously poured into his body, and he quickly recovered the power he had just lost. The general said with a solemn expression, we really lost the connection with the wind-chasing cannon. What? That's impossible. The other 5 were shocked, and Shi Wuxuang even exclaimed in shock. The general stared at the battleship fish for a while, and said, could it be that the spell formation on the fish's belly is blocking my connection with the wind-chasing cannon? Shi Wuxuang found it hard to believe, and said, but, the general's connection with us should be indestructible. The general said, I know the wind-chasing cannon is still alive, but I can't sense his existence at all. I don't know what kind of powerful force was able to cut off our connection. This is the first time since the 7 of us were born. He turned his head to Li Yunxiao, and asked, can you tell me why? Li Yunxiao crossed his arms in front of his chest, his robe fluttering in the wind, and smiled faintly, it's actually nothing, I've also been inside the battleship fish's belly. Inside is an independent space constructed by the metal spiritual qi. It might be the strongest prison under the sky. The general said, Metal Spirit Prison. No wonder, Li Yunxiao smiled, that Metal Spirit space isn't just a prison, it's also a space for crafting tools. The general's body shuddered, his calm face finally changed for the first time, and he exclaimed, a space for crafting tools? Could it be? Li Yunxiao nodded, he's a 9th-rank alchemist. Your bodies may be tough, but can they withstand the refinement of a grandmaster alchemist? Sure, Wu Shuang panicked, but he still asked suspiciously, you're with him, why are you telling us this? Li Yunxiao sneered, that bloody demonic eye of yours can distinguish between allies and foes? Sure, Wu Shuang no longer hesitated, and shouted, Ma Feifei, have an elephant. Swoosh, Ma Feiying instantly turned into a golden light and shot up to the sky. The round elephant said, when there are outsiders here, please give me some face, my name is Heaven Swallowing Elephant. Swoosh, then, he also took off with his scythe. 2 rays of light, one on the left and one on the right, pierced through the sky, and approached Chu Mujia. Ma Feiying pinched 2 fingers together, raised them high, and suddenly knocked down with a finger, shouting, explode. Bam, Chu Mujia's figure disappeared in an instant, and the fish head he was standing on suddenly exploded. A large number of bubbles gushed out, and floated all over the sky. Sure, Wu Shuang shouted, be careful of those bubbles. The heaven-swallowing elephant frowned, and suddenly took a deep breath. That round belly became even bigger, and then it spat out, huff, 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 a hurricane sprayed out, blowing away all the bubbles in the sky. Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed, extremely fast, and shot out from the countless bubbles. Heaven Meridian Poison Ray. The heaven-swallowing elephant's pupils shrank, and its body swayed, wanting to dodge, but the red ray was extremely fast, and in an instant, it was in front of him, and his body was too big. Bam, a poisonous needle directly pierced into his navel, like an umbilical cord, and connected to Chu Mujia in the distance. It was Chu Mujia's tail needle. Pfft, the heaven-swallowing elephant spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and its entire face twisted. With a swing of its scythe, it slashed at that slender tail. Bam, Chu Mujia's figure flashed, and his padao struck out, fiercely slashing at the scythe. A halo suddenly burst out, like a scorching sun, radiating boundless radiance. Fatty, scram! Chu Mujia shouted, and with a swing of his long tail, the heaven-swallowing elephant was instantly lifted up, and it kept spinning in the air along with the long tail, and finally swung out with force. Humph! Ha! The 2 sound waves combined, sweeping up a spatial storm, and chased over. Boom! The heaven-swallowing elephant was hit by the storm, and its entire body was sucked in, disappearing in the sky. Ma Feiying was shocked, and with 2 steps, he crossed the sky full of bubbles, and punched at Chu Mujia from behind. Pow! Chu Mujia turned sideways, and his furry golden hand grabbed the other party's fist. Crack! His figure flashed, and he directly teleported behind Ma Feiying. That fist was also bent by him, and Ma Feiying lost his balance, and was directly lifted into the air. TSK, can't you break? Then I will twist you into a fried dough twist. Dozens of flesh tentacles flew out from the top of Chu Mujia's head, and tied Ma Feiying up, and began to pull him up. That tall metal body was extremely distorted. Ma Feiying clenched his teeth, and suddenly, 2 rays of light flew out from his body, one on the left and one on the right, and turned into 2 Ma Feiyings, exactly the same as him. What? Chu Mujia was shocked, and he said in disbelief, puppets also know the doppelganger technique? On the left, Ma Feiying formed a seal with one hand, and pointed out with a finger. On the right, Ma Feiying opened up his horse stance, and both fists came down. Chu Mujia frowned, and all the flesh tentacles retracted. He leaped back, and in a few steps, he returned to the warship fish. Boom, the 2 Ma Feiying's attacks collided, and a shocking light burst out. The original body, which had been distorted, immediately returned to its original form, and the 2 doppelgangers instantly returned to his body. The original body's eyes were filled with fury, and he leaped and chased. Chu Mujia's expression was cold, and he quietly looked at him charging over. The fish head that exploded from the previous explosion had also completely recovered. The general watched with a solemn expression, and he said, it will be difficult to win. Sure, Wu Shuang's expression was a little sluggish as she said, that person's power seems to have been maintained at its peak. He didn't weaken even after fighting 3 people in a row. what's going on? The general said, I noticed that too. He then asked Li Yunxiao, can you tell us what's going on? Li Yunxiao said, I can't tell you that. All you need to know is that this person is the number one person below sainthood transcendence. Number one below sainthood transcendence. Shi Wushuang was shocked and said anxiously, soldier, follow me. Her body moved and she shot up into the sky. The soldier also squatted down and jumped up to chase after Shi Wushuang. Only the general and the carriage were left in the same place. The general seemed to have sensed something and looked over, what's wrong? Li Yunxiao chuckled and walked toward the two of them, saying, Chu Mujia drew 5 people away in one go. I have to give him a thumbs up. It'll be much easier for me to enter the mountain now. The general said, are you going to make a move too? Li Yunxiao stood facing the general and said, if you don't stop us, we won't have to do anything. The general said, our mission is to trap you for 3 days. Li Yunxiao said, that's a pity. A cold radiance flickered in his hand, turning into a cold sword of ice and frost, burning with cold air. Li Yunxiao raised the sword in front of him and pointed it at the general, saying, can your almost indestructible bodies withstand my sword? The general said, whether or not we can, we must hold you off for 3 days. Then there's no need to say more. Li Yunxiao's sword flashed and countless sword talismans appeared around him as he stabbed forward. The general's expression didn't change. He raised his hand and knocked down with 2 fingers. Bang, the 2 fingers knocked on the body of the sword, causing golden halos to scatter. Li Yunxiao only felt the sword in his hand sink, but with a shake of his wrist, he followed the force and slashed forward. The general's burly body finally moved. He gently dodged to the side and punched out with his left hand. The boundless might of the punch turned into a ray of light in the air and pressed down. Golden light gushed out from the fist power, like a waterfall falling from Jiutian. Li Yunxiao pointed a finger at the blade of the sword. Dang! A crisp sound rang out, and the icy frost on the sword suddenly became sentient. A sword chopped down towards the sky. Chi! The entire golden waterfall was torn apart by the sword and stabbed downwards. Clang! The tip of the sword was pinched by the general's 2 fingers and could not advance any further. But the edge of the sword was too sharp, the tiny sword ray spun on his fingertips, and he immediately flicked it up, and with a dang sound, the sword was shaken off. At the same time, although the impressive fist might was torn apart by the sword force, its might did not diminish, and it slammed into Li Yunxiao. Bang! Li Yunxiao's body blossomed with golden light, and he was sent flying for dozens of feet before he stabilized himself. So powerful! Li Yunxiao sincerely praised. His indestructible golden body circulated, and the golden light was dazzling, on par with the chess puppet. The general said, you are also very powerful. Li Yunxiao said, the warm-up is over. Next, the main course. His eyes focused, and surging essence force was poured into the sword. A halo started to swirl in the surroundings. Ancient Maha characters kept bouncing off the icy frost on the cold sword, flying into the air and vanishing. The sword hummed deafeningly and reverberated in the surroundings. Phantoms gradually appeared on the body of the sword, like a devastatingly beautiful woman, or a ferocious beast. There was also the swirling snow, the appearance of a city, the ancient path. The general's expression became serious, and he said, such a powerful sword intent. Li Yunxiao himself was also slightly surprised. These strange scenes seemed to be recorded by the icy frost of the cold sword. He didn't have time to think too much. He raised his sword, and a terrifying sword intent surged in the surroundings. The entire heaven and earth seemed to feel it, and the wind and clouds pressed down. Sword art, demon slayer. Rumble. The vast sky shattered, and an unparalleled and vast sword intent surged out, engulfing the entire mountain range. Even the few people fighting in the sky were shocked. Shi Wushuang was distracted and looked down, and his face was full of shock. The general's expression was stern, and he stood still with his hands clenched into fists. The whole mountain range cracked in front of him, and a huge ravine appeared. The sword intent was like the unstoppable power of heaven and earth, rolling over. Flame spear. Suddenly, there was a soft sound. Yunche moved, and a golden light turned into a beam and shot out, creating flames in the air. Boom! The golden light hit the sword ray, and a terrifying power rippled out. A storm swept up into the sky. The general stood on the ground, not moving an inch. The place where he stood was the coordinate to the inside of the mountain range. He had to guard it, and he couldn't move an inch. In the center of the storm, the sound of metal being cut could be heard incessantly. Yunche's expression was solemn, and his body became twice as big as before. He held a flaming spear in his hand, and he clenched his teeth to resist the remaining power of the sword qi. After that attack, Li Yunxiao didn't attack again. Instead, he withdrew his gaze and stared at the cold sword frost. The strange scene that appeared before was gone, and the sword returned to its water-like body, with ripples of light. The cold beauty must be the queen of Snow Country, Shui Yanluo, and the ferocious demon beast must be the demon clan's Huidou, who brought disaster to Snow Country. Also, he noticed that Huidou's ferocious appearance was indeed similar to Shang's, but it was more ferocious and violent. A ripple mark appeared in his left eye, and he opened it. In the space of the eye sorcery, a huge shadow floated, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. As I thought. Back in the sea forest, when he was helping the wife of the sea emperor, Ruowei, Su Mo extracted the remnant soul of Huidou, and kept it in the space of his left eye. Now, it seemed to be the remnant soul of Huidou in the sword. As for why Ruowei's body contained the remnant soul of the great demon from Snow Country, Su Mo didn't know. If he wanted to find out, he would have to go to the sea forest. At this moment, the sword storm gradually dissipated, and Yunche's body was revealed, but the light around him was much dimmer. Boom! Not far away, there was an inexplicable explosion, and a round golden ball flew out. It was the heaven-devouring elephant that had been swept away by Chu Mujia's humming sound, and it was finally pulled back. Li Yunxiao said, "Chen Qingyu, you deal with the fat guy, and I'll break this chariot." His figure flickered, and he disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared above Yunche, and slashed down with his sword. Yunche's body had already returned to normal. He swung his golden spear, and a series of spear patterns appeared, all of them pointing forward. Bang! The two profound-level artifacts collided, and cracks appeared on the body of the spear. Yunche seemed to be weak, and he kept retreating under Li Yunxiao's pressure. Chen Qingyu responded and slashed at the heaven-devouring elephant, and the two of them quickly engaged in a fierce battle. The general frowned and said, "Yunche, don't fight him head-on. That sword is unusually sharp, and it will pose a great threat to our bodies." A series of metal clashing sounds kept exploding on the ruins. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't fight him head-on? Is that up to him?" The two of them were locked in a fierce battle, and they were all using head-on moves. Li Yunxiao calculated every move, and tried to slash at the same spot of the spear. He didn't think of any other way of fighting, and he just used the most effective and stupid method, which was to break his opponent bit by bit. Bang! Finally, under the sword, the flame spear was broken into two. Yunche was shocked, and his pupils shrank. The cold sword was already in front of him. The general stood behind Yunche, and his face darkened. He raised his fists and punched out, and shouted, hitting the bull across the mountain. Boom! Two punches instantly pierced through Yunche, and hit the sword radiance. Bang! Li Yunxiao was shaken away. In the sky, Chu Mujia was exhausted by the joint attack of the three chess puppets. He also saw that Li Yunxiao couldn't win after a long battle, and he roared, "What are you still playing for? Hurry up and use your true power." Li Yunxiao retreated dozens of feet before he could dissipate the punches, and then he smiled and said, "I'm not playing. The power of the general and carriage seems to be more powerful than the other chess puppets." Chu Mujia snorted angrily, "Then come and exchange with me." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "No need, I have already found a way to win." The general's pupils shrank, and he said, "A way to win? If you don't have absolute power, then it doesn't exist." Li Yunxiao said, "The place where you are standing is the mark that leads to the inside of the mountain, right? So you have to guard this place, and never leave it." The general said, "So what if I am?" "This is something that can be easily discovered." Li Yunxiao said, "It's nothing. Since you want to guard this space, I will smash this space." For rays of light flew out from his palm, and intertwined in the air, turning into a mountain peak that flew out. Li Yunxiao formed seals with both hands, and runes continuously surged out from the Tushita heavenly peak. The mountain grew larger and larger, and it had a base area of half an acre. It flew above the general, and suddenly smashed down. The general was finally moved, and he looked at the falling small mountain in shock. But he didn't want to escape. He clenched his fists, and the aura on his body rose exponentially. The pressure actually condensed and shot up into the sky. Green light fist. Two golden fists suddenly punched out, forming a green barrier above his body, and shot out a huge beam of light toward the mountain peak, as if it wanted to smash all obstacles in its way. Boom! The green fist energy slammed into the mountain, and it suddenly shattered. It only stopped the Tushita heavenly peak for a moment, and then it fell again. What? The general was shocked, and for the first time, he was dazed. Boom! The small mountain fell, and the entire space distorted, then collapsed in all directions. Next to the crater created by the Diding's foot was another huge crater. Sand and stones flew into the sky, and it was so turbid that one couldn't see clearly. After the Tushita heavenly peak smashed into the ground, it turned into a beam of light and flew back into Li Yunxiao's hand, spinning in his palm, full of spiritual energy. Ma Feifei. Suddenly, Shi Wuxuang's heart-wrenching cry was heard. When the dust settled, a golden figure could be seen in the crater. It was a chess piece that had been crushed by the Tushita heavenly peak. But from the shape, it wasn't the general, but Ma Feiying. Li Yunxiao said, "Oh?" In the moment of his death, he broke through the spatial barrier and kicked the general out. He sacrificed himself to protect his master. That's commendable. The space above the metal piece moved, and the general appeared, his face full of anger. The chess pieces in the sky also descended, and the heaven-devouring mammoth also retreated from the battle, landing in the crater together. Ma Feifei, sob sob sob. Shi Wuxuang could not help but cry, and two streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Get up, as long as you can stand up. I won't call you Ma Feifei anymore, I'll definitely call you by your full name. Every chess piece was filled with sorrow, and they remained silent. The general said, I was too careless, and harmed Ma Feiying. Haha, good job. Chu Mujia landed beside Li Yunxiao, and gave him a thumbs up. 2 out of the 7 are gone, the remaining 5 will be taken care of very quickly. Li Yunxiao said, sigh, I was a little too heavy-handed. Looking at their sad faces, I feel a little sorry. Chu Mujia sneered, stop pretending to be merciful. If you don't kill them, they'll kill you. Don't be fooled by their cute appearance. Besides, they're just puppets, they can be refined again even if they're flattened. What do you know? Shi Wuxuang cried, even if master can refine Ma Feifei again, it won't be the same Ma Feifei as before. TSK, so be it, they're just puppets anyway. Chu Mujia had a look of disdain, and said disdainfully, to put it bluntly, they're just products of refining. I'm going to kill you. Shi Wuxuang let out a shrill cry of grief and indignation. His eyes turned blood red as he charged forward. Shi Wuxuang. The general shouted, and in a flash, he appeared beside Shi Wuxuang, grabbed her shoulder, and said, calm down. Humph, what's the use of calming down? If you want to live, then make way and scram. Xiao Mujia sneered. Let me tell you another piece of bad news. I've already refined the dwarf who offended me into a lump of iron. Ha ha ha. He laughed mockingly, his face full of contempt and disdain. Li Yunxiao and Chen Qingyu frowned slightly. They both felt that it was extremely inappropriate for him to lose his composure like this. Shi Wuxuang's eyes were already bright red, and his body was trembling slightly. The general said, the current situation does not allow for impulsiveness. All of you, remember that the purpose of our existence is to complete the mission, not to settle grudges. Yes, General. The 4 of them shouted in unison, their voices filled with grief, indignation, and anger, as well as a kind of determination. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but furrow his brows, I'm very curious. Just which genius in this world was able to create existences like you? Humph, don't overestimate them. Chu Mujia said coldly, it's just some simple puppets. With the addition of external souls, it achieves a relatively balanced state. Even the world's strongest puppeteer, the Mu clan, can't create such agile puppets. Li Yunxiao said, if external souls were injected, then Ma Feifei would only be physically injured. How could he die? Chu Mujia said, the soul is one of the 3 major problems in refining the human body. It's difficult to completely understand it. Their bodies are already inlaid with all kinds of complex formations, imprisoning their souls within, and causing a certain change. You destroyed the foundation of their existence, so naturally you will die. The 5 puppets' expressions changed slightly, but in an instant, they returned to normal. The general said, no matter how you look down on us, no matter how you speculate about us, and no matter how strong you are, we will stick to our mission. TSK, very ambitious. But can you do it? Chumujia sneered and said, I'll deal with 2. Stall the other 3 for a while. I'll come and help you after I'm done with 2. He rushed forward and directly teleported. He grabbed his padao and slashed at Wushwang's head. With a sinister smile, he said, Half Moon Head and that little pawn, come and die. Chi. Suddenly, a sharp light turned into a vital chi slash and came across the sky. Bang! The power of Chumujia's saber was repelled. It was the heaven-devouring elephant. With a long scythe in hand, it stared at him with cold eyes and a determined look. Tisk, fat pig, I'll deal with you later. Chumujia hooked his finger at Wushwang and sneered, If you want to avenge those 2 idiots, then come. Wushwang looked up at him. Chumujia was slightly shocked. His scarlet eyes that were full of hatred had already returned to normal, and he was as calm as a virgin. The general said, Guard your position. As long as we don't make any mistakes, they can't do anything. Yes. The 4 answered in unison. They surrounded the general according to a certain rule, vaguely complementing each other, attacking and defending. Chumujia's expression turned cold. He knew that they were in trouble. Li Yunxiao praised, as expected of the general. You quickly recognized the situation and organized yourselves. However, they've lost 1 horse and 1 cannon. It's impossible for them to stop the 3 of us. He raised his hand, and the Tusada heavenly peak flew up again. The general's expression changed drastically. He shouted, Don't take this thing head on. The 4-colored light spun and turned into a small mountain again, falling toward the center of the chess pieces. Retreat! The general shouted. The 5 immediately turned into light and scattered. Li Yunxiao said, Attack! Chumujia didn't wait for him to speak. He was already charging toward Wushwang. The general's expression darkened. 1 move had broken their defensive formation, but it was too powerful. They couldn't defend against it. Chen Qingyu also charged forward with her sword, fighting against the heaven-devouring mammoth again. Yun Che and the pawn returned to the general's side, waiting for his order. The general looked up worriedly. You 2 go and support Wushwang. Yun Che was shocked. General, then you, the general said, follow my order. Yes. Although the 2 were worried, they didn't dare to disobey the order. They turned into light and shot up into the sky. Li Yunxiao was surprised. Is the general going to fight me personally? The general looked at the Tusada heavenly peak spinning in his hand. If the horse and cannon are still alive, and you don't have this profound artifact, you won't be able to get through the formation of the 7 of us. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, This hypothesis requires too many conditions. Blindly indulging in lewd thoughts is not something the general should do. The general said, I know the situation can't be reversed. That's why I'm betting on myself. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes flashed brightly. The flowing light around him seemed to be more agile. Golden flames filled the sky, and a domineering aura spread out. Li Yunxiao said, You mean to say that everything will be settled if you defeat me? The general clenched his fist and said, Yes. As long as the 3 of you can defeat one of them, everything will be settled. Green light fist. A terrifying light burst out of his body and turned into a green light, shooting out into the sky. Li Yunxiao's body flashed and retreated dozens of feet. As soon as he steadied himself, he felt the might of a fist land on his back. So fast. He was shocked. This speed was almost on par with the wind cannon. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab it. Bang! The general's fist landed on his palm, and he felt a sharp pain. Although he had the indestructible golden body and the 5 gates of flesh, he still felt many of the bones in his arm breaking. What? The general was shocked. He couldn't believe that his opponent could take his punch. Again. Chaos King Fist. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the sky was filled with fist shadows and countless figures exploded in the air. The fists fell like meteors, but they were all golden. Every punch not only contained explosive energy, but also suppressed the surrounding space, making it impossible to escape. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The power of the fists was wild and domineering, but there was also a softness in the hardness. The spiritual energy in the surroundings flowed into the fists. He didn't dare to take it with his bare hands. He turned around and stood with his sword. Instantly, countless sword patterns appeared on his sword and flew into the sky, turning into a sword barrier. Bang, 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 bang. The countless fist shadows landed on the barrier, like ripples on the surface of a pond. Good block. The general shouted. His aura suddenly rose, and the power of his fists doubled. What? In his shock, Li Yunxiao's barrier was suddenly broken. The sky was filled with fist shadows, constantly bombarding his sword and body. Bang! Li Yunxiao suffered a few punches, and his blood rushed to his throat. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What happened just now? That power. Li Yunxiao was extremely shocked. Before he could stabilize his body, he felt a mountain-like pressure pouncing towards him. Sword energy! He shouted angrily. He formed a seal with one hand and struck the ice sword. In an instant, a beam of light shot out and slashed towards the pressure. Boom! The suppressive force was immediately stopped. Li Yunxiao took this opportunity to regain his composure. Good sword. The general praised. You have a treasure sword, so do I. A beam of golden light shot out from his hand and instantly condensed into an orange-golden sword. This is the sword of a king. It will not stain you. The golden sword emitted rays of light, and a series of arrays appeared on it. The spiritual energy in the surroundings surged in and was sucked dry. Sword of the king. A vast golden light fell, and all the spiritual energy that had been sucked in was spat out, turning into a terrifying sword energy that rushed towards Li Yunxiao. It's just power. You call this a sword? Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold. His eyes were like a deep pool of still water, and his entire person became extremely quiet. A real sword is an existence that breathes, has life, and has a soul. It's not just absorbing and spitting out energy. His body became bright. He did not move, but countless sword talismans surged out from his body and danced in the air. Open your eyes and look carefully. If you call this the sword of a king, then my sword can only be called the sword of a god. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted. The sword talismans that filled the sky condensed and all flew into the frost of the cold sword. Sword chi exploded, and the terrifying power of rules surged forward like a wave. Heaven and earth were suddenly split apart by that sword. Everyone stopped fighting and looked over in shock. Countless sword chi surged around Li Yunxiao's body, circles of sword talismans danced in the sky like countless yellow papers, telling the story of death. Two vast sword chis finally collided, and the surging power swept through the entire heaven and earth. Li Yunxiao and the general were swept into it at the same time. Everyone was shocked. Under that terrifying power, all the light was swallowed, even divine senses and gazes were sucked in. They couldn't sense the situation inside at all. They could only vaguely see two rays of light shuttling back and forth. Bang! A loud sound of metal colliding could be heard, and then a sharp sword circle exploded, dissipating that majestic power. A water-like sword ray rushed up and directly surged into Li Yunxiao, splitting the sky. The sword ray produced a huge pressure within a radius of 300 meters, and all matter was instantly crushed into pieces. Chen Qingyu and the heaven-devouring elephant immediately retreated 300 meters, but they still felt that sword power, and both of them were terrified. If there was such an impact from 300 meters away, then how could the person in the center of the sword ray withstand such a shocking sword? Chen Qingyu's body trembled, and she said shakily, He is. Sword slashing stars. This is a sword slashing stars. General. The heaven-devouring elephant roared, and turned into a golden light, rushing up. The sword in Chen Qingyu's hand sank, and turned into thousands of sword rays, like a sword net in the sky, falling on the heaven-devouring elephant. The heaven-devouring elephant's scythe spun, and his whole body spun like a top. Countless saber shadows stood on the sword net, and golden rays shot out in all directions. Shi Wuxiang and the rest also felt their hearts sink. Under that sword will, they didn't believe that the general could withstand it unscathed. Chu Mujia knew Li Yunxiao's identity, and although he was also shocked, he was clearly much calmer. Taking advantage of the distraction of Shi Wuxiang and the rest, he madly absorbed essence elixirs to replenish his strength. The dust on the ground dispersed, and two figures slowly appeared in front of everyone. General! Shi Wuxiang couldn't hold it in any longer. Two streams of tears flowed down her cheeks as she covered her mouth and wept. On the ground, the general held the broken king's sword in his hand. The cold sword pierced through his chest and came out from his back. Li Yunxiao's face was cold and pale. The veins on his hand that was holding the sword were bulging and trembling. The general's expression was incomparably calm as he asked, "What is this sword called?" Li Yunxiao circulated his origin power and calmed his slightly trembling body before saying, "Slash the stars." The general revealed a look of realization and said, "So it's him." Li Yunxiao said, "You're very strong. You're still alive under the sword-slaying Star City. I thought you were dead for sure." The general said, "If it were them, they would definitely be finished. But I'm a general, and my structure is somewhat different from theirs." Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows and asked, "How is it different?" Bang! The general raised his hand, grabbed the cold sword, and suddenly pulled it out. Li Yunxiao's mind shook, and his arm started to tremble. That sword just now consumed too much power, and the sword kept being pulled out from his body by the general. Bang! The general swung his arm with all his strength and blasted Li Yunxiao several meters away. Following that, a golden light rushed out from his body. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a cold light shot out from his body. Li Yunxiao's body trembled violently. That gaze seemed to see through his body and straight into his heart. You are," he said in great shock, "how can a puppet have such sharp eyes?" Slap! The general put his palms together, and a monstrous aura surged around his body. That power level kept rising, and his entire golden body became flowing with light as if it was about to melt. "So, the one who lost in the end is still you. Gu Feiyong." The general's gaze became incomparably deep, like the azure sky, seeing through everything in the world. Green howling tyrannical fist. Golden light shot out from the palms that were put together, and a monstrous force surged up. Suddenly, he punched out. "This fist, you are." Li Yunxiao's body shook violently, and he suddenly understood something. The fist force contained a boundless roaring martial intent, and it seemed to have transcended time and space. The aura of death was so clear in his heart that he didn't have time to think. He activated the indestructible golden body to the extreme and transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. The 4 fists behind him held golden light, and he punched out. He made a hand seal in front of him, summoned the devil sky armor, and descended from the sky. He held the sword with one hand and slashed out again. Sword art, demon slaying. Boom! The sword intent was shattered by the fist light, and it landed on the devil sky armor. Bang! The devil sky armor was unscathed, but Li Yunxiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He retracted his Dharma idol, and his entire body flew out like a kite. It was like hitting a cow across a mountain. After the general's fist hit its target, he grabbed the broken king's sword with his right hand. His figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot, chasing after Li Yunxiao. Surging essence force poured into the broken sword, and a bang sound was heard as the sword intent surged out. "N?" The general frowned, raised his sword, and slashed at Chen Qingyu, who suddenly stood in front of Li Yunxiao. Bang! Chen Qingyu raised his sword and blocked the attack, but he was instantly pushed back several feet. How can he be so strong? He was shocked. He was a peak stage 9th stage expert, and he was actually pushed back by a single sword. King's execution authority. The general seemed to be a little emotional, and he lost his previous calmness. He slashed with his sword, and the surrounding spirit chi was instantly absorbed and released. Boom! Chen Qingyu and Li Yunxiao were instantly hit by the sword intent, and the whole mountain was split open again. It was like a cake, and it was no longer recognizable. Above the broken sword, the sword intent swallowed a few times, and then gradually disappeared. The general grabbed the broken sword and stood in the air. His cold eyes looked at the endless ruins, and he slowly swept his gaze across. I know you are not dead. Come out. The general shouted coldly, but there was no reply. Didn't you want to enter the inner parts of the mountain? I am standing here now. Come out. He shouted a few times, but there was no reply. The devouring mammoth flew down and said, General, that Xianxia was already injured by your fist, and with the power of this sword, even if he is not dead, he will definitely be severely injured. It will be impossible for him to recover without a year and a half. The general frowned slightly. Although he did not believe that Xianxia would need a year and a half to recuperate, he would not be able to escape in 10 days. By that time, he would be long gone. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's body trembled. He spread his wings and leaped hundreds of feet away, and he became alert. Xianxia's star-slashing move just now would definitely injure him if he took it head-on, let alone turn the tables. Crazy Jia, weren't you very arrogant? The general said coldly. Xianxia was shocked. The general in front of him had a completely different aura than before. Xianxia's sword wound was still on his body. His chest was pierced, and he could see through the hole. You are not the general. Who are you? He shouted. Shi Wuxuang and the others were also shocked. They seemed to have never seen the general in this state. The general said, the world is big. You can't afford to offend just anyone. Xianxia frowned and thought about the meaning of this sentence. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light in front of him. The general took advantage of the gap and teleported to him. He opened his fingers and grabbed. Impossible. In shock, Xianxia spread his wings and flapped them, swish. Swish, the general's 5 fingers suddenly turned into sharp swords and shot out. The space blurred, and 2 sword rays pierced through, the feathers of the dark swamp were instantly severed, and even the sky was cut into 3. Ah! Xianxia screamed in pain. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, he did not have time to think. He swung his tail behind him, and the Heaven Pulse poison stinger shot out, bam! The broken sword spat out sword energy again and slashed at the long tail, cutting off the poisonous stinger at the end. Xianxia was shocked. He suddenly transformed into a bronze nose and an iron mouth, and attacked with both humph and haw. Scales appeared all over his body, and he leaped back. In an instant, he had escaped hundreds of feet away. The general's sword slashed into the sound wave storm, and it was instantly destroyed. The sword intent did not diminish, and it chased after Xianxia. It landed on his scaled body, and a series of sparks appeared. Although he was injured, it was not fatal. Not far away, the warship fish spat out a few bubbles and disappeared. Humph! The general turned around and flew down. Shi Wuxuang and the others were stunned. They looked at the familiar figure, but it seemed extremely distant and unfamiliar. The general stood on the ground, and his hands kept forming hand seals, and he thrust them into the void in front of him. A green formation appeared, and suddenly opened, revealing a passage. Let's go, the general said softly. Shi Wuxuang's body trembled, and the familiar feeling returned. She was stunned, and asked, Go? To where? The general said, Inside the mountain range, the outer body of the Fighting Soul Mountain has been completely destroyed. No one will come for a while. After we go in, no one will be able to find the entrance. Shi Wuxuang said, General, just now, the general said, don't ask. He stepped into the passage first, and slowly walked inside. Shi Wuxuang and the others looked at each other, and followed closely behind. Soon, the green passage gradually closed, and disappeared without a trace. Only crushed rocks and dust were left, and even the shape of the mountain was completely gone. After a while, a dim light suddenly appeared above the ruins, and wandered in the air like a will-o-wisp. After flying a few rounds, the will-o-wisp suddenly fell down, and turned into a tall, skinny, skeleton-like figure on the ground. He looked around, and said, I don't see Gufeiyang's soul, so he's probably not dead, but has escaped. What a pity. I didn't come out just now. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Although I lost Gufeiyang's soul, I found out the general's secret. The man stroked his sparse and short beard as he muttered to himself, deep in thought. The matter of Gufeiyang's soul can be delayed. He's heavily injured and won't be able to recover in less than half a month. It's more important to take care of the Fighting Soul Mountain first. The skinny man made his decision. His figure flashed, and once again turned into a will-o-wisp. After flying a few rounds, he disappeared in the air with a bang. War Soul Mountain had completely lost its mountain form and was in a mess. Moreover, the earth veins were all destroyed, and cracking sounds came from the ground. After the ghost fire disappeared, the space twisted slightly, and Li Yunxiao and Chen Qingyu's figures appeared. Both of their faces were pale, and they were injured. Cough, cough. Li Yunxiao coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and mocked himself. Yes, I am seriously injured, but why did you think I would need 10 days to half a month to recover? Do I look so weak? He took out a large amount of natural treasures and swallowed them without even looking. Then, he formed a hand seal with one hand, and rays of formation light flew out from his body. Boundless spiritual energy surged from all directions and poured into his body. Chen Qingyu was dumbfounded. Under the impact of the boundless spiritual energy, she didn't dare to delay and hurriedly adjusted her breathing to absorb it. The spiritual energy around Li Yunxiao's body almost took the form of a dragon and poured into his body continuously. Chen Qingyu felt that it was very beneficial, but it didn't last long before the dragon-like spiritual energy gradually dispersed. He opened his eyes and was shocked to find that Li Yunxiao's face was ready, and his injuries seemed to have been suppressed. "Young Master Yun, your injuries," he said in a daze. Li Yunxiao said, "What, even you think I will need 10 days to half a month to recover?" Chen Qingyu was speechless. "No, it's just that, isn't this too fast?" Li Yunxiao said, "My physical body is far stronger than you can imagine. Moreover, my injuries are not completely healed, only about 70 to 80%. 70 to 80. Chen Qingyu was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. His injuries should be lighter than Li Yunxiao's, but he didn't even recover 10%. What they didn't know was that Li Yunxiao's indestructible golden body could directly absorb the opponent's energy, so his injuries weren't as serious as they thought. In addition, his speed of absorbing spiritual energy was tens or even hundreds of times faster than ordinary people. Li Yunxiao didn't continue this topic and said, "The person formed by the ghost fire seemed familiar, but I can't remember who it was." Chen Qingyu's expression was grave as she said, "If I didn't see wrongly, that person should be the soul-devouring sex vice sect master, Yumi." "Ah, yes, it's him." Li Yunxiao slapped his fist against his palm and said, "Why do I say he looks familiar? Has this kid already become the vice sect leader?" TSK, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Chen Qingyu said, "This Fighting Soul Mountain is the Soul Devourer sect's territory, so it's not strange for the Soul Devourer sect's people to appear here. But why would they tolerate the myriad Star Valley's people behaving atrociously here?" Li Yunxiao said, "There could be many possibilities. For example, the soul-devouring sect might have just discovered it, or they might have discovered it a long time ago and kept it a secret, hoping for a bigger conspiracy. In short, Yumi's appearance has made things more interesting and complicated." Chen Qingyu said, "Is it good or bad?" Li Yunxiao said, "It's hard to say. Let's take it one step at a time. Originally, I thought the 3 of us were enough to handle everything, but now it seems like the trouble is quite big. Even that general can't handle it. We still don't know how many experts there are inside the mountain range, so we must settle the matter here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Yuan Gaohan comes, things will become even more complicated." Chen Qingyu's face still had lingering fear as she said, "What's going on with that general?" Li Yunxiao said, "The one who turned defeat into victory in the end was Tian Xingzi." "What? Myriad Star Valley sect master Tian Xingzi?" Chen Qingyu was astonished and said, "General's identity is actually Tian Xingzi himself? Then who is the Tian Xingzi that usually appears?" Li Yunxiao said, "You're thinking too much. General is general, Tian Xingzi is Tian Xingzi. It's just that in the end, Tian Xingzi descended into General's body. General's existence should be a vessel for Tian Xingzi's descent. If it's an ordinary descent and possession technique, it's very difficult to unleash such power, but this general should have been specially refined for this, so the compatibility is very high." "I see." Chen Qingyu looked at Li Yunxiao and finally couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Yun, why are you really that lord?" Li Yunxiao suddenly smiled and said, "What does it matter if I am or not?" This? Chen Qingyu said, "I understand." Li Yunxiao changed the topic and looked at the black swamp feather and the broken tail needle in the distance. He said with a smile, "Crazy Jia was careless, and Tian Xingzi broke his arms and legs. This is not a small lesson." Chen Qingyu felt a little scared and said, "If it really is the sect master of Heavenly Star Valley, I'm afraid only young Master Yun's friend can contend against him." Li Yunxiao knew that she was talking about Yu and said, "Let's see the situation first. I will naturally summon him when necessary, but I'm not too sure if he'll be willing to make a move." After Yu regained his freedom, his relationship with Li Yunxiao was pretty good, but he wasn't as easy to command as before. If Yu threw a tantrum, there was nothing he could do. "Let's go. Let's enter the mountain range and see what they're up to." Li Yunxiao arrived at the place where the general disappeared. His pupils constricted and turned blood red. He quickly found the coordinates and opened a spatial tunnel with his eye power. The two of them quickly stepped into the tunnel. A holy aura immediately rushed toward them, making them feel solemn and respectful. What's going on? This energy feels so holy and full of vitality. It's completely different from the deathly gray aura outside. Chen Qingyu was a little confused. Li Yunxiao said, "Existence and non-existence are mutually exclusive, and life and death go hand in hand. Although it's a little strange, it's not hard to understand. The yin and yang of heaven and earth always accompany each other. If the holy aura here disappears, the deathly gray aura outside might also disappear." The tunnel in front of them was not man-made. It seemed to be formed naturally. The two of them walked toward it step by step. In the interior of the mountain, there was a huge karst cave. There were towering stalactites all around, and the top and bottom were almost stuck together. The ground in the center of the karst cave was full of mud. Below it seemed to be lava, constantly bubbling with hot air. A giant deer-shaped monster was trapped in the mud. Its entire body was gray and motionless like a stone statue. The monster's body was tied with silver chains and hung from the mountain walls on all four sides, shining with a golden light. Su Ping stood on a stalactite pillar, expressionlessly looking at the giant deer-shaped monster. An old man sat cross-legged on the monster's head. He was dressed in a gray robe and had a dignified expression. The old man formed a seal with his hands and didn't move at all like the giant deer-shaped monster. Su Ping suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the karst cave, saying, "Is everything settled?" 5 chess pieces walked out from that direction. The general was the first to say, "They've all escaped." Su Ping frowned and looked at the old man sitting cross-legged on the giant deer-shaped monster's head. "Could it be the sect master?" The general said, "That's right." Su Ping nodded. "I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. You've all worked hard. As for the cannons and horses that were lost, I'll make up for them as soon as possible after this matter is over." Deep sorrow flashed across the eyes of Shi Wushuang and the others. The general was expressionless. He only answered, "Yes." Then he stood to the side and didn't say another word. Su Ping said, "Since the sect master has taken action, I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for a longer time. All of you should strengthen your defenses. Other than the people of the Soul Devourer sect, we also have to guard against Li Yunxiao and the others returning." "Yes." The general said, "There are a total of 6 passageways leading to the interior of the mountain. Why don't we set up a barrier to completely seal them off? We'll break out of the seal when the time comes." Ming Xiao and the other 2 heavily injured Xianxia were also in the cave. They immediately said, "This is a good idea. Even if the seal isn't strong, it can at least serve as a warning." He immediately instructed the other 2 to start setting up the barrier. Su Ping frowned slightly but didn't say anything. He let them do as they pleased. His gaze was still fixed on the gray-robed old man on the giant deer-shaped monster's head. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream. Then, blood splattered in the cave. One of the 7 loose hands was in the middle of sealing the cave entrance when his head suddenly flew off. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, emitting a hissing sound. "Who?" Everyone was shocked. Ming Xiao was even more shocked and angry. He almost fainted from anger. The Xianxia were extremely famous in the western region. Although the 7 of them weren't as close as brothers, they advanced and retreated together. They were like a famous name in the Myriad Star Valley. Everyone knew them, and their fame even surpassed that of the sect master. He didn't expect that after only half a day, only 2 of them were left. Out of the 7, 5 were gone. How could he not be angry? TSK, isn't this Duan Ganhong of the Xianxia? Not bad, not bad. This soul is very good. The space in the passageway trembled and several figures appeared. They all had cold and strange expressions. When their auras spread out, it made people shudder. Xianyu Luan, it's you. Ming Xiu exclaimed. Su Ping frowned and his expression turned ugly. Xianyu Luan was the soul devourer sect master. Not only him, but the people behind him were also experts of the soul devourer sect. One of them held a yellow light in his hand and swayed it. Duan Ganhong's appearance could be vaguely seen inside, and he seemed to be in great pain. Ming Xiu shouted angrily, "Release Duan Ganhong's soul." Release? TSK, if you want to release it, sure. Give me your soul in exchange. That person sneered and looked coldly at Ming Xiu. He opened his mouth and spat out a green light that turned into a golden skeleton in the air. The golden skeleton slowly opened its eyes, which suddenly lit up. It stared at Duan Ganhong's soul in the person's hand and drooled. That person smiled contemptuously and said, as the head of the Xianxia, Ming Xiu, since you're asking me to release him, do you have the spirit of sacrificing yourself for your companions? You evil demon. Ming Xiu gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. Of course, he wouldn't exchange his soul for it. That person sneered and said, since you're not willing to sacrifice yourself, then why are you shouting? It's not that I don't want to release him, but you can only blame yourself for not being sincere. He threw the yellow light to the golden skeleton, and it was suddenly overjoyed. It instantly opened its mouth and ate it. It kept making slurping sounds, which made people's hair stand on end. Gulp. The mink cultivator swallowed with difficulty, his hair standing on end. Su Ping also frowned, saying, "What do you mean? Do you want to start a war?" Shi Yuluan wore a loose black robe with countless golden skulls drawn on it. She stretched and said, "This is Spirit Devourer Sect's territory, and you still ask me what I mean? Is there something wrong with your brain?" Su Ping said, "Even if it's your sect's territory, can't we stay? You killed my sect's elder on sight." Shi Yuluan sneered, "Of course we can. Since we know this is Spirit Devourer Sect's territory, then everyone in Fighting Soul Mountain is under our protection, yet you killed them all. What is the reason?" Su Ping could only say, "When we came to Fighting Soul Mountain, the people in the mountain were already dead, how can you blame us?" "Oh, so that's how it is." Shi Yuluan said unhurriedly, "Just now, Duan Ganhong suddenly died on his own, we just happened to see him, so we took his soul in passing." Su Ping knocked on his head and said, "Then what do you want now?" Shi Yuluan looked at the giant deer monster that was locked in the center. Only its upper body was exposed above the swamp. Its 2 pairs of giant horns were like 2 strange, jagged mountains, and its head was like a hill. The old man sat on it motionlessly, as if he was meditating. Shi Yuluan's expression was solemn as she said loudly, "Spirit Devourer Sect Shi Yuluan greets Lord Xianxia." Xianxia still did not move, as if he did not hear. Shi Yuluan said loudly again, "Spirit Devourer Sect Shi Yuluan greets Lord Xianxia." Still silent, Xianxia seemed to be petrified together with the giant deer monster. Shi Yuluan said in surprise, "What's wrong with Lord Xianxia?" Su Ping said calmly, "Lord Shi Yuluan, why pretend? If not for knowing that sect master is behaving strangely, would you dare to kill Duan Ganhong?" Shi Yuluan smiled and said, "So the news I heard is true?" Su Ping said, "I really want to know who told you the news." Shi Yuluan sneered, "Isn't my sect master Yumi always by your side? What's the big deal with sending back this bit of news?" "Nonsense." An angry roar came from within the cave. Several rays of light flashed and Yumi's skinny figure appeared. His face was ashen as he said, "Attack you Luan. Don't try to frame me." He said, "Su Ping, this was definitely not my doing." "Humph, Yumi, you really are a traitor." Shi Yuluan said coldly, "You still have the face to say it wasn't you." He actually submitted to the Myriad Star Valley. Do you still remember the sect rules? Yumi's expression changed slightly before returning to normal. He said, of course I remember, but I remember the rules of the Myriad Star Valley even more. He said indifferently, because I was a member of the Myriad Star Valley before I entered the soul-devouring sect. What? Everyone was greatly shocked, and even the mink cultivator was extremely shocked. He looked at Su Ping as if seeking confirmation. When he saw that the latter's expression did not change, he knew that Yumi was telling the truth. Shi Yuluan's face was aghast as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, this move of the Myriad Star Valleys is so ruthless. No wonder my soul-devouring sect has always been suppressed by you all these years. So this is the situation. Su Ping said, Elder Yumi has indeed played a significant role these few years. You've worked hard. However, the soul-devouring sect seems to have planted a mole in our sect as well. Even Elder Yumi's identity has been exposed. I really want to know who that mole is. Yumi hurriedly said, I only hope to live up to sect master's expectations of me. I have a few guesses in my heart about the mole planted by the soul-devouring sect, but I don't dare to confirm them. Su Ping said, that's good. When this matter is over, I will definitely thoroughly investigate it. Shi Yuluan's face was gloomy as he said in a cold voice, this matter is over? Since this seat is here, can you all still leave this place? Su Ping was moved as he said, the 9 elders of the soul-devouring sect have all moved out. Looks like they really want to fight to the death. Does sect master Huang Fubai consider the consequences of the two sects fighting? Shi Yuluan laughed sinisterly and said, if not for Lord Sect Master's orders, how would I dare to make such a decision? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to annihilate your Myriad Star Valley. His red robes flashed as he directly charged toward the center of the swamp. Insolence! Yumi shouted, leave Shi Yuluan to me. With a flash of green light, he chased after him. The soul-devouring gonfalon appeared in his hand, and a ghostly shadow bit toward the red robes. You lackey, you're really responsible. Shi Yuluan was furious. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand as he fiercely stabbed down. Bam! The light from the sharp sword slashed onto the soul-devouring gonfalon and blossomed, shooting out in all directions. Several of the remaining light went straight for Xianxia in the center. Su Ping's face darkened. He stepped forward and passed through, directly appearing beside Xianxia. With a wave of his long sleeve, he swept away the sword light. Today, no one can save the Myriad Star Valley from defeat. The long sword in Shi Yuluan's hand danced as he slashed down and shouted, Myriad Ghost Devouring Soul. The long sword in his hand disappeared and turned into a huge ghost face. It was full of cracks and scattered with a bang. In an instant, countless fist-sized ghost faces flew up like carps in a river. They let out all kinds of wah-wah sounds as they rushed toward the center. Su Ping's expression didn't change. He slapped the ground with one hand. A hazy halo spread out from his palm and condensed into a 30-feet-wide star that revolved around his body. Bam, 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 the 10,000 ghosts rushed down and all crashed into the star ring, causing it to become unstable from the explosion. Su Ping took out a jade pendant, formed a few hand seals in the air, and threw it out. Buzz, 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 a bee-like sound came from the jade pendant. Once it flew into the star ring, it immediately exploded with countless runes that revolved around the light. Instantly, the chaotic star ring's boundary became firm. The 10,000 ghosts were immediately shaken off when they touched it. Yumi was shocked and furious. He shouted, damn it. He threw out the soul-devouring gonfalon in his hand, and it unfolded in the air. Instantly, a golden skeleton appeared. The skeleton's eyeballs turned, and under the control of Yumi's hand seals, it flew out and opened its mouth to devour the 100 ghosts. It was extremely delighted. Shi Yuluan was furious. He formed a hand seal with both hands, and his long robe fluttered. A huge demonic beast shadow appeared behind him and suddenly rushed into his body. Crackle, 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 that body's muscles constantly bulged and exploded with power. In an instant, the demonic beast transformed into a huge body, and with a kick of its legs, it shot towards Yumi. Boom, Yumi was shocked. He hastily formed a hand seal with one hand, and the huge golden skeleton suddenly fell. Boom. The power of Shi Yuluan's punch deformed the golden skeleton, and the fist force was so strong that it even penetrated through. Bang! Yumi grabbed the soul-devouring gonfalon in front of him and blocked the remaining power. He was sent flying on the spot, and his eyes were filled with shock. The soul-devouring sect's two great divine powers were the soul battle technique and the soul-devouring gonfalon. The former was more difficult to cultivate at the beginning, and the progress was slow. But once it was mastered, its power was endless. Back then, Li Yunxiao and Che Yu worked together to use this technique, and they repeatedly escaped from danger. Although it was easier to refine the soul-devouring gonfalon, after entering the Golden Soul realm, every bit of improvement required consuming a large number of souls. This was a taboo, and even in the soul-devouring sect, it was forbidden, so it was very difficult to cultivate. Yumi's strength was obviously not as good as Shiyuluan's. After one attack, he had the intention to retreat, not daring to fight head-on. "You traitor, I will tear you apart first today." Shiyuluan's face was ferocious. He was like a standing mammoth, and with one step, he shrank the ground to an inch and swung his fist. Although the whole cave was big, the battle was very small. Yumi had no way to dodge, so he clenched his teeth and used the soul-devouring gonfalon. Suddenly, the whole cave seemed to be in hell, and all kinds of wandering ghosts flew around. The golden maned soul's eyes were wide open, and it spat out ghost fire, looking very terrifying. "Tisk, bluff, give me your life." Shiyuluan sneered. Wherever the fist force passed, the entire eerie phenomenon was broken. Yumi's face was pale. He grabbed the soul-devouring gonfalon, and was ready to fight head-on. "Pa!" Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder, and said, "Let me do it." With a flash of golden light, the general stood in front of him, put his palms together, and shouted, "Green howling tyrant fist." A golden light shot out, and it met Shiyuluan's fist force. Boom! The two fist forces exploded, and the earth shook. The whole cave was filled with that kind of holy power, and it seemed to be able to dissolve the power, so it didn't collapse. What? This power? Shiyuluan was shocked. He couldn't block the general's fist force, and that vast power seemed to be above him. You are. He cried out in surprise. The general said, "Since you decided to make a move, you must be prepared to be wiped out. Shiyuluan, be buried under Fighting Soul Mountain forever." Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and then a golden light exploded. The general's body stopped, and his fist was raised high, but it stopped in the air, as if he couldn't move. The eyes as deep as the sea suddenly shrank, and he said, "What's going on?" Everyone was shocked. Behind the general, Yumi's banner came down, and it directly stabbed into the general's wound, the place where Li Yunxiao's sword cut the stars. Not only that, but the golden maned soul directly rushed into the puppet, and a large number of wandering souls scattered, turning the general's surroundings into a gloomy and terrifying scene. Su Ping said angrily, "Yumi, you." "Ha ha ha ha." Yumi laughed wantonly, and his face was full of smugness. He said leisurely, "Everyone, you didn't expect this, right?" Shiyuluan also sneered, and his eyes were full of ridicule as he looked at everyone as if they were fools. The general's expression kept changing. The golden maned soul kept destroying the formation in his body, and it started to devour his soul. Su Ping gritted his teeth, and said, "Yumi, you are the sect master's adopted son. Why did you betray Myriad Stars Valley?" Diao Xiao and the others were shocked, they didn't expect Yumi to have such a relationship. Yumi chuckled and said, "Su Ping, people change. I have been in Soul Devourer sect for so many years, aren't you worried that I will change? Just because of that illusory adopted son title? Can it compare to the position of Vice sect? Master of Soul Devourer sect? General." Shi Wushuang was startled. His eyes turned red as his figure flashed and rushed over. At the same time, a golden light burst forth as the other chess puppets also soared into the sky, their faces filled with anger. "Xiao! Xiao! Xiao!" Several figures blocked in front of them with mocking expressions. They were the 9 elders of the Soul Devourer sect. One of them roared as a wild demonic aura rushed out. His body instantly turned into a demon as he grabbed an iron hammer and smashed down. Boom! Space exploded from the impact, and a storm rolled up, sweeping away everything in its path. Whoosh whoosh! The 5 chess players froze. The storm brushed past their bodies, producing a rustling sound as it shook the 5 of them away. Hee hee, behave for this old man. That elder opened his mouth and revealed his terrifying fangs. Pung pung sounds kept coming from the general's body. His face twisted together and his facial features squeezed together, making him look extremely ugly. Suddenly, that pained expression loosened as his face slowly relaxed. The light in his eyes also gradually disappeared as the metallic luster on his body dimmed. Ha 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 ha. Yumi laughed maniacally and said, Xianxia, I destroyed one of your clones. You are like a dragon trapped in a shallow pool, waiting to be skinned alive. Pfft. In the center of the swamp, the elder on the giant deer monster finally reacted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes and shot out a cold glint as he stared at Yumi. The coldness of that gaze was like 10,000 years old ice, causing Yumi to shiver and tremble. He hurriedly circulated his distance art and managed to suppress the coldness. However, he was still extremely shocked in his heart. He cautiously forced a smile and said, Lord Foster Father, you are indeed a transcendent and divine elite. Even after having one of your avatars destroyed, you still have such spirit. Su Ping was shocked as he flew to the head of the giant deer monster and said, Sect Master, how are you? Tianxingzi's eyes were filled with disappointment and pity. Yumi felt uncomfortable as he looked at him and turned his head to dodge. Tianxingzi withdrew his gaze as the wrinkles on his face increased. He sighed and said, I still failed. Man proposes, God disposes. A sharp glint flashed through Su Ping's eyes, but he returned to normal in an instant. He said, there are rules that cannot be violated. Tianxingzi nodded. A cold light burst out from his eyes as he said, but I will definitely not let these ants from the soul-devouring sect and Yumi go. In a flash, he disappeared. A ray of light passed through the ring of stars and appeared before Yumi in an instant. His hand descended like a claw, Yumi's entire body trembled. His 5 fingers were like giant pillars that supported the heavens, freezing the heaven and earth. The origin energy in his acupoints seemed to have frozen in an instant, and beads of cold sweat the size of beans trickled down his cheeks. Ching! Shiyuluan roared and drew circles in front of him. A seal condensed between his hands and slammed down. Mammoth King Venomous Art. Bang! A vast power surged into Long Mi's body, instantly breaking through all the shackles on his body. Yumi's eyes suddenly shot out a sharp light, and the silhouette of a giant beast appeared in the sky. Azure Sun Ghost Manual. Yumi's eyes turned green. A golden soul surged out of his body, and he slammed his palms forward. At this moment, the two's powers fused together perfectly, causing the space within the entire karst cave to spin. Everyone could feel an unparalleled boundless power. Li Yunxiao, who was hiding in the void, also revealed a look of shock. He changed his hand seal and a transparent rune flew out and scattered. A layer of dim light enveloped him and Chen Qingyu, and they were unscathed by the surging power of the space. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's eyes were misty and white, but there were black spots in the depths of his eyes. It was very strange. Strange. He muttered in his heart. The power in Yumi's palms pressed forward with the force of a mountain. Tianxingzi's eyes shot out a cold light, and he shouted, Unfilial son, you're courting death. His 5 fingers clenched, and an afterimage appeared in the air. The entire storm seemed to freeze for a moment, and then it suddenly slammed forward, boom, Tianxingzi's palm slammed into the storm, and the entire golden soul was directly deformed. The 2 forces clashed. Puff. Puff. Shiyuluan and Yumi both spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. The two's eyes were filled with shock, but they quickly revealed looks of ecstasy. Tianxingzi was also spitting out blood from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, his injuries weren't light. Ha ha ha. Tianxingzi, you didn't expect this day to come, right? Yumi laughed wildly as he treated his injuries. There's no need for Lord Sect Master to take action. Just the 2 of us are enough to exterminate you. Tianxingzi's face was livid, and he shouted, Unfilial son, why did you betray me? Yumi said coldly, Unfilial son? Clean your mouth. Who's your son? Tianxingzi's face was abnormally ugly, and he gritted his teeth. Back then, I saw that your talent was extremely high, so I brought you back to be nurtured. I didn't think that I would raise an ingrate. Yumi said coldly, ingrate? Humph, didn't you bring me back to Myriad Stars Valley because my talent was high? If my talent was trash, would you have brought me back? Furthermore, did you ever consider my feelings when you placed me in the soul-devouring school to do such a dangerous thing? Xianxia was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and he said with a trembling voice, you unfilial son. Shut up. Yumi shouted angrily, this Su Ping is your son, right? Haha, what a fair-skinned brat. I really don't know what capabilities he has to be able to muddle his way to the point where you even gave him a general. Not only am I unconvinced, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Myriad Stars Valley will be convinced. Su Ping's expression was incomparably calm, without a single ripple. He stood quietly on that giant deer monster's head, and the monster seemed to be sealed by chains, completely in a deep slumber. Diviner Xiao said angrily, traitor, why find excuses for yourself? A haze flashed across Yumi's eyes, and he said in a cold voice, who do you think you are? Are you even fit to talk to me? Diviner Xiao's face flushed red from his scolding, and he could only say angrily, shameful traitor, anyone can scold. Haha, Lord Xianxia, you indeed lack consideration. With Yumi's outstanding talent, how can he not be valued in the soul-devouring sect? But with his cultivation and temperament, how can he hide from Lord Sect Master? Shi Yuluan also couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia said coldly, what a good plan. Where is Huang Fubai? Let him come out. Shi Yuluan said, is there a need for Lord Sect Master to take action personally to deal with you? One of your clones was destroyed by us, and now you've been injured by us. As long as Yumi and I join hands, we can put you to death. Haha, too childish. An aura suddenly erupted from Xianxia's body, and he pressed over in the air. He said mockingly, you guys are already 9 stars peak experts, don't you understand the terror of transcending mortality and entering sainthood? Even if I only have a trace of power left, I'm still not someone you can contend against. Rumble. The entire air rumbled from his aura, and it continuously reverberated in the karst cave. Yumi and Shi Yuluan were both shocked, and they continuously retreated. Xianxia wasn't stingy with his origin energy, and he walked towards the two of them step by step. He said coldly, since Huang Fubai is hiding and not coming out, then I'll take care of you two bastards first. I want to see if he can watch me die. Shi Yuluan shouted, you're the old bastard who won't die. Roar. The roar of the demon's soul came from his body, and with a kick in the air, he rushed over, and the pressure of his fist came crashing down. Yumi also knew that this was a life-and-death situation, and he had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. But he was Xianxia's adopted son after all, and his heart was still weak, and he didn't have the same aura as Shi Yuluan. The soul-devouring gonfalon spun in the air, and as it waved in the air, the gold primary soul flew out, and with a strange laugh, it opened its mouth and bit over. Insignificant skill. Xianxia stood upright, and with a grab, he immediately received Shi Yuluan's fist, and the fist radiance was scattered. Then, he grabbed the air with his left hand, and a saber flew over. The runes on the saber flickered, and there were all kinds of arrays faintly visible on it. Under the cold light, he casually slashed. Chi. The sky was instantly slashed open, and the gold soul was instantly slashed in half. After revealing a shocked expression, it turned into 2 gold souls, and with a jia sound, they rushed down. Humph, it seems like you've also taken the soul-devouring sect's cultivation method as your main cultivation method. Now, I'll let you see the ultimate technique of the Myriad Star Valley. Saber charm. Xianxia waved his left hand, and the saber let out a wing sound, and shot out countless green radiances, instantly binding the 2 gold souls. Break! With a wave of the saber, the 2 gold souls were instantly shattered. Ah! Yumi let out an indescribable scream, and thousands of blood pillars burst out of his body. It was as if the power of the saber charm had slashed him, and he retreated in the air, his aura continuously weakening. Shi Yuluan was greatly shocked, and his cheeks were dripping with cold sweat. His fist was grabbed by Xianxia's palm, and he couldn't move at all. The demon soul in his body seemed to be restrained. The Myriad Star Valley and the soul-devouring sect had been at odds for countless years. In the present age, the one who had the most understanding of the soul-devouring sect's battle techniques, and the way to break them was none other than the Myriad Star Valley. For countless years, the Myriad Star Valley's various divine abilities and ultimate techniques had basically all restrained the soul-devouring sect. Next, I'll be killing you. Tianxingzi's gaze turned and fell on Shi Yuluan. He raised his saber, and a cruel sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ah! Shi Yuluan was greatly shocked, and his heart kept sinking. He shouted, I don't believe it. The two 9-star pinnacle cultivators had meticulously arranged to destroy the other party's clone, and even joined hands to directly injure the other party. At this moment, they actually didn't have the strength to retaliate. Mammoth Kingu technique. Rumble. Shi Yuluan's body let out an indignant roar, and his entire body enlarged again. The fist that was grabbed by Tianxingzi slowly twisted, as though he was trying to break free. The sneer on Tianxingzi's face didn't diminish, and he slashed down with his saber, just as Shi Yuluan's heart fell to the bottom of the valley, and the crisis of death loomed over him, and he thought that he was going to die for sure. The saber light suddenly changed direction, and all the dangerous aura instantly disappeared. Shi Yuluan felt relaxed. Tisk. The saber light slashed to the side, splitting the sky apart. A black figure was directly slashed into two by the saber light, but that figure was dazzled for a moment, and then fused back together. That saber light seemed to have pierced through his body. As soon as the black figure appeared, everyone became nervous, while the Soul Devourer School's people were overjoyed. Lord Sovereign! Everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky and echoing in the cave. Wanxingzi's expression was cold as he gritted his teeth. Huangfu Bai, you coward, you finally came out? The figure had a dark complexion, with 2 white mustaches on his upper lip. He looked like a wealthy merchant, but his eyes were imposing, as if lightning was flashing within. He glanced at Wanxingzi, then turned to the void. Li Yunxiao, Chen Qingyu, come out. Everyone was shocked, following Huangfu Bai's gaze. Wanxingzi and Su Ping frowned. Shi Wushuang's body shook, revealing a shocked expression. The other chess puppets also looked over. Li Yunxiao knew he couldn't hide anymore, so he retracted his hand seal and revealed himself with Chen Qingyu. Wanxingzi was shocked. Your wounds, Li Yunxiao laughed, thank you for showing mercy and not killing me with one slap. Thank you for sparing my life. Humph. Wanxingzi snorted heavily. Huangfu Bai stared at Li Yunxiao for a while, touched his white mustaches, and chuckled, you really have the temperament of Gu Feiyong. TSK, I didn't expect you to possess an innate fetus. How daring. Li Yunxiao frowned, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Do you think I'm you doing such an evil thing? Huangfu Bai's mustaches trembled, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. You didn't possess an innate fetus? Li Yunxiao said, why are you asking so many questions? Knowing won't do you any good. Huangfu Bai put down his hand, and said, all right, I won't look into this matter. You've caused a commotion in Crimson Moon City, what business do you have at Fighting Soul Mountain now? Li Yunxiao said, it's a long story. I didn't expect to see all of you fighting. I didn't expect both of you to show up. Can I leave now? Leave? Huangfu Bai laughed. Don't you want to witness such a historic moment? Li Yunxiao said leisurely, can I still leave safely after witnessing it? Huangfu Bai's eyes flickered with playfulness. That's up to you. Li Yunxiao said, I'm a stupid person. You should speak frankly. Huangfu Bai laughed, Brother Feiyong, why are you being so humble? With your intelligence, how could you not understand? Right now, our sect can easily annihilate the Myriad Star Valley. As long as Brother Feiyong stands on our side, you will be safe and sound. Li Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, sounds pretty good. Hee, Gu Feiyong, you're a smart person. Do you believe these words? Tianxingzi's face was full of mockery. Li Yunxiao was surprised. Master Huangfu Bai speaks sincerely from the bottom of his heart. How could I not believe it? Tianxingzi sneered, why are you pretending when you already know the answer? Although I'm not familiar with you, I've heard many rumors about you. Plus, you faked your death for 20 years and took over the body of an innate fetus. How could someone who could do such a wise and courageous thing be a fool? Don't forget what Huangfu Bai's heaven-grade primary soul wants to eat the most. Huangfu Bai said coldly, Tianxingzi, don't try to sow discord between me and Emperor Wu before you die. We've been friends before. Xianxia sneered and said, your so-called friendship is probably just sitting together and drinking 2 cups of tea. Li Yunxiao pondered and said, it's 1 cup. Humph. Huang Fubai's face darkened. Emperor Wu, don't say that I don't care about our friendship. Are you going to stand with me, or are you going to be my enemy? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, can you not choose anything and let me leave directly? When you immortals fight, we mortals suffer. Huang Fubai said, that's not up to you. You only have the cultivation of Emperor Jiuxing now. If it wasn't for our friendship, how would you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? Li Yunxiao said, that sounds so hurtful. Yumi said, Lord Sovereign, since this Gu Feiyang doesn't care about our friendship, why should we give him face? Lord Sect Master has already done his utmost benevolence. Huang Fubai said, yes, you're right. You can take Emperor Wu's and Chen Qingyu's souls. It'll be a good time to upgrade your banner. Li Yunxiao's expression was normal, but Chen Qingyu's expression changed drastically. Anger filled her face, and her murderous aura dispersed. Yes. Thank you, Lord Sovereign. Yumi was overjoyed. His gaze swept across Li Yunxiao and said, Shi Yuluan, I'll have to trouble you to help me. A complicated look flashed across Shi Yuluan's face. If Yumi were to obtain the souls of these 2 people, his strength would probably surpass his own. However, at this moment, he could not show his unwillingness in front of the sect master. Furthermore, Yumi had used the infernal affairs to beat them at their own game. He had contributed greatly to this operation. If they could successfully annihilate the Myriad Star Valley this time, his contribution would be monstrous. Don't worry. With me here, they won't be able to escape. Shi Yuluan replied vaguely. Li Yunxiao shook his head and sighed, the affairs of the world are really like chess. Lord Tianxingzi, you just injured me. I didn't expect that we'd be sharing the same fate so quickly. Pei. Who's sharing the same fate as you? Tianxingzi said disdainfully, you're just a mere Emperor Jiuxing, what right do you have to share the same fate as me? You're just cannon fodder. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, these words are really hurtful. The weak have no human rights. They're discriminated against wherever they go. Haha, since you admit that you're weak, then you have to accept your fate. Yumi's eyes shot out a greedy gaze. He couldn't help but make the first move. He threw out the soul-devouring gonfalon towards Li Yunxiao and Chen Qingyu, wanting to devour their souls. Furthermore, he saw the general injuring them with his own eyes. It was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. Even though he couldn't see any signs of injury on Li Yunxiao's body, Chen Qingyu's expression was ugly. Her internal injuries were all apparent. The soul-devouring gonfalon unfurled in the air. An eerie and terrifying aura rushed towards the 2 of them. In an instant, heaven and earth changed. It turned into a hell filled with wandering ghosts. Chen Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. She was extremely shocked. Any martial artist would have an innate fear towards the soul-devouring sex techniques. Myriad Star Valley was an exception. Jia jia jia. Those wandering ghosts all laughed weirdly. They flew around the 2 of them and devoured their Emperor Qi. The golden primary soul stood not far away. Its eyes were glowing, and it kept drooling. Stop laughing. Li Yunxiao cursed. He formed a hand seal with one hand. The immemorial heaven eye opened between his brows, and a raging flame burned out. Then, he formed circles with his hands. Astral wind started to swirl, and there was a faint whistling sound. Great windmill. The flames rushed out under the rotation of the astral winds. In an instant, they filled the entire cave and turned it into a sea of fire. Ah! Those wandering ghosts screamed continuously. Under the flames, they turned into ashes and disappeared forever. Even the golden primary soul cried out repeatedly with a miserable expression. It jumped around in the flames. It wanted to bite down, but it didn't dare to. Everyone was shocked. They could feel the scorching power of the flames. It seemed to have a strong spiritual nature, and it kept burning their protective origin energy. Huang Fubai frowned and said, true fire of the heavenly phoenix? Yumi's face turned pale. The death of a large number of wandering ghosts and the discomfort of the golden soul put him under great pressure. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, "Lord Shiyuluan, elders." A few elders were about to make a move. Shiyuluan said, "Don't panic. This person's divine fire is extraordinary. Take a good look first." Yumi said angrily, "If I take a good look, my golden soul will be in trouble." Shiyuluan frowned and said, "Lord Yumi, plan before you act. The more you calculate, the more you win. These are the ways to deal with the enemy." Li Yunxiao made a grabbing motion with one hand, and the pitch-black hammer landed in his hand. Bringing with it a large expanse of lightning, he smashed it forward. Boom! The lightning pierced through the golden primary soul and exploded instantly. Countless lightning dragons bombarded the cave walls. Puff! Yumi vomited a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying by the backlash. His face turned pale as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. Shiyuluan was overjoyed. He couldn't help but look proud. He pretended to be angry and said, "You dare to hurt the people of my soul-devouring sect. You are seeking death." Roar! His body exploded with the roar of a beast. He seemed to be infected. The 3 soul-devouring sect elders behind him also turned into their demon forms. Powerful demonic energy penetrated out. Bang! Shiyuluan's body flashed. He passed through the sea of fire and appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. He punched out. Li Yunxiao sneered. His heaven hammer had already turned into a cold sword and frost. He stabbed at the fist wind. The sword light was sharp and pierced through the fist force with a chi sound. Shiyuluan's body shook. He felt a cold intent coming from his fist. A feeling of extreme danger welled up in his heart. Bone spike! He suddenly shouted loudly, and white bones emerged from his fists with a caw-caw sound, as if they were thorns. Bang! Li Yunxiao's sword slashed at the bone spike. He couldn't cut it. He frowned. Shiyuluan's bone spike turned and stuck his sword. He punched with his left hand and shouted, "Die! There aren't many people who dare to say die to me." Li Yunxiao's face turned cold. He struck a seal on the sword. With a clang, endless sword light bloomed. The sky was filled with sword seals, forming a sword barrier around him. Huang Fubai's expression changed slightly. He shouted, "Danger!" He didn't move. Wan Xingzi didn't move either. Everyone knew that if they made a move, it would be a disaster. The entire cave would collapse. Then, Fighting Soul Mountain would be completely destroyed. Bang! Bang! 2 of Shiyuluan's bone spikes broke. The sword intent spun in front of Li Yunxiao. It spread out and attacked that left fist. Boom! With a loud explosion, Shiyuluan screamed and flew back, only to see that his fist was a bloody mess. Huang Fubai said, "Don't be careless. Don't forget that the soul in this body is the 3rd Emperor Wu. The #1 swordsman in the world, defeating armies Gu Feiyong." Wan Xingzi's body moved slightly. He seemed to be affected by these words. He couldn't help but pay more attention to the battle. Li Yunxiao's attack succeeded. With a mocking expression, he held his cold sword and pressed forward. Although Yumi was gloating over Li Yunxiao's misfortune, she was a little afraid when she saw how powerful Li Yunxiao was. She shouted, "9 elders, attack together." In an instant, the 9 of them moved and surrounded Li Yunxiao, blocking his path. Su Ping was still standing in the ring of stars, his expression stern. "Elder Diao Xiao, Shi Wushuang, it's time for you to give your all for the sect." "Yes. Only death awaits." Diao Xiao's expression darkened, and he and the other 7 scatterzi revealed resolute expressions of facing death. Shi Wushuang and the other pawns would not betray the sect. They also erupted with golden light, preparing for a fight to the death. The atmosphere in the cave became extremely tense, and the flowing holy aura also condensed. Li Yunxiao raised a sword and stepped forward, saying, "Huang Fubai, today you destroyed Myriad Star Valley and want to take my soul. Aren't you a little too ambitious? Maybe this decision will make you regret it for the rest of your life." Huang Fubai sneered, "Gu Feiyong, you were once a supreme existence. No matter how strong your soul is, you only have the cultivation of Emperor Jiuxing. What can you do in front of me? Besides, I have already made arrangements for you, Elder Kuan Lang." Under his soft call, an old man among the 9 elders softly responded. The old man's eyes were slightly sunken, showing a dark brown color, seemingly without color. Shi Yuluan was overjoyed, saying, I forgot, with Elder Kuan Lang's ability, dealing with this Gu Feiyang will be a piece of cake. Kuan Lang said, Sect Master and Vice Sect Master think too highly of me. I will do my best. Shi Yuluan said, this is not doing your best, but taking him down. Yes. Kuan Lang roared. His aura surged and surged in all directions. It was as if countless astral winds were flying in the cave. But everyone here was a powerhouse, so they did not feel anything strange. However, Huang Fubai slightly frowned, saying, this holy qi is calming, where is it coming from? Wan Xingzi snorted, you don't need to know. Huang Fubai nodded and said, that's fine, I'll investigate it later. After Kuan Lang's aura erupted, his hand suddenly formed a seal. A strange talisman flew up and scattered. Ah! He opened his mouth wide and spat out a strange breath. A large amount of green light appeared and a strange long sword slowly spat out. The hilt of the sword was in the shape of a terrifying ghost face. The body of the sword seemed illusory yet real, drifting erratically. After spitting out the sword, the spiritual energy in Kuan Lang's body greatly decreased. His body became stiff like a withered corpse. When he grabbed the sword in his hand, his sunken eyes finally released some light. One sword to cut the heavens. Kuan Lang's long sword danced in the air. Kuan Lang became one with his sword and rushed towards Li Yunxiao. The sword is strange, but so what? Li Yunxiao raised his sword and slashed out with the same heaven-severing sword. One sword to cut the heavens. The entire space suddenly split open, and a piercingly cold sword chi roiled as it slashed towards the Kuan wave. Boom! The sword chi pierced through the soul-flowing sword and slashed Kuan Lang's body. With a bang, the soul-flowing sword shot out from his back and hit the cave wall. Countless stones fell down. Kuan Lang's face contorted in pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already heavily injured. Chen Qingyu laughed involuntarily and said, this elder is too arrogant. Just as he was shaking his head with a smile, his smile suddenly froze on his face. He asked in shock, young Master Yun, what's wrong with you? Li Yunxiao's body trembled inexplicably. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and his face turned pale. Only then did Chen Qingyu realize that the sword in Kuan Lang's hand had extended for more than 30 meters like a whip and was directly inserted into Li Yunxiao's chest. The sword was almost transparent, and there were strange talismans constantly flowing on it. This change shocked everyone outside of the Soul Devourer sect. Su Ping's pupils shrank as he exclaimed, soul-flowing sword. This is the soul-flowing sword art. Chen Qingyu asked in shock, what's the soul-flowing sword art? Will young Master Yun be alright? He stood with his sword in hand and looked around vigilantly to protect Li Yunxiao. Haha, Li Yunxiao possessed an innate fetus. Now that he's been struck by the soul-flowing sword, he's dead for sure. Yumi was overjoyed. His eyes shone with excitement as he shouted, Elder Kuan Lang, please don't hurt his soul too badly. I still want to eat him, Kakik. Li Yunxiao bent over in pain. He clutched his chest with one hand and his pale lips couldn't help but tremble. Su Ping said, the soul-flowing sword doesn't just refer to a sword. It's a divine art passed down in the Soul Devourer sect. It can condense one's soul into a sword and directly attack or even devour the opponent's soul. As long as the attack succeeds, victory is almost guaranteed. Soul. Li Yunxiao said in a trembling voice, this power, it's extracting the power of my soul, Huang Fubai said coldly, although possessing an innate fetus can merge seamlessly with the physical body, the soul power is too strong and can't be fully unleashed through the physical body. You're like a ferocious tiger in a cage. Using the soul-flowing sword is the best way to deal with you. How many heroes have been buried in this heaven-battling soul mountain? Burying you, Gu Feiyang, is not a bad thing. Li Yunxiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He desperately slashed at the soul-flowing sword on his chest, but it went straight through as if it was an invisible object. Kuan Lang's zombie-like body began to slowly recover his blood and qi. He finally regained some luster. He said, it's useless. This sword itself is my soul. It's invisible and flows like water. This is the essence of the soul-flowing sword. Once the bridge is built, it can never be broken until your soul power is drained by me. Li Yunxiao said, you mean to say that this sword itself is your soul? Kuan Lang nodded and said, yes. Lord Pajun, I know what you're thinking. You want to counterattack my soul, but it's not realistic. I've cultivated this soul-flowing sword for over 100 years and absorbed countless souls. I've already refined it into a soulless unbreakable sword. Even a rank 9 alchemist can be easily killed. Yumi said in shock, Kuan Lang, you drained his soul power. How am I supposed to eat him? Kuan Lang said, don't worry, Lord Vice Sect Master. I'm only draining his soul power. I won't devour his soul. Lord Vice Sect Master can just take his life later. Yumi said, that's the only way. Even if his soul power is drained, his soul will still be there. We need to nourish it with a large amount of souls. Chen Qingyu saw that Li Yunxiao had no strength to fight back. She couldn't sit still anymore. She let out a furious roar and charged forward with her sword. Humph, look carefully at where you are. How can you behave so atrociously? The demonized soul-devouring sect elder from before clenched his fist and punched out. Rumble. A whirlpool appeared under the fist wind. It spun like a barrier and knocked Chen Qingyu back. Chen Qingyu's internal injuries were torn open. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with helplessness and resentment. The veins on the hand holding the sword bulged like an old tree. His body also trembled slightly under the huge humiliation. Ever since he stepped into the peak of 9 stars, he felt that he could already command the wind and clouds. He looked down on the world and rarely had a worthy opponent. When Yuan Gaohan sent him to Crimson Moon City, he was still full of confidence even though he was one of the 7 super forces. He thought that he could influence the entire situation of Crimson Moon City. But the result was so tragic that it made him want to vomit blood. This was his second mission. He thought that he should be useful after getting away from those transcendent freaks. But in the end, he was heavily injured by the general with one palm. Now, he was even more powerless. A casual punch from the soul-devouring sect elder tore open his internal injuries and almost killed him on the spot. A huge sense of humiliation surged in his heart. A violent murderous aura spread throughout Chen Qingyu's body. His eyes instantly turned red and his sword let out a long-wing sound. Everyone looked at him coldly. With their eyes, they naturally knew that he was about to go berserk. Calm down. Li Yunxiao suddenly raised his head and spat out 2 words. It was like a clear stream that directly shook Chen Qingyu's heart. Chen Qingyu's body trembled. He wasn't a radical person. He immediately recovered from his state of going berserk. Young Master Yun, I am really useless. Chen Qingyu was extremely ashamed and resentful. Li Yunxiao's forehead was full of sweat, but he still forced a smile and said, hee hee, a peak of 9 stars actually said that. You're really useless. How many heroes in the world would be angered to death by these words? It can only be said that there is always someone better. We can't be complacent, but we also can't look down on ourselves. My lord is right. After knowing Li Yunxiao's identity, Chen Qingyu's attitude towards him became respectful. He was also willing to listen to his teachings. He said, my lord, what should we do now? Although Li Yunxiao's face was pale, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He said, if a mere soul stream sword can kill me, then I would have died millions of times already. The last few words were uttered through gritted teeth. He used a sound wave martial technique and also contained a trace of dragon's might. It surged in the entire karst cave and caused everyone to be deafened. Li Yunxiao's body trembled. An illusory and transparent shadow slowly rose from his body. The shadow's hand grabbed the soul stream sword. This is, Kuan Lang was shocked. His stiff face suddenly became shocked. He said in a horrified voice, you can directly leave your body with your soul? Everyone was shocked. The soul was one of the 3 most difficult parts of studying the human body. Even the soul devourer sect's secret technique couldn't let the soul leave the body so easily. The shadow was completely black and emitted a terrifying power. Even Huangfu Bai and Wan Xingzi felt a chill in their hearts. The 2 of them were shocked at the same time. They looked over in disbelief. Just the power of coercion could affect the mind of a divine transcendence expert. It couldn't be explained by ordinary power. Leave your body. Which part of me looks like his soul? The black shadow slowly opened his eyes. A gaze as sharp as a knife pierced through Kuan Lang's body. Kuan Lang's body shook violently. The soul stream sword trembled and showed signs of breaking. Ah. You are. Chen Qingyu was sweating profusely. His body trembled violently. He said in a trembling voice, Pooh, Demon Master Pooh, the black shadow was Demon Master Pooh. The soul stream sword pierced into Li Yunxia's soul and injured Demon Master Pooh as well. Only then did he wake up. Li Yunxia was also shocked. He originally wanted to use the Great Evolution Divine Art to devour the soul stream sword, and he was very confident. However, just as he used the power of the divine art, this fiend woke up on its own. Trash, how dare you hurt me? Demon Lord Pooh's expression turned cold. A surge of demonic energy surged out, instantly shattering the soul stream sword. Countless black runes surged out from all directions, densely covering Kuan Lang. Bang! Demon Lord Pooh formed a seal with one hand, and Kuan Lang was instantly blown to pieces. Then, he continuously formed seals with both hands, and his entire body slowly rose from Li Yunxia's body, as if he was about to leave. Li Yunxia was shocked. If this demon escaped, the consequences would be unthinkable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, tens of thousands of golden rays shot out from his chest. The seal of the law chains was instantly activated. Demon Lord Pooh's body froze for a moment, and the light of the 12 law chains bound him, making him unable to move. Damn it! Damn those chains of law! Demon Lord Pooh screamed. His entire body struggled, and rays of golden light shot out. However, the light seal became tighter and tighter, slowly suppressing him. His voice became softer and softer, and finally, it disappeared. Li Yunxiao felt as if a giant mountain had instantly sunk into his soul, shaking his mind and body. The blood in his body was in turmoil. No one could react for a moment, and they stood in the sky in a daze. Kuan Lang had been blasted into pieces long ago. The remaining 8 elders' eyes were filled with shock. They felt that what had just happened was unreal. Demon Lord, that's the Demon Lord. Xianxia was shocked, and he muttered, legend has it that in Crimson Moon City, the world's strongest fought with the Demon Lord. In the end, with Ocean Emperor Bronze divine art, the Demon Lord was successfully sealed in Li Yunxia's body. I didn't think it was true. Huang Fubai's eyes were also shining, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yumi was completely stunned. How could they fight? There was such a ferocious demon inside the opponent's body. Just the aura alone was enough to make it hard for them to breathe. Huang Fubai's expression was solemn, and he said, let's attack together and take down Gu Feiyong. The few elders looked at each other in dismay. They were obviously frightened by what they saw. Huang Fubai said, don't worry, if the Demon Lord really escapes, the first one to suffer will be Gu Feiyong himself. Right now, he's just a sealed vessel. Hee, what an unexpected harvest. Everyone, attack. Under his command, no one dared to disobey. The 8 elders and the 2 vice sect masters could only brace themselves and attack. Their momentum shook heaven and earth, and the entire cave began to show signs of collapsing. At the same time, Huang Fubai's gaze turned even colder. His figure suddenly shook, but he did not vanish on the spot. However, his real body had already appeared before Xianxia, and he took a stance before punching out. That punch was very ordinary. It was the simplest crouching tiger fist. It arched its neck and retracted its head, glaring at its teeth. It was a vivid tiger form. Xianxia's expression darkened, and a never-before-seen seriousness appeared on his face. Even if he was facing 10,000 real tigers, he would not have such a serious expression. Huang Fubai's moves had already returned to their original state, and any martial skill he displayed was not inferior to a divine ability. Xianxia raised his leg and kicked at his opponent's tiger claw. His kick carried the wind, and it was also very simple. It was actually the Arhat kick, one of the foundational martial skills. Humph! Huang Fubai sneered and grabbed out. His 5 fingers flickered with green light, and he directly stabbed it into Xianxia's calf. When his 5 fingers made contact with the calf, he instantly felt an extremely strong stickiness, and he actually could not pull it back. Not only that, Huang Fubai felt the origin energy in his body surging, and it actually wanted to flow into his opponent through his arm. It was actually absorbing his true origin energy. Humph, childish. Huang Fubai clenched his 5 fingers, and instantly, true origin energy condensed in his palm. He then turned his fist into a palm and slapped down. Bang! A ray of light exploded, and a vast amount of origin energy vibrated. Xianxia was sent flying by the kick, and his whole body flew into the air. He suddenly spread his arms, and used another foundational martial skill, White Crane Spreads Its Wings, which was like a white goose spreading its wings. Huang Fubai returned his fist. At this moment, Xianxia's arms were spread out, and his whole body was presented in front of him without any defense. There were fatal acupuncture points and openings everywhere. Huang Fubai's eyes narrowed, and the more it was like this, the more he did not dare to be careless. At a glance, there were openings all over his body, but they were all integrated, and there were no openings at all. With a backhand grab, he struck out with the black tiger steel's heart. Xianxia's expression changed. The aura around his body was suppressed by the black tiger steel's heart, and an extremely oppressive force surged into his heart. His body leaned back, and he once again kicked out with the arhat kick. Huang Fubai's pupils shrank, and he shouted, using the same move twice, "Is this really good?" That black tiger steel's heart suddenly struck the arhat kick. Bang! A huge explosion rang out, and Xianxia's whole body was sent flying. He directly crashed into the mountain wall, and a large amount of rocks rolled down from the impact. On the other side, the people from Soul-Devouring Sect and Myriad Star Valley were also in a chaotic battle. After Devil Lord Pu awakened, Li Yunxiao suffered a backlash. Those 12 void light seals were completely relying on extracting his power to operate, and his whole body became weak. Luckily, Pu's power was too frightening, and the power that Li Yunxiao displayed earlier was also not ordinary. The people from Soul-Devouring Sect didn't dare to get close, and they were just probing and moving around, delaying him. Meanwhile, Mink Xiao and the chess puppet couldn't withstand it, and after a few moves, they showed signs of collapsing. Many of Soul-Devouring Sect's techniques were extremely harmful to the soul. Those 5 chess puppets constantly sent evil spirits and wandering souls into them, destroying them from the inside. Very soon, the pawn and elephant souls were devoured, and they became motionless. Suddenly, a huge ray of light lit up, and not only did it illuminate the entire karst cave, it was also extremely dazzling. Su Ping stood on that huge deer-shaped monster, and made a hand sign with one hand. Suddenly, the light of the star ring around him became more than 100 times brighter. All the holy aura surged towards him, and was continuously absorbed into the body of that sleeping deer-shaped monster. Everyone was shocked, and their gazes were attracted over. Huang Fubai was fighting with Xianxia, and he also saw something out of the corner of his eyes. He couldn't help but be slightly shocked, and said in realization, "So this holy aura is surging out from Lu Yao's body, could it be?" Su Ping made a hand sign with one hand, and didn't move. He wasn't disturbed by anything, and his sleeves fluttered under the holy aura. Suddenly, the hand sign changed, and he opened his eyes. A strange look shot out, and everyone's heart trembled. 10,000 Zhongberry. He suddenly made a hand sign with both hands, and his body suddenly bent down. He slapped his palm on Lu Yao's head, and immediately, the hand sign in his palm turned into a formation and spread out. Clatter! Lu Yao's body trembled, and the surrounding chains immediately clattered, shaking nonstop in the karst cave. The holy aura that filled the sky surged into Lu Yao's body, and was instantly absorbed, and a surge of demonic aura suddenly spread out. Lu Yao opened his lantern-sized eyes, which shone with a scarlet-red light. He slowly opened his mouth, and let out a breath. Roar! A powerful deathly gray aura suddenly erupted, and the ground in the karst cave shook. The entire space was almost frozen, and everyone instantly felt a sense of suffocation. It was as if their entire bodies, and even their blood vessels, were covered in dust, and their vitality was taken away in an instant. Their skin was covered in a layer of scabs. Rumble! As Lu Yao let out a breath, the star ring around Su Ping also spread out, bombarding in all directions, and completely shattering the entire cave wall. The ground shook, and the entire karst cave collapsed, and the mountain completely collapsed. Looking from the sky above, the entire Fighting Soul Mountain seemed to have suddenly broken, and directly sank into the ground. An astonishing deathly gray aura gushed out from within, and dispersed in all directions. The Qingju mercenary band that had been guarding the foot of the Fighting Soul Mountain were all scared pale, and no longer cared about the deterrence of Li Yunxiao and the others. They madly ran for their lives. Switching was also shouting to the heavens and cursing, crying and cursing. What did those malefic stars do? The entire mountain range was destroyed. Kuan directly threw out a finger-sized piece of wood, which turned into a towering tree in the air, emitting a strong vitality. Switching said in shock, "This is," Kuan shouted, "don't worry about it. If you don't want to die, then follow me." He was the first to jump onto the giant tree, and his face that had already turned gray regained some color. The giant tree emitted a strong vitality, but it was also constantly being devoured, and soon, it would become a dead tree. The Qingju mercenary band no longer hesitated, and all jumped onto the giant tree. The giant tree glowed with a green light, and they quickly escaped from this land of death. The Fighting Soul Mountain had collapsed, and within 1,000 miles, there was no longer any vitality. Everything became deathly still, and the air was hazy. An enormous deer-shaped monster was standing on top of the ruined ruin, with a pair of horns that looked like towering trees. It was none other than Lu Yao, the gigantic monster. Its pair of eyes were like a pair of red lanterns hanging high in the air. Lu Yao was like a statue, quietly standing there, motionless. Above its head was a ball of holy aura, which was completely different from the surrounding deathly aura. Su Ping calmly stood in the holy aura, and his eyes were like water, staring at the two blurry figures not far away. The two were still in the same posture as before the Fighting Soul Mountain collapsed, and vigilantly looked at each other. However, Huang Fubai's expression was the same as when he first appeared, while Tian Xingzi's face was filled with fatigue, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Crash! A piece of rock was lifted up, and a beam of light shot into the sky. Crash! Crash! After that, the sound of rocks breaking and falling could be heard everywhere. Beams of light continuously shot into the sky, and they were warriors. None of them had died under the collapse of the mountain. However, besides Shi Wushuang and Yun Che, the rest of the warriors' expressions changed slightly, and they circulated their origin energy to resist the deathly aura. Everyone's gazes gathered on Li Yunxiao. The natural water energy had directly blocked the deathly aura, and not a single bit of it could enter his body. This caused everyone's eyes to turn red. Li Yunxiao didn't care at all, and he looked at the giant deer in shock, and said, "Is this the demonic beast born from the mutated earth element?" Su Ping nodded, and said, "If this beast was born in the ancient times, before the world changed, it would definitely be a 10th level true spirit. Now, it can only reach the peak of the 9th level." His tone was filled with sorrow. Everyone's heart shuddered and their faces were filled with shock. A peak 9-star demonic beast was an existence that was close to transcending mortality. Moreover, such a huge demonic beast was emitting a deathly aura that made people feel nauseous and uncomfortable. If combined with its powerful combat strength, it was enough to affect or even reverse the entire battle situation. The faces of the Soul Devourer sect members turned pale and solemn. Tian Xingzi laughed wildly and said, "Haha, Huang Fubai, you only know that I want to use Lu Yao to heal my injuries, but you don't know that my other goal is to subdue Lu Yao and make him my Myriad Star Valley's mountain guardian beast. Now is the perfect time to test my power on you." Huang Fubai looked over, his eyes flashing with a bright light. No one knew what he was thinking. Yumi panicked and said, "Lord Sect Leader, I really didn't know about this." He angrily rebuked, "Tian Xingzi, you old fool, how dare you hide such an important matter from me?" Tian Xingzi angrily shouted and gnashed his teeth, "After I kill Huang Fubai, I will skin you and burn your bones." Yumi sneered, "That's a good plan, but you have to save your own life first." Tian Xingzi coldly looked at him with a trace of mockery on his lips as if he was looking at a dead man. Yumi's heart shuddered and he had a bad feeling. Under Su Ping's control, Lu Yao suddenly opened his mouth and roared. A Saturn ring was spat out and a vast power crashed out like a wall. Boom! The Soul Devourer sect members were caught off guard. Dust filled the sky and entered through every opening. the power of the Saturn ring fiercely crashed into them. The 8 elders and 2 vice-sect leaders were instantly pushed back dozens of feet. Their heads were covered in dust and their bodies were covered in a deathly aura. Even Xianxia was shaken by the deathly aura and was pushed back hundreds of feet with a shocked expression. Although Xianxia was protected by the heaven and earth water yuan, the impact of this level of impact consumed his yuan energy very quickly. Anyone would have a headache if they were to fight against such a demonic beast. Boom! Lu Yao stepped forward. Every step he took caused dust to soar into the sky. His eyes couldn't see within hundreds of feet and even his divine sense was greatly suppressed. He could only sense around 10 feet. The only thing that could be used as coordinates were Lu Yao's bell-like red eyes. Chi! The red eyeballs suddenly shot out 2 sharp beams of light towards a soul devourer sect elder, reaching the heavens in a single bound. The elder was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. With a shout, he used his movement technique to dodge the 2 red lights. Suddenly, there was a loud boom, and countless deathly auras condensed from the surroundings, forming a ring of stars in the sky that directly fell down, binding the elder like a dumpling. What? The elder was shocked. The extremely corrosive earth elemental energy surged into his skin, instantly petrifying his meridians. Boom! The 2 rays of red light struck the elder's body and exploded into countless fragments, turning him into stone. Bang! The others turned pale with fright. That elder's skin and meridians were almost petrified when he was bound by Saturn's ring, and the moment he was blasted into pieces by the red light, the earth element petrified his body. The terrifying power and speed were simply unimaginable. Retreat! Be careful! Shi Yuluan shouted, and was the first to retreat several hundred zhang, lest he become the next target. The other elders were also shocked. Such a terrifying power, an existence of the same level was instantly killed without the slightest chance to fight back. How could they fight back? Li Yunxiao was extremely shocked in his heart as well. Even though Lu Yao's strength was extremely formidable, it wasn't enough to be relied upon. Most terrifying of it all was that all the earth element in the heavens and the earth were under his control, and to put it bluntly, Skyless had practically become his personal barrier. Huang Fu Bai also realized this, and his face finally showed a serious expression. Lu Yao's 2 eyes looked towards him, and a red beam of light shot out. An identical ring of Saturn condensed from the surroundings and locked onto Huang Fu Bai. Huang Fu Bai slapped with one hand, and a crouching tiger fist flew out. The Saturn ring was not completely condensed, and in an instant it froze and exploded with a bang. The 2 red lights struck empty air. Huang Fu Bai had already dodged, and just as he steadied himself, a fan-shaped light fell down, splitting the sky apart. Bang! Huang Fu Bai clenched his fists and punched forward, directly shattering the fan-shaped light. Tian Xingzi's figure appeared, and he pressed his palms down. Boom! A beam of light blossomed between the 2, shooting out in all directions. At this moment, Lu Yao raised his head, and his horns turned pitch black as he pushed forward. Boom! A huge craggy rock condensed in the sky, and smashed down towards Huang Fu Bai. Humph! Huang Fu Bai looked at the huge rock as if it was nothing, and said coldly, "You think one more demonic beast can change the outcome? What a joke!" Countless rays of golden light burst forth from his body, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Tian Xingzi's expression changed drastically. The golden light seemed to have a boundless suction force, as if it was trying to pull his soul out. In his shock, he struck out with his palms, and immediately shattered the suction force, and retreated. The craggy rock in the sky crashed into the golden light, and disappeared in an instant. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he thought to himself, "It's not spatial transfer, could it be?" Everyone shuddered as they stared at the golden light, which gradually condensed in the sky above Huang Fu Bai's body, and finally formed a dark golden skull that emitted a terrifying aura. Heaven-rank golden soul, golden speaker. Tian Xingzi's expression was solemn, and he said, "Finally appeared? TCH. Huang Fu Bai sneered, "You speak as if you were waiting for it, as if you have a way to deal with it." Green flames suddenly burst out of the golden speaker's eye sockets with a whoosh. It was actually very spiritual, as if it possessed extremely high intelligence. The faces of the Soul Devourer sect members in the distance turned pale, as if they were suffering under the suppression of the heaven-rank golden soul. Huang Fubai, why did you summon me? The golden speaker asked directly. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Normal primary souls were completely controlled by their masters, but Huang Fubai's golden soul seemed to have an equal relationship with him, and from the expressions of the Soul Devourer sect elders, it seemed like it was only natural. He thought to himself, could it be that a primary soul can develop its own intelligence after stepping into the heaven rank? Huang Fubai said, kill Xianxia and this Luyao giant beast for me. The burning flames in the golden speaker's eye sockets suddenly became lively, and they flickered a few times as if it was observing something. It said slowly, it's the master of Myriad Stars Valley, and a beast born from the 9 nether filthy soil. Speaking of which, isn't the lawless sky where the 9 nether filthy soil is located in the territory of our Soul Devourer sect? 9 nether filthy soil. Li Yunxiao was shocked. This must be the culprit that created such a strange environment in the lawless sky. Huang Fubai said, it was Xianxia who coveted our Soul Devourer sect's treasure, and he forcibly took this beast. Fortunately, I was prepared, and I beat him at his own game. Now is the perfect time to destroy the Myriad Stars Valley. Oh? Is that so? The flames in the golden speaker's eyes burned even brighter, and he said, all right. I will help you eliminate this man and this beast. Countless golden runes flew out of the golden speaker's mouth, and they filled the sky. The deathly gray air was completely isolated, and specks of golden light could be seen everywhere. This is... Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he saw that the space he was in had turned into a giant skull. The golden speaker seemed to be the controller of this world. Su Ping's expression sank, and he shouted, shake the heavens and earth. Lu Yao opened his mouth and roared, and the entire skull space trembled. Countless deathly gray air surged out of his body, and it attacked the power of space. The golden speaker said in a cold tone, coming from the 9 nether filthy soil, what a pity, it was originally a good pet. As soon as he finished speaking, the skull space moved, and its sinister mouth opened, directly biting Lu Yao. It was as if heaven and earth were crashing down, and a loud scream came from Lu Yao's mouth. Huang Fubai was overjoyed, and he said, how is it? Can you devour it? The golden speaker said, try. Xianxia was shocked, and he formed hundreds of hand seals with both hands, and they revolved around his body. Suddenly, a round profound artifact flew out, turned into a wheel, and began to revolve around the runes. Boom! The wheel revolved with difficulty, and the space trembled. Su Ping's expression was stern, and he formed a hand seal with both hands, then slapped Lu Yao's head, and a violent ring of earth element blasted out, attacking the spatial hole. Boom! Boom! Under the joint attack of Xianxia and Su Ping, the golden speaker's face twisted. Xianxia was shocked, and she said, that wheel, could it be the legendary spacetime wheel? Li Yunxiao said, you're overthinking it. The spacetime wheel is a legendary object, and it can distort time and space. How could such an abnormal object exist in this world? Even if it was real, it would most likely be a saint artifact. The object in Xianxia's hand is called the Void Wheel, and it is an imitation of the spacetime wheel, but its power is on a completely different level. Huang Fubai shouted, that wheel is despicable. A golden light flashed in his hand, and a soul-devouring banner appeared, and he threw it. The soul-devouring banner was silver in color, and like a bolt of lightning, it flew above the wheel and struck down. Bang! The long banner struck the void dermic wheel. However, it was as if it was sticky and did not shake off the void dermic wheel. Huang Fubai formed a hand seal with both hands, and the soul-devouring banner unfolded. Immediately, boundless baleful energy surged, and as if it contained the power of an entire world, it fiercely pressed down. Boom! The void wheel trembled, and as if it couldn't hold on any longer, it completely stopped revolving. Without the wheel's power, Lu Yao's body shook, and a small part of his body was bitten off by the spatial hole, and he almost couldn't hold on any longer. Xianxia was shocked, and his figure flashed, and he disappeared. Not far away, the golden speaker also flashed, and he also disappeared. In the next moment, Xianxia appeared on top of Lu Yao, and before he could stabilize himself, a golden light shot out from under his feet and shot toward his body. Xianxia snorted coldly and waved his robe, shooting out a few needles into the golden light. The dazzling golden light was immediately frozen and turned into the golden speaker. He screamed with a pained expression, "Exquisite jade needle." The needles were dark green in color and were nailed into the golden skull like nails. It was as if freckles had grown on the smooth and nimble face, making it look twisted. Xianxia sneered, "Although these nails can't cause you any real harm, they can easily trap you for a while." He flashed across the air and showed up above Lu Yao's head, then abruptly clenched his fingers. The void wheel shook off the soul-devouring streamer and flew back with a buzzing noise. It expanded to a tremendous size in the air and split the space created by the mutated skull. Boom! The twisted space instantly returned to normal and Lu Yao was freed. He seemed to be bursting with endless anger as he opened his mouth and spat out several rings of stars. Roar! Roar! Bang! 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 The rings of stars crashed into the golden speaker's body and the golden luster dimmed. Lu Yao strode forward with large steps, causing the ground to rumble with his steps. Huang Fubai frowned as he sensed the deathly gray aura. He waved the soul-devouring gonfalon in his hand and unfolded it in the air. Immediately, the world changed and a sun and moon appeared in the sky. Panga gonfalon. It really is the Panga gonfalon. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. It was said that the soul-devouring sex patriarch didn't refine the soul-devouring gonfalon himself. He inherited it and used it to devour the original soul-devouring gonfalon when he inherited the position of patriarch. Inside the Panga gonfalon, there were the sun and moon in the sky and the rivers in the earth. Although it wasn't a saint artifact, it was still a world of its own with endless power. Xianxia shouted and sent a seal into the void Dharma wheel. It immediately expanded to several acres in size and was about to break this world. The power of the two profound artifacts kept increasing. It was as if two worlds were colliding with each other, producing violent rumbles that lingered in the ears. Su Ping placed one hand on Lu Yao's forehead while the other hand kept forming seals. Lu Yao's body also seemed to be disintegrating, turning into rings of deathly gray aura. In the blink of an eye, 5 gigantic WYRM-like tornadoes swept through the air, whistling toward Huang Fubai. Huang Fubai's face was gloomy, and he drew circles with his hands in front of him and transformed them into 5 tiger claws. With a roar, he rushed out and grabbed the 5 tornadoes. The tornadoes struggled and roared in the air, but they couldn't break free. The deathly aura filled the entire sky. However, the Panga banner swayed slightly, and the essence of the sun and moon sprinkled down. All the deathly aura instantly dissipated, and the world inside the banner returned to a clear sky. Xianxia's forehead was dripping with sweat. He continuously sent imprints into the void magical wheel, clashing with the entire world. It was clear that this was the most intense moment. After Lu Yao separated the 5 tornadoes, his body had shrunk by more than half, while Su Ping was ceaselessly forming seals with his hands, and his eyes that were completely red like lanterns had even turned into gems that emitted a piercingly cold luster. Low growls kept coming out of Lu Yao's body. Then, he slowly raised his 2 front hooves, and his entire body froze. Su Ping also stopped forming seals with his right hand, and his entire body began to tremble slightly. Clearly, the power of this move was too great, and he was somewhat unable to control it. Xianxia glanced over from the corner of his eyes, and said with great joy, "It's done?" Su Ping replied, "It's done." "Good. Let's combine our powers and take his life." Xianxia laughed wildly, and said, "Haha, Huang Fubai, let's see how you can block our combined attack." He waved his hand, and the void magical wheel instantly flew above his head. The entire space twisted, and the world inside the Panga banner seemed like it was about to be torn apart. Huang Fubai's expression darkened, and his 5 tiger claws were still tightly gripping the tornadoes. He also formed seals with his hands, and the golden speaker also recovered from its pain. It flew into Huang Fubai's body, and a golden light immediately surged from his body. He put his palms together, and his body began to expand. His entire body shone with a golden light, and he looked like a golden-armored giant, giving off an incomparably ferocious aura. "This is a soul battle technique?" Li Yunxiao was stunned. Normally, among the Soul Devourer clan's techniques, one could only choose between the Soul Battle technique and the Soul Devourer banner to cultivate. He had never heard of an existence that could combine both techniques into one. Even Xianxia's expression changed drastically, as if he didn't expect his opponent to have such a move. With a loud shout, he grabbed the void magical wheel, and the entire space froze. The oppressive atmosphere reached an extreme. Everyone held their breaths, and beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. It was as if a life-or-death blow was about to arrive, and the entire world seemed to have lost its luster. Huang Fubai's eyes shone brightly, and the corner of his lips curled up as if victory was already in his grasp. He raised his fists high, and suddenly slammed them down. He shouted, startling clouds and wind dance. A wave of golden light shot out from his hands, and the sun, moon, and sky within the Panga banner surged into the golden light. It was as if a boundless golden astral wind had swept through the world, and it was as if it was going to destroy the world. Xianxia's expression froze, and he also felt the enormous pressure. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's attack together." He has no chance of winning. Void slash. The magical wheel left Huang Fubai's hands and instantly slashed out. It let out an ear-piercing screech, and everyone's eardrums felt a sharp pain. The sky before them was directly slashed apart, and the Panga banner was blasted away from the sky with a bang. Then, the magical wheel directly cut into the golden light. However, the golden light was too domineering and cold, and the moment the void magical wheel cut into it, an extremely strong backlash came from it. Xianxia's body instantly swelled up, and his vital energy surged out. His strength had already climbed to the limit, and he shouted, "Quickly, attack!" Su Ping's expression was solemn, and his eyes became as clear as water. At this critical moment, he entered into an absolute state of stillness. He raised his hand, and a seal struck the top of Lu Yao's head. Bang! A circle of pure and holy qi spread out, and Lu Yao let out a loud roar. His red eyes turned a deathly gray, and the color was frighteningly gloomy. Netherworld filthy qi. Boom! A terrifying aura surged out from Lu Yao's body, and overflowed from his eyes, and was about to shoot out. Bang! 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 At this critical moment, a series of popping noises that sounded like a string of beads came from inside Lu Yao's body. That enormous body of Lu Yao suddenly collapsed, and the dreadful power of the netherworld burst directly from his body, damaging his own body. Boom! Lu Yao's body was directly annihilated, and was enveloped by a layer of gloomy, deathly gray qi. He completely collapsed. What? Everyone turned pale with fright, and they stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. At this critical moment of life and death, no one was able to react at all. This is impossible. Xianxia roared madly, and his voice was filled with endless despair and unwillingness. Although the netherworld filthy qi was powerful, it was still a distance away, and couldn't hurt him. The key was that his void magical will couldn't withstand Huang Fubai's startling clouds dancing wind technique. Pu. Xianxia's acupoints continuously exploded, and blood gushed out. Bang! Finally, the void magical will couldn't hold on any longer, and it directly exploded within the golden light. Golden light sprinkled down like moonlight, and a chilling coldness instantly engulfed Xianxia. Boom! Xianxia was instantly blasted into a bloody mess, and his entire body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Everyone's eyes widened, and they all looked at this decisive scene with different expressions. After this move, the entire world became quiet, as if the outcome of the battle had been decided. Huang Fubai's golden state immediately returned to normal, and his complexion became somewhat pale for the first time. Clearly, that move just now had consumed a lot of his energy. The Panga banner also lost its luster, and it was held in his hand, and pointed to the ground like a walking stick. Diao Shou's entire body trembled, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Impossible, impossible, how could it suddenly self-destruct? Could it be that the heavens want my myriad stars valley to die?" The Soul Devourer sect's vice sect leader and elders were overjoyed, and all of them were extremely excited. After countless years of stalemate, the conflict between the two sects had finally ended, and they were the witnesses and participants of this historical moment. Haha, Xianxia, you still want to kill me? Wait till I extract your soul and feed it to my Soul Devourer banner. Yumi laughed maniacally, and even his face looked a little hideous. He chuckled and said, "And your closest disciple, oh no, that guy is definitely your illegitimate son. He's also finished with you. Haha, the Myriad Stars Valley has no successor and is completely annihilated. Haha." Li Yunxiao frowned, and looked at Lu Yao, who was badly damaged after self-destructing, and showed a strange expression. The previous explosion seemed a little strange, and didn't seem to be an accident. Cough, cough, cough. In the ruins, Xianxia's trembling body slowly struggled to stand up. His entire body was covered in blood, and his body had been damaged to an irreparable state. His vitality was constantly fading, and he seemed to have aged 100 years. Huang Fubai said, "Tianxingzi, do you have anything to say now?" Tianxingzi's eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness, and he gnashed his teeth and said, "Since I'm not as good as you, I can kill you if you want. However, man proposes, God disposes. If I hadn't failed at the last move, today's ending would have been different." Man proposes, God disposes? Huang Fubai stroked his mustache, and said with a strange smile, "Do you really think that Lu Yao's self-destruction was an accident?" What? Tianxingzi was shocked. Looking at Lu Yao's broken body, he couldn't help but tremble, and said, "Could it be, could it be?" Huang Fubai said, "Yumi, you tell him." Haha. Yumi's face darkened, and he sneered complacently, "Old man, I've already planted a trap in Lu Yao's body, and this final move to extract the Nine Nether's filthy aura will definitely fail." You. Tianxingzi was so angry that he couldn't speak, and could only vomit blood. Every time he vomited blood, his aura would weaken a little. A great leader of a generation, but at this moment, he was in imminent danger, like an old man who could die at any time, and the light kept fading away. Haha. Yumi laughed complacently, and said, "Not to mention the trap in Lu Yao's body, even if it was Lu Yao, if it wasn't for Lord Sovereign's plan and arrangement, do you think such a powerful demon beast would be born in the Nine Nether's filthy soil?" What? Tianxingzi said in shock, "This Lu Yao." That's right. Yumi sneered and said coldly, 10 years ago, when I heard that you were severely injured due to chi deviation and had to find an extremely strong earth-type demonic beast to heal your wounds, this plan was already in motion. Lord Headmaster made the arrangements, using the 9 underworld filthy soil to refine such a demonic beast. Then, he set up a trap, waiting for today. Old man, in order to kill you, we've made arrangements for 10 years, not your so-called man proposes but God disposes. You deserve to die. Tianxingzi was stunned, mumbling to himself, no wonder I failed to heal my wounds. Even if you didn't destroy my clone, I still felt that I couldn't succeed. So, it was all a scheme. Li Yunxiao's eyebrows knitted into a knot as if he had something on his mind. The elders of Soul Devourer sect also looked at each other. They didn't expect the ambush to be so far away. They couldn't help but shudder in fear. Luckily, they were on their side. Huang Fubai said, "Tianxingzi, you and I have been friends for many years. Do you have anything else to say?" Tianxingzi cursed, "Tell your 18 generations of ancestors." Huang Fubai's face turned cold as he snorted, "A loss is a loss. You're shouting and cursing in the street. Where's the aura of a hero? Fine, I'll take your life now. From now on, Myriad Star Valley will be history." He walked forward step by step. Every step he took was in the air, creating waves under his feet. Diao Xiao and the other 7 Scatterzi were completely powerless. They staggered a few times and then sat down on the ground. Obviously, they had accepted their fate. Even Shi Wushuang and Yun Che stood there in a daze. They were at a loss and didn't know what to do. The elders of Soul Devourer sect also held their breaths, showing excitement on their faces as they witnessed this historic moment. Swoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light came out of nowhere, appearing in front of Huang Fubai without a sound and punching down. Huang Fubai was startled. That punch was extremely powerful and its power wasn't weaker than his own. His mind raced and he hurriedly dodged. That shocking fist light suddenly shook in the air and turned into a golden talisman. With a poochie sound, it started burning. The terrifying power dispersed in the flames and disappeared without a trace. What? Fist imitation talisman? Huang Fubai's heart sank, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. The so-called fist imitation talisman was a talisman that integrated the fist intent of a punch into the talisman. During cultivation, one could feel the existence of the sharp fist intent. It was a very common talisman, but it was very rare to see a fist imitation talisman that could create such a shocking power. Chi. Just as Huang Fubai realized that something was wrong, a dagger pierced through his chest from the back and out the front. Ah? This. The huge change in front of them stunned everyone, and they couldn't react at all. The members of the soul-devouring sect were petrified on the spot, their mouths agape. They had completely lost the ability to think, just like statues. Although the intruder had relied on sneak attacks and trickery, how many people in the world could injure the headmaster of the soul-devouring school with sneak attacks and trickery? Shocked, Li Yunxiao stared at the person behind Huang Fubai with a rainbow-colored light in his eyes. He felt as if there was a faint layer of mist surrounding the person, making it impossible for him to see through them. Huang Fubai's expression was extremely ugly. Looking down at the dagger that had pierced through his chest, he stammered, soul-severing. That's right. A calm voice spoke from behind him. It was as quiet as the echo of a deep valley, and there was not a single trace of human emotion in it. Su Ping. Yumi suddenly screamed as if someone had grabbed her by the neck. Her hands trembled as she covered her face, as if she couldn't believe it. Everyone else had the same expression on their faces. Their eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. Li Yunxiao's eyes slowly narrowed as if he had come to a sudden realization, but there was still a trace of shock in his eyes. Huang Fubai's body trembled under the dagger, and he said in a trembling voice, even with the soul-severing blade, "You can't hurt me. You're not a 20-year-old boy. Who are you?" There was a trace of fear in his voice. Guess. Su Ping's reply was only these two cold words. His face was like a glacier that had never melted and rarely showed any expression. Cough, cough, ha, ha, cough. Tian Xingzi couldn't help but laugh loudly. He was extremely pleased with himself. His laughter grew louder and weirder as his life force visibly flowed away. However, he didn't care at all. Instead, he was extremely happy. If the Soul Devourer sect can perish because of me, this old man's body is enough. Lord Sect Master, this old man will be leaving first. Ha ha ha. That wild laughter suddenly stopped. Tian Xingzi's body stiffened, and he finally lost all signs of life. What? Lord Sect Master? You are. Huang Fubai was in disbelief as he turned his head with great difficulty. Under Su Ping's youthful and calm appearance was a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea. Su Ping looked at Tian Xingzi's body and said calmly, "Go in peace, my substitute for 100 years, my brother from the same family, Tian Yu." Gasp. Everyone suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Ping's words had revealed a huge secret, shocking everyone present to the point that they couldn't come back to their senses. No, that's impossible, that's impossible. Yumi suddenly roared, "You're lying. I've been in the Myriad Star Valley for so long, but I've never heard of this Tian Yu. Su Ping, what tricks are you playing? These are all perverted tricks, they won't work. Only the ultimate strength will decide the outcome of the battle. Tian Xingzi is already dead. Don't even think of using these little tricks to turn the tables." His voice was hysterical. Although everyone agreed with him, everyone had a bad premonition in their hearts. They knew that the situation had changed drastically. Su Ping didn't pay attention to him. Instead, a wound suddenly appeared on his face. Then, it uncontrollably split in all directions. In an instant, millions of cracks appeared on his body, and he slowly shattered in the air. A small piece of skin floated off his body. Then, millions of pieces of skin fell off one after another, flying far away like dandelions. A face that was exactly the same as Tian Xingzi's appeared. A piercingly cold light shot out from his eyes, as if it wanted to pierce through everyone's hearts. A domineering aura silently spread out. Gasp. As soon as this face was revealed, everyone was instantly convinced. They were so shocked that their bodies trembled, and they quickly backed away. Especially Yumi. She was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. Under Tian Xingzi's cold gaze, she almost knelt down. Lord Sect Leader. Ming Xiu was also completely dumbfounded. He didn't know that Tian Xingzi actually had a brother who was a substitute. He instantly came to a realization. No wonder Tian Xingzi would favor Su Ping so much. So Su Ping was the real Myriad Stars Valley sect leader, Tianxingzi. Tianxingzi's eyes were cold and emotionless. He was so calm that he didn't seem human. He said, Huang Fubai, I have to say that your intelligence is very high. But it's a pity that 10 years ago, when I was seriously injured due to qi deviation, I was the one who set up the trap. I didn't expect you to actually be able to set up a trap. You can be considered to be extraordinarily talented. Huang Fubai's face turned pale. That soul-severing saber was an extremely special profound weapon. It was extremely difficult to forge and was specifically used to sever souls. But with his cultivation, an ordinary soul-severing saber wouldn't be of any use. But this saber was clearly not ordinary. Tianxingzi said, this saber was forged 10 years ago and has never been revealed even once. Everything was for today's battle. But unfortunately, the moment it was revealed, victory or defeat was already decided. As that traitor said, dying under my 10 years of scheming is not an injustice to you. Huang Fubai gritted his teeth and said, you already knew about Yumi's betrayal? Tianxingzi said coldly, I knew that he was playing infernal affairs and wanted to obtain the greatest interest from the conflict between the two factions. But I had been waiting for him to make his final decision. Just now, he had already made his choice, which determined his fate. Yumi's body trembled. She felt as if she had fallen into an icehouse. She couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Although Huang Fubai's face was filled with pain, he still forced a smile and said, Tianxingzi, you really didn't disappoint me. If you had died just like that, I would have been rather disappointed. Tianxingzi frowned and snorted disdainfully. You speak as if you can turn defeat into victory. Huang Fubai said in a ferocious voice, you did win this round, but do you think a mere soul-severing saber can kill me? Tianxingzi said, I don't think you have any way to escape from this saber. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. The soul-severing saber in his hand seemed to have been fixed in place by something. It was as firm as a boulder and couldn't be moved. A layer of golden light covered the saber's body. At the same time, Huang Fubai's body also flashed with golden light. Tianxingzi was shocked. How is this possible? Your heaven-rank golden soul is only a soul, so it should have been injured by my soul-severing saber. Why is it still fine? Huang Fubai's face gradually twisted, and his expression kept changing. In the end, he became cold and indifferent. A large golden hand stretched out from behind him and grabbed the saber. The large hand fused with the golden light covering the saber. The face of the golden speaker appeared behind Huang Fubai's head, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Impossible. Tianxingzi was shocked. The soul-severing saber couldn't move, so he didn't dare to be careless. He formed a hand seal with his left hand and slapped the golden speaker's face behind Huang Fubai's head. The golden speaker's face was filled with anger. He let out a roar and reached out with his left hand. The Panga banner appeared in his hand, and he slapped it forward. Boom! A terrifying power exploded from the center and directly attacked the two of them. Pung pung pung. The soul-severing saber emitted an ear-piercing sound of friction as it was continuously pulled out of Huang Fubai's body. Tianxingzi attacked again and again. In an instant, countless palm imprints appeared in the surroundings and struck the Panga banner's barrier. The golden speaker's entire upper body had been removed from Huang Fubai's body. He directly used the Panga banner to form a barrier, but it was becoming more and more difficult to withstand the countless palm attacks. Meanwhile, Huang Fubai's body was also trembling. Cold sweat dripped down his body, and his face was extremely pale. He was circulating his origin power to force the soul-severing saber out. Tianxingzi drew a circle in front of him with his palm. Countless runes surged and formed seals in the air. Tens of thousands of palm techniques converged and formed the shape of a Dharma wheel, which slammed down. Boom! The Panga banner trembled with countless rays of light, and the barrier was broken. Boom! The golden speaker finally couldn't hold on any longer. Huang Fubai was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. The soul-severing saber also flew out of his body. Tianxingzi's attack succeeded, and the soul-severing saber in his hand slashed out countless saber shadows. A sharp saber light soared into the sky and then slashed down. It was like the Milky Way falling down on Jiutian, splitting the entire universe in half. Boom! The world collapsed. The saber light passed through and chased after Huang Fubai, finally slashing him down. Bang! The golden light on Huang Fubai's body was scattered, and blood sprayed out. He was sent flying, but he disappeared in the air. The entire world became silent. The faces of the people from the soul-devouring sect were all pale. Their palms were ice-cold. That feeling was as if they had fallen from heaven to hell. They were all stupefied. At this moment, they still couldn't react. They couldn't accept the reality before them. Xianxia held the soul-severing saber and carefully stepped in the air, not daring to be careless. Although he had successfully stabilized the situation and injured his opponent was not only one of the most difficult people to deal with in the world, but also one of the smartest people in the world. The slightest carelessness could turn the situation around. Ripples spread out from under Xianxia's feet in all directions. It was an extremely advanced probing technique that allowed one to sense all existences through the minute changes that the ripples transmitted through the air. After taking 5 steps, he stopped and frowned. I didn't expect the sect master of the Soul Devourer sect to be so good at escaping. Once he hides, no one can find him. There was no sound in the surroundings. Huang Fubai clearly wouldn't be provoked by a single sentence. Xianxia said, since that's the case, I'll kill all the elders first. Without these peak experts, the Soul Devourer sect is just a shell. Extermination is only a matter of time. Haha, extermination? Xianxia, you think too highly of yourself. Shi Yuluan sneered and said, for countless years, how many people have wanted to exterminate my soul-devouring sect, but has anyone succeeded? Not to mention your myriad Star Valley, even the entire world might not be able to do it. Xianxia mocked, the world? The one who thinks too highly of themselves is your soul-devouring sect, right? Nowadays, the world is already in turmoil. You people who have been living in a corner without any ambition should have long been annihilated by the tide of the times. If Crimson Moon City can perish, then the soul-devouring sect naturally can as well. Since you're so ignorant and fearless, then this seat will start with you. He turned around and slashed down with his soul-severing saber. The saber radiance pierced through the air and shattered the sky and earth. Shi Yuluan was shocked, his figure suddenly retreating, a powerful force blossoming from his body, gathering into his fists and punching out. Let's attack together. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to defeat all of us. Boom. The wind fist was immediately sliced apart by the saber radiance, and a sharp saber chi directly penetrated into Yuluan's body. There were no injuries on his body, but his face instantly turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The powerful great demon state immediately regressed, and the light in his eyes became a little dazed. Li Yunxia was shocked. Xianxia's soul-severing saber had directly injured Shi Yuluan's own soul and the merged demon soul. To the soul-devouring clan, which completely relied on soul power to fight, this soul-severing saber was simply a nightmare. The other 8 elders and Yumi also attacked at the same time. Everyone understood that at this critical moment of life and death, there was no room for any hesitation. Moreover, no matter how strong Xianxia was, it was impossible for him to fight against so many experts at the same time. Once the 9 of them attacked, an earth-shattering force was instantly created, and the entire lawless sky was about to be overturned. Countless deathly aura soared into the sky. One of the elders grabbed with his 5 fingers, and the remains of Lu Yao on the ground were swept up, forming a storm that swept over. Shi Wushuang shouted, Yun Che. Here. Yun Che's eyes turned cold, and a gunshot soared into the sky. His entire body turned into a cold light, and he shot towards Lu Yao's remains. Bang! He became one with his spear, and he pierced through the storm. His metal body was not affected by the deathly aura, and with a loud roar, he shot towards that elder like an arrow. Die! That elder's eyes widened in anger. His move was destroyed, and he was extremely furious. He clasped his fists and struck out. Bang! The 2 of them collided, and a terrifying energy storm surged out. Yun Che seemed to have the will to die, and he pressed forward against the sharp storm while shouting. He raised his spear again and pierced forward. What the hell is this? Die for this old man. That elder was furious, and he punched into the whirlpool again. At the same time, he was shocked. The storm between the two of them was too strong, and his physical strength was hurting him. But the other party was brave and fearless. Chi. The spear pierced through the layers of energy obstruction, and pierced into his fist wind. Bang! A golden light burst out, and the two of them were completely swept away. Diao Xiao, another Qi Sanzi, and Shi Wushuang also made their moves in that instant. Each of them looked as if they were facing death with equanimity, and they each blocked an elder of the Soul Devourer sect. Even so, the remaining 5 people attacked Xianxia together. The power of the attack was like a wave, and it came from different directions, and it was endless. Everyone knew that it was a matter of life and death, and they all raised their spirits, using everything they had learned in their lives. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and he snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and a saber light slashed out from the gap between the 5 people's attack. With a boom, the 2 people closest to him were shaken away, and a path was created. His figure flashed, and he rushed out. Rumble! The 5 people's attack missed, and that Qi Sanzi was too heavily injured. In the end, he was no match for Xianxia, and after a scream, his soul was directly extracted by the other party, and absorbed into the Soul Devourer Gonfalon. Diao Xiao roared in grief and indignation, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was also forced into a dangerous situation. Don't stop, kill him! Yumi shouted, and he was the first to rush out. The Soul Devourer Gonfalon swung down, and countless spirits surged out. Xianxia had a mocking expression, and he said, "Mere ants of the martial path are boasting shamelessly. Even if I am no match for them, do you think I'm someone you can kill?" The soul-severing saber swayed in front of him, and a saber light slashed out, and the spirits that filled the sky turned into smoke. The saber light didn't weaken, and it slashed into the Soul Devourer Gonfalon. A scream rang out, and Yumi's main soul suddenly escaped. He also suffered a backlash, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. More than that, a kind of fear spread in his heart. When he saw the disdainful sneer at the corner of Xianxia's mouth, and the killing intent in the depths of his eyes, he felt his entire body go cold, and he couldn't help but shiver. The 5 of them were able to force Xianxia back, not because they could fight him together, but because Xianxia was afraid of Huang Fubai, who was nowhere to be seen. Rumble! In the distance, there was an explosion of light, and Yunche was finally defeated. The Soul Devourer sect elder's power struck into his body, and his soul was shattered. He was completely dead. That elder was covered in blood and fury. After killing Yunche, he punched out several times, and bang 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 sounds rang out, and the puppet's body was directly smashed into the ground. Shi Wushuang's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. She was the only one left in the entire chess puppet organization. And in the myriad Star Valley, only she and Mingxiu were left. Mingxiu was also constantly being defeated, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He could die at any moment. Shi Yuluan shouted, "Hurry up and clean up the last 2 pieces of trash. Let's surround him together." After a short period of rest, he gritted his teeth and led the charge. At this moment, their momentum couldn't be weak. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Xianxia defeated them one by one. He also understood that the key to victory still lay with Huang Fubai. They could only continuously attack, create trouble for Xianxia, and make him reveal an opening. Xianxia frowned. He originally wanted to save Mingxiu, but the moment he moved, he was surrounded by several attacks. He had no choice but to retreat again and again. "Gu Feiyang, help my myriad Star Valley. Otherwise, if I lose, it will be hard for you to escape." Under the attacks of several elders, Xianxia looked at Li Yunxiao with a grave expression. Li Yunxiao and Chen Qingyu seemed to have nothing to do with the matter. They watched quietly and continuously treated their internal injuries. Li Yunxiao had long since recovered. He smiled lightly and said, "My lord, you think too highly of me. These elders are not weaker than me. If I act rashly, I'm afraid I'll be inviting disaster." Xianxia continuously dodged and casually parried. He said coldly, "Why are you pretending? With your soul and the demon master in your body, do you think Huang Fubai will let you go? And these 2 items are completely useless to me. If Huang Fubai doesn't die, you'll be in big trouble." Li Yunxiao propped his chin with his hand and looked like he was in deep thought. He said, "So it's like this. That makes sense. But just one sentence and you want me to risk my life for my lord? Furthermore, you're offending the most terrifying soul devourer sect among the 7 major factions." "I'm not that stupid," Xianxia said. "If you have any conditions, feel free to state them." In the distance, Ming Xiu's consciousness was already fuzzy. He was completely defeated. And at this juncture, Xianxia would agree to any harsh conditions. Yumi and the rest were very anxious. They continuously attacked frantically, wanting to force Xianxia to make a move. But the other party only dodged and didn't attack, maintaining his best state. Li Yunxiao said, "It's very simple. I'll help you now. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, Myriad Star Valley must help me complete one thing." Xianxia frowned. "Tell me what it is." "As long as it's not too overboard, I'll definitely agree." Li Yunxiao said, "It's very simple. As long as I'm here, you have to do your best to ensure my safety." Xianxia said, "It's that simple?" His tone was filled with doubt. "It's that simple," Li Yunxiao said solemnly. He looked very sincere. Xianxia didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately said, "Okay, no problem." The Soul Devourer sect's people were furious when they saw that they had reached an agreement. Suddenly, a beam of golden light flashed and sliced Li Yunxiao in half. The golden speaker appeared with a cold expression. "Ah? Milord." Chen Qingyu was shocked. Seeing Li Yunxiao being cut in half, her face was filled with terror. She pulled out her sword and slashed at the golden speaker. Chi! Chen Qingyu's sword pierced through the golden speaker's body as if it had struck water and missed. The golden speaker turned around and stared at him coldly. His deep eyes flickered with will-o'-the-wisps. Bang! Ah! Chen Qingyu suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Her entire face was blasted into a bloody mess without any warning. "Kiki!" The golden speaker cackled. 9-star Pinnacle Emperor Wu's soul. A great tonic. His figure moved and was about to rush toward Chen Qingyu. Suddenly, a ray of green light shot into his body and exploded. Boom! Ah! The golden speaker also screamed. Countless bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, converging in the air to form Li Yunxiao's figure. He looked at the golden speaker with a cold and mocking expression. The golden speaker was deformed. He twisted and swayed in the air as he roared in anger. Chen Qingyu was shocked. "Master, are you all right?" Li Yunxiao said, "This kind of trick can't hurt me." "Huangfu Bai, you underestimate me too much." His eyes shot out a rainbow-colored light. "No wonder Xianxia couldn't find your true body. You were swallowed by your own primary soul." The golden speaker's expression changed drastically. His eyes flickered with anger as the ghostly flames flickered. Bang! The space in front of Li Yunxiao exploded. A layer of water barrier appeared in front of him. The barrier was compressed, but it was unable to harm his body. Boom! In the distance, Xianxia slapped away the people surrounding him and the soul-severing saber flew through the air. The golden speaker's expression changed drastically. He glared at Li Yunxiao and disappeared on the spot. Boom! The sky was split open, but he missed. Xianxia arrived in the blink of an eye. "Where is he?" he roared. Li Yunxiao chuckled. "Don't be angry. I will help you find him." He made a hand seal and his eyes turned blood-red. Tsutsumi's eyes suddenly shot out a strange light. The entire space was distorted, and the surrounding scenery kept changing. Everyone turned pale with fright and became extremely vigilant. A ray of green light appeared 1,000 feet before Li Yunxiao's gaze. It gathered to form a large net, and as it moved up and down, it was about to close in. As it pulled, a golden light appeared, and the golden speaker was pulled into it. What? Everyone was horrified. Even the golden speaker and Xianxia found it hard to believe. The golden speaker roared, "Damned Gu Feiyong, kill him." He spat out a cloud of golden qi, which burned a large hole in the green net. Then, he turned into a streak of golden light and rushed out. "You still want to leave?" Xianxia was already prepared. He formed a hand seal with one hand and slashed out with the soul-splitting saber in pursuit. It seemed to have locked onto the golden speaker's aura, making it impossible for him to escape no matter how hard he tried. The golden speaker turned around, his body growing in size as he unfurled the Panga banner. Bang! The saber light was sucked into the banner and exploded. Countless screams rang out as a large number of spirits were killed. The golden speaker's face was ashen. He stared at Xianxia with killing intent before disappearing once again. Xianxia had already slashed out a second time, but he could only slash out an afterimage. He shouted angrily, "Come out, old man." Xianxia's eyes flickered. He said, "I'll force him out." He formed a hand seal with one hand and disappeared with a flash of frost. Suddenly, a streak of sword light shot out from the distance and soared into the sky. The golden speaker's body appeared under the sword light, and his eyes were filled with shock. He was now 100% sure that Xianxia could track his movements. He shouted angrily, "Die!" The golden figure flickered, and several streaks of golden light shot out. Life and death are not decided by words. Xianxia sneered. He slapped his sword with one hand, and a sword energy barrier appeared. Bang, 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 the rays of golden light pierced through the enchantment and struck the frost on his cold sword, forcing him to retreat. Xianxia suddenly appeared in the sky and slashed down with the soul-severing saber. The golden speaker didn't dodge. Instead, he looked up and coldly watched. Pfft, that saber directly chopped down on the top of his skull and fiercely chopped down. Ah. A loud cry of pain came from the golden speaker's mouth. His body kept changing until he lost his face and turned into a ball of pure golden light. The soul-severing saber suddenly stopped as if it had encountered a great obstruction. Xianxia frowned, and a cold glint shot out from his eyes. The ball of golden energy was constantly swaying, like a melted pearl. It suddenly shrank and spread along the blade of the sword like water. Xianxia slapped the blade with his palm. With a clang, a lot of the golden light was shattered, and the blade returned to its original state. His left hand kept forming hand seals and slapping the blade. Rays of cold light shot out and disintegrated the golden light. After the golden light retreated, it once again condensed into the shape of a skull. It opened its mouth and spat out. Boom, it actually spat out a fist intent. Xianxia sneered and slashed down with his saber. Boom. The fist intent was blasted away. Suddenly, a hand seal came out from the fist intent. Huangfubai's entire body appeared, and he slapped down with one hand. Xianxia was shocked and quickly blocked with his saber. Bang! 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 Huangfubai used 3 hand seals, all of which landed on the blade. Each time, a green light appeared. It was as if something flashed and disappeared into the blade. Xianxia frowned and slashed down again with the soul-severing saber. Bang! This time, Huangfubai used the Panga banner to block. The 2 profound artifacts shone with light. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He exclaimed, "What? You just..." Huangfubai's lips curled up. He sneered, "I just used a mystique to seal your soul-severing saber. Let's see how you beat me now." There were indeed 3 more marks on the blade. They were green as if they were paintings. Xianxia's expression darkened. He slapped at the marks with his left hand. Humph. Huangfubai sneered and slapped the Panga banner. He sneered, "Do you think I'll let you break the seal?" The golden speaker charged into his body. The Panga banner's power was extremely powerful, and as it swept out, it was as if an entire world was crashing down on him. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. He could only change his move with his left hand. He made a hand seal and slapped the saber. Bang, the 2 forces clashed. They were almost evenly matched, and both of them were forced to take 3 steps back. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. He suddenly lost his advantage. He was very anxious. He could feel the soul-severing saber being corroded by the seal. If he couldn't break it soon, it would be troublesome. However, Huangfubai attacked again and again. He didn't have the slightest chance. In the distance, the mink cultivator and Shuang were no match for him. They all died at the hands of the soul devourer sex elder. This made Tian Xingzi furious and frustrated. The two elders who had succeeded immediately rushed over to help Huang Fubai. Li Yunxiao was also in danger. The other 8 elders rushed toward him at the first moment. With the 8 of them working together, even someone at the peak of his previous life wouldn't dare to underestimate them. He said to Chen Qingyu, "Let's go." "Go? What a joke." Yumi shouted coldly, "Stay." His soul devourer banner flew over. His primary soul flew out and bit at Li Yunxiao. The other 7 people also unleashed their ultimate techniques, their faces cold. Li Yunxiao turned around and took a step forward. His body turned into lightning and swayed. Bang! Numerous fist winds blasted over, causing him to explode in an instant. Lightning bolts shot out in all directions. "What?" Everyone was shocked. One of them said, "Is that the true body?" Another elder shouted, "Don't worry about it. Stop them all." He slapped the Soul Devourer banner in his hand. Countless ghosts rushed out and chased after the lightning. It is indeed a good idea. One of the bolts of lightning stopped and turned into Li Yunxiao's figure. He looked at the ghost soul that was chasing after him with some astonishment. He smashed it with one hand and shattered it. The elder laughed maniacally as he waved the soul-devouring gonfalon. Countless ghosts instantly gathered and formed a gigantic golden soul above Li Yunxiao. It bit down at him. Gulp, Li Yunxiao didn't retreat. He was eaten by the soul. Ah? Chen Qingyu was stunned again. She shouted, "Lord," after the golden soul devoured Li Yunxiao, the elder was delighted. He threw out the soul-devouring gonfalon and formed hand seals with both hands, absorbing the golden soul. "Haha! Gu Feiyang's soul is mine." That elder's eyes were full of excitement. He looked at the soul-devourer banner in his hand. Yumi's face darkened and she said in a cold voice, "Although Gu Feiyang has been captured by you, Sect Master's intentions were very clear. This soul is for me." That elder was afraid. He put the soul-devourer banner in front of him. He sneered, "Give it to you? What a joke. Do you think you are Lord Sovereign himself? Give it to you? You can think of that." Humph. Yumi was furious. She was about to explode. Suddenly, with a bang, the soul-devouring gonfalon instantly exploded, and a strand of sword chi charged up and slashed the elder into 2. Ah! The elder only had time to let out a scream before his head was separated from his body. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared behind the sword radiance. He stood there with a mocking smile on his face and said, "You want to kill me? You can think of that." Humph. Yumi was also shocked, but in the blink of an eye, her eyes lit up. She threw the soul-devouring gonfalon towards the corpse of the elder and shouted, "This is mine, no one is allowed to snatch it from me." A few elders' eyes lit up. They looked at each other. Although they were unhappy, they suppressed their emotions. The primary soul of the Yumi soul-devouring streamer flew out and devoured the golden soul of the elder. Then, with a cold glint in its eyes, it flew towards the corpse of the elder and instantly passed through it. When she came out, the golden soul had another soul in its mouth. It was the elder's soul. It was struggling in the golden soul's mouth. But it was useless. It was swallowed. Haha. Yumi laughed wildly, his eyes sparkling. After devouring the soul and the golden soul of the elder, his golden soul immediately grew stronger, and his previous dispiritedness and weakness were all gone. Even Yumi himself seemed to have recovered to his peak condition. The rest of the Spirit Devourer sect elders were dissatisfied and angry. It was not that they thought it was cruel, but they were angry that Yumi took all the benefits and did not give them a share. In the Spirit Devourer sect, it was not uncommon to devour each other's souls. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Disgusting person." Humph. Yumi stopped smiling and said coldly, "This is the Spirit Devourer sect's law of survival. If you don't eat others, others will eat you." He kept making hand signs and sent them into the golden main soul. He shouted, "Now it's your turn, Pajuan Emperor Wu's soul. Become a part of my main soul." The golden soul was very arrogant at this moment. Its body was faintly dark gold. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Unhurriedly, Li Yunxiao formed a lightning seal with one hand. A lightning glow appeared in his palm and turned into a streak of green light that spread out. Boom! The green lightning exploded and immediately turned into a world, directly trapping the golden soul. Countless lightning turned into dragons and bombarded it from the outside. Bang, bang, bang. The golden soul was constantly distorted by the explosions in the small thunder world. It roared again and again. The gloomy aura on its body dissipated under the bombardment of the green lightning. In the end, it directly curled into a ball and floated motionlessly inside. With Li Yunxiao's current strength, apart from Qiu Mujia who could put up a fight, there were very few who could be a match for Li Yunxiao under transcending mortality. After the thunder dragon shattered the outer layer of golden light, Yumi also suffered a backlash. His face turned pale and he said angrily, "Everyone, let's attack together." "What are you waiting for?" The rest of the elders looked cold and turned their heads. Some of them did not hide their shrugs and showed mockery. Li Yunxiao said, "Looks like you're very unpopular. Since that's the case, I'll follow everyone's wishes and send you to hell." He formed a seal with one hand, and a purple light suddenly appeared in the green lightning. An ancient Maha character flew out from it, bursting with intense golden light. Not good. Yumi's heart shuddered as she felt a great sense of danger. She hurriedly sent several hand seals into the soul-devouring gonfalon. The ball of golden light that was trapped by the green lightning swayed a little. It wanted to return to its skull form, but just as it opened its eyes, the entire green lightning exploded. Boom! A destructive force rushed out in all directions, and the golden soul was smashed into pieces by the lightning. Yumi also felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, and he spat out a mouthful of blood along with his crushed internal organs. His spirit seemed to have been suddenly sucked out, and he could not stand steadily in the air. He took a few steps back and spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura was dispirited, his eyes were dull, and his whole body was lifeless. This thunderous explosion shocked everyone, and they immediately woke up from their daze. Right now was the time to kill each other, and not the sect's internal strife. In the distance, Huangfu Bai and the two elders were locked in battle with Tian Xingzi. They had to quickly take down Li Yunxiao and go over to support him. Shi Yuluan shouted, "Let's attack together and kill him." The other 5 elders did not hesitate any longer, and immediately attacked. The lightning art that Li Yunxiao had used just now had shocked them. He was able to kill Yumi, who was at full health and demonic, so easily. If it was a one-on-one fight, none of them would be his match. A cold light flashed in the eyes of one of the elders, and the soul-devouring gonfalon flew towards Yumi. Yumi's eyes were filled with shock. He opened his mouth and wanted to scream, but the moment he tried to breathe, blood rushed into his throat, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. At the same time, in his extreme fear and panic, he was swept away by the soul-devouring gonfalon without any resistance. Shi Yuluan saw this scene, and his brows furrowed. He did not say anything, but his brows quickly relaxed. That elder seemed to be a little embarrassed, and chuckled, "Sect leader Yumi has already lost the golden soul that he cultivated with his life, and he will not be able to recover his strength in this lifetime. Why don't you use some of your remaining strength to nourish my soul-devouring gonfalon?" The few soul combat skill cultivators all looked at him with disgust and coldness. Even within the soul-devouring sect, everyone kept a respectful distance from cultivators who absorbed other people's souls. They didn't have much of a relationship with others. Shi Yuluan said expressionlessly, "Stop talking nonsense, take down Gu Feiyang first, and then everything can be discussed." Yes. That elder saw that no one had any objections, and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the one who had devoured was the vice-sect leader, and there was the suspicion of offending a superior. He immediately worked even harder, and a murderous aura exploded from his body as he struck out with his palm. With the 6 of them working together, they immediately forced Li Yunxiao to retreat. He laughed a few times, and displayed his lightning body technique, and continuously moved around. Chen Qingyu could only anxiously stand at the side, and secretly scold himself for being useless. But after a while, he realized that Li Yunxiao was always scared but not in danger, and the 6 of them could not hurt him at all. Only then did he relax. Shi Yuluan was furious, and shouted, "Lord Pajun, you are also a man whose name has shaken the world, and you are an indomitable spirit. How is this the appearance of a titled emperor Wu? Do you want us to laugh at you? Li Yunxiao mocked. Shiyuluan, you are also the vice-sect leader of the soul-devouring sect. Although you are not famous in the world, there are still a few people who know you. You are already such an adult, and yet you still use such childish provocation. Do you not feel embarrassed? Humph, Lord has a pair of sharp tongues, but it can't change the fact that you are afraid of the slightest thing, don't dare to fight, and run away in all directions, cowardly and incompetent. Shiyuluan continued to make sarcastic remarks. Li Yunxiao sneered, no matter how you provoke me, it won't change your childish intellect. If I could use words to provoke you, do you think I would still be alive now? Shiyuluan's expression immediately darkened. He knew that he could no longer use provocation, and couldn't help but feel extremely anxious. If the 6 of them working together couldn't defeat him, it would probably be very difficult. One of the elders suddenly said, since Gu Feiyang is not willing to fight head-on, then let's ignore him, and directly join hands to kill Xianxia. Shiyuluan's eyes lit up, and he said, right. Let's ignore him, and directly kill Xianxia, and let him run away alone. The 6 of them all stopped attacking, and all headed towards Xianxia. Li Yunxiao was astonished. This move was indeed clever, directly forcing him to make a move. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. The 6 of them flew over, and he felt a dangerous aura. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to block these people's joint attack. He immediately shouted, Gu Feiyang. Li Yunxiao said, don't panic, let me do it. He also braced himself and stabbed his sword over, rushing into the battlefield. In terms of a one-on-one fight, there was no one under transcending mortality and entering sainthood that he feared, but against these soul-devouring sect elders working together, even 2 of them might not be able to win. Huang Fubai's eyes shot out a look of joy, and his side firmly gained the upper hand. With a wave of his long robe, his entire body flashed with a golden light, and he disappeared on the spot. Xianxia's expression changed, and he became extremely vigilant. But under the joint attack of 8 elders, he could only use his full strength to deal with them. Here. Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted, and a sword qi suddenly shot over, piercing the upper left side of Xianxia. Qi. The space was pierced, and a golden light flickered. Huang Fubai's traces were exposed, and in his anger and humiliation, he blasted a vigorous palm force at Xianxia. Humph, a coward who only knows how to sneak attack. Xianxia sneered coldly, and the soul-severing saber swept over. The saber drew out a water-like light, and a phantom appeared, opening its arms to hug that palm. That's the soul-severing saber spirit? Huang Fubai was shocked. He had clearly sealed the opponent's saber, so why would a saber spirit appear, but he didn't have the time to think too much at this moment. A penetrating cold intent came over, and that saber spirit seemed to want to attack his soul. He hurriedly withdrew his palm force, and his figure flashed and disappeared. That saber spirit hugged empty air, and directly fell back into the saber. Xianxia was furious, and he consecutively used several moves to repel the people around him. He shouted, coward, come out. Shiyuluan sneered, and said, Lord Xianxia, stop shouting. You can't even win against the 8 of us, and you still want to fight Lord Sect Master? Dream on. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, Xianxia, do you have any chance of winning against these 8 people? Xianxia frowned, and he coldly snorted with an extremely baleful aura, and said, a bunch of ants, I can kill them easily. His words were a little too conceited, and Li Yunxiao also knew that he was bragging. But the opponent had the soul-severing saber, which was specialized in restraining the soul-devourer sect, and he might be able to withstand it. Immediately, he said, since that's the case, then you deal with these 8 people, and I will hold Huang Fubai back. I have Tsutsumi, and his escape technique is useless against me. Come and help me after you kill these 8 people. What? Xianxia was shocked, and he looked at Li Yunxiao in disbelief. The 8 elders were also stunned for a moment, and they couldn't help but sneer, and said, do you really think that you are Emperor Wu who destroyed the armies of the past? Li Yunxiao's figure flashed, and he stabbed his sword at a certain place in the void, and said, do it, don't waste time. Bang! A huge golden hand appeared in the void, and it directly slapped the sword away. Huang Fubai's gloomy face was revealed, and he said coldly, Gu Feiyang, you are courting death step by step, and there is no way for you to live anymore. Don't blame me for not remembering our past relationship. He took a step out of the void, and he shouted, the 8 of you deal with Xianxia. If you can kill him, then kill him. If you can't, then wait for me to kill Pujuan before coming back. That huge golden hand rose again, and it fiercely slapped down toward Li Yunxiao, like the top of a pagoda, and it was about to suppress an area. Tianxi's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to go and save him, he immediately felt attacks coming from all directions. In a rage, he swept his saber out, and the saber spirit instantly took form, and it revolved around him. Boom! The 8 of them joined forces to attack. Although some of them were already injured, the power was still world-shaking, and even Tianxia couldn't withstand it. He was directly shaken to the point that his blood and qi were in turmoil, and the saber light flickered under the seal. Not far away, Huang Fubai's palm descended, and it was like the lid of a pagoda, suppressing an area, and Li Yunxiao couldn't avoid it. His entire body was constantly pressured by that might, and golden light was changing, and his physical strength was exploding. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He grabbed at the air, and a 4-colored light appeared in his palm. The Tusita heavenly mountain appeared in his palm. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've transcended the mortal realm. I was once one too. He slapped the mountain, and it flew toward the incoming palm strike. Bang! The Tusita heavenly mountain flew into the palm strike, shattering the golden light. What? Huang Fubai was shocked. He felt a vast power surging into the sky, and he couldn't suppress it at all. No, it wasn't that he couldn't suppress it, Huang Fubai's eyes were filled with shock. His palm strike was instantly shattered by the 4-colored mountain, and a terrifying feeling of invincibility spread out, threatening to destroy everything. Soul Battle Technique, Ichthyosaur Transformation. He hurriedly retracted his hand, but the Tusita heavenly mountain was already crushing down on him. The space around him was compressed to the extreme, and there was no way to dodge. He could only quickly form hand seals with both hands, and the golden speaker merged with him in an instant to form a hand seal. Boom! The hand seal slammed into the Tusita heavenly mountain, causing the mountain to tremble. However, the hand seal instantly disintegrated, turning into countless butterfly-like golden light. Huang Fubai grunted under the dazzling light, and his body seemed to sway slightly. He then retreated 10 meters, returning to his original appearance, and stared coldly at Li Yunxiao. The Tusita heavenly mountain flew a circle in the air, and finally landed in Li Yunxiao's hand. The power of this strike caused everyone in the distance to be shocked to the extreme. Tianxia and the 8 elders were all dazed for a moment, and couldn't quite react. But it was only for a moment. The 9 of them were all experts of this generation, and it was rare for them to be distracted in a battle of life and death like this. After heaving a sigh of relief, they continued fighting. Huang Fubai watched the mountain disappear in a flash in Li Yunxiao's hand, and said, "It seems that you've had many fortuitous encounters in the past 10 years. Was that mountain a saint tool?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Haha, you have to guess it yourself." Huang Fubai's pupils constricted. "I heard that several saint artifacts appeared in the Battle of Scarlet Moon City, and you have one as well. Is that true?" Li Yunxiao chuckled. "You'll have to guess for yourself." Huang Fubai angrily said, "Don't think that a little bit of luck can make up for the gap between us. You yourself were once a divine transcendence expert. You should understand that this kind of power is not something that can be made up for by luck." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I understand very well. That's why I'm just delaying you and buying some time for Tianxia. TSK, what a joke." A cold smile appeared on Huang Fubai's face. He glanced into the distance and said leisurely, "Do you think Tianxia can win?" Li Yunxiao was also a little worried. It's hard to say. Although Shi Yuluan and the other elders were all injured, their strength was still there. With the 8 of them working together, there was probably no one in the world who could say for sure that they could win. Huang Fubai smiled sinisterly and said, "To put it bluntly, the 8 of them are delaying me. After I kill you, I'll deal with Tianxia." He pointed his withered finger at Li Yunxiao, and a cold light flashed on his sharp claws. Chi! The sky was cut open. Li Yunxiao's expression did not change as he clenched his fist and punched. With a bang, a bloody mark appeared on the tip of his fist, but it healed in the blink of an eye. Huang Fubai's pupils constricted and his expression darkened. He said coldly, "Invincible golden body?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "That'll have to be guessed for yourself." "You're courting death." Huang Fubai roared angrily and attacked with the Panga banner. As the banner danced, the space continuously rotated, and Li Yunxiao was sucked in. His body instantly shattered under the power of the rotation, turning into countless bolts of lightning. Borrowing the momentum, Li Yunxiao continued to increase the power of the lightning, and the sky was filled with azure lightning. Huang Fubai sneered and said, "You actually managed to cultivate the 5 elemental spirit body. That's not easy, but it's useless." Boom! The Panga banner struck the rotating lightning clouds, and the entire heaven and earth exploded. The lightning quickly gathered to resist the power of the Panga banner. 2 azure lightning hands suddenly condensed and grabbed the Panga banner, trying to pull it out of the lightning clouds. Li Yunxiao's body also condensed around the Panga banner, and his eyes were cold. "It's useless. The difference is too great." Huang Fubai struck out with a seal. The Panga banner trembled and shattered the 2 large hands. A golden light broke through the lightning, and the golden speaker appeared. It opened its mouth wide and bit toward Li Yunxiao. "Bite, let's see how much you can eat." Li Yunxiao took a deep breath, and his body swelled. His right fist became the size of a millstone, and he punched toward the golden speaker's mouth. Rumble! Fierce lightning crashed into the golden speaker's mouth and flowed in endlessly. "Huh!" The golden speaker's face twisted for a moment, but it immediately returned to normal with a hint of disdain in its eyes. Li Yunxiao's brows furrowed. He felt like he had been forced into a passive position. At this moment, his right hand was bitten by the golden speaker, and he couldn't retreat. Not only was the sky full of lightning, but even his lightning body was being sucked in. Suck, suck, suck. The golden speaker's body continued to expand, and Li Yunxiao's body began to twist and contort as it was swallowed by the golden speaker. Huang Fubai laughed loudly. "You just destroyed a soul-devouring banner and the golden soul within it. Do you have the ability to kill my golden speaker?" Li Yunxiao was shocked. The golden speaker's body seemed to contain boundless power that could devour the heavens and devour the earth. His own lightning power was like water entering the ocean, completely disappearing without a trace. However, he didn't panic. He said coldly, "Open your eyes and see if you have the ability or not." The lightning hand grasped at the air, and a 4-colored light shot out. The Tusada heavenly peak appeared again, spinning continuously under his palm. Powerful earth-type energy radiated outwards. Not only was the golden light in the area dispersed, but the deathly aura in the area was also stirred up. Li Yunxiao's body suddenly froze, as if he had been frozen in place. The golden speaker could no longer move. "Go to hell, demons and ghosts." Spirit intent power spun in his palm, and his 5 fingers grabbed the mountain and smashed it toward the golden speaker's body. "Soul world, open." Huang Fubai suddenly performed an incantation gesture with one hand, through the Panga banner, and shouted. Suddenly, the world changed, and the sky was filled with Yin souls. The Panga banner flew toward the Tusada heavenly peak, and with a wave of the banner, the 4-colored light was sucked into it. The entire mountain disappeared in a flash. What? Li Yunxiao's body trembled in shock. The Tusada heavenly peak could be said to be the heaviest object in the world. It could stabilize rivers, mountains, and the universe. Apart from the spirit intent power, it was practically impossible to move. This was the first time it had been taken away by the golden speaker. As soon as the Tusada heavenly peak disappeared, the suction force from the golden speaker's mouth grew stronger. Li Yunxiao could no longer hold on, and his lightning body was sucked in. Suck, suck, suck. The wind and clouds in the sky were all sucked into the golden speaker's stomach. Only then did it close its mouth, and its body had already turned into a huge golden fatty. Huang Fubai was overjoyed, and with a wave of his hand, he retrieved the Panga banner. As soon as his 5 fingers touched the banner, they were jolted by a majestic force. In shock, he hurriedly circulated his origin energy and clenched his fist. Only then did he manage to hold on to the banner. However, his expression was unsightly. Just what in the world is that mountain? Even the 9 nether filthy soil doesn't have such boundless earth elemental energy. Huang Fubai's expression was gloomy. Although he had the Panga banner in his hand, he couldn't feel any of that vast power, and he felt like he couldn't move it. Golden Speaker, go kill Xianxia. I'll subdue that mountain first. Huang Fubai pondered for a moment, then made his decision. The Tusada Heavenly Peak was inside the Panga banner, and it directly suppressed the entire soul world. At this moment, not only was the Panga banner useless, but it had also become a burden. He sat cross-legged in front of the Panga banner, and his hands shot out a few halos of light in front of him, covering the Panga banner and letting it spin in front of him. The golden fatty turned around and flew toward Xianxia at an extremely slow speed. After flying a few times, it stopped, as if it couldn't fly anymore. Huang Fubai frowned. What's going on? He was shocked. Could it be that Li Yunxiao still had some tricks up his sleeve? The golden speaker was completely different from ordinary golden souls. When cultivated to the peak of the soul-devouring banner, it would be the main soul of the 4 levels of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The golden speaker was in existence above these 4 levels, and it was passed down from generation to generation by the soul-devouring sect master. It was impossible to cultivate to this level by relying on one's own strength. Even if Li Yunxiao was extraordinary, he would still have to digest the soul-devouring banner. Moreover, if the Tusada Heavenly Peak hadn't been sucked away by the Panga banner, Huang Fubai might have been a little afraid. What's wrong with you? Huang Fubai asked. The golden speaker had a strange expression. He glanced at his bloated body and said, I'm not digesting. He reached out and touched his belly. Immediately, a rune appeared and floated above his belly button. Bang! The talisman suddenly collapsed without any warning. What? The golden speaker and Huang Fubai were both shocked. Then, ancient Maha characters surged out from the golden speaker's body and floated in the air, slowly condensing. This is... Huang Fubai's eyes narrowed, and he instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Ancient Maha divine technique? Ah? The golden speaker's mouth was also wide open, and he was completely stunned. Then, he shook his head like a rattle drum. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The ancient Maha divine technique no longer exists in this world. This should be the great soul derivation technique. Huang Fubai exclaimed, how is this possible? Isn't the great soul derivation technique the highest technique of our soul-devouring sect? The golden speaker's expression was solemn. He said, back then, my first master was fortunate enough to see the great soul derivation technique once, but he couldn't master it. He could only forcefully memorize it with his own talent. Then, through various modifications, he created the soul-devouring sect's great soul derivation technique. He looked at the constantly condensing divine technique in the air. The ancient characters flickered in the air, and he said with a trembling voice, This seems to be the complete great soul derivation technique. Huang Fubai stared at the ever-changing ancient divine art characters with a fanatical look in his eyes. He had already forgotten where he was. He forced himself to memorize everything he saw and verify it with the incomplete divine art scroll in his mind. Just as he was about to comprehend it, the golden speaker suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Rays of light shot out from its bloated body. Are you all right? Huang Fubai hurriedly asked. The golden speaker was completely different from the other main souls of the soul-devouring flag. Even he could only communicate with it telepathically and was unable to sense its condition. At the same time, if the golden speaker was severely injured, he wouldn't suffer any backlash. To put it bluntly, they were like 2 separate entities. The rays of light shooting out from the golden speaker's body kept changing colors. A majestic power surged out, and the golden speaker's body began to disintegrate. Huang Fubai cried out, soul refinement. Quick, kill him. The golden speaker's expression was one of extreme pain. He's refining me. He's disintegrating my body. The projection of a huge cauldron slowly appeared from within the rays of light and enveloped the golden speaker. The cauldron was engraved with rivers, mountains, and rivers, as well as birds and insects. Huang Fubai exclaimed, a divine tool? Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He grabbed the Panga banner and wanted to attack, but he found it difficult to swing it. The Tusada Heavenly Peak that he had collected earlier had now become a burden. In his shock, he couldn't care less. He put his palms together in front of him and poured all of his origin energy into his palms, unleashing a terrifying power. Go to hell. Huangfu Bai struck out with both palms, shattering the entire space. The Maha characters in the sky also trembled. Boom. His palms pierced straight into the golden speaker's body. Bang. A loud explosion erupted as a beam of light shot out from the golden speaker's body. The multicolored light in the sky instantly disappeared. The beam of light flew several thousand feet away before transforming into Li Yunxiao's true body. He held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and sneered. Monsters, do you think this young master is delicious? He slapped the cauldron again, and with a buzzing sound, the mountain and river cauldron flew out. It once again released a multicolored light that illuminated the entire sky. At the same time, the ancient Maha characters that filled the sky appeared. The characters formed a complete divine art and descended from the sky. The golden speaker's body continued to disintegrate under the interaction of the two powers, and it wailed in anguish. In the distance, Xianxia and the other 8 were completely dumbfounded. They had thought that the outcome of the battle would be decided within a few breaths, but not only did they end up in a bitter battle, it also seemed like Huangfu Bai was at a disadvantage. Huangfu Bai shouted angrily, "Stop!" He rushed down and fiercely slapped the mountain and river cauldron. The golden speaker was the golden soul of the Soul Devourer sect. If it were to be refined and broken down, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron immediately lost its light and flew back. Li Yunxiao groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, "I didn't expect this divine art to have such an effect." What's even more unexpected is that the evil cultivation method of your soul-devouring sect actually originated from this divine art. After the mountain and river cauldron flew away, the entire divine evolution technique was still flashing in the air. The golden speaker's body was continuously being refined by the divine art, and it started to dissipate. Huangfu Bai was bewildered and didn't know what to do. Just as he was about to kill Li Yunxiao with all his might, he suddenly heard a bang. His heart violently convulsed, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. The golden speaker finally couldn't hold on any longer and exploded. A terrifying and eerie aura spread out, and the world instantly turned into hell. Countless wandering ghosts wandered about. The Panga banner seemed to have sensed something, and it unfurled with a whoosh. The banner fluttered in the wind, and the image of the golden speaker was engraved on it, but it was dim and lusterless. The Tusita heavenly peak's restraints were instantly broken, and it slowly flew out of the banner. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he exclaimed, "The soul world?" Huangfu Bai's face turned completely green, and his whole body trembled with anger. "Even if I don't kill Xianxia today, I will definitely kill you." He formed a hand seal, and the Panga banner suddenly flew down from the sky toward Li Yunxiao. The ghosts in the sky held in anguish, and they all fell after the Panga banner. Li Yunxiao's whole body radiated with golden light, and he transformed into his Dharma idol with 3 heads and 6 arms. It held a golden ball in its hands, and it fiercely smashed it. A golden light appeared in front of him, and it turned into a solid barrier. Rumble! The Panga banner struck the barrier, and it trembled. Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and he formed a hand seal with his 6 arms. A pitch-black shadow appeared behind him, and the true devil giant spirit suddenly stood up and swung its fist at the Panga banner. Large amounts of devil chi roiled. Huangfu Bai's expression was cold, and he formed a hand seal. Bang! The Panga banner spun, and the true devil giant spirit's fist was shattered. The Dharma idol let out an unwilling roar, and it exploded in succession. Then, another attack fell. Rumble! Li Yunxiao's golden boundary was instantly broken, and he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Huangfu Bai closed in with a single step, reached out his hand, and grabbed Li Yunxiao, and said coldly, "Hurry up and teach me the divine art of soul evolution." "You want the divine art of soul evolution? Then I'll give it all to you." Li Yunxiao's expression turned ferocious, and his meridians burst out around his eyes. His eyes became terrifying to the extreme. "Tsutsumi!" Huangfu Bai was startled, and his body stagnated in the air. He felt apprehensive. But the scenery around him changed in an instant, and there was only a piece of jade left in the world. The divine art of soul evolution was imprinted on it. Huang Fubai stared at the jade piece with vigilance, and his divine sense spread out. Li Yunxiao's figure suddenly appeared on the jade piece, and he sat cross-legged on it, saying, "Although the divine art of soul evolution is mine, I haven't fully comprehended it. If Lord Huang Fubai is interested, why don't you comprehend it together?" Huang Fubai's face was gloomy, and he coldly said, "Are you that kind? Just give it to me, and I will comprehend it myself." Li Yunxiao smiled, "Lord, you must be joking. How can I impart a quarter of the ancient Maha divine art to you? This jade piece is formed by my eye technique, and it can barely allow the scripture to appear in the world. This is also the only method I can impart to you. Also, unless you search my soul, but can you do that? Even if you really succeeded and obtained the great divine evolution technique from my soul, would your consciousness be able to withstand it?" Huang Fubai clearly felt that it made sense, and he seemed to be persuaded. Furthermore, the golden speaker had been destroyed, and he had to use the soul derivation art to reform it. Huang Fubai wasn't confident. Li Yunxiao said, "You only have this one opportunity. If you lose it, you won't be able to see this divine art in your lifetime." Huang Fubai was startled, and he immediately focused his attention on the ancient gods' jade. Their soul devourer sex cultivation technique was born from this divine art, and if he could obtain the complete version, he might be able to take that crucial step and step into the god realm. Seeing that Huang Fubai had started to comprehend it, Li Yunxiao smiled and sat on the jade piece. He closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. After an unknown period of time, the divine art appeared behind Li Yunxiao once more, and it constantly changed. At the same time, the ancient Maha characters in the ancient god's jade piece also started to change. Huang Fubai's eyes were tightly shut, and his brows suddenly furrowed. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead and flowed down his cheeks. The ancient Maha characters behind Li Yunxiao started to disappear, and every time a character disappeared, a similar character would appear on his forehead and enter his mind. Every character that appeared was like a flash of light in his mind, and his soul felt like it was soaking in the warm sunlight. It was indescribably comfortable. Li Yunxiao clearly felt that his soul power was constantly increasing, and he felt like he was reborn. This was the space created by Tsutsumi's illusion technique, and it consumed a lot of soul power. Originally, his power was gradually being replenished, and his soul was filled with joy. As the last ancient Maha character flew into his forehead, his whole body felt indescribably comfortable. His body unconsciously stretched, and the bones in his body crackled. "Ah!" Suddenly, Huang Fubai screamed, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed on the ancient god's jade piece. Instantly, the jade piece was stained, and it instantly disappeared into nothingness. Huang Fubai's whole body trembled, and he bared his fangs and claws. His face was full of malevolence. "Gu Feiyang, you are so ruthless. You actually tricked me with a fake divine art of creation." Li Yunxiao saw that black lines were slowly gathering on his forehead, and his face was constantly becoming ugly. He knew that Huang Fubai was about to go berserk. He frowned and said, "I didn't lie to you, you have already gone berserk. If you don't want to die, quickly calm your mind and adjust your true yuan." "Haha. Berserk? Adjust my true yuan?" Huang Fubai laughed madly, and the murderous intent in his eyes became thicker. He said coldly, "You want to take this chance to kill me, right? Even if there is a trace of error, with my divine transcendence cultivation, I can easily suppress it. You, on the other hand, die first." He flew up, grabbed the Panga banner, and attacked. Boom! Li Yunxiao's body exploded, turning into minced meat. "Humph, trying to trick me with an illusion technique? Too childish." Huang Fubai waved the Panga banner, and instantly, the soul world opened up. Like a flat surface, it spread in all directions, and constantly shattered the space. Suddenly, a huge eye appeared in the void, emitting a seven-colored light as it stared down. The surroundings of the eye were pitch black, like a black river surrounding the eye, and there were golden runes floating in it. Boom! Once the eye technique was used, the area it condensed started to dissipate, and Huang Fubai's soul world suddenly stopped expanding. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. He felt as if there was endless power in his soul, and it was constantly being supplied. Huang Fubai was instantly enraged. His face twisted even more violently, becoming completely deformed. Without the golden speaker, the Panga banner was not as powerful as before. At this moment, the soul world was being suppressed by Li Yunxiao's eye technique. Huang Fubai immediately went crazy, and he screamed and waved his arms, looking more and more terrifying. Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly. He didn't need to do anything. As long as he allowed the soul world to go berserk, Huang Fubai would be finished. He sighed inwardly. A sect master, a peerless master who made people tremble in fear, was about to fall just like this. You want to kill me? Is that even possible? Huang Fubai roared as he continuously waved the Panga banner in all directions. The sky was filled with the shadows of his attacks. Li Yunxiao quickly regained his composure. He formed a seal with one hand and coldly looked at Huang Fubai. Previously, the great divine evolution technique on the ancient god's word wall was real. He wanted to borrow Huang Fubai's power to further understand it, but he didn't expect this result. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. It was just that he couldn't help but sigh in his heart when a peerless expert became so crazy. Gu Feiyang, come out, I'm going to kill you. Huang Fubai crazily attacked in all directions. Each of his moves was extremely fierce as he shouted, Xianxia, come out and accept your death. Boom. The Panga banner struck down from the sky and immediately shattered a part of the sky. The shattered part of the sky became blurry and a ball of light emerged. Li Yunxiao's eyes shot out two rays of cold light as he stared at the ball of light in shock. Gradually, a door appeared, not to mention, how could there be a door in Tsutsumi space? Moreover, he had seen this door before. Clang! The door opened. Two figures walked out from inside. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. His expression changed for a moment before returning to normal. Although these two were very unexpected, he knew them. The person in front had a kind face. His eyes were slightly sunken, and his face seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes of life. He looked at the two of them in surprise. The one behind him wore a grey robe and had a cold expression. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Li Yunxiao in disbelief. Li Yunxiao's eyes slightly narrowed as he coldly said, "It's a small world. But at this moment, are you two courting death?" Haha, Piju and Emperor Wu is still as elegant as ever. The old man in front stroked his beard and laughed. The wrinkles on his forehead were completely smoothed out. Tianxingzi, die. Huang Fubai's eyes were filled with madness as he swept the Panga banner. The old man's figure suddenly flickered, and he appeared directly behind Huang Fubai. He raised his palm and struck out. At the same time, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Wake up." A circle of green light shot out from his palm and landed on Huang Fubai's back. Bang! Pooh! Huang Fubai threw up a large mouthful of blood, and his aura immediately became extremely feeble as a conflicted look appeared in his eyes. The old man made a few hand seals with his left hand and pointed at the air. A golden light gathered at his fingertip and slowly condensed into a bright pill. He shouted, "Open your mouth." Huang Fubai obediently opened his mouth, allowing the other party to place the pill in his mouth and swallow it. Only then did the old man withdraw his palm and say, "I don't need to tell you how dangerous it was just now, right? Take a good rest." Li Yunxiao clenched his fists tightly while rage surged on his face. "Nanqiu, are you trying to go against me?" The old man laughed and said, "Of course not, of course not. I didn't expect Emperor Wu of the defeating armies to have learned the great divine evolution technique. What an enviable fortune. Originally, you could have obtained a heaven mote medallion with just this, but I didn't expect Lu Jianba to give it to you first." TSK, Lu Jianba's eyes are indeed not bad. The old man behind him said humbly, "My lord is flattering me. I saw that his talent was extraordinary, so I wanted him to give it a try. I didn't expect Emperor Wu of the defeating armies to be reborn." No wonder. This person was Lu Jianba. Although there was some shock in his eyes, he still wore a friendly smile and nodded at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's face darkened as he said coldly, "I exchanged for the heaven mote medallion, didn't I? Why do you make it sound like you're giving it out of charity?" Lu Jianba laughed, "Lord defeating armies must be joking. The heaven mote medallion is an extremely precious item. Although I lack the iron tears, how can it compare to the heaven mote medallion?" Li Yunxiao waved his hand and interrupted, "Let's not talk about the heaven mote medallion. What is the meaning of your sudden appearance and rescue Huang Fubai from my hands? Huang Fubai was recuperating, but he opened his eyes when he heard Lu Jianba's words. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes, piercing straight into Li Yunxia's heart. Huang Fubai's strength hadn't been weakened by much, but he had suddenly gone berserk. Then, he was led by Li Yunxiao's illusion art, which made it harder and harder for him to deal with. He was pushed to the brink of collapse and was pulled back by Nanqiuyu. Nanqiuyu said, I have a good relationship with Lord Huang Fubai, so I can't just watch him die. Li Yunxiao nodded, I understand what you mean. That means we don't have a good relationship, right? Nanqiuyu, when Tian Xingzi and I kill our way to your heaven moat cliff, I hope you will remember what happened today and that your death will not be in vain. Nanqiuyu was sweating profusely and hurriedly said, Lord Piju and Emperor Wu, please calm down. There is another important reason why I saved Huang Fubai other than my friendship with him. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed, could it be that the world of immortality has opened? Huang Fubai was just as shocked. Nanqiuyu smiled softly, yes. Li Yunxiao and Huang Fubai's expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't help but murmur the same words. The end of martial, the beginning of gods. The realm of enlightenment, the world of immortality. Nanqiuyu was also a little excited, after so many years, the world of immortality has finally opened. How can I let you kill Lord Huang Fubai at a time like this? Lu Jianba said, the realm power of the world of immortality can only be broken with soul power. Lord Huang Fubai's understanding of the soul is unparalleled in this world, and he even has the golden speaker, an undying old monster. He is the person my master thinks most highly of. Nanqiuyu said, Lord Pijuan has learned one of the 4 divine arts, the true development technique, which is an unexpected discovery for this old man. Lord Pijuan even dares to go to the Tianshao mountain range, he naturally won't miss the opening of the world of immortality. Humph. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, since I have the heaven moat medallion, I will naturally go. With a flip of his hand, the plain medallion appeared in his hand, and he frowned, there is no response. Nanqiuyu said, this old man has his own way of opening the fairyland of immortality, now is not the time. His eyes flashed brightly, Lord Pijuan should take advantage of the time to further understand the true development technique, and perhaps you will be able to unlock the secrets of the world of immortality and benefit the world. Li Yunxiao said, calm down, don't place too much hope on the world of immortality. I just want to know how today's matter is going to end. Nanqiuyu glanced at Huang Fubai, Lord Pijuan, please retract your eye technique first. Such a huge eyeball is staring at me from the void, it's really giving me goosebumps. Li Yunxiao snorted, and Tsutsumi slowly appeared behind him, like a bright blood moon, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone felt the space around them change, and they immediately returned to the sky above the lawless heaven. The surroundings were still filled with chilly winds. In the distance, Tian Xingzi and the 8 elders of the Soul Devourer sect were still fighting, and all kinds of ultimate techniques were intertwined. Nanqiuyu said, Lord Bai, please ask them to stop. Huang Fubai's face was gloomy, and he said unwillingly, if I ask them to stop, will Tian Xingzi stop? Just ask Tian Xingzi to stop first. He immediately ignored Nanqiuyu, and his hands kept forming hand seals. Rays of golden light flew out from his fingertips, and he unfolded the Panga banner. The chilly winds in the surroundings were immediately affected, and flew over with a whistling sound, before being sucked into the banner. The portrait of the golden speaker on the banner immediately lit up, and it slowly regained its vitality. Its empty eyes gradually regained their vigor. Li Yunxiao looked at its movements coldly. It was indeed comprehended from the divine evolution technique, and it still retained some of its charm. It was just that it had been altered to walk on the evil path. After the golden speaker returned to its original form, Huang Fubai suddenly put away the Panga banner, and said, everyone, stop. The people in the distance had already noticed the situation here, and they had been paying attention to it. Hearing this, they immediately separated, and 8 rays of light flew over, exclaiming, Lord Sect Master. Shi Yuluan was shocked, and she hurriedly said, so it's Lord Nanqiuyu of the Heavens Moat Horizon. The other elders were also shocked, and they looked at the 2 elders in front of them with reverence. Nanqiuyu, how dare you interfere in my affairs? Tian Xingzi was flustered and exasperated, and he raised his saber in anger, wanting to cut down Nan Xiaoyu hurriedly waved his hand and begged for mercy. Lord Xianxia, please calm down. Today's actions were truly unintentional. I came to find Lord Bai, and I didn't expect to see you two fighting to the death. As an outsider, I'm thick-skinned enough to stop the fight. Xianxia said coldly. Unintentional? Since you're looking for Huangfu Bai, you should have gone to the Soul Devourer sect. Why have you come to Lawless Heaven? For today's situation, I planned for a long time and spent a lot of effort, but it was ruined by an unintentional action of yours. He was so angry that he laughed and said, haha, looks like I'll have to be more unintentional with you from now on. Nan Xiaoyu said, Lord, if you think like that, you're scaring this old man. Right now, Lord Pijuan has already stopped, and you're alone. If this old man doesn't stop the fight, Lord Bai and the 8 elders should be enough to defeat you, right? You. Xianxia was speechless. If it wasn't for Li Yunxiao, he would have lost already. Seeing Li Yunxiao's calm expression, as if he wasn't dissatisfied, he snorted heavily. If not for your sudden appearance, Gu Feiyang wouldn't have stopped. In any case, the grudge between us has been sown today. His Myriad Stars Valley had suffered heavy losses. Xianxia, the chess puppet, and even his own brother had fallen in this battle. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he almost vomited blood. Huangfu Bai said with a mocking expression, Nan Xiaoyu, since he doesn't know what's good for him, why don't you let me kill him to prevent future troubles? Nan Xiaoyu hurriedly said, absolutely not. I'm here to stop the fight, and I don't want to see the two of you kill each other again. Huangfu Bai said, fine, I'll spare his life today for your sake. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said, Xianxia, I'll settle the score with you slowly. Xianxia himself didn't suffer any injuries, but he was furious. Looking at Huangfu Bai's smug and mocking smile, his body trembled slightly. Nan Xiaoyu said, the Soul Devourer sect and Myriad Stars Valley have coexisted in the western regions for tens of thousands of years. Why should we fight over the secular world? Shouldn't our generation wholeheartedly pursue the great Tao? Now that the world of immortality has opened, it's the best opportunity of a lifetime. What? The world of immortality is about to open? Xianxia shuddered in shock. Nan Xiaoyu nodded, indeed. This is the reason why I came to find Lord Bai. Xianxia's expression changed as he snorted, there are countless people stronger than him in soul techniques, even Lord Gu Feiyang is far superior to him. What's the use of looking for him? Huangfu Bai replied coldly, even if I'm useless, there will still be people looking for me. But you worthless thing. Damn it. Xianxia raised his saber and slashed, leaving a trail of white light in the air. Nan Xiaoyu's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and slammed it down, hitting the soul-severing saber with a bang and knocking Xianxia away. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as he roared, Nan Xiaoyu, are you determined to deal with me together with him? Nan Xiaoyu retracted his palm and stood with his hands behind his back. If Lord Xianxia insists on making me an enemy, I will not be afraid. Xianxia was seething with anger, knowing that it was impossible to kill Huangfu by this time. He suddenly felt empty as a sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Li Yunxiao said, Xianxia, the heavenly Tao is constant, just do your best. Perhaps the Soul Devourer school should not have been wiped out this time, no matter how hard you try, it will all be in vain. Nan Xiaoyu praised, Lord Pijuan's words agree with me. Don't be dispirited, this Heaven's Moat medallion may bring you even greater opportunities. A medallion flew out from his hand, Xianxia caught it and sighed after taking a look. When Nan Xiaoyu saw that he had accepted the order, she knew that he had been forced to accept the current situation and smiled. Huangfu Bai said, Lord Nan Xiaoyu, this place is not suitable for conversation, please come to the Soul Devourer School's headquarters. Nan Xiaoyu nodded, all right. I wonder if Lord Pijuan is interested? I will explain more about the world of immortality. Li Yunxiao frowned, he did want to know more about the world of immortality, but now was not the time. Mr. Nan Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. Let's talk again when I come to the Heaven's Moat Cliff. Nan Xiaoyu said, then this old one shall prepare some tea and wine at the Heaven's Moat horizon and await your arrival. With that, he flicked his sleeves and entered the door with Lu Jianba and the rest of the Soul Devourer sect. Then, the gate turned into a flash of white light and completely disappeared. Xianxia let out a heavy breath of resentment, but his eyes were still filled with extreme indignation. Li Yunxiao said, now that things have come to this, it is useless for Darren to think too much. Why not open your mind and face the future? Xianxia said, what Lord Pijuan said is right. The myriad Star Valley suffered heavy casualties this time. I'm afraid they won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Li Yunxiao said, the soul-devouring sect isn't much better either. This might not necessarily be a bad thing for the two sects, or even the entire western region. Besides, Nanqiu is right. We should focus more of our efforts on finding opportunities instead of fighting with each other. Xianxia said, I can only comfort myself like this. Thank you for your help this time, Lord Pijuan. Otherwise, I would have been defeated long ago. Li Yunxiao interrupted, I helped you for my own sake, because you gave me a condition that was worth my help. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, I wonder what Lord Pijuan wants to do in the lawless sky. With your strength, as long as you don't transcend into sainthood, you don't have to worry about anything. Li Yunxiao said, it might not be too dangerous. I'm just preparing for a rainy day. Xianxia was secretly displeased. He didn't believe Li Yunxiao's words, but there was nothing he could do if the other party didn't want to say it. Now that the world of immortality had opened, Li Yunxiao's value was so great that even Nanqiu wanted to curry favor with him. Xianxia naturally lowered his attitude. Right, what's going on with the climate of the lawless sky? I heard from everyone that Luyao was formed from the 9 nether filthy soil. Is this 9 nether filthy soil still in the lawless sky? Li Yunxiao asked. Xianxia said, Lord seems to be looking for the divine will purple gold worm and 9 nether filthy soil? He smiled faintly and explained, this climate of the lawless sky has been formed for tens of thousands of years. I didn't pay attention to it before, until Luyao appeared. I didn't expect it to be Huang Fubai's scheme. Damn it. Li Yunxiao looked at him strangely. It was you who schemed against Luyao first, but now you're blaming someone else? Xianxia seemed to read something from his gaze and felt a little embarrassed. He chuckled and said, after Luyao appeared, I was also very surprised. Only then did I start to pay attention and investigate the history of this area. As expected, I found a lot of useful information. A long time ago, a nation existed here. Their totem was the divine will purple gold worm. Then, for some reason, a true spirit descended, the 18 ancient starbird. Li Yunxiao was shocked, the 18 ancient starbird of the 5 elements. Xianxia said, that's right. According to the results of the traitor Yumi's investigation, a traitor appeared in that kingdom all those years ago. After he was exiled, he wandered the world, and not only did he cultivate a peerless divine ability, he even subdued an 8-shadow primeval starbird. After that, he came back to take revenge, and he experienced a world-shaking battle that finally reduced this place to ruins. Li Yunxiao said, in other words, the source of this deathly aura, the 9 nether filthy soil, is condensed from the earth energy of the 18 ancient starbird after its death. But what about these rice grain-sized divine will purple gold worms? Xianxia said, these things can't be considered true divine will purple gold worms. But after the divine will purple gold worms died, all their essence was buried here. After a long time, they sank into the ground and wandered the lawless sky. The 5 elemental true spirits can die, but they can't be destroyed. When a large amount of metal elemental energy was dispersed, it produced countless of these tiny existences. Li Yunxiao suddenly understood, I see. He said with some regret, pity that the metal spiritual energy produced by these divine will purple gold worms isn't pure. Xianxia smiled, could it be that Sir wants to collect pure metal spiritual energy? Li Yunxiao's eyes brightened, does Sir have it? Xianxia shook his head, although I don't, after investigating the lawless sky, I am also considering these 2 things. After all, the metal spiritual energy and the 9 nether filthy soil are rare existences in the world. Especially the latter, it has already spiritualized in the lawless sky. Spiritualized? Li Yunxiao's body shook as he thought of little Qing, isn't that a true spirit? Xianxia said, it's not a true spirit, but its power can't be underestimated. Even my battle with Huang Fu-bai didn't dare to be at the center of the lawless sky. Instead, I chose this border, War Soul Mountain. He glanced at the desolate War Soul Mountain that had long since been reduced to ruins. He sighed emotionally and said, "It would be for the best if we don't go in too deep." Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up as he chuckled, "I really want to meet a true spirit. Xianxia, let's go." Li Yunxiao rolled up his sleeves and turned into a ray of light with Chen Qingyu towards the center of the lawless sky. Xianxia was startled, "You're really going?" He hurried to catch up. The reason they chose to fight the Soul Devourer sect at War Soul Mountain wasn't because they were afraid of the Earth spiritualized worm, but because they didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. The Soul Devourer sect had the same thought, so they coincidentally chose to fight at War Soul Mountain. The three flew for a long time, but all they saw was a gray barren land. They couldn't see anything. Li Yunxiao suddenly stopped and looked up at the sun shining down from the sky. It was a bit hazy through the layers of gray fog, and his brows furrowed. Chen Qingyu said, "What's wrong?" He was a bit out of breath, and there was a layer of white light protecting him. At this moment, the gray fog was many times thicker than the outside, and adding on the heavy injuries, Chen Qingyu's expression was very ugly. Xianxia said, "Did we fall for it?" "Fall for it?" Chen Qingyu was surprised, "What do you mean?" Xianxia also looked up at the sky. "I was also suspicious at the beginning, but with Lord Pajun here, there is no illusion technique in the world that can fool him, so I didn't dare to believe it." Li Yunxiao turned back and said, "Lord thinks too highly of me, we were indeed going in circles. The divine sense barrier here is very strong, I didn't sense it either." Chen Qingyu was surprised, "To be able to fool the two of you, I'm afraid it's not far from a true spirit." Li Yunxiao said, "That might not be the case, the key is that the gray fog has blocked divine sense, and adding on the fact that this place is empty, the sunlight can't shine in, and there is no reference material, no matter how we fly, it's hard to detect it." Chen Qingyu said, "Then what do we do now?" Although he was surprised, he didn't panic. The two in front of him were famous figures, there was almost no problem they couldn't solve. Xianxia said, "What does Lord Pajun think?" Li Yunxiao said, "You can just call me Yunxiao, Pajun Gu Feiyang is already in the past, I also want to hear Lord's opinion." Surprise flashed in Xianxia's eyes, "If that's the case, then I'll call you Brother Yunxiao. What we can confirm is that we are in an illusion technique, as long as we find the enemy, we can solve it easily. Moreover, Brother's research on this path is unparalleled, there should be a better way." What he said was equivalent to not saying. Chen Qingyu was speechless. Li Yunxiao said, "The difficult part is the environment here, that Earth-type demonic beast can completely merge with the environment, to find it will be 100 times more difficult than usual." Xianxia blinked and smiled, "No matter how difficult it is, Brother Yunxiao will have a way." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, he started to form hand seals, demon patterns gradually appeared on his body, and Tsutsumi suddenly appeared. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes wide, he stared at him without blinking. Then, a seven-colored light appeared on his body, gathering in the sky, condensing into a huge shadow of an eye. It slowly opened, staring at the ground. Four strange formations appeared in that eye, one on the left and one on the right, shooting out all kinds of light. Then the eye turned, the whole space instantly contracted, it was about to be sucked in. Chen Qingyu and Xianxia's bodies started to distort. The two of them were shocked and quickly formed hand seals to stabilize their bodies. The entire heaven and earth continued to spin, and a large amount of deathly aura was absorbed into Tsutsumi's image. The depths of his eyes gave birth to an endless amount of things. Roar. Suddenly, there was a loud roar, and a monster appeared in front of Tsutsumi's image. It was covered in a thick layer of earth armor, and it raised its hand to attack the image. Bang! A large amount of deathly aura exploded in front of Tsutsumi's image, and the entire eyeball disappeared from the explosion. The heaven and earth immediately returned to normal. Li Yunxiao's right eye constricted, and a strange rune flashed in his eyeball before disappearing. The three of them then stared at the monster in front of them. It looked like a standing beetle, and its body was covered in a large amount of earth. Its head was extremely small, and there were two antennae on it. The monster's body moved slightly, and it ferociously dove down, wanting to charge into the ground. Swish! Xianxia's figure moved, and he appeared in front of it. He sneered and sent out a palm strike. The moment the monster appeared, the three of them had already locked onto it. Boom! The palm took shape in the air, and it ruthlessly slammed onto the monster's body. A large amount of dust exploded, and the monster's body instantly turned into dust, falling from the sky. Xianxia said in shock, "What? It's not its true body?" Xianxia said, "How can its true body appear so easily? But that thing is definitely targeting us." Xianxia said, "What do we do now?" Xianxia said, "Looks like we can only think of a way to lure that thing out. I just don't know how intelligent that thing is." Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he said, "Old brother Yunxiao, do you have any good ideas?" Yunxiao said, "If I lure that thing out, how confident is Sir in trapping or killing it?" Xianxia pondered, "It's hard to say, but I will do my best. No matter how powerful that thing is, it can't be stronger than the three of us working together." Yunxiao said, "That's good. If I'm not confident, I'm afraid it'll backfire." He waved his hand, and instantly, a silver light sprinkled down. 36 northern sky-chilling star swords turned into countless strands of sword chi, falling to the ground and disappearing in a flash. Then, he clenched his hand into a fist, causing four-colored light to swirl out as the Tusida heavenly mountain began to grow larger and larger. Xianxia's eyes lit up and he said in shock, "What dense earth elemental power, even stronger than the surrounding environment. What is this mountain?" His voice was filled with shock. Boom, the Tushita heavenly peak slammed into the ground, sending dust and ash flying everywhere as a majestic aura spread out in all directions. Xianxia's face was filled with shock. That soul-stirring power gave off a fluctuation of artifact essence, causing his blood to boil. Yunxiao said, "This item is a combination of several mutant earth elements. It will definitely attract that thing's attention." Xianxia said in shock, "No wonder it's so powerful. But mutant elements are all existences with strong personalities, how can they coexist?" As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from the ground, and the entire ground began to churn like waves. The three of them immediately became vigilant. The light on the Tusida heavenly peak suddenly grew brighter, and the four colors converged to form a magnificent glow in the sky. Suddenly, a dazzling silver light surged from the ground and shot up into the sky, revolving around the Tusida heavenly peak. Within the silver light, countless sword shadows appeared. Yunxiao shouted, "The sword formation has been activated, that thing is coming." He formed a hand seal with his finger, and the sky full of sword shadows suddenly froze. Then, the sword tips all fell down like raindrops. Bang! 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 Tens of thousands of sword chi fell, and the ground continuously exploded, releasing a large amount of earth elemental energy. It was a faint yellow-green color, completely different from the deathly gray energy. Xianxia said in shock, "Netherworld filthy energy." He formed a hand seal with one hand and shouted, and a cloud of light rose from his body, changing constantly in the sky like clouds and mist. The cloud of light had runes flickering within it, and it turned into a drizzle that sprinkled down onto the ground. The raindrops fell on the netherworld filthy energy, constantly dispersing the yellow-green aura. The sword chi and the raindrops converged on the ground, working together to destroy the power. Boom, the ground suddenly burst open, and a long gray snake with black spots surged out, rising from the ground. Its body coiled in the air, and it shot into the light of the Tusida heavenly peak. Yunxiao's expression changed, and he hurriedly sent a hand seal into the Tusida heavenly peak. Vast earth elemental energy instantly formed a barrier, pressing down on the snake like an iron wall. With a flash of light, the gray snake's body seemed to become transparent, and it directly passed through. What? Yunxiao was shocked, and with a flash of light, the heavenly light sword case appeared in his hand, and he quickly formed a hand seal with his right hand. Tens of thousands of sword chi rushed up from the ground, forming a giant sword that slashed at the gray snake. Boom, the snake's body was slashed in two, but in an instant, it turned into two long snakes that wrapped around the Tusida heavenly peak like a rope, and slowly sank into the ground. What kind of joke is this? Yunxiao was shocked. That monster actually wanted to snatch his Tusida heavenly peak, and in a moment of desperation, he hurled the world god steel at the snake. Bang, the two snakes were hit by the world energy, and once again exploded, their bodies split into more than 10 pieces, and they were tightly wrapped around the mountain, trying to drag it down into the ground. The Tusida heavenly peak was formed by 4 types of earth elemental energy, and it was extremely attractive to earth elemental monsters. Xianxia said in shock, this thing seems to be unkillable, what should we do? Li Yunxiao said, it's indeed an elemental body. He hugged his hands in front of him, and a light blue ball of water appeared. Under the hand seal, it suddenly turned into a ferocious tiger, and with a loud roar, it rushed down. More than half of the Tusita heavenly peak had already been dragged into the ground, and when the dozen gray snakes saw the ferocious tiger, their bodies immediately straightened, as if they were stimulated, and they suddenly condensed into a giant ape. Roar! Earth Ape roared, raised its fist, and punched the ferocious tiger. Boom! 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 Under the violent attack, the tiger formed by the heaven and earth elemental energy exploded. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and several chains appeared in the air, completely binding Earth Ape like a spider web. The other end of the chain reached into the world god steel, and a large number of ancient Maha characters surged out from the world god steel, and the world energy shone down like moonlight, illuminating Earth Ape's body in a deathly white color. Xianxia was shocked, and said, Saint Artifact. His eyes were filled with shock and greed, but he quickly reined in his greed. However, his shock didn't diminish, and he stared unblinkingly. Li Yunxiao said unhappily, Xianxia, didn't you just say that you would do your best? You did your best when you attacked just now? Xianxia smiled a little awkwardly, and said, hee, this thing is an elemental body, and it's a little difficult. I don't have any special methods. Li Yunxiao said, an elemental body can't escape from the rules of all living things. He's being suppressed by my world power, and I'll have to trouble you to cripple him. All right. Since Brother Yunxiao used a great divine ability to trap him, I will naturally do my best. Xianxia descended in a flash, appearing directly in front of the Earth Ape. Without any fancy moves, he struck out with the crouching tiger fist. Bang! The fist force was so strong that it exploded on Earth Ape's chest, creating a big hole. Roar! The Earth Ape screamed incessantly as its body struggled unceasingly, shaking the chains and causing them to make rattling sounds. The white light around it flickered erratically. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he formed seals with both hands. A large number of ancient Maha characters surged out from behind him, and it was the Great Realm God technique, flashing continuously. Flowing lights descended from the world god steel, reflecting each other, and the white light gradually stabilized. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent, and he launched a few more punches. Every punch exploded on Earth Ape's body, and his vital energy was continuously dispersed. No matter how much Earth Ape struggled, it was suppressed by the world god steel, and it finally settled down. It's done. Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, and he formed seals with one hand. Xianxia instantly stopped. That Earth Ape was powerless, and it was restrained by the world power, and it flew towards the sky. Li Yunxiao looked at this ape, and he said, I don't know how high your intelligence is, but since you have met me, you have to submit. He formed a seal with his palm, and he slammed it towards Earth Ape's forehead. Bang! Roar! That seal struck Earth Ape's forehead, and a bright red mark appeared, causing it to howl in pain. Suddenly, cracks appeared on his forehead, and it gradually enlarged, and it spread to his entire head. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he shouted, not good. Boom! That Earth Ape's forehead suddenly exploded, and a surge of power soared into the sky, radiating in all directions. Even his own body was blasted into dust by the impact, and half the sky was filled with dust. Xianxia looked at the dust in shock, and he said, it's a clone. 300 meters away, lightning flashed, and Li Yunxiao appeared, and his expression was extremely ugly. He stared at the ground, and he said coldly, damn it. How dare you take my things? Tusita Sky Peak was nowhere to be seen, and the whole land returned to normal, without a trace. What? Xianxia was shocked, and he quickly turned around, and his forehead was full of cold sweat, and he said in shock, how is this possible? How dare you steal the peak from under my eyes? Chen Qingyu was also in disbelief, and she said in shock, could it be another illusion? Li Yunxiao's expression was gloomy, and he said, it's definitely not an illusion. Tusita Sky Peak has a trace of connection with me, and it has indeed been stolen. It must have been because of the explosion just now, so neither of you noticed it. Xianxia was also angry, and he snorted, I didn't expect this thing to have such cunning intelligence. Li Yunxiao sneered, and he said, This young master's things are not that easy to take. Although you have an earth elemental body, it is impossible for you to refine my Tusita sky peak in a short time. This young master can sense your presence at any time. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly became even uglier than a pig's liver. Chen Qingyu was stunned, and she asked, "My lord, what's wrong?" Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth, and he said, "I can no longer sense the Tusita sky peak." Tian Xingzi was also shocked. How is that possible? If that profound artifact was refined by Brother Yunxiao, even a true spirit couldn't erase the imprint in an instant, right? Li Yunxiao thought about it for a moment, and then said, "He must have used some sort of method to isolate me from the Tusita heavenly peak. This is his home field, and finding him will be as difficult as scaling the heavens." His expression turned very unsightly. Tian Xingzi said, "Even if he used a secret technique to hide it, it's impossible for him to not have any aura at all, right?" Li Yunxiao couldn't say it out loud. He had only refined the surface of the Tusita heavenly peak, so he didn't know much about its structure and so on. "Let me see if there's a way." He sat cross-legged in the air and sent his divine sense into the world god steel to find Mudi. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, and a ray of light shot out from his brow. The heaven-inspecting bull appeared shakily from within the light. Li Yunxiao went up and patted its forehead, then lowered his head and whispered something in its ear. The bull shook its head, its eyes glowing green. It raised its hoof and stomped down. A green net spread out from its hoof, extending to infinity. It moved softly, then lifted its foot and walked in a direction. The space under its feet expanded to 100 feet in an instant. Tian Xingzi said in shock, "Brother Yunxiao, this puppet is not simple." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, "I borrowed this puppet from someone. I hope it can help me find the Tusita heavenly peak. Otherwise, it'll be a great loss." The three of them quickly followed the heaven-inspecting bull and strolled in the sky. With every step Iron Bull took, an azure light flashed under his feet. He moved faster and faster, jumping and running, covering an unknown distance. Suddenly, it moved into the sky and raised its upper body. A green bull shadow appeared in the sky and stomped forward. Boom, the sky instantly shattered, forming a storm that swept the ground. Rumble. The entire ground was lifted up, and everywhere the storm passed, dust filled the sky. After the Sky Patrol Bulldog's attack, it turned around and rushed down, directly burrowing into the ground. Boom. Suddenly, the ground burst open and a green light shot out. It was actually the heaven patrolling bull that was sent flying out. Li Yunxiao shouted, "Attack!" He nimbly formed a seal with one hand, and his body instantly turned into lightning. A bolt of lightning fell and struck the place where the sky patrolling bull had flown out. In an instant, lightning surged on the ground like ocean waves, and even the entire sky changed color. Tian Xingzi exclaimed in bewilderment, "Thunder World!" He did not dare to delay any longer, and with a flash, he flew down. Boom, the ground split open as an Earth-type monster broke free from the restraints of the Thunder World and stood up. His body was over 30 meters long, and his entire body was covered in black spots. 2 horns grew out of his forehead, and he had a flexible snake-like tail behind him. Just as it rushed out of the ground, its eyes filled with endless anger, it felt an extremely dangerous aura descend. A gigantic palm print fell down like a canopy of the sky, and on the palm were countless lines that sealed the sky and locked the earth. The monster opened its mouth and spat out a stone. Pung! The gigantic stone was instantly shattered by the palm print, and the overwhelming aura caused the monster's body to tremble, and it actually bent over. Boom! The palm force landed completely on its head, and countless rocks and soil exploded into the air, as though a mountain was collapsing. The monster let out a strange sound, and half of its face collapsed as its entire body fell backwards. Heaven and Earth Water Element. Li Yunxiao's cold voice sounded out, and a ball of light blue water vapor rose up continuously, changing in the sky. Sword Transformation. The water vapor instantly condensed into a gigantic sword, and it slashed towards the monster's back. Pung! That monster seemed to have extremely low agility, and just like that, it was slashed by the sword. The Heaven and Earth Water Element sword directly pierced through its back, and came out from its chest. Li Yunxiao was shocked in his heart, and he said, "Could it be another doppelganger?" Pung! The monster suddenly exploded, and the energy produced by its gigantic body swept through the heaven and earth. The entire world was filled with a deathly gray aura, and it was suffocating. No. It's not a doppelganger. Xianxia was suddenly shocked. That powerful Earth-type energy had completely blocked his divine sense and vision, but there was a pressure that made his heart palpitate, and it was abnormally dangerous. Pa! He clasped his hands in front of his body, and his eyes turned black, and a rainbow light appeared around his pupils. A black whirlpool appeared behind him, and the true devil body slowly stood up. It raised its hand and slapped towards the endless dust in front of it. Boom! The true devil giant spirit bent down, and that pitch-black hand reached downwards. Ho! A shocking roar came out, and a huge essence energy fluctuation came out, as though it was extremely angry. Heh! The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a smile, and he said, "Let's see how you escape." The clasped hands in front of him formed a seal, forming 3 heads and 6 arms, and one hand formed a sword seal. 36 northern sky-cold star swords flew out, and fiercely slashed over. Swish, swish, swish. The swords crisscrossed, and after flying forward, they disappeared, and only the sound of sand and stones being inserted could be heard. Although Xianxia's eye technique couldn't see through the layers of dust, he still caught the monster's figure, which was no different from before, just a few times smaller. That huge form just now should have been formed by the condensation of a large amount of Earth-type energy, and it was just a shell. 36 swords were all inserted into the monster's body, and the true devil giant spirit's huge hand directly grabbed it, and the demonic energy and the 9 hells filthy chi kept contending. The monster was formed by the gathering of the Earth-type energy of the 5 elements, and it was very difficult to kill. A soft light flashed on Xianxia's hand, and the world god monument slowly descended. A seal was formed, and it instantly flew out. The monument's body flashed with a glazed light, and it spread out continuously. The glazed light shone with golden light, and there was a vague flicker of chains shining over. The monster's clone was previously locked by the world god monument's law chain, and it had a lingering fear, so it struggled even more violently. Bang! The true devil giant spirit's huge hand finally collapsed, and the monster twisted its body with difficulty. The 36 swords were all inserted into its body, and the silver sword light spread on its body, destroying it wantonly, and the 9 hells filthy chi kept bursting out. Seeing that the world god monument was flying over, it opened its mouth and spat out a grey gas with all its strength. What? Xianxia was shocked, and there was a vague mountain spinning in that grey gas. It was his Tusada heavenly peak, and it attacked directly under the influence of the 9 hells filthy chi. He took a deep breath, and if that thing hit the world god monument, only God knew what the consequences would be. He quickly formed a seal with both hands, and the world god monument suddenly stopped, and the space changed direction, and it flew back. The monster stretched out its 5 fingers, and immediately grabbed the Tusada heavenly peak in its hand. Other than the original 4 colors, there was an additional gray color, and the 5-colored light shone on its body. Bang! 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 Under the 5-colored light, the northern cold star swords were shaken off one by one. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Not only did that thing refine the Tusada heavenly peak, but it also directly integrated the 9 hells filthy chi into it, and cultivated it to the 5th level. Back when he heard Mu Di explain to him how to refine the Tusada heavenly peak, he clearly said that each level was extremely difficult to grasp, and it required a lot of effort. How long had this thing obtained the Tusada heavenly peak? Boom! The monster's head suddenly exploded, exploding into countless fine powder. It was Xianxia who rushed over, and with a palm strike, the monster's head exploded. He frowned, and said, "It died so easily, is it also a clone?" Xianxia exclaimed, "Watch out!" The monster's head that had been exploded was surrounded by countless dust particles, and another head was formed, and it grabbed the Tusada heavenly peak and threw it over. Xianxia said, "The spirit of earth, it can't be killed." Xianxia shouted, "Watch out! Don't touch that mountain." Although Xianxia knew that the Tusada heavenly peak was extraordinary, he didn't think too much about it. He just struck it with a palm strike, and then he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The powerful palm strike was directly disintegrated by the 5-colored light, and a boundless force pressed down. Fortunately, Li Yunxiao had warned him in time, causing him to be on guard. He immediately retracted his palm and retreated. But even so, he was still swept by the five-colored light, and felt his body tremble, and his blood and qi almost spurted out of his throat. Seeing that Xianxia had dodged, the monster grabbed the Tusita heavenly peak, and glanced at the two of them with a cold gaze, and was about to fly down into the ground. Li Yunxiao was a little dumbfounded, and he stood there, not knowing what to do. The Tusita heavenly peak was a perfect match for the spirit of earth, and when the two were combined, their power multiplied. He didn't know how to subdue it, and could only watch as it rushed down into the ground and disappeared again. Xianxia came back to his senses, and said in shock, "How is that mountain so strong? Just the five-colored light felt like a mountain was pressing down on me, and I almost suffocated. If I was directly hit." He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Li Yunxiao said, "If I was hit, I would most likely be smashed to pieces." Xianxia was shocked. At their level, there were very few things in the world that could kill them, but the Tusita heavenly peak was definitely one of them. Li Yunxiao said, "You don't have to worry too much. I found that after absorbing the 9 hell filth soil, its attack speed has decreased a lot. As long as you don't underestimate it, it will be very difficult to hit you." Xianxia said with lingering fear, "This is the balance of creation. If that thing still had speed, then it would be invincible in the world." Li Yunxiao said, "I don't think it stole the Tusita heavenly peak just to use it as a weapon. It will be very beneficial to its cultivation, and it will be very difficult to make it spit it back out." Xianxia said, "Then, give up?" Li Yunxiao frowned, and he snorted, "How is that possible? It's just that I can't think of a way to deal with it, and you aren't willing to use your full strength, my lord." Xianxia's body trembled, and he smiled awkwardly, "Brother Yunxiao, what are you talking about? I have expended a lot of energy in the battle just now, and I'm already doing my best." Li Yunxiao didn't deny it, and he just stood there and pondered. Xianxia felt a little awkward, and didn't want to disturb him. Instead, he retreated to a distance, and started to observe the heaven patrolling bull. Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly shrank, as if something had happened, and his expression became nervous. Inside the World God Monument, Li Yunxiao appeared on Fengsuan Mountain and asked in surprise, "You're here?" Yuan Gaohan had been waiting for a long time. He looked solemn and said, "I've arrived at Jiangyan City." "Where are you now?" Li Yunxiao said, "Unfortunately, I'm in trouble now." Yuan Gaohan frowned and seemed to be very unhappy. He said, "This is the border of the West region. With your capability, what kind of trouble could there be?" Li Yunxiao said, "It's a long story. I'll get Chen Qingyu to come and get you first." Yuan Gaohan said worriedly, "Chen Qingyu might not have enough and you can't get away?" Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "So serious? Could it be that Wei Qing has come personally?" Yuan Gaohan said, "I don't know yet. I'm being followed. The one who is following me is not simple. They're most probably after my second soul." He frowned and said, "You're not in Jiangyan City? Why can't my body sense the existence of the soul?" Li Yunxiao said, "I'm in Jiangyan City now. I'll get Yi Fan, Chen Qingyu, and Beijing Nan to come and get you. I'll think of a way to solve the problem in front of me first." Yuan Gaohan nodded and said, "If it's dangerous, I can wait in the World God Monument. I've waited for so long, I'm not in a hurry. I'll solve the problem in front of me first. Then, I'll invite them into the trap," Li Yunxiao said. Yuan Gaohan's eyes were filled with coldness. He said coldly, "I also want to know who's causing trouble in the sanctuary. This time, I'll get them out completely." Li Yunxiao said suspiciously, "Is it not Wei Qing that you're guessing?" Yuan Gaohan humphed, "I hope it's only Wei Qing." As Li Yunxiao saw that he was unwilling to say much, he did not ask further. Instead, he summoned Chen Qingyu into the Universe God Monument. At the same time, he summoned Yi Fan and Beijing Nan and told them what had happened in detail. When Chen Qingyu saw Yuan Gaohan's second spirit body, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. At the same time, she was overjoyed and said, "No wonder Master and Master Pajun are so confident, this is foolproof." Li Yunxiao said, "In order to fuse his two souls together, he must go through the test of the heavenly martial arts realm's rules, so he can't fuse them in the world divine steel. I must think of a way to deal with the earth spirit outside. Yuan Gaohan was shocked. What? The spirit of earth, one of the 5 elements? He scolded in annoyance, when are you going to stop worrying? With your current strength, there are very few who can rival you under the divine transcendence realm. I thought it would be much safer if I followed you, but you went to provoke the 5 element spirits that even divine transcendence don't dare to touch. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, I didn't want to. Now a very important Xian artifact has been taken away by that thing. I'm having a headache. Yuan Gaohan snorted coldly and said, I don't care, just don't mess up my plan. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Bei Chunnan suddenly said, the spirit of earth? Is it the 8-shade ancient star bird? Li Yunxiao was delighted and said, Brother Chunnan, do you know how to deal with it? Although this monster is not the 8-shade ancient star bird, it was born from the 9 nether filthy air after its death. Its strength is close to divine transcendence realm. Bei Chunnan said, if it was born from the 8-shade ancient star bird's earth source, then its strength must be much weaker than before. The heaven-inspecting bulldog and your thunder magical power are both wood elemental power, so they should be able to deal with it. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, the Tushita heavenly peak was taken away by it and merged with the 9 nether filthy air. Now it's shining with 5 colors. Bei Chunnan was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He waved his hand and said, good luck. Xiao Yezi, let's go. Li Yunxiao was speechless. Yi Fan smiled and said, Brother Yunxiao, goodbye. He took out Noah's boat and the 3 of them were enveloped in a golden light. They disappeared in a flash. Yuan Gaohan also snorted, then turned around and flew into Mount Innerheart. Li Yunxiao was depressed. He could only bite the bullet and look for Ling Mudi. On a huge rock, the gourd's little King Kong was sitting cross-legged in a formation formed by countless starlight stones. Above the gourd's little King Kong, Ling Mudi's soul appeared. He was dressed in a green muslin and had a handsome face with distinct features. He was kneeling with both hands and looked peaceful. Endless starlight power flowed out of the formation and nourished his soul. He was also cultivating Yuan Gaohan's starlight soul technique. Ahem, Lord Mudi. Li Yunxiao coughed awkwardly. He interrupted Ling Mudi's cultivation and told him what happened. Frowning, Ling Mudi said, 5-colored light? Don't be fooled. Even its predecessor, the 8-shade primordial starbird, couldn't refine the Tusita heavenly peak so quickly. But from what you've said, it seems to have a very high intelligence, and has some control over the Tusita heavenly peak. He paused for a moment, then looked up at Li Yunxiao. At the very least, the Tusita heavenly peak is more powerful in its hands than it is in your hands. Li Yunxiao said sheepishly, then I'll have to trouble you to help me get the peak back. Ling Mudi snorted and looked down at the gourd's little King Kong. This piece of scrap metal can't even withstand a blow from the Tusita heavenly peak. If I go out to fight it, I'll be crushed. Sweat beaded on Li Yunxiao's forehead. What should we do then? We can't just give up, can we? Ling Mudi said, you're the only one who can restrain the Tusita heavenly peak. The combination of the 5 earth elements can only be broken by the extremely strong power of the wood element. Don't forget about the purple thunder in your body. Li Yunxiao reached out his hand, and a purple aura slowly rose from his palm. Gradually, it gathered into a flickering thunder. It's fine if it's in the tablet. I can use the tablet's power to suppress and control it. But once it's out of the tablet, the power I can use is very small. Tut-tut, as expected, it's the purple thunder. Ling Mudi licked his lips, and his eyes shone brightly as he said, don't take it for granted. The power of the 5 elements in the realm of heaven martial arts is not balanced. The ultimate power of the wood element, the purple mansion world-destroying divine thunder, is far stronger than the other 4 elements. It's not created by nature, but by the power of the realm. It can destroy anything. He added, if it were a complete 7-colored Tusita heavenly peak, even a sacred artifact wouldn't be able to destroy it. But it still can't resist the world-destroying divine thunder. The divine thunder is created by the rules of this realm. In other words, it represents the way of this realm itself. Li Yunxiao said, I understand what you're saying, but even if I use my full power, I can only use it once. I'm afraid that it won't be enough. Ling Mudi sneered. It's enough to use it once. As for the rest, you'll have to rely on your intelligence to make up for it. Li Yunxiao was speechless. After Ling Mudi finished speaking, he closed his eyes again and ignored him. Li Yunxiao held the purple thunder in his hand and felt its surging power. Although its radiance was as weak as a spark, it gave off a sacred and boundless feeling. It seemed as if the thunder contained an endless world. The next moment, his soul projection returned to his body, and he said to Xianxia, "Lord, I've already thought of a way to deal with that monster. Please help me." Xianxia said hurriedly, "Brother Yunxiao, just tell me. You don't need to be so polite." Li Yunxiao cursed in his heart. "If it wasn't for the fact that you're such a sly old fox, you would be able to fight against that monster with your cultivation. You wouldn't be in such trouble." However, he still said politely, "Brother, I can't thank you enough for your generosity. Right now, Qiyu is cultivating in the universe divine monument and comprehending the universal sword. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to disturb him. Moreover, Yuan Gaohan's situation was still unknown. Qiyu was definitely his last trump card. Tianxingzi said, of course. Brother, if you have any instructions, just tell me directly." Li Yunxiao said, "I need you to create an opportunity for me. I have a move that can break its earth spiritual body. However, with my power, I can only use it once. So, I need an opportunity." Tianxingzi hesitated and cursed in his heart. Wasn't he obviously asking him to be a meat shield to create an opportunity for him? He said, "That thing's power has probably already surpassed that of immortals. Moreover, the 9 underworld's filthy aura here is extremely strong. It's its home ground. It also took your treasure and I'm not in my peak condition. Of course, it doesn't matter if I fight it. Even if I die, I'm not afraid. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to complete the mission. I'll feel guilty, brother." He saw that Li Yunxiao's gaze was gradually turning cold and quickly changed his words. Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said, "Since you're not afraid of death, go ahead and give it a try. At most, you'll just die." Tianxingzi felt suffocated and said, This isn't good, is it? Moreover, I only promised you that you'll be safe for a few days. I didn't agree to be your fighter." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Brother, do you mean that what you said earlier was nonsense?" Of course not." Tianxingzi wiped his sweat and didn't know how to answer. That monster's strength was extraordinary. He didn't want to fight it recklessly. Moreover, he still had lingering fears about the Tusida Heavenly Peak. How could he be willing to risk his life for someone else? However, Li Yunxiao possessed the great divine evolution technique and would inevitably become an important figure in the exploration of the immortal realm. He had no choice but to befriend him. Especially now that he had completely fallen out with the soul-devouring sect, he had to find a reliable ally to enter the immortal realm, and Li Yunxiao was the best candidate. Thinking this through, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Then I'll give it a try with these old bones of mine. I hope that Brother Yunxiao will remember my friendship in the future." Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and kept nodding with a smile, "Don't worry, brother, I won't forget. At the same time, I'll let the heaven-searching bull cooperate with you." After the iron bull was sent flying, it had been standing in the sky and watching without making a move. Li Yunxiao flew to its side and whispered in its ear. The bull moved a few times and stomped its hooves a few times. It walked down from the sky and once again stepped on the endless green net, beginning to search for traces of the monster. 2 people and a bull walked in the air for a while. Suddenly, the heaven-searching bull's eyes turned green and it rushed down with a roar. When it was sent flying by the monster, it was also full of anger. However, it only promised to help Li Yunxiao find it, so it was too lazy to make a move. Now that it had received the order from Mudi, it was no longer polite. 2 rays of green light shot out from the bull's horns and turned into a halo that fell into the ground. Boom! A large amount of dust was raised as a gray halo shot up and hit the bull's body, causing it to explode. As if countless whips had left deep marks on its body was covered in gray marks. The bull was enraged. It was originally a true spirit soul and was extremely arrogant. Its huge bull head lowered as it opened its mouth and spat out a circular halo. That halo instantly became several acres in size. It was the Jiutian Daluo hoop, and it fiercely pressed down on the ground. Boom! A layer of gray light surged up from the ground and directly blocked the Daluo hoop. The bull descended from the sky and stomped on the ground, causing a huge tremor. Countless runes flew out from the Jiotian Daluo hoop, and the gray light was on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, a five-colored light shot out from the ground, and the Tushita heavenly peak flew out. The mountain uprooted from the ground and reached all the way to Yunqiao. Bang! The Jiotian Daluo hoop shattered and turned into a red light that flew back into the bull's body. The heaven-patrolling bull was also ejected under the endless roar of unwillingness, and was blasted away without a trace. Li Yunqiao shouted, "Brother, now is the time." Xianxia was shocked by the power of the Tushita heavenly peak. He wiped his sweat, but he was also a powerhouse of his generation. Since he had decided, he did not hesitate and instantly landed on the ground. He pulled out the soul-severing saber and stabbed it into the ground. Boom! The saber turned into a huge saber shadow that instantly split the ground. Countless netherworld filthy chi burst out. Roar! The monster's angry roar came from the ground. A huge claw reached out and slapped towards Xianxia. Humph! Xianxia sneered and slapped the saber with his palm. In an instant, a huge dazzling light shot out. The saber spirit appeared in the light and opened its arms to hug the huge hand. Boom! The saber spirit grabbed the huge hand and pulled it towards the sky. The monster's body was pulled out of the ground like a carrot. At this moment, after the Tushita heavenly peak destroyed the Jiotian Grand Net Ring, it was descending towards the ground. Roaring, the monster opened its hand and made a grasping motion, causing the Tushita heavenly peak to fly toward it. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He pulled the soul-severing saber out of the ground with both hands and slashed in the air. A huge slash rushed into the sky, directly splitting the entire world in half. A huge ravine appeared in the sky. It looked like a galaxy, but it also looked like a crack in the abyss. The Tushita heavenly mountain fell directly into the rift in the world, and disappeared without a trace. The monster was shocked and frightened. It slapped the sword spirit with both hands, broke free, and turned around to escape. However, Xianxia had already blocked its path of retreat. He formed hand seals with one hand, and the surrounding scenery changed. Countless light spots flickered around the monster like fireflies. Star prison. The light spots seemed to have locked the space, and the monster's body seemed to have been frozen. Xianxia shouted, "Brother, now is the time." The world that had been split apart was slowly mending itself, and the ravine was disappearing. Multicolored rays of light shot out, and the Tushita heavenly peak flew towards the monster. Xianxia was shocked, and he hurriedly said, quickly, "Brother, I won't be able to hold it if it flies back." Li Yunqiao had already transformed into his lightning body, and his body swelled up like a balloon. He raised his hammer high, and the ancient Maha characters on it flashed non-stop. A small purple dragon the size of an earthworm swam on the surface of the hammer. The moment the Tushita heavenly peak appeared, he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He directly teleported down, appeared in the sky above the monster, and smashed down with his hammer. Die! Lightning spread on the heavenly hammer, and a long tail came crashing down. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in the sky, and the purple lightning shot out, shooting into the monster's body. The monster's eyes widened, and its eyes were filled with fear. Bang! It didn't even have time to wail before its entire body exploded. Countless lightning bolts shot out from within and instantly exploded its body. Countless rocks and soil were turned into dust by the lightning. A dark light shot out from the explosion, heading towards the Tushita heavenly peak. But dust filled the sky, and a large amount of nine hells filthy chi dispersed, so neither of them noticed it. Li Yunqiao heaved a sigh of relief, and his lightning body instantly returned to normal. He looked as if his blood had been sucked dry, and his blood vessels and meridians could clearly be seen on his skin. Xianxia's heart trembled, and he looked at Li Yunqiao in shock. Even he felt the danger of death from that attack, and his heart palpitated. Xianxia came back to his senses, and he suppressed the shock in his heart. He looked at the dust and murmured, "Did it work? Yes, that thing is most likely dead. Even if it's not dead, it won't be able to do much in the short term." Li Yunqiao looked in front of him, and said, "The nine hells filthy soil has also been scattered. I wonder if it can still be collected." The dust carried a strong aura of death, and it rushed toward the two of them, but a faint layer of light blocked it, preventing it from harming the two of them. The Tusida heavenly mountain slowly flew over, and Li Yunxiao formed a hand seal with his left hand, and he grabbed with his right hand. The spirit intent force turned into a vortex in his palm, and he pulled the mountain down. Xianxia was shocked once again, and he looked at the faint white light, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Spirit intent force." Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, "I obtained it by chance. This mountain is majestic, and it can't be controlled without the spirit intent force." He carefully guided the mountain toward his palm. After all, it was only 4-colored before, and now it was 5-colored, so he didn't dare to be careless. The mountain slowly landed on his palm, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a feeling of extreme danger surged in his heart, and he felt his hair stand on end, and an extremely suppressed emotion surged in his heart. What? The Tusida heavenly mountain suddenly turned, and it slammed toward his chest. Bang! Without any warning, Li Yunxiao was smashed into pieces. As soon as the mountain hit its target, the 5-colored light immediately shone brightly, and the space was blasted open, and it directly flew in and disappeared. Ah? Xianxia was dumbfounded, and he wanted to help, but it was too late. Lightning flashed in the surroundings, and instantly converged, forming Li Yunxiao's body, and he violently vomited a large mouthful of blood. Xianxia's eyelids twitched, and he was even more shocked. Li Yunxiao's lightning elemental body was almost the same as the 5 elemental spirits, and he still didn't die under such a heavy blow. "Brother, are you all right?" he asked with concern. Li Yunxiao vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, and his body swayed in the air. The lightning around his body flickered, and he said weakly, "I can't even stand properly, and you say I'm all right?" Xianxia said, "Then what do we do now?" Li Yunxiao's expression was extremely ugly, and he swallowed a few pills to stabilize himself, and said, "This is troublesome. I didn't expect that thing to escape and hide its spiritual body in the Tusida heavenly mountain. I am currently heavily injured, and it will be very difficult to subdue it again." Xianxia suggested, "Why don't we leave this place first, and return to the Myriad Stars Valley, and come back after we recover?" Li Yunxiao said, "No. That thing's physical body was destroyed by me, and now only its spiritual body is hiding in the Tusida heavenly mountain. If it has time to refine itself, it will directly use the mountain as its body, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to subdue it." Moreover, he still had to deal with Yuan Gaohan, and he had to at least wait for Yi Fan and the others to return, and then leave. Those who wanted to deal with Yuan Gaohan were also from the sanctuary, and Xianxia might not be willing to protect them, and if it involved benefits, it wouldn't be surprising if he suddenly turned against them. Li Yunxiao said, "Brother, please protect me, I will first stabilize my injuries." Although it was urgent, he wasn't too worried. Other than Che Yu, there were still experts like Bei Chunnan, Fei Yanai, and Xianxia. It was enough to control the situation. Xianxia said, "All right. Since you insist on staying, then rest in peace and recuperate. I have some medicine here that might be useful." He generously handed over a few jade bottles. Since he was able to carry them with him, Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with surprise when he opened them, and then he swallowed them with great joy. Xianxia was stunned, and said in shock, "Brother, you are too impatient, the medicinal effect of these medicinal pills is too strong, I'm afraid it will only harm you." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's fine." Under Xianxia's extreme shock, Li Yunxiao once again took out a large number of heavenly treasures, and swallowed them without even looking at them. After eating for a whole hour, his injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xianxia was completely stunned. He finally understood why Chen Qingyu was still seriously injured, and Li Yunxiao had long recovered, even though Tian Yuezi's clone had landed and injured the two of them with a single palm strike. He previously thought that Li Yunxiao was not injured, but now, his common sense was completely overturned. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the sky, and the space collapsed to a point, revealing a passage. Xianxia was startled, and immediately became vigilant. His eyes shot out a cold glint, and he shouted, "Who?" A golden warship sailed out from the passage. It was Noah's Arkansas. Chen Qingyu shouted from within, "Lord, it's us." Xianxia frowned, and his gaze swept across the other people on the warship, finally landing on one person, and he revealed an astonished expression. Lord Yuan Gaohan of the Sanctuary Spirit Division? That person's expression was calm. Chen Qingyu had already told him everything, and he immediately cupped his fists and said, "That's me. I didn't expect to see the myriad Star Valley's master here. It's truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes." Suspicion flashed in Tian Xingzi's heart, and he glanced at Li Yunxiao, who was currently healing, and said, "Could it be that Lord is here for Brother Yunxiao?" Yuan Gaohan said, "Yes." "What happened to Li Yunxiao? Was he injured by that earth spirit?" Tian Xingzi sighed, "Isn't that so? That thing is very cunning and hard to deal with." He then briefly explained what had happened earlier. Yi Fan was shocked. "Brother Yunxiao will be fine, right?" He formed several seals with both hands, and put away Noah's Ark, his face filled with concern. This scene fell into Tian Xingzi's eyes, and he was extremely shocked. He had also heard the rumors about Noah's Ark, and the aura that the golden warship gave off was very vigorous and domineering, so it was most likely Noah's Arkansas. He couldn't help but size up Yi Fan a few more times. Yuan Gaohan said, "Don't worry, he won't die. This place is filled with filthy qi. Let's find another place to recuperate." Bei Chunnan said, "No. The Tusita Heavenly Peak has been lost. We must get it back." Yuan Gaohan furrowed his brows. He didn't know who Bei Chunnan was, but he felt that his aura was very strange. However, when he thought about how Li Yunxiao was a monster himself, it wasn't strange that birds of a feather flocked together. Get it back? How can we find it in this situation? Besides, there's an unknown enemy behind us. Let's leave this dangerous place first and then think about it. It's easy to leave, but it won't be easy to find the Tusita Heavenly Peak again. Bei Chunnan frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Tian Xingzi said, "That monster is indeed not simple. Its body has been destroyed, and it just occupied the Tusita Heavenly Peak not long ago. It's indeed the best time to pursue it. But Brother Yunxiao's condition is very bad now. And according to what Lord Yuan Gaohan said, there seems to be an external enemy? I think it's better to retreat first." He had his own plans. Previously, he didn't understand why Li Yunxiao asked him to protect him in the lawless sky. Now that Yuan Gaohan suddenly said there was an external enemy, he instantly understood. An enemy that could make things difficult for a division head of the sanctuary couldn't be simple. He immediately urged Chen Xingzi to leave. "No." Li Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes. Although his aura was still very weak, he seemed to have stabilized his injuries. That freak is still in the lawless heaven, he thought. If I take too long, he'll refine the Tusita Heavenly Peak and leave. At that point, I won't be able to catch up to him. Yuan Gaohan said, "Then what's your plan? Let's seal this place first." Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and the world god steel flew out from his palm, shining brightly. Countless golden chains flew out from the steel and spread in all directions like a spider web, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. Upon closer inspection, the chains were all constructed from countless tiny runes. After forming a giant net in the air, they swayed a few times before disappearing in a flash. Tian Xingzi looked at the world god steel in astonishment. It was like an immortal steel that stood erect in the sky. Yuan Gaohan said, "Even if you seal off this world, you won't be able to subdue that monster with your current strength." Li Yunxiao said, "Let's take it one step at a time. You guys enter the Universe God Monument first." Yuan Gaohan said, "Since you insist on doing it, no one can change your mind. Be careful." He thought for a moment, extended his hand, and a small blue flag landed in his hand. He said, "I'll give you this 37-bordered blue flag. It might have a miraculous effect when used together with the power of the Universe God Monument." Li Yunxiao's face was still pale. He said, "Thank you very much." He grabbed the small flag in his hand without any hesitation and cast several incantations into it. Then, he threw it away. A ray of blue light flashed, and the small flag instantly disappeared into the void. Yuan Gaohan and the others all flew into the Universe God Monument, leaving only Tian Xingzi there motionless. Li Yunxiao looked at him and said, "Sir, are you planning to help me outside?" Tian Xingzi chuckled and said, "A transcendent-grade profound artifact with its own world inside. Brother, your luck is really enviable. I heard that the owner of the profound artifact is the master of the world inside. I wonder if that's true. Li Yunxiao said, it's true. Xianxia said, hee, I'm really envious. I'll stay outside and protect you. Li Yunxiao smiled and didn't say anything. He knew that Xianxia didn't dare to enter, so he didn't force him and continued to adjust his breathing. Suddenly, a ray of golden light flashed a few hundred meters away, and the sound of chains clanking could be heard. A five-colored ray of light flew out, and the mountain suddenly appeared, trying to escape. Li Yunxiao changed his incantations, and a golden net appeared in the sky. Countless tiny characters gathered toward the five-colored ray of light, and a huge ancient Maha character was formed in the sky. Boom, the mountain crashed into the ancient Maha character, and the momentum of the mountain was stopped. It kept spinning in the sky. Li Yunxiao formed another incantation with both hands, and a ray of blue light fell down, turning into a huge flag. The Tusida heavenly mountain trembled, and the space around it shattered, and it disappeared before the blue light could fall. Xianxia said, that thing doesn't seem to be as strong as it used to be. There's a good chance we can take it back. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, it just possessed the Tusida heavenly mountain, so it doesn't have the ability to fully fuse with it. The power of the Tusida heavenly mountain isn't as strong as before, which is why I'm in a hurry to take it back. Xianxia asked with concern, are you alright? Li Yunxiao said, it's not a problem to trap this thing, but an enemy is coming. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and he looked into the distance. Two rays of light were flying toward them, flashing in the sky at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they arrived in front of him. One of them had an ugly face, but he was very young, about 30 years old. The other person was completely covered in a gray robe, and his face couldn't be seen. He gave off a mysterious feeling. Who are you? The young ugly man asked with a frown, and there was a sinister look on his face. Li Yunxiao raised his head to look at him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He continued to regulate his breathing, and a huge amount of origin energy surged into his body. This kind of absorption method shocked the middle-aged man. Not far away, Xianxia's expression was calm, and he didn't even look at the middle-aged man. Just by standing there, he had the aura of a mountain, and he didn't even look at him. Li Yunxiao? Xianxia? The black-robed man exclaimed in disbelief. What? It's them. The young man cried out, and his tone was filled with shock and fear. Only then did Xianxia turn his head over. His eyes were like stars, and it was as if they could see through some obstacles. He said, to be able to recognize the two of us, you definitely can't be a nobody. Who are you? Report your name. The black-robed man seemed to be silent, and after a while, he said, are you the helpers that Yuan Gaohan found? Li Yunxiao said, so what if we are? So what if we aren't? The black-robed man said, if we aren't, I hope that the two of you can stand by and watch. The less trouble, the better. If we are, then we'll be in trouble. Trouble? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, there aren't many things in this world that can trouble me and the master of Myriad Stars Valley. Xianxia's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, and he secretly cursed Li Yunxiao for being a sly old fox. He hadn't even figured out the situation, and he was already dragged into this. The black-robed man said, defeating armies Emperor Wu was born after seizing the body of an innate fetus. His opportunities and skills are even better than before, and the master of Myriad Stars Valley is even more famous. If the two of you work together, there will indeed be very few troublesome things in this world. However, there just has to be such coincidences in this world. Even if the two of you were to interfere in today's matter, it would still be very troublesome. Oh? Li Yunxiao stretched his waist lazily, and said, you're making me so afraid. Should I kowtow to the two of you and beg for mercy? The black-robed man said indifferently, Lord defeating armies is injured? Li Yunxiao said, do you want to treat him with me? The black-robed man said, hee, Lord must be joking. Lord is a 9th-level great refinement master, how would I dare to show off? What I want to say is, if the two of you have nothing to do with Yuan Gaohan, I hope that you can do me a favor and not get involved in this mess. If it's related, and what benefits Yuan Gaohan has given the two of you, I will compensate you as well. Xianxia snorted, you want us to retreat with just a sentence from you? Don't you think you're very childish? Even though he was still unyielding on the surface, he could already feel the severity of the matter. The other party could recognize them at a glance and even expose Xianxia's identity. In this kind of situation, he could still remain calm and collected, and even ask the two of them to retreat. It could be seen that this mess was really very messy, and he didn't want to get into big trouble for no reason. The black-robed man's hand flashed, and a piece of light shot out. Xianxia stretched out his hand to grab it, and a pitch-black plate that was like iron landed in his hand. There were no patterns or words on the front or back, and it wasn't smooth either. There were even dents on the surface, and it looked like a piece of pig iron, but it was extremely heavy. A hint of suspicion flashed past Xianxia's eyes, but it instantly shot out a biting cold light. He felt a chill coming from that piece of pig iron, and he said in shock, "You're from the Sacred Region's Dark Department." The black-robed man said, "That's right. The Dark Department will never act on their own, and it must be an order from the higher-ups. The two of you should understand the trouble of this matter now, right?" Xianxia was extremely shocked. The only ones who could deploy the Dark Department were the 5 rulers of the Sacred Region. Which lord's order is it? The black-robed man said, "I'm sorry, I can't tell you." Xianxia sneered, "I'm not interested in interfering with your Sacred Region's internal affairs, but don't forget about Lord Yuan Gaohan's master." The man's entire body was covered in a black robe, and he was like a black hole that devoured all the light, making it impossible to see his true appearance. "I know, but I'm just following orders, the rest has nothing to do with me." The black-robed man kept the plate, and said, "Now, the two of you should express your stance." Xianxia was extremely hesitant. He really didn't want to get involved, but it wasn't convenient for him to express his stance alone, so he could only look at Xianxia. Only then did Xianxia let out a breath, and the spiritual chi vortex that was surging into his body slowed down, and said unhurriedly, "I really want to know how you plan to deal with Yuan Gaohan. Are you going to kill him, capture him, or do you have other motives?" The black-robed man said, "I can't tell you about that either." Xianxia said, "All right, then our opinion is that we can't tell you either." Xianxia was startled. He didn't want to be tied to the same warship as Xianxia, not to mention that the opponent was a sacred region, so he hurriedly said, "Although I won't interfere with your Sacred Region's affairs, Brother Xianxia and I appreciate each other, and we're like brothers. I won't let you harm my brother. I hope the two of you will consider this carefully." He made his stance clear with a single sentence. He didn't want to go against the Sacred Region, but he would protect Xianxia, and even if something happened in the future, he wouldn't blame it on him, but directly blame it on Xianxia. The black-robed man said, "This is troublesome. Lord Pajun, is there really no way to turn this around?" Xianxia suddenly had a thought, and he grinned, "It's not that there's no way. I lost a very important profound level weapon here. If the two of you can help me find it, there's still a chance to turn this around." The middle-aged man asked, "What profound weapon?" Hee. The black-robed man suddenly smiled and said, "Lord Pajun is so scheming. You lost something but you want to trick us to find it." Xianxia smiled and said, "I am only suggesting a way to improve our relationship." The black-robed man said, "If we find the profound weapon, you won't interfere with Yuan Gaohan's matter?" Xianxia said, "I can't agree to that so easily. I can only promise to consider it." The middle-aged man said angrily, "You are taking it too lightly. You don't even have a clear answer." The black-robed man interrupted his anger and said, "What did you lose? Tell us so we can make a decision." Xianxia said, "There is an evil spirit here. When I was using the profound weapon to deal with it, it took possession of the profound weapon and escaped. However, I have already sealed the space within a 1,000-mile radius. It can't leave in a short time." The two of them raised their heads and looked at the Universe God monument that was floating in the void. Their eyes were filled with shock. The black-robed man said, "Such a strong weapon power. Even Lord Pajun and Lord Xianxia can't deal with that monster. What can the two of us do?" Xianxia said, "The evil spirit is extremely cunning. I was injured by it too. If the two of you are willing to help, there is a high chance that we can take it down." The black-robed man said, "All right. Since Lord Pajun has spoken, I can't just stand by and watch." "Lord," the middle-aged man was shocked and said hurriedly, "his promise is ambiguous. What if he goes back on his word?" The black-robed man interrupted, "I believe Lord Pajun will give me a satisfactory decision." Li Yunxiao blinked and smiled. Do I know you? You are so confident in me? The black-robed man chuckled and said, I believe you are a smart person. You should know how to choose. Now, let the evil spirit show itself. I would like to see what kind of existence the monster that gave Lord Pajun and Lord Xianxia a headache is. Li Yunxiao said, all right. Watch carefully. He weaved a seal with one hand and an ancient Maha character appeared, which was then sent into the world god monument. In an instant, the light shone brightly, illuminating the entire sky. Under the strong light, densely packed golden chains appeared like a spiderweb. The middle-aged man's face was filled with shock. The tiny golden chain had pierced through his body. Although the black-robed man's face could not be seen clearly, the slight trembling of his body revealed that his heart was not calm. Li Yunxiao's hand seals changed. Suddenly, a white light surged not far in front of him and instantly turned into a five-colored mountain peak. It spun on the chain and shattered the tiny characters into golden light, which shot out in all directions. The Tusita Heavenly Mountain's movements were very slow, and the monster was clearly unable to control it. However, as it spun, the space around it began to bulge as if it were about to break out of the mountain. Li Yunxiao shouted, everyone, please help me, I can't hold it back any longer. Xianxia raised his hand, and a huge hand instantly condensed in the sky, grabbing down like an eagle claw. Crack! The 5 fingers of the eagle claw clamped down on the Tusita Heavenly Mountain, but with a flash of 5-colored light, the entire claw shadow was shattered. Clang! The law chains that extended from the world god monument suddenly broke, and countless characters were bounced off, turning into specks of golden light and dissipating. The monster seemed to have sensed that the situation was unfavorable and wanted to fight to the death. The middle-aged man said in shock, what profound artifact is that? It's so powerful. The black-robed man moved and shouted, attack. His long robe flapped, and he flew out. His entire body disappeared, leaving only a black robe fluttering in the sky. It grew bigger and bigger, like a blanket covering everything. The 5-colored light was suppressed by the black robe, and instantly weakened. The Tusita Heavenly Mountain turned and was about to escape. Xianxia was shocked, and said, you are, the man in the black robe suddenly shouted, stop it. The middle-aged man had already made a seal, and his fingertips flashed as he pointed forward. A ball of light appeared in front of him, and then split into 2. There seemed to be living things moving within the ball of light. With a pop sound, the living things stretched out. They turned out to be 3 strange and extremely disgusting monsters. Wah! The 3 monsters shouted, and rushed toward the Tusita Heavenly Mountain. Countless tentacles shot out of the leader's body toward the mountain, and popping sounds could be heard as the tentacles wrapped around the heavenly peak of Tushita. Then they retracted back into the monster's mouth, allowing it to be swallowed whole. Gulp! A loud swallowing sound was heard, and Xianxia's mouth was open, a little stunned. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, frowned slightly. He looked at the 3 monsters and seemed to be thinking of something. Ha ha ha, my Gru 8-claw ape is still the best. This ape's stomach is full of extremely corrosive liquid, and once the mountain goes in, it'll be very difficult to get out, haha. The middle-aged man was overjoyed, and immediately forgot himself. But before he could finish, the Gru 8-claw ape's entire body changed shape, and then shot out a 5-colored light, and with a bang, it exploded into countless pieces. Ah? The middle-aged man was shocked, and he roared, damn it. Stop it. Countless tentacles flew out from the other 2 Gru 8-claw apes, and they shot toward the Tusita Heavenly Mountain, but as soon as they came into contact with the 5-colored light, they were instantly destroyed. Li Yunxiao stared at the middle-aged man, and he sneered, are you here to perform? The middle-aged man's face flushed red, and he immediately put his palms together, and then pushed them forward again, and shouted, explode. The 2 Gru 8-claw apes immediately rushed forward, and their bodies instantly expanded. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions rang out, and the impact condensed into a vortex, sweeping up countless pieces of flesh and blood. Boom! The 5-colored light of the Tusita Heavenly Mountain was stopped by the power of the explosion. A black shadow descended, and his robe fluttered in the air as he collected the Tusita Heavenly Mountain. The black robe immediately took human form, and his body turned in the air, and a ray of light flew out from his sleeve, and he shouted, "Lord defeating armies, catch." The ray of light was black, and it shot toward the Tusada heavenly mountain. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed, and he said, "Many thanks." He jumped forward, and reached out to grab the mountain. Boom! The mountain exploded the moment it came into contact with Li Yunxiao's hand, producing an earth-shattering sound. Li Yunxiao's body was instantly blasted into minced meat. Ah! The middle-aged man was stunned, and his mouth was wide open in shock. The black-robed man didn't stop after the attack, and instead, he suddenly turned around, and with a pitch-black flexible sword in his hand, he stabbed behind him. Chi! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing through flesh rang out, and blood gradually gathered on the black sword. Slowly, Li Yunxiao's figure appeared, and he was stabbed by the sword, and the tip of the sword was dripping with blood. Li Yunxiao looked at his chest, and his face was abnormally pale, and he said, "How did you see through my movement technique?" The black-robed man snorted coldly, and said, "Gu Feiyong, although you were reborn through possession, how could you, who had Tsutsumi, be killed by my feint without any defense?" Li Yunxiao reached out to grab the sword, and tried to pull it out, but to no avail, and more blood dripped from his palm. The black-robed man sneered, and said, "Gu Feiyong, don't waste your energy. Seeing this sword, you should have already guessed my identity. Then you should also know that being stabbed by my heaven-tilting sword, you will die without a doubt." Li Yunxiao's lips trembled, and he said with a trembling voice, "It really is you, how dare you kill me?" "Haha." The black-robed man laughed smugly, and said, "Isn't it normal to kill you? You caused a ruckus in Red Moon City, and everyone in the world knows that you have a sacred weapon. The sacred region has already issued a kill order for you, but it has not been spread widely. The moment I see you, I am even happier than when I see you on Gaohan, haha." Li Yunxiao clenched his teeth, and said hatefully, "So when you agreed to help me retrieve the profound weapon, you have already started plotting to kill me." "That's right." The black-robed man said mockingly, "Gu Feiyong, we haven't seen each other for decades, and you are really much worse than before. It really makes me a little disappointed." The heaven-tilting sword in his hand stabbed a little deeper, and blood seeped out from Li Yunxiao's right hand and chest. He groaned in pain, and turned his head to seek help, and said, "Lord Xianxia, you said that you would protect me." Xianxia stood there, and he did not say a word, and his expression was gloomy. The black-robed man said coldly, "Xianxia follows your lead, and this makes me even more certain that I must kill you first. Lord Xianxia, you wouldn't let yourself get into a quagmire for a person who is about to die, would you?" He still looked at Xianxia with fear. Xianxia suddenly smiled, and said, "Of course not, but you must give me the profound weapon from earlier, and I will pretend that I saw nothing." "You." Li Yunxiao was furious. "Haha, Lord, you have made a wise choice." The black-robed man licked his lips, took a glance at the universe god monument in the sky, and said with a hideous smile, "As long as you don't fight with me for this supreme-grade profound weapon, I can give you anything." He swung his sleeves, and a beam of light appeared on his left hand. The Tusada heavenly peak floated quietly in his palm, and he handed it over. Xianxia revealed a joyful expression, and he stepped forward with a chuckle. He said continuously, "Brother Yunxiao, I am really sorry. Who asked you to be about to die, and have no more value?" Li Yunxiao's face was completely drained of blood, and he turned pale. His eyes were filled with despair, unwillingness, and hatred. "Haha, to be able to slowly admire Lord Pajun's death, it really makes my blood boil, and I am extremely excited." The black-robed man laughed loudly, and two beams of cold light shot out from his pitch-black face. They were his eyes. Xianxia smiled lightly, and in a few steps, he walked up to him, and extended his hand to grab the Tusada heavenly peak. Suddenly, Xianxia's 5 fingers turned into a palm, and the wind and clouds in the universe surged. The power of the palm was like the collapse of mountains and rivers, and the sun and moon moved in the sky, and it slammed toward the black-robed man. "You." "Ah." The black-robed man was furious, and just as he was about to scold the sect leader for playing tricks, his face instantly turned pale, and he was scared out of his wits, because the Xianxia in front of him had unknowingly become Li Yunxiao. "Shangchen, weren't you having a lot of fun? Why does your face look like you've eaten sh*t?" Li Yunxiao smirked coldly as he slammed his palm down. The black-robed man's face was already pale. Only now did he realize that his heaven-tilting sword had missed. The real Xianxia was still standing in the distance, staring at him with a mocking expression. Bang! A palm slammed into his body. Li Yunxiao only felt that his palm had missed, as if he had struck thin air. However, he laughed sinisterly and said, "Do you think this trick will work on me?" He clenched his fist. Suddenly, a wave of power revolved in his palm, and the entire space collapsed toward the center. Bang! The black-robed man's body was pulled out of the void and sent flying. "Sir!" The middle-aged man was shocked and hurriedly flew over. The black-robed man flew more than 300 meters away before he gradually came to a stop. His black robe shone with a cold light, and his eyes were filled with anger. The middle-aged man's heart trembled. He had never seen the black-robed man's eyes filled with such killing intent. He couldn't help but ask in shock, "Sir, are you all right?" The black-robed man snorted heavily. His voice was extremely muffled, and it was obvious that he was injured. He gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "Your injuries are fake?" Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, "Of course I'm injured, but it's not as serious as you think." The flesh on Xianxia's face twitched involuntarily for a moment before returning to normal. The black-robed man was filled with anger, and his body was heaving up and down. He said, "When did you start using illusion techniques to deceive me?" Li Yunxiao said, "What do you think? The Tusada heavenly peak under your black robe was the real deal. I saw through it when you threw out the fake Tusada heavenly peak to attack me. I was just beating you at your own game and baiting you." The black-robed man was shocked and felt his hands and feet go cold. He said, "There was a trick hidden in the technique. First, you used a small technique to confuse me so that I could see through it, but it was all to hide this great illusion technique. Gu Feiyang, you're getting more and more scheming." Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly, "It's not that I'm scheming, but my opponent is you. How can I not be cautious? The leader of the secret bureau, Lord Upper Dust. Besides, I'm already injured. If not for that, that palm strike just now would have been more than enough for you to endure." Xianxia exclaimed in shock, "You saw through my identity before I used the Heaven Divergent sword? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Your eyes of Tsutsumi can't see through my dark arts." Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "My lord has been training in seclusion in the holy region all day. Has his brain been damaged? We need to look at problems from the perspective of development." "Sir, you've carved a boat for a sword." Xiangchen's heart was filled with bewilderment. He looked at Li Yunxiao's eyes that were as clear as water, as if he was mocking him, and he felt extremely embarrassed. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Sir, you must remain calm. Don't be angered by them." Xiangchen's heart jumped. He suppressed his emotions and said, "You're right." Li Yunxiao's gaze turned and landed on the middle-aged man. He said, "What's your relationship with Chumujia?" The middle-aged man's body trembled slightly. Fear flashed across his face. Then, he slowly sneered, "Haha. Lord defeating armies has good eyesight. I only made a slight move, and you saw through it. I'm Shi. I've indeed learned a little from Mad Jia." Li Yunxiao said sarcastically, "So you're the godson that Chumujia picked up. I've heard Mad Jia talk about you." "You? What godson? That's pure nonsense. Chumujia is a lunatic. What right does he have to be my godson?" Ishi scolded furiously, her face flushed red. Li Yunxiao interrupted, all right. I don't care what your relationship is. It doesn't matter if you're his son or if he's your son. Let me ask you, do you want to stay and die today? Or do you want to leave alive?" Ishi's expression changed several times. She glanced at Xiangchen and snorted coldly. "It won't be that easy for me to die. I admit that Lord defeating armies was once unparalleled, but that was only in the past. Lord also said that we should look at things from the perspective of development. Moreover, you're injured now." Li Yunxiao said, "The two of you really don't understand the situation. Do you think that Big Brother Tianxingzi is just a decoration?" Xiangchen said, "Lord Tianxingzi, I hope that you can watch from the sidelines today. The higher-ups will naturally give you an explanation in the future." Tianxingzi's expression was extremely dark. He was also very conflicted. He didn't want to offend either side. Ishi suddenly said, I remember that Lord Xianxia said that you have to protect Lord defeating armies' life. As long as we don't harm Gu Feiyang's life, Lord won't make a move. That way, you won't be breaking your promise. A sharp light flashed through Tianxingzi's eyes. He seemed to be persuaded. Li Yunxiao said coldly, Big brother, there's no such thing as playing both sides when choosing sides. It's impossible to take care of both sides. Tianxingzi was shocked. He also understood this logic. It was just that it was hard for him to make a decision. Xianxia said, Gu Feiyang possesses a supreme-grade profound weapon. The whole world will soon know about it. At that time, his enemy will be the whole world. Even if Lord dares to go against the sanctuary and save him once, would you dare to go against the whole world and save him forever? The entire atmosphere became abnormally oppressive as Tianxingzi breathed. Lord Xianxia is right. After a while, Tianxingzi said slowly. He seemed to have made up his mind. He exhaled heavily. Xianxia was overjoyed. Haha, Lord is indeed an overlord. You're wise and decisive. Tianxingzi smiled. He raised his hand and said, You flatter me. I've made up my mind. If Lord Xianxia wants to live, then leave quickly. I believe that as long as you hand over that mountain peak, little brother Yunxiao won't make things too difficult for you. Eh? What? Xianxia was shocked. He pricked up his ears and asked, What did Lord say? Tianxingzi's face darkened. He scoffed. Xianxia, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be? Can't you even understand human language? Xianxia. He was stunned for a while. He finally said angrily, Tianxingzi, you've really gone senile. How dare you go against the sanctuary? Li Yunxiao sneered. Xianxia is the senile one. How dare you talk to your elder brother like that? Humph. You're seeking death. This old man only gave you some face because I respected you as the sanctuary's division chief. Since you don't need it anymore, then I'll take it back. Tianxingzi's aura exploded. He raised his hand. Instantly, heaven and earth surged. An absolute power. Condensed in his palm. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with joy. This was the true power of a saint. Previously, Tianxingzi didn't put in any effort. When Xianxia forced him to make a choice, he wholeheartedly sided with Li Yunxiao. Green hell dominating fist. Tianxingzi shouted. He grabbed with his 5 fingers. Instantly, all the clouds in the sky gathered in his palm. A giant fist shadow appeared in the sky. It swept across the sky like a meteor. Xianxia shouted in shock, Run! He swung his black robe and instantly covered Ishi. He turned into a black light and fled. Bang! The green dominating fist caught up to the black shadow and shattered it. Vast power rippled in the air and swept through everything. What a strange technique. Tianxingzi tilted his head and looked for a while. He said, He really disappeared without a trace. He disappeared from my perception. Li Yunxiao smiled. Xianxia is the division chief of one of the 2 most mysterious divisions in the sanctuary. If he didn't have some ability, how could he have sat there for so many years? Even the Tusada heavenly peak was taken by him. Tianxingzi said, Brother, can you see through his technique with your eye technique? Li Yunxiao replied, It wouldn't be a problem under normal circumstances. However, my injuries are extremely severe, so it's difficult for me to use my eye technique to its fullest. I have a certain understanding of Xianxia's dark techniques. They can't escape from my chains of law, so they can use this opportunity to recover from their injuries. Tianxingzi nodded. With brother's whale-devouring technique, it's only a matter of time before you completely recover. It won't be too late to kill them then. Suddenly, a black light appeared not far away. It turned into a withered face. It flashed and turned back into a ball of light. It wanted to fly away. Li Yunxiao chuckled. He showed up after chatting for a while. This is much more useful than eye technique. Tianxingzi also sneered. So what if you're powerful? You can't make up for your lack of intelligence no matter how much you cultivate. He reached out with his hand. The sky froze and started to collapse toward his palm. The black light struggled for a while, but it was unable to escape. Bang! The black light suddenly exploded and turned into two figures. Xianxia shouted angrily, "Attack! Fight them to the death!" Xianxia instantly attacked. A huge sword shadow appeared in the sky. Runes flashed in the surroundings, and all kinds of strange images appeared. Slash! Xianxia formed a seal with one hand. A finger sword descended, and the entire sky was split open. The sword aura slashed toward Xianxia's palm. She also gritted her teeth and threw out several talismans. They exploded in front of her and turned into 7 coffins. All kinds of runes were drawn on the coffins. The one in the middle was dark gold, while the other 6 were bright red. The 2 colors were very eye-catching, and they looked very strange when paired with each other. Xianxia's eyelids twitched. Intense killing intent flashed in his eyes. He had seen this technique from Yang Yuanshu before. It was an extremely powerful technique that refined the corpses of elites into puppets to set up formations. Although this technique was very imaginative and unconstrained, it was truly despicable and disgusting. Xianxia watched coldly as the sword slashed down. Suddenly, he saw the 7 coffins from the corner of his eye. He was stunned, and his brows furrowed. Bam, 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 the 7 coffins exploded, and the corpses inside all emerged. All of them had blank expressions on their faces, but they were all well-defined and had excellent temperaments. They were also dressed in armor, and they looked very lifelike. The person in the middle wore a golden crown and a battle robe. He looked very handsome. If it weren't for the fact that his face was pale and lifeless, one would think that an overlord had arrived. This is... Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with shock. He actually forgot about Xianxia's slash and cried out, "Master Flying Trap!" The heaven-tilting sword slashed down and struck the dazed Xianxia. A huge sword light exploded and shot into the sky. Everything within a radius of 1,000 feet was affected by the power of the sword. Even Xianxia was forced back 1,000 feet by the power. Xianxia was overjoyed, but he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly formed seals with both hands and sent seals into the sword power in front of him. Instantly, countless runes surged as if a river was boiling. The entire sky was boiling, and there was a rumbling sound. Xianxia was shocked. Xianxia's sword was almost the ultimate skill of his life. Xianxia was hit while he was distracted. He was probably in big trouble. After the sword slashed down, Xianxia still didn't seem to be at ease. He flung his black robe and disappeared. In the next moment, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. A faint purple palm print slowly appeared. Countless black runes flickered in the surroundings and struck down from the sky. Boom! The palm crashed into the sword power that was gradually weakening. The 2 forces stacked together and created a huge wave again. The boundless might spread out in all directions, and the entire sky was shattered into pieces. After 2 moves, Xianxia retreated 1,000 feet and landed next to Ishi. He stared ahead cautiously. At the same time, he grabbed a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed twice and swallowed it. The surging spatial storm dissipated, and everyone looked inside. A gray eggshell appeared in front of everyone. There were neatly arranged runes on it. It looked like a tortoise shell, but it also looked like a huge walnut. There was a large, strange character in the middle, and they could vaguely make out the character Xian. Xianxia's pupils dilated. He said in shock, "Xian black armor." Xianxia and Ishi both trembled. They looked shocked and immediately became alert. The so-called Xian black armor was the shell of the true spirit Xian black. It was one of the toughest things in the world. Crack! Crack! A sound came from inside the walnut. The entire eggshell opened up and shrunk. It turned into a square formation board that Xianxia held in his hand. His expression was extremely sinister. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like knives as he stared at the formation board that was made from Xian black armor. Bang! The formation board suddenly exploded, turning into countless pieces that slowly scattered in the air. When the wind blew, all of them turned into ashes and disappeared from the world forever. Shattering in the face of the wind, it really is the black turtle armor. To be able to do such a thing with a single strike of the upper dust realm, it's really not easy. Li Yunxiao murmured in admiration. Humph. Tian Xingzi snorted coldly. He clenched his right fist, and a gust of astral energy burst forth. His aura continued to rise, and he said coldly, that sword strike just now was the one that killed you. His figure burst forth and instantly appeared in front of upper dust, a fist smashing down. The entire space was compressed to the extreme, and Xianxia's entire figure was completely deformed. His internal organs were all collapsing into the center. In his great shock, he gritted his teeth and raised his sword to slash out. Boom! When the fist energy struck the tip of the sword, a force swirled around the sword, causing the entire heaven-tilting sword to tremble. Bang! The black robe on Xianxia's right hand exploded apart, revealing his withered arm. The blood vessels on his arm ruptured as he was sent flying backwards. Tian Xingzi smiled cruelly. Just as he was about to press forward, several attacks suddenly flew over from both sides, all of them extremely sharp. Humph! He snorted. Angrily, turned his hand into a palm, and struck out. Bang, bang, several explosions sounded out, scattering all the attacks around him. Indistinctly, several figures surrounded him, and they were the 7 corpses. The person in the lead wore a golden crown and held a battle halberd, standing majestically in front of him. Tian Xingzi instantly calmed down, and he stared at that person for a while before turning his gaze to the others. Finally, he looked into the distance, and said, Xianxia, you really deserve to die. You even dug out your own master. What? Li Yunxiao and Ishi were both shocked, and they both looked at the golden-crowned corpse puppet. Although there was no life on the corpse puppet's face, there was a boundless desolation. Tian Xingzi said coldly, Lord Ding Feiji, the ruler of the sacred region hundreds of years ago. He came from the secret department, and he is Xianxia's master. Xianxia snorted coldly, and said, You don't need to care about the secret department. I know master's character the best, and he will definitely be very happy to see the light of day again. Haha, no wonder Lord tried so hard to get this corpse puppet out, so it was on purpose, haha. Ishi laughed loudly. This corpse puppet was a priceless treasure to her, and she already knew that it had a great background, but she didn't expect it to be this great. Li Yunxiao and Tian Xingzi both felt a chill run down their spines, these two deceiving their master and destroying their ancestors. It could be said that birds of a feather flocked together. Tian Xingzi snorted coldly, and said, Lord Ding Feiji is a senior that I deeply respect, and now, I can only offend him. Li Yunxiao said, Old brother, you are wrong, let him return to dust to dust, that is the greatest respect. Tian Xingzi said, Exactly. He stretched out his hand, and the soul-severing saber suddenly appeared, and the saber light spun around him. Xianxia's face was dark, and he said, Tian Xingzi, if you stop now, it is still not too late, and we will forget everything that happened before. Tian Xingzi sneered, and said, Forget? You shattered my Liao black armor, and you are telling me that you will forget everything? Xianxia said, Although the Liao black armor is precious, I am willing to compensate you with something of equal value. Moreover, you provoked me again and again, and I had no choice but to make a move. Something of equal value? Even your life is not worth so much money. Tian Xingzi's face turned cold, and the soul-severing saber directly slashed down, and without any fancy moves, the saber locked onto the 7 corpse puppets. Ishi was shocked and angry, and he said, Even if you have transcended mortality and entered sainthood, you are still underestimating my methods. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and countless seals danced around him. The 7 corpse puppets seemed to have a mind of their own, and they immediately retreated 100 feet, but they didn't escape, and instead attacked separately, forming a formation between them. A huge circle of light suddenly rose into the sky, and there were countless runes flashing on it. It contracted toward the center, and pressed down on Tian Xingzi. Boom! The soul-severing saber light slashed down on the circle of light, and the saber spirit appeared, and with a loud roar, it tore with its bare hands, and heaven and earth shattered. The 7 corpse puppets were forced back, and Ishi's heart was filled with shock. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his hands and feet were cold, as if he had already realized how terrifying his opponent was. Xianxia said, Don't panic. Although Tian Xingzi is strong now, it is obvious that he is not strong enough. Although my heaven-diverting sword was blocked by the Liao black armor just now, there was still sword chi that injured him. It seems that he was not strong enough from the beginning. Control my master's physical body well, and use your heart to execute the secret technique that I taught you. Ishi then calmed down, and he put his hands together in front of him, and continuously formed strange seals. After the 7 corpse puppets were forced back, they let out terrifying moans, and their eyes all opened, turning red and yellow. Everyone's aura was constantly rising, and their postures were different, and their seals were different. It was as if they were desperately trying to recall what they had learned when they were alive, and continuously executed them. One of the corpse puppets suddenly exploded, and the seal on the iron puppet in its hand was unlocked, and it slashed down from the sky. Humph. He was only a 9 stars peak elite when he was alive, and after death, he didn't even have any power left. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xianxia clenched his 5 fingers, and struck out. Pung! That corpse puppet's iron puppet trembled continuously, and its entire body was sent flying. Following that, a few more figures flashed, and each corpse puppet seemed to have recalled the ultimate technique of their life, and all of them attacked ferociously. Xianxia frowned. Although the strength of these corpse puppets was far from what they were when they were alive, they seemed to be even more difficult to deal with, because they could no longer be killed. The corpse puppet that was sent flying earlier had its chest caved in, and its internal organs were definitely shattered. However, it seemed to be fine, and once again charged forward with a loud roar. Li Yunxiao could see clearly that these 7 corpse puppets were much stronger than those Yang Yuanshu had. They should have been specially refined, and their physical bodies were extremely strong and hard to destroy. Moreover, Xianxia's condition was indeed deteriorating, and after the battle with Huang Fubai, he hadn't recovered. Previously, when he was struck by the heaven-diverting sword, he was indeed injured in his body. Die! Xianxia was also enraged, and he slashed down with his saber. Instantly, a sky full of saber shadows appeared, and like a cutting machine, they were pushed in all directions. The entire space was shattered, and those corpse puppets were pulled in as well. Boom! One of the corpse puppets was attacked by the saber storm, and it was instantly shredded into pieces. Ishi was shocked, and she hurriedly controlled those corpse puppets to retreat. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed, and a crack appeared in the sky, opening a path through the sky full of saber shadows. A battle halberd appeared in the sky, and it directly struck down. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and he slammed a seal into the saber. In an instant, a shining saber shape flew in the sky, and it slashed towards the battle halberd. Boom! The 2 forces clashed, and the boundless saber force swept across Ding Feiji's body. Ding Feiji's body kept on cracking, but he, who was already lifeless, didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced, and he continued to take a step forward. The battle halberd formed a seal in front of him, and he opened his mouth to let out a breath, seemingly letting out a weak sound. A terrifying power spread out from the battle halberd, and it struck down towards Xianxia's head. Xianxia was shocked. Although his opponent was already dead, he didn't dare to be careless. He took a few steps back, and the saber force in his hand rose, like a peacock spreading its tail, and countless phantom images appeared behind him. Lord Ding Feiji, please forgive me. His entire body gave off a sharp aura, and the millions of saber shadows all gathered into one, and he fiercely slashed down. Li Yunxiao's body suddenly trembled, and he cried out in shock, "Watch out!" In the distance, Xianxia had already disappeared, and he suddenly appeared not far away from Ding Feiji. The heaven-splitting sword in his hand was unsealed once again, and countless runes surged out. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The light from the battle halberd instantly became abnormally dazzling, and it reflected the light from the heaven-splitting sword. A giant spirit avatar appeared between the two of them, and it towered into the sea of clouds in the sky, overlooking the land. The 2 forces revolved in the sky, one green and one yellow, and they finally fused into one, turning into a giant battle axe. The giant spirit grabbed out with his hand, and the battle axe gave off a strong scorching light, and it was raised high up like the sun. Everyone's mouths gaped in shock, and Xianxia was also abnormally excited, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble. Xianxia cried out in alarm, and an extremely dangerous aura spread in his heart. This was something that had never happened since he had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Xianxia shouted excitedly, Xianxia, you're seeking your own death, don't blame me. Eat this divine skill, heaven-splitting earth-splitting technique. Boom. The giant spirit grabbed the axe of light and slashed down. The entire world fell into chaos, as if heaven and earth hadn't been created yet, and the sky was like a chicken. The axe slashed through the chaos, and endless light shone down, landing on Xianxia's saber. The two forces clashed, and the saber kept shattering. Under this divine skill, Xianxia's entire body became erratic, as if he could be destroyed at any moment. He roared angrily and poured all the power in his body into the saber, but he still couldn't block the power of heaven-splitting technique. Boom! The entire ground collapsed, and the ground cracked for thousands of miles. Everywhere the light passed, a terrifying energy storm swept through everything. Xianxia's heart also trembled, and his body was constantly pushed back. He immediately summoned his golden body to defend himself. This power had already surpassed his understanding, and it wasn't any weaker than the Ghost King he met outside Red Moon City. Among his countless experiences, the only thing that could suppress this technique was the Demon Lord's demonic weapon of 6 paths boom. The huge explosion was still reverberating between heaven and earth, but the giant spirit had already disappeared. In the sky, Xianxia's face was flushed red, and his body was trembling slightly, as if he was very excited. 3 corpse puppets stood in a row in front of Yishi, and they all unleashed protective light to protect him behind them. Their bodies were already damaged beyond repair. The remaining corpse puppets were directly turned into ashes by the shockwaves from the previous attack. Ishi's heart trembled, and beads of sweat flowed down his temples like water. This was the power of transcendence, and it made his heart surge. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia's maniacal laughter came from the sky, and it was somewhat hair-raising. He said, now you understand why I let Master reappear. Xianxia wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and said, so it's a joint attack technique. Also, after Ding Feiji died, he only has a physical body now, and his strength is greatly weakened. Instead, he's almost the same as you, and when you work together, you're even better. Xianxia said coldly, Lord Pajun is indeed smart. But this heaven-splitting technique isn't a joint attack technique, and it can only be used by transcendence power. Unfortunately, I've been stuck outside the door, and I can't break through the shackles of the martial path. Only by using this method and using the remnant martial intent within Honorable Master's body to launch a joint attack, will we be able to recreate the divine skill. He said with some excitement, when Master was still alive, he used this move to kill transcendence and saints. No matter how strong Xianxia is, I'm afraid he's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's see who else can save you. Xianxia looked at the constantly changing and flowing space in front of him. Xianxia had already disappeared, so the situation was probably not good. After today's battle, I'm afraid the Myriad Stars Valley has completely severed ties with the sanctuary. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal benefits. Master, there are heaven. Tian Sacred Chen, kill. Tian, and I, Saint, and kill. You, killing, Chen, and Tian sword. You, Ding, and Tian, and fell, and Ding, Tian, and Ding, and Ding, and sacred region exists to protect the peace of the world, but it seems to have become the instigator of all kinds of trouble. Do you want the world to fall into chaos? The existence of the sanctuary was originally to maintain the peace of the world, but in recent years, it seems to have become the instigator of all kinds of trouble. Do you want the world to be in chaos? Xianxia smiled coldly, the 5 lords have their own plans. If you're really thinking for the world, hand over the holy artifact and Yuan Gaohan. Xianxia sneered, the 5 lords have their own plans. If you are truly thinking for the sake of the world, then hand over the Saint Tool and Yuan Gaohan. I finally understand why Yuan Gaohan's second soul has never been found. So, it's inside your holy artifact. I finally understand why Yuan Gaohan's second spiritual body couldn't be found. So it's inside your saint artifact. I finally understand why Yuan Gaohan's second soul has never been found. Xianxia said, original sin? Chen, do you have any shame? Crimson Moon City was completely massacred, and the entire eastern region is in a state of panic. The fall of Tianling's Long family's patriarch will inevitably lead to chaos in the Long family, and become the beginning of chaos in the northern region. The Myriad Star Valley's Valley Master is heavily injured, and the two extremes of the western region are out of balance. Haha, you've analyzed it quite thoroughly. Xianxia sneered, I didn't think that much. The existence of Dark Division is to obey orders and do things that the sacred region can't do in public. It's useless for you to talk about these principles with me. In short, I'm going to take the holy artifact and Yuan Gaohan today. Tisk. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, and said, You're going to take it? Who gave you such confidence? Xianxia snorted, Confidence comes from one's own strength, not from someone else. He raised his heaven-splitting sword and shouted, Since you refuse to repent, then go and die. A sword beam slashed down from the sky. Other than the power of the sword itself, there were also countless strange runes revolving around it, continuously devouring the spiritual energy in the air. Li Yunxiao took a step back, and his entire body flew backwards, and said, Since you know that I have a holy artifact, aren't you afraid that there's an expert hidden inside, and you won't be able to return? Xianxia laughed coldly, and said, Why are you still pretending at a time like this? There are only a few true experts in the world. If there were, they would have shown themselves long ago, why would they still be hiding now? Moreover, with the strength of Master and I, there really aren't many people in the world who are afraid of us. Li Yunxiao snorted softly, and his entire body turned into lightning, continuously revolving around the sword qi that filled the sky. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his hand, and a sword beam slashed out without any warning, hitting the strange runes. With a boom, it exploded, instantly destroying everything, and a bolt of lightning instantly flew out. Xianxia was shocked, and said, As expected of Lord defeating armies, the number one swordsman in the past, you can see the weakness of my move with just one look, and use it to break through. But even if you can escape from one move, can you escape from the second? He raised his sword, and his gaze turned cold. The prerequisite is that you can use the second move. An indifferent voice sounded, and then a green light appeared in the sky, and Bei Chunan's face flashed in the air. Then, a huge sword shadow slashed down. What? So powerful. Xianxia was shocked. The power of the sword in front of him was actually not weaker than his, and he hurriedly changed his direction, and met it with his sword. Boom! The two sword wills collided in the sky without any tricks, and the terrifying power turned into a ring of light that spread out, and there was even a strong beam of light that shot up to the sky. Xianxia's body trembled. In this head-on collision, he was actually at a disadvantage, and his body was shaken. Countless strange sword runes appeared in the surroundings, dancing up and down, and flashing with green light, giving off an extremely dangerous aura. Those sword runes turned into corpsely in an instant, and their entire bodies were translucent green, and they flew up. Ah? Xianxia could not help but let out a low cry, and he realized the danger he was in. He suddenly slashed a path in the sky, and countless corpsely were crushed, and he wanted to retreat from the battle. But a sword momentum had already formed in the sky, and Bei Chunan's white robe attacked him, and the cold light shone on his pale and handsome face, making him look cold. Octagonal reflection, mind as sword. The sword momentum slashed down towards Xianxia's head, and it covered a radius of 1,000 feet, sealing off all his escape routes. Xianxia was shocked, and his opponent was fighting with him recklessly, as if he was sure that he did not have enough power to continue. If he was at his peak, he would naturally not be afraid, but now he was indeed at a disadvantage. Yishi, let my teacher take action. He suddenly shouted, and at the same time, he did not dare to delay and wait for help. He poured all his power into the Qitian sword, and the sword momentum shot up to the sky to block the attack. Yishi was also shocked, and she quickly formed seals with both hands to control it. The flying halberd swung, and a beam of red light shot out, heading straight for Bei Chunan. Boom! The two sword momentum intertwined and were completely shattered by the red light, and the entire sky and earth collapsed. Bei Chunan and Xianxia were both sucked in, and then they were both sent flying. Puff! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, and since he appeared, this was the first time he was seriously injured. His face was pale, and he raised his head to stare in front of him with hatred. Bei Chunan stopped his body 1,000 feet away. Although he did not look good, his face was still white, and his lips were red, and he was extremely handsome. "Who are you?" Xianxia shouted in shock and anger. Bei Chunnan said, "Don't ask too much." "You." Xianxia was so angry that he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. He calmed himself down with great difficulty, and said coldly, "Since you're courting death, let Xianxia be your example." The black robe swung, and it immediately became earth-shattering, covering 1,000 feet, and pressed towards Bei Chunnan. At the same time, the flying halberd in Ding Feiji's hand reached the front of Bei Chunnan with a single step, and he swept the halberd across. Bei Chunnan's expression changed slightly, and he waved his long sword. With a clang, he blocked the halberd, and used the force to push it away. Suddenly, a strange suction force descended, and all his origin power surged out of his body crazily, and was sucked away by the wide black robe in the sky. It was as if there was a black hole above his head, and not only his origin power, but his body was also strongly pulled. Dark skill? Bei Chunnan frowned, and he immediately shook the halberd away, and retreated backward. Trying to leave? It's too late. Xianxia shouted angrily from within the black robe, and the black robe chased after him. Bei Chunnan slashed out a streak of sword chi towards the sky, but it instantly hid inside and disappeared. He could not help but frown even more. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature rose sharply, and the entire sky became a little blurry. White smoke rose continuously from the ground, and the entire world turned into a furnace without any warning. A white cloud was instantly burned red, and it was constantly being pinched into shape like cotton. In the end, it turned into a firebird, and it let out a long cry that pierced one's heart. The firebird spread its wings, and its gorgeous form occupied half of the sky. It danced continuously, and it was dazzling. Real spirit fire phoenix? Xianxia's exclamation came from within the black robe, and his voice was filled with disbelief, and there was even a slight tremble in it. The phoenix flapped its wings, and its entire body dived down. Its eyes were clear, and it was full of intelligence. Voila! The black robe that was half an acre in size was suddenly ignited, and the fire spread quickly, and more than half of the robe was burned. Ah! The black robe instantly shrunk, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into Xianxia's silhouette. His entire body was covered in fire, and he kept patting the fire on his body, but he could not extinguish it. He hurriedly made a gesture with one hand, and his entire body was like a black hole, and he instantly swallowed the surrounding spiritual chi and flames. The divine fire struggled for a while, and was continuously sucked in. The flames in the sky surged and gathered on the phoenix's body. The phoenix's body gradually shrunk and turned into a human silhouette. Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. The human silhouette smiled coldly and landed in front of him. She reached out a slender hand and formed a seal. Octatic flame butterfly. Xianxia's red lips moved slightly. He felt the seal blur for a moment. Xianxia's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that countless butterflies were stuck to his black robe and were flapping their wings with all their might. The wings of these butterflies were covered in strange symbols, and each of them emitted a violent flame aura. Don't be afraid, my lord. They are very gentle when they explode. Fei and I smiled lightly. His hair fluttered in the wind as he changed the seal in his hands. Ah? Xianxia let out a loud cry, the long robe on his body billowed up like clouds, wanting to escape. Boom! The flame butterflies all exploded in an instant, engulfing the two of them. The flames surged for hundreds of feet and dyed the sky red. Shi, who was in the distance, was shocked. Beads of cold sweat dripped down her face. She seemed to realize that the situation was getting worse. Ding Feiji's body moved. He charged into the flames and slashed with his halberd. The astral wind on his body instantly dispersed the flames. The cold halberd turned into a red glow and slashed down on Fei and I. Fei and I was shocked. Half of his body turned into flames as he retreated. However, the halberd was extremely sharp. It completely ignored the existence of space and went straight for his heart. Suddenly, Fei's body twisted and was sucked away by a force. A human silhouette appeared behind him. Golden light flashed. It was Li Yunxiao who had used Tsutsumi. Fei and I was sucked into his right eye. At the same time, he transformed into a three-headed, six-armed, and indestructible golden body. The four arms behind him all opened up and grabbed at the halberd. Clang, clang. The four golden arms grabbed the halberd's blade. His palms were cut open, and crimson blood flowed out and dripped down. The halberd continued to push forward until it stabbed into his chest. A metallic sound rang out and a faint red could be seen. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly, but his four arms were still holding the halberd tightly. He kept making hand gestures in front of him and performed many hand seals, slapping them at Ding Feiji. Beams of light surged out from Ding Feiji's body. The seals passed through his body, increasing in number until they covered his entire body. "What are you doing?" Ishi cried out in shock. He realized that the connection between him and Ding Feiji was being severed. The three corpse puppets that had been guarding in front of him immediately rushed towards Li Yunxiao. Humph. Beijing Nan snorted softly, and a wave of sword radiance swept over, forcing the three of them to retreat. However, Ishi was already anxious. She controlled the three corpse puppets to rush forward with all her might, forcing Beijing Nan to retreat continuously. "Impossible. How can you know the sealing technique?" "Impossible." Suddenly, the connection was cut off. Ishi's face turned pale, and her eyes turned gray. As the last hand seal was inserted into Ding Feiji's body, the essence power ripple on his body finally stopped, and he turned back into an ordinary corpse, motionless. A beam of red light shot out from Li Yunxiao's right eye, and she transformed into Fei Ni's true form several meters away. She shouted joyfully, "Husband," and jumped over. Li Yunxiao sighed and looked at Ding Feiji emotionally. He said desolately, "Fei and I, send this lord to where he belongs." The sealing technique that he used just now was learned when he searched Yang Yuanshu's soul. He didn't expect to use it today. "Yes." Fei and I immediately understood Li Yunxiao's intention. She made a hand seal with one hand and spat out flames. Hoo-hoo, Ding Feiji's body started to burn. "Don't." Two stern shouts were heard. Ishi was so angry that she pounded her chest and stamped her feet. Shang Chen's figure appeared nearby, and he was screaming and gritting his teeth. He looked as though he was going crazy. But now, he also understood that the situation was hopeless. After a moment of anger, he turned into a beam of black light and was about to leave. "Want to leave?" "Lord seems to have forgotten to leave something behind." Li Yunxiao blocked Shang Chen's path in a flash. He pointed casually, and 36 northern sky-chilling star swords hung upside down in front of him. They radiated coldness and locked onto Shang Chen. "Are you trying to kill me?" Shang Chen was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Hee hee. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Lord is the head of a division in the sanctuary. Of course I don't dare to kill you. But leave that Tisada sky peak behind. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave." Fei and I turned into a beam of red light and landed next to Li Yunxiao. She looked at Shang Chen with a smile, which made him feel extremely fearful. "Humph, I'll remember what happened today." Shang Chen flicked his sleeve, and the Tisada sky peak flew out. There was no origin energy fluctuation on it, and there was no light either. It seemed to be sealed by some kind of secret technique. When he threw the mountain out, he was afraid that Li Yunxiao would change his mind. So, he immediately flew hundreds of meters away, and after a few flashes, he was only a black dot. Ishi was shocked, and she hurriedly said, "Lord, wait for me." Ding Feiji was already dead, and Ishi was no longer of any value to Shang Chen. He couldn't be bothered with her, and she disappeared from everyone's sight. Swish, swish, swish. Li Yunxiao pointed with a single hand, and the 36 northern sky-chilling star swords flew up and cut off Ishi's path, trapping her like a cage. Ishi was shocked, and she said with a trembling voice, "Lord Pajun, I'm also a member of the sanctuary now. I'm directly under the command of Lord Wei Qing. You can't kill me." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I won't kill you." Ishi was overjoyed, and she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't die, everything else could be discussed. "Thank you, Lord Pajun, for your magnanimity." Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, "Don't thank me, because there's someone else who wants to kill you." Ishi immediately became vigilant, and she said, "Who?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Crazy Jia, you've been hiding at the side and watching the show for so long. It's about time you come out, right?" Ishi's face instantly turned pale, and her body couldn't help but tremble violently. Even her teeth could be heard chattering. "Humph, unfilial disciple, unfilial son." A bone-chilling voice sounded in the air, and Ishi felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She couldn't feel any warmth at all, and she suddenly burst into tears. She knelt down in the air, and kowtowed to the figure that gradually appeared in the distance. She kowtowed desperately and begged for mercy, "Godfather, Godfather, spare me. I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. Godfather, Godfather." She called out Godfather very clearly, but the smile on Chu Mujia's face grew colder. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile, and he said, "Godfather? Didn't you just say that I'm just a lunatic, and I'm not qualified to be your godfather?" Ishi's body trembled even more violently. It turned out that the other party had been hiding in the vicinity all along. She was already flustered and completely lost, and could only keep shouting, "I was wrong and I won't dare to do it again." Her head kept kowtowing, and the speed was so fast that it seemed to leave after images. Chu Mujia walked over slowly and sighed, "Sigh, I didn't expect you to betray me. It really hurts my heart." Ishi heard that the other party's tone seemed to have softened a little, and she immediately felt as if she had found a life-saving straw. She cried bitterly, and said, "I was wrong, Godfather, please spare me. I was also threatened by Wei Qing, and I was afraid of death, so I did something wrong to Godfather. My death is not to be regretted, but I hate that I can't find Wei Qing to take revenge for Godfather. I hope that I can save my useful body, and it's enough for me to die in Wei Qing's hands." "Useful body?" Chu Mujia laughed coldly, and said, "Seeing that you're willing to repent, I'll fulfill your wish this once, and let your useful body be of some use." He took a step forward, and directly clawed down with his 5 fingers, and instantly pierced Ishi's head. Like a melon, there was a bang, and 5 bloody holes appeared. Ah! Ishi's body trembled in pain, and he wanted to resist, but he found that an extremely strong pressure had directly suppressed him, and he couldn't move at all. His soul was being extracted bit by bit. Chu Mujia said, "It's rare that you have the heart to repent, so I'll give you a chance to forgive yourself. I'll extract your soul, and send the useful information in it to me." In the distance, Li Yunxiao and Bei Zhennan were expressionless, and they looked on coldly. After taking a look, Li Yunxiao examined the Tusida heavenly peak in his hand. There was a faint layer of dark aura on it, and the power of the peak was completely concealed. It was the upper dust realm's dark technique. He estimated that it wasn't difficult to break this technique, and he could take the opportunity to refine this profound-level weapon again, and completely destroy the 9 nether filthy earth spirit. Fei's emotions were disturbed by Ishi's screams, and his face was a little pale. He felt that it was too cruel, and he couldn't bear to watch, so he slightly turned his head away. Normally, when people read memories, they would only rush their divine sense into the other party's sea of consciousness to search. If they were lucky, the other party would only suffer a little bit of memory, but if they were unlucky, they would end up as an idiot for life. But Chu Mujia directly extracted Ishi's soul to read his memory, and after reading it, Ishi's soul could only dissipate. This father and son pair were both ruthless people. Fortunately, the screams only lasted for a while, and Ishi was basically dead, leaving only a ball of yellow light that kept struggling in Chu Mujia's hand. Under his pat, it instantly dissipated. "My good son, your sins have been cleansed." Chu Mujia slowly exhaled, and closed his eyes slightly, as if digesting those memories. Only then did Li Yunxiao put away the Tusida heavenly peak, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Lord Mujia, for recovering from your injuries, and for getting your revenge." "Humph." Chu Mujia snorted coldly, and then opened his eyes slightly, and said, "That Xianxia couldn't have escaped just now, why didn't you kill him?" "I don't believe that you didn't dare to." Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, "Brother Mujia, you've been eavesdropping for a long time, so I'm sure you already understand the reason for my trip. If I killed Xianxia, the sanctuary would definitely sense it immediately, and at that time, they would forcefully open the passage, and send experts over from the other regions, and that would be troublesome. Why not let him go? I'm sure he wouldn't have the face to call for reinforcements, and would definitely be thinking about the next step." A heavily injured Xianxia with limited strength would be much easier to deal with than an unknown sanctuary expert. End of chapter 1592. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.